In the year 2075, Northern California, the Badlands. On the desolate highway of the Badlands, a classic Gudra sport, R7 glides along with a languid grace. The vibrant red of the vehicle harmonizes perfectly with the searing weather, both exuding an intense fervor. Seated in the driver's seat is a robust man, appearing to be approximately 26. 7 years of age, his bronze skin accentuated by a tousled mane of silver hair. His facial features are sharply defined, reminiscent of a classical sculpture. With his left hand propped against the car door frame, his right hand, glistening with a metallic sheen, casually grips the steering wheel as the vehicle travels in a straight line. However, his gaze appears somewhat distant, as if the monotony of this tedious road journey has dulled his spirit. The relentless sun beats down mercilessly, scorching the earth, while the air above the distant horizon shimmers with distortion. As he gazes at the boundless wasteland and the tumbleweeds dancing around him, the man's thoughts drift far away. Connor Ridley is his name, or rather, the name he has borne throughout this life. More than 20 years ago, he was reborn from a world that was relatively less dire into this one, which is decidedly more grim. Indeed, he is a person of rebirth. As for what he was called in his previous life, or what he did, the truth is, he is nearly forgotten, for the memories of that existence hold little relevance in this one. Having grown up as a delicate flower in a world rife with compromise and deceit, he now finds himself in a realm filled with madness and obsession. He must relearn the art of coexistence in this new world. The only memories that linger are tales concerning Night City and a few names: Johnny Silverhand, Adam Smasher, David Martinez, and V. Connor often finds himself perplexed by the notion of being reborn within a game. This sensation, akin to Zhuangzi's butterfly dream, occasionally nudges at his nerves. Perhaps upon arriving in Night City, all answers shall reveal themselves, Connor murmurs to himself. Adorned in a weathered motorcycle jacket emblazoned with the insignia of the Rangers, it narrates the saga of his past. Born in the fertile grounds of Florida, Connor grew up amidst the vibrant streets of Miami, engaging in petty thievery alongside his companions, all the while dreaming of accumulating enough capital to embark on his own ventures. However, his burgeoning success attracted the attention of local gangs, who presented him with a stark choice: either join their ranks or meet an untimely demise. Having never faced brutality before, Connor resolutely declined, yet his misguided perceptions of the underworld foreshadowed the tribulations he was destined to endure. One by one, his comrades fell victim to the cleansing wrath of the gangs. Those without true skill who dared to confront them were utterly oblivious to the meaning of death. Connor was somewhat fortunate, or perhaps fate simply refused to allow his narrative to conclude at that juncture. He successfully escaped and subsequently enlisted in the military. At that time, a fervent ideology swept through the new American populace, advocating for the reunification of the nation, with Miles fervently promoting her political vision. Countless young individuals, inspired by her call, chose to enlist and fight for the unification of New America. It remains uncertain how many individuals possess genuine sincerity, a trait notably absent in Connor. He harbors no inclination to jeopardize himself for the sake of others, recognizing the incompatibility of self-preservation and financial gain. Nevertheless, Connor extends sincere gratitude to the new American military. The adage that society constitutes the most effective educational institution is clearly espoused by individuals unfamiliar with the realities of a cyberpunk milieu. The military, particularly one plagued by disciplinary shortcomings, serves as the quintessential university, Connor mused, reflecting on his tenure within the new American Armed Forces. It imparted invaluable lessons in survival, the fabrication of perilous contraptions, and, most significantly, the expeditious elimination of human life. Affiliated with the Rangers, a designation mirroring that of their counterparts in the American Ranger Corps of another dimension, Connor's unit functioned as a light infantry special operations detachment. Billed as an elite force, they were, in reality, expendable cannon fodder. Connor perceived this so-called elite special operations team as nothing more than a vanguard destined for imminent demise. In a theater of war teeming with metallic monstrosities, the utility of such antiquated tactical units remained questionable. Their primary function consisted of infiltrating enemy lines to execute acts of sabotage, the impact of which, while not entirely negligible, remained minimal. While others enlist to master the operation of magmasaurs and ACPA, I was relegated to parachute training, speedboat piloting, and the intricacies of sabotage. Connor lamented his experiences within the Ranger Corps, regretting his failure to don ACPA armor and wreak havoc on the battlefield, thereby realizing his aspirations of piloting a Gundam. Miles, that old fool, was too soft. If he had withstood the pressure from the wasteland and boldly taken on Night City, we wouldn't have encountered so many troubles. He harbored some resentment regarding his military career, aimed at military technology, the wasteland, and primarily the imbeciles sitting in their offices in Washington. After all, no one wishes for their first war experience to culminate in failure. Yet Connor's misfortune was far from over. Following the conclusion of the Unification War in '69, he was reassigned to the battlegrounds of Central and South America. He leapt from one quagmire into another. This was not the independent states, but a situation far more dire. They inherited the commendable traditions of the new American Army, maintaining their impeccable record in Central and South America, only to be thoroughly humiliated by the Latin Americans, retreating to Washington in disgrace. It seems that regardless of the world, the American Army consistently performs with such predictably dismal. However, this recent setback did not significantly affect Connor. After all, it was New America that lost. Not him personally, it was military technology at fault, not Connor Ridley. The skilled technician, his salary would remain unaffected. This did not hinder his financial success within the military. With his exceptional weapon modification skills, Connor thrived amidst the ranks. Naturally, his talents did not go unnoticed by his superiors, who intended to recommend him for the Military Technology Weapons Development Department upon his retirement. Yet Connor was not inclined to leap into that inferno. Work? In this lifetime, I shall never work again. Haven't I toiled like a beast in my past life? Why venture to this wretched place to continue my servitude? Beyond his aversion to employment, the predominant reason lay within his own secret. Concealed amidst the cannon fodder of the military, he felt secure. However, should he step into a corporate environment, he harbored grave doubts about evading the omnipresent scrutiny of the company. If they were to uncover his secret, being subjected to dissection in the laboratory would be considered a stroke of luck. Just as Connor relished the thought of safeguarding his secret, a phone call abruptly interrupted his musings. Connor, do you truly intend to venture into Night City? Have you given any thought to Lazarus? A rugged, deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. It was Colonel Barney, Connor's superior in military. He felt a sense of frustration at Connor's refusal of military science and the offer from Lazarus after his discharge. Countless veterans, discarded like refuse, would dream of receiving invitations from these two companies, seeking a semblance of security for their future. Yet this lad had turned them down. Connor chuckled helplessly. Colonel, spare me. I am not cut out for office life. I prefer to tinker with firearms while being pleasured by women. As Connor's former superior, Barney understood his nature. This young man was hardly a model soldier had it not been for his exceptional skills. His reckless behavior would have landed him in military court long ago. Fuck, as a friend, I respect your choice. Should you find it impossible to survive in Night City, remember to seek me out. There will always be a place for you in the Suicide Squad. Barney made a promise to Connor, expressing that while a multitude of soldiers may be easily acquired, a capable commander is a rare find. There are countless mercenaries, yet skilled technical experts are few and far between. Ha ha ha. I was waiting for you to say that so I could hold you to it. If I truly can't make it in Night City, Colonel, you must not turn a blind eye to my plight, Connor chuckled. Barney was one of the few friends he could genuinely trust in this world. Trust was a precious commodity. If you can't survive because you're seducing another man's woman, then perhaps you should not come looking for me, Barney quipped, now in a playful mood, seeing Connor relent. Feigning melancholy, Connor replied, Colonel, what about your promise? It hasn't even been a minute, man. Must be enduring enough. I have an upgraded artillery piece. Would you care to give it a try? Fuck off, Connor. Next time you come in New York, we'll hit the Moulin Rouge. The one who softens first pays the bill. Ha ha ha, no problem. It's settled then. After ending the call with Barney, he gazed ahead at the distant border station. Outside the car window lay an expansive wilderness, with tumbleweeds swaying in a breeze, and the distant Night City appeared particularly magnificent under the sunlight. Gazing longingly at Night City, Connor murmured, Hello, Night City. Chapter 2. Fresh off the boat, Connor slowly drove his vehicle into the inspection entrance of the border checkpoint. Please proceed to the inspection area, announced the border personnel. As their directive resonated, the barrier ahead descended. Complying with their request, Connor parked his car in the designated zone, and just as he turned off the ignition, he noticed the automated turrets on either side locking onto his vehicle. How exceedingly cautious, he mused with a hint of disdain. The border station merely inspects passing vehicles. Given their standard equipment, any adversary capable of breaching their defenses would not require resistance, and those smugglers they could suppress need not be met with such overzealous measures. Curiosity piqued. He wondered how much funding the City Council of Night City allocated for those cumbersome turrets. 5 million? 10 million? If he were to undertake the task, he could offer a quote of 300,000, with firepower surpassing this model. Please remain inside your vehicle. The safety inspection will commence shortly, gestured the armed personnel. With those words, the laser scanners on either side of the car began to descend. Connor hesitated, glancing at the pile of belongings in the back. Surely, those would pass inspection, right? What were the customs regulations of Night City again? Damn, he couldn't recall. He'd have to take it as it comes. With the multitude of regulations in New America and the Free State, each region varying in its laws, Connor found himself bewildered. Just before his arrival, he had downloaded the regulatory materials for Night City online, but regrettably, he had not perused them, and they had subsequently been discarded as junk data. The owners of vehicles within the inspection area are required to undergo further questioning. Just as Connor was anxiously pondering an excuse, the voice of an armed personnel echoed once more. It appeared that the results of the scan were rather unfavorable. The small items in Connor's vehicle had been discovered. It seemed that his wallet was destined to suffer today, and he hoped these individuals would not drain him too mercilessly. Having spent time in the military, Connor was well aware of their practices. This so-called further inquiry was merely an opportunity for bribery. Otherwise, if a serious issue were to be found, the artillery positioned nearby would open fire without hesitation, leaving no room for explanation. They were all seasoned foxes, and there was no need for tales here. Casually retrieving a monetary chip from the glove compartment, Connor exited the vehicle and made his way to the adjacent inquiry room. Upon entering, he was surprised to find quite a number of people inside. The Border Patrol business appeared to be thriving. How had he not recognized this earlier? Comparing his own days of painstakingly earning extra income as a ranger, he felt a twinge of envy watching these individuals comfortably seated in their offices, sipping coffee, sheltered from the wind and rain, while enjoying substantial benefits. Just as he was walking further in, a voice called out to him. If you are carrying a weapon, please place it here. Connor turned to face the one who had addressed him, a Border Patrol officer in sunglasses staring intently from behind the window. The two men locked eyes for a moment, neither willing to yield. The atmosphere grew tense, and with a sigh, Connor handed over the revolver secured at his waist. The man smirked triumphantly, seemingly mocking Connor, as if to say, you can put on a show, but ultimately, you'll have to abide by my rules. A foul outsider coming to our Night City to beg, and still trying to act tough, he deserved a lesson. While fiddling with the revolver in his hand, he instructed Connor. Proceed to room 3 for questioning. Connor turned and made his way down the corridor to the innermost room 3. Upon entering, he was enveloped by the stench of smoke. Where a staff member donned in an orange baseball cap sat, Connor noticed that the man's gorilla-like arms were adorned with the latest military-grade enhancements. It appeared he had indulged in some lucrative dealings. Indeed, today would surely involve some expenditure. How could a lowly customs officer afford such high-end military gear? It was evident this man was seasoned in the ways of the world. Faced with such a character, Connor had abandoned any hopes of dialogue. In the past, he would have shoved the barrel of his gun into the man's mouth without hesitation. However, the current circumstances dictated otherwise, being on the enemy's turf. There was little he could say. Payment was the only option. The staff member scrutinized Connor in return. His build, attire, and that obviously military-grade prosthetic arm marked him as a formidable opponent. Caution was paramount. One could end up with nothing but trouble if not careful. Observing Connor's imposing appearance, the staff member calculated that this was clearly a well-off individual, and he intended to extract some advantage from this fat sheep. Please, have a seat. He finally beckoned after reconciling his thoughts. Connor boldly sat down, casting a playful glance at him. The scrutiny made the staff member uneasy. He took a sip of coffee to mask his apprehension and cleared his throat. Now, let us get to the point. What is the story behind those items in your vehicle? A collection of small toys. Even for long journeys, one must carry some means of self-defense. Connor, while handing over the prepared monetary chip, exhibited a sense of understanding that relieved the staff, who were glad to encounter someone who adhered to the rules. Self-defense? That is reassuring, for the security situation in Night City has indeed deteriorated in recent years. Being prepared is always prudent. Smoothly tucking the chip into his pocket, he noticed the ranger badge on Connor's attire, prompting him to entertain a mischievous thought. Perhaps today he could achieve two objectives with one endeavor. He casually inquired, by the way, "Are you a local of Night City? Have you returned from retirement?" Connor's expression darkened upon hearing this. It seemed the individual was prying into his background. Excessive curiosity is seldom advantageous. "I work for the company, you understand." Connor refrained from engaging further and instead guided him through the garden. The staff member's countenance soured at Connor's words, internally cursing, "Damn. A company pawn. I hope he isn't some undercover agent. Why the need for such inquiries? What bad luck." Reflecting on the influx of CIA agents into Night City a few years prior, he wondered which organization had planted this covert operative. Never mind. These matters are for the bigwigs to worry about. He dismissed any thoughts of relaying information to the higher-ups, deciding it best to keep his distance from the fray. "Well, I wish you luck. Night City is no easy place to navigate. Thank you for your kind words. Come what may, I must persevere. For who else will put food on my table?" With that, Connor rose and departed from the inquiry room. As Connor approached the gate window, the staff behind it noticed him and retrieved his revolver, placing it upon the table. One must pay close attention to this exquisite firearm. Its weight alone attests to the meticulous care it has received. Connor remarked, "I have recalibrated this weapon in single-action mode. It transports the wielder back to the era of the Wild West the moment it is grasped. With sufficient speed, this revolver can discharge all its rounds within a second. For the true romance of the revolver lies in its rapid fire and the ensuing bloodshed." Observing the staff's intrigued expression, Connor realized that even before stepping into Night City, his business had commenced. "You are truly a genius. Even this old relic from Malorian can be brought to life by your hands. Marvelous. It's no challenge at all. Here is my contact information. Should you wish to acquire a similar piece, feel free to reach out. I take pleasure in serving those who appreciate firearms." Initially, Connor was perceived merely as an enthusiast of modifications, but it became evident that he was a skilled gunsmith, delighting the staff who exclaimed, That is splendid. I have no other request than to acquire one just like this." They exchanged contact details, and Connor assured him, "No problem at all. Once I settle in Night City, I will be in touch." After this exchange, Connor finally made his way out of the border station. He resolved never to drive on long trips again. The romantic notion of Route 66 certainly did not justify such exorbitant expenses. Connor remained somewhat regretful over the toll he had just paid, but what could be done? After all, he had transported a considerable amount of contraband in his vehicle. Ammunition such as high-explosive rounds may be considered manageable. Yet the modification of technical sniper rifles presents a far more formidable challenge. The contrast between reality and the realm of gaming is stark. In the virtual world, one can effortlessly clear a criminal incident within the NCPD and acquire a sniper rifle as if they were abundant as mere trinkets. However, in the real world, despite the dismal law enforcement in Night City, the regulations surrounding sniper rifles, particularly those of the technical variety, known for their lethality, is exceedingly stringent. To procure such formidable weaponry in Night City, one must either obtain it from the clandestine stockpiles of corporate entities or resort to smuggled goods. Connor's situation is rather ambiguous. Labeling him as a smuggler of regulated arms is not entirely unfounded. After all, the American logic often appears convoluted and contradictory. He opted to treat the expenditure as a mere convenience. For once in Night City, such sums are trivial, barely covering minor expenses. Although the cost stung somewhat, Connor did not dwell on it excessively. Earning money was hardly a concern for him, especially after encountering a Na'vi patron. He was confident that with his skills, none of the unsuspecting denizens of Night City would escape his grasp. Following the route along the border checkpoint, Connor drove straight to his first destination in Night City, the Santo Domingo Valley. Chapter 3. Welcome to Santo Domingo. Good morning, Night City. The grim tally from yesterday's lottery of the deceased stands at a staggering 30 souls. Thanks to the unending gang skirmishes, a mere 10 fell in Haywood alone. Bang! Connor, in a fit of morning ire, shot the radio to pieces. What nonsense was this fool prattling on about daily? Before the numbers reached 3 digits, the clamor had already begun, proclaiming the dire state of safety across the nation. Reluctantly, Connor rose from his bed and drew back the curtains to gaze upon the view outside. TCH, Santo Domingo is utterly wretched, devoid of any redeeming quality. As he observed the seemingly endless factories and chimney stacks resembling a forest, a sense of melancholy washed over him. If only he could disregard the harsh realities. He would never consider taking root in Santo Domingo. His preferences leaned towards Westbrook and Watson, where the vibrant nightlife flourished. Far removed from the prying eyes of corporate scrutiny, an ideal haven for illicit endeavors. In contrast to the corn tortilla-laden air of Haywood and the pervasive industrial fumes of Santo Domingo, Westbrook and Watson embodied the essence of a life well lived. Enduring discomfort to establish himself in this place was a testament to Connor's sensitive background, a veteran of the New America, one who had fought in the Unification War. Venturing into Westbrook would be akin to delivering a gift to the Tiger Claw Gang. These individuals, consumed by thoughts of violence and vice, would surely seize the opportunity to eliminate a solitary wolf, showcasing their already tenuous sense of martial ethics. The oppressive silence surrounding New America and the military establishment demanded a counteraction. At least until Connor found his footing, Westbrook remained off-limits. Even though dispatching members of the Tiger Claw Gang was hardly more challenging than squashing a mere mouse. Yet, whenever possible, he preferred to minimize his physical involvement. His experiences on the battlefield had instilled in him the habit of striking decisively from the shadows, ensuring he remained concealed from the enemy's gaze. In the era of cyberpunk, warfare transcended mere combat. It became a battle of intelligence. Once your cybernetic enhancements, weaponry, and combat habits were discerned, the countermeasures could swiftly teach you a harsh lesson. Connor had witnessed too many individuals fall victim to being outmaneuvered, ultimately ensnared in traps laid by others. Conversely, the decision to establish his first base in Santo Domingo was primarily influenced by the presence of the 6th Street Gang. Approximately 50 years prior, a cadre of veterans from the 4th Corporate War banded together to form the 6th Street Gang. Disillusioned with the local gangs and weary of the incompetence exhibited by the NCPD, they resolved to take control of their own fates. They amassed an arsenal of equipment, resumed their combat training, and took to the streets to uphold order. At that time, the 6th Street Gang specifically targeted thugs and ruffians. Led by a charismatic figure who taught others how to defend themselves and seek justice against rival gangs. The majority of the 6th Street Gang's members were veterans of modern warfare. Some had retired, while others found themselves adrift after being dismissed from corporate security forces. As a fellow soldier, Connor's infiltration into the Valley District was akin to a grain of salt dissolving in the ocean, drawing no attention whatsoever. One must never underestimate the grip gangs hold over their communities. In his previous life, Connor, having been raised in a harmonious society, lacked such awareness, which ultimately forced him to seek refuge within the military, escaping the clutches of Miami's criminal underworld. Establishments such as hotels, restaurants, and bars served as the gang's extended reach. The arrival of an unfamiliar face would immediately trigger notifications to the local crime syndicate. Connor's attire and demeanor drew no attention, allowing him to effortlessly glean the information he sought within the bar. After venting his frustrations, he stepped into the bathroom, where the most invigorating remedy in the morning was a refreshing cold shower. The clear water cascaded down like a waterfall, gliding over his head and enveloping him in a translucent veil of droplets. The water beads splattered rhythmically against his robust physique, particularly his right side, which was almost entirely cybernetic. It appeared as if a large portion had been scooped away with a spoon, creating a C-shaped void that extended from his waist to his shoulder. This segment was entirely composed of synthetic materials, gleaming with a chilling metallic luster from the chrome finish. These components conformed tightly to the contours of his wound, merging seamlessly into a singular entity, exuding a unique aesthetic of technological beauty. Adorning his broad shoulders, powerful arms, and solid chest were expansive tattoo designs. These tattoos, reminiscent of traditional American old-school artistry, featured intricate patterns, including his beloved Zero motorcycle, a cat, a tequila bottle, and even his firearm. Unlike conventional tattoos, Connor's ink seemed more like an embossed layer of cybernetics upon his skin, with the raised designs clearly visible. This was a clever gadget of his, specifically designed to thwart hackers and external IC. After all, for someone as extensively augmented as he was, even military-grade eyes could not offer sufficient protection. He had no desire to be easily disarmed by a hacker. A brief rinse cleared his mind of the previous chaos. After wiping the surface clean, Connor approached the dining table to pour himself a cup of coffee. As he sipped his drink, he contemplated the forthcoming meeting with the 6th Street Gang. His musings were interrupted by the sound of a text message. John, I'm out. Where shall we meet? Connor, how about the Caliente restaurant beneath skyscraper H4? Their coffee is quite delightful. John, Caliente? A bit retro in taste, I assent it. That unfortunate establishment hasn't gone under yet. Connor, who knows? How many years has it been since the average income in Night City saw any improvement? John, 20-some years? No, it's been over 30. What does that imply? Connor, you see, if income remains stagnant for over 30 years, why can't a restaurant endure for 40 or 50? Connor, this is precisely why we need to meet, I assent it. John, haha, I appreciate your humor. I hope your wallet is equally robust. Connor, you won't be disappointed. After concluding his text exchange with John, Connor finished the remaining coffee in his cup, stretched lazily, and remarked, the venue issue will soon be resolved. All that remains to be handled are the materials. It's quite vexing. Utilizing intermediaries can be rather costly. Perhaps it's best to take matters into my own hands. Truly, this life is one of incessant toil, never a moment's respite. As Connor dressed, he meticulously planned his subsequent arrangements. John, whom he had encountered at the bar the previous night, was the individual he was to meet. Ever since settling at skyscraper H4, Connor had been pondering the location for his workshop, despite the abundance of factories in Santo Domingo. However, there are still few that meet Connor's requirements, and he cannot stray too far from H4, as he has no desire to squander excessive time on the road. If it were for courting, a few brisk steps might still hold some allure, but wasting time traveling for work? That would be utterly foolish. If he could accept such a notion, why not simply venture to Watson District? After donning his attire, he stood before the full-length mirror. The cropped leather motorcycle jacket, open and inviting, clung tightly to Connor's muscular frame, complemented by a pair of dark green military trousers, with an ammunition pouch hanging at his waist. Perfect. Satisfied with his ensemble, Connor casually tucked his modified DR5 Nova into the holster at his side and turned to exit. Chapter 4. Deception upon entering the skyscraper. It felt as if he had stepped into a labyrinthine world. The narrow and winding corridors crisscrossed like a spider's web, extending into every corner. The entire building was structured in a square formation, resembling a birdcage, which imparted a profound sense of oppression. In this congested space, sunlight struggled to penetrate, managing only to filter through a central opening, casting a feeble glow that rendered the entire structure dim and damp. The air was thick with a medley of odors, mingling the scents of smoke, refuse, and sweat, creating a suffocating atmosphere. Throughout the public spaces, vendors peddled an array of goods, ranging from everyday food items and trendy novelties to weapons and magical figurines, catering to every conceivable need. Life bustled within this confined space, where individuals brushed past one another, yet remained strangers. In the bustling and crowded Caliente restaurant, John navigated through the throngs of people, finding refuge in a relatively secluded and dimly lit corner. A simple dining table adorned with 2 cups of coffee awaited him, where Connor sat quietly in a chair, his gaze fixed upon the bustling crowd outside the window. As John approached, Connor appeared oblivious to his presence, lost in his own contemplations. It was only when John settled into the seat opposite him that Connor slowly turned his head, his eyes revealing a scrutinizing gaze that appraised John for a moment. The coffee here is delightful, rich and thick, made from Italian beans. Do give it a try, Connor urged. Years of street experience had imbued John with an instinctive awareness of the pressure emanating from Connor. It was a subtle sensation, difficult to articulate, yet it compelled him to escape the intensity of the man's gaze. This feeling was one he had never encountered even from his boss, Morton. The last time he had felt such unease was in the presence of a counterterrorism task force. Those deranged individuals seemed as if they had just emerged from a slaughterhouse. Is that so? I must taste it then. After all these years living in the valley, I had no idea their coffee was so intricate. John began to engage in a roundabout manner, seeking to uncover the hidden stories and background that lay behind Connor. Just last night, while John was immersed in the throes of passion with a new acquaintance, reveling in a fervent and joyous encounter, a sudden and jarring ringtone shattered the moment. Startled, he nearly faltered. Upon checking his phone, he discovered it was a call from an unknown number. At that moment, an inexplicable fury surged within him, and he nearly succumbed to his impulse, yearning to rush over and eliminate this interloper who dared to disrupt his moment of bliss. Damn it, no one, regardless of who they are, shall mar my splendid time, John silently cursed, yet when he heard the other party had a business proposition to discuss, His expression underwent a complete transformation. After all, the allure of wealth is a temptation few can resist. Thus, John swiftly adorned himself with a facade of obsequiousness, expressing his willingness to meet and engage in conversation, indulging the other party for the time being. If this Connor truly was, as he suspected, a fat lamb awaiting slaughter, there would be ample opportunity to strike later. I am particularly attentive to details. Upon arriving at a new locale, I first observe those aspects others might overlook. Connor sipped his coffee, responding leisurely. He was fully aware of John's intentions. He understood the nature of the underworld all too well. However, when it came to the 6th Street gang, they were exceedingly easy to manipulate, and he found the need to feign ignorance rather tedious. "Oh, you're not a local of Night City. Where do you hail from?" Upon hearing Connor's inquiry, John's mind began to race. Being an outsider was advantageous. The risks of inter-gang conflicts were diminished. "Aren't we here to discuss business? Why the concern about my origins? Does it affect our dealings?" "Haha, you know, in today's society, trust is a rare commodity. The 6th Street gang only trades with those of red and blue blood. I must ascertain with whom I am conducting business. Wouldn't you agree?" Connor remained non-committal in his assertions, a statement that might easily deceive an inexperienced novice. To rephrase, he implied that one must first assess the strength of their credentials. If sufficiently formidable, they would comply with the transaction, but if lacking, they would opt for a no-risk endeavor. Should you still hold to the ideals of the red and blue lineage, then a dialogue may indeed ensue. Before the words had scarcely left his lips, Connor produced a ranger insignia from his pocket and casually tossed it before John. John instinctively picked it up and, with a mere glance, immediately recognized it, the emblem signifying ranger affiliation. Although John had never served in the new American Army, he was well acquainted with such insignia. "So, you hail from the Rangers?" John exclaimed in astonishment. "Indeed, that was once true, but I have long since retired." Upon hearing Connor's words, John's earlier anxiety began to dissipate. Yet, before he could fully process this revelation, Connor's next remark sent his nerves into a taut state once more. "However, although I no longer serve in the military, the boss remains the same, so one could say that everything is as it was." What could this mean? John found himself ensnared in the web of Connor's dialogue, his previous concerns about underhanded dealings now eclipsed. Drawing upon years of experience and instinct acquired from navigating the underworld, John discerned that trouble was indeed at his doorstep. This individual was affiliated with New America. The 6th Street gang's connections to New America were widely known. Logically, if someone were to come from that side, they ought to seek out Morton directly. Why had they sought him instead? In the Valley District, one may be a significant figure. Yet within the entirety of the 6th Street's gang, one is merely an inconsequential presence. Could it be the CIA? John contemplated a possibility previously. When the Cannons sought to recruit him, there was mention of a certain matter. The CIA had approached Cannon, and from Cannon's perspective, they intended to support him in ousting Morton, as Morton was too closely aligned with military technology, a situation Washington was keen to avoid. Connor, taken aback by John's vivid imagination, had only intended to leverage the military's authority to intimidate him. Had he known of John's elaborate conjectures, he would certainly have applauded his creativity. The seasoned veterans of Night City possess no extraordinary skills, yet they excel in self-preservation. They are akin to Sherlock Holmes, capable of connecting the faintest clues. "Are you from the CIA?" John inquired cautiously. Connor found John's reaction somewhat perplexing, though he concealed his confusion. Since John had already formed a preconceived notion, Connor decided to take advantage of the CIA's reputation. "Why do you ask? If I were, given the CIA's modus operandi, you wouldn't be leaving this place today." Connor's words further solidified John's belief that he was indeed a covert operative of the CIA. Previously, the CIA had approached their associates. Thus, Connor quickly recalled the Cannons' entanglement with Lee Da in 2077, realizing that the rise of this traitorous Cannon was backed by the CIA. It seemed the depths of the 6th Street's gang were quite profound, with the New America and the military's interests diverging, yet the undercurrents of manipulation remained ever present. Concerning how to manipulate John, Connor has devised a new strategy, seemingly on the verge of acquiring a warehouse without cost. The CIA has always operated with double assurance. Artillery is merely one option, and you are no exception. A single utterance from Connor sent John into a frenzy, for the New America intended to treat him as a mere pawn. After years of struggle, fortune finally smiled upon him, and he was ready to ally with a powerful figure. Chapter 5. The workshop. John pondered internally. reflecting that the bloodshed and peril of the past years had not been in vain. The higher-ups were beginning to take notice of his humble stature. "What kind of assistance can you provide me?" he inquired. "Weapons? Funding?" With the prospect of a formidable ally at hand, it was imperative to negotiate favorable terms. Thus, John unabashedly posed his most pressing question. However, in response to John's candid inquiry, Connor remained silent, seemingly engrossed in savoring his coffee, as if he had not heard a word John had just uttered. This unexpected reaction left John bewildered. Had he failed to touch upon a critical point? Or perhaps this man harbored intentions of personal gain and kickbacks. With a heart full of doubt and unease, John cautiously probed once more. "Do you require me to make arrangements with your associates?" He closely monitored Connor's facial expressions, silently praying that he would not provoke discontent and jeopardize the negotiation. Observing John's anxious demeanor, Connor recognized that the moment had arrived to ensnare him. He remarked, "Relax. If your accounts were to suddenly swell with a substantial sum, and your subordinates acquired an arsenal of weapons, how do you suppose Morton and the artillery would react? Do you think they would perish first, or would it be you?" Connor's words served as a stark awakening for John. He realized he had been overly hasty, neglecting the fact that Morton and the artillery had yet to sever ties completely. In the struggle between the first and second leaders, it was invariably the third who met an untimely demise. His rash behavior merely signaled to both parties to temporarily set aside their discord and focus on addressing the imminent threat presented by an unexpected blood pack. As the realization dawned on him, John was drenched in cold sweat, having momentarily reveled in his own arrogance. He had forgotten that in the city of night, no secret remained concealed. Once an action was executed, it invariably left a trace. Such traces could be seized upon by the intermediaries, akin to hyenas, who would undoubtedly uncover the truth, thereby shattering any notion of secrecy. "I apologize for my oversight. Mr. Connor, what do you propose we do?" John deftly returned the ball into Connor's court, eager to discern what insights the CIA operative might offer. If the risks proved too formidable, he would retreat immediately, unwilling to gamble his life for a fleeting advantage. "Initially, we will not provide you with any visible support. To be precise, we require your cooperation to remain covert." Upon hearing this, John found himself increasingly unsettled. What did this mean? Was he expected to risk his life while also bringing his own provisions? What kind of absurd logic was this? Just as John was about to speak up for his own benefit, he was interrupted by Connor. "Let us discuss the profitable ventures under your purview. The CIA will not neglect any of its collaborators." Connor's words silenced John, for in matters of business, negotiation is the essence. Offer a price, receive a counter, and engage in the customary exchange. After a moment of contemplation, John replied, "Currently, I possess a bar, 5 auto repair shops, 9 properties, and 2 workshops, and I plan to revitalize them to generate some revenue." Connor inwardly scoffed, thinking how fortunate he was to extract this information. Otherwise, he would remain oblivious to the treasures under John's management. In this brief moment, Connor conceived a cunning scheme to exploit John's naivety, intending to lure him with tempting offers, and once the groundwork was laid, eliminate him to seize that workshop warehouse without recompense. It appeared that not only could he acquire the workshop warehouse for free, but he might also secure an additional auto repair shop, albeit he couldn't devour it all. Morton's crew was indeed biased, granting lucrative opportunities to others while relegating him to mere toil. Santo Domingo is not comparable to Haywood. The area around Japan Street lacks richness. But one must make do, and any profit is welcome. John felt a twinge of embarrassment. He was well aware of his own affairs. The businesses he managed in 6th Street Gang were merely menial tasks for the underlings, while the leaders were engaged in smuggling arms, drugs, and cybernetic enhancements. Connor waved his hand dismissively and nonchalantly remarked, "There is no need to dwell on trivial matters. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice." Upon hearing Connor's words, John understood that the main event was about to unfold, so he leaned forward eagerly and said, "Please, do enlighten me." After a series of arduous yet subtle exchanges, the two finally ceased their circumlocution and delved into the crux of their meeting. Connor stated, "I have set my sights on the warehouse adjacent to H4. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, it shall become a new source of income for you." At this revelation, John furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you intend to do with this warehouse?" A hint of a mysterious smile graced Connor's lips as he slowly retrieved a Dalhousie University DR5 Nova from his holster at his waist, placing it gently onto the table. The firearm appeared somewhat aged. Although well maintained, It bore a few signs of wear and tear. "This will be the key to your profits," he declared. John examined the pistol closely, perceiving that it, aside from its age, bore no extraordinary features, certainly not comparable to Aguilar's Nova. He found himself puzzled, wondering what significance it held. Isn't this merely a Nova? What is the story behind it? In response to John's inquiry, Connor refrained from elaborating further. Instead, he skillfully detached the magazine and extracted a single bullet, tossing it to John. With a sense of curiosity, John caught the bullet and scrutinized it intently. "What sets this bullet apart?" he pondered. As soon as John grasped the bullet, he sensed something was amiss. Drawing upon his years of experience, he immediately recognized that this bullet was anything but ordinary. Its weight felt unusual. While he could not claim to know every type of bullet on the market with complete certainty, he was well versed in the field. This was his first encounter with such a projectile. Judging by its size, it should have been a high-explosive round, yet it weighed several grams more than typical high explosives. Puzzling over its peculiarities and the potential for profit, he wondered if Connor had connections to arms smuggling. However, that seemed implausible, given his modest stature. If word got out that he was involved in such a dangerous trade, it would surely lead to dire consequences. What was he thinking? To meddle in the affairs of the big players? "Mr. Connor, I truly fail to see the intrigue behind this bullet. Please, speak plainly," John implored. After contemplating for some time without arriving at any conclusions, he ultimately abandoned the effort, realizing that such convoluted problem-solving was not suited to him. Connor, however, did not keep him in suspense and replied directly. "This is a common high-explosive handgun round, but with my modifications, it ought to be termed a high-explosive shotgun shell." Observing John's continued bewilderment, he pushed the new revolver towards him and elaborated. "Getting involved in arms smuggling would lead you into a perilous situation. But if you happen to have a technical expert among your ranks, one specializing in weapon modifications, that changes the game entirely. In Night City, illegal modifications are likely thriving. If there's a skilled savant on your team, wouldn't you agree that this could be a lucrative venture?" As John fiddled with the modified Nova in his hands, he listened intently to Connor's plans. He was taken aback by the impressive weight of the weapon. What was once regarded as a cheap product crafted by the Indians now felt like a formidable instrument of destruction. It was clear that only the frame system was original to the Nova, while all other components had been replaced. Modifying a firearm is no trivial endeavor. Acquiring those parts is no easy feat, and they certainly come at a price. John's concerns were evident. Even if Connor's technical skills were impeccable, the financial implications of the components were a significant consideration. Such investments were tangible, and if subsequent orders did not materialize, he would be left with a financial burden that could lead him to desperate measures. Connor, however, understood these apprehensions and promptly alleviated John's worries with his next words. "You need not concern yourself with these matters. Your only task is to provide the venue and lend your voice to promote our efforts. I will handle the procurement of the components. And this establishment itself serves as a FAA for money laundering. The volume of orders you receive and the profits you ultimately make are entirely separate issues." Connor continued to weave his narrative, assuring John that the procurement of parts was indeed manageable. Yet, the notion of money laundering seemed to be an exaggerated promise, as he had no intention of allowing John to remain in the picture for long. It was clear to John that Connor had likely secured substantial funds through dubious means elsewhere, and now sought to cleanse that money through their operation. Nonetheless, John rationalized that he would not be at a loss. How high could the costs of a warehouse truly be? Surely, the adjacent warehouse was acquired from a small-time operator not long ago. Forget it. Such matters are of little consequence, as long as there is profit to be made. That suffices. John, believing he had unraveled Connor's secrets, felt an unusual elation. Regardless of the supportive platitudes he uttered, in the end, he merely sought to don the guise of a money-laundering accomplice. These individuals in New America are far from virtuous. Should I allow myself to be deceived into confronting Morton and his ilk, I would undoubtedly suffer a considerable loss, essentially laundering money for them without recompense. Such a betrayal of conscience is utterly despicable. One must consume the sweet coating and retaliate with the ammunition. Profit is achievable, but I shall not engage in a futile struggle against Morton and his associates. Upon contemplating these connections, John raised his glass to Connor and proclaimed, "May our venture yield great profits." Connor reciprocated, "I also wish you, my dear brother, swift success." A hearty laugh echoed between the two, both harboring ulterior motives. Chapter 6. Connor's leverage. After a facade of cordiality with John, Connor departed from Caliente and returned to his apartment on the H4 floor. He gently closed the door, as if sealing out the chaos of the outside world. Upon entering the living room, he poured himself a glass of tequila and sank wearily onto the sofa, closing his eyes to reflect on his recent conversation with John. Connor was acutely aware that John was not an ideal target. The potential gains were minimal. However, he found himself with limited options. To establish his foothold in Night City swiftly, he had no choice but to pursue targets indiscriminately. Regrettably, time was of the essence. Had he more opportunity for preparation, he might have ensnared a few affluent patrons. At that time, he could seize the opportunity to extort them handsomely. For someone as seasoned as Connor, this was hardly his first endeavor of such nature. Transitioning from a law-abiding citizen to an outlaw, he bore no psychological burdens or discomfort. He adeptly adapted to his new environment, seamlessly assimilating into local customs. When it came to transgressing moral principles or abandoning the fundamental tenets of humanity, he was utterly unhesitant and remarkably experienced. Unlike his fellow traversers who arrived in the world of 2077 only to engage in brutal confrontations with corporations or criminal syndicates, Connor held no interest in such pursuits. It was only after witnessing the battlefield strewn with debris and forsaken bionic armor, the ACPA, that he truly comprehended the insignificance of individual power in the face of these war machines, akin to the inconsequential weeds by the roadside. Whether it was the legendary Morgan Blackhand, the formidable Atom Smasher, or the infamous V, the living demon of Night City, even the arrival of Cybertronians could not withstand the onslaught of these iron tides. Their only distinction lay in who could endure a moment longer. Even possessing extraordinary might, it was a challenge to alter a world already distorted beyond recognition. This world was irreversibly afflicted, beyond salvation. Given this reality, why not indulge in the ecstasy brought forth by depravity and freedom? In his previous life, he often pondered the very essence of his existence. In comparison to those elite individuals who bask in the spotlight at the center of the stage, he is merely an inconsequential backdrop, scarcely even capable of serving as the denominator in the grand equation of existence. His life appears devoid of meaning, let alone any intrinsic value. For him, the paramount concern may well be how to navigate the remainder of his days in relative safety. Yet, deep within, these are not the aspirations that truly ignite his soul. Upon his rebirth into this world, an impractical fantasy surged within him. He perceived this as a fortuitous gift from fate, offering him the chance to walk the path leading to the center stage. However, it was only after personally witnessing the brutalities of war that he came to a startling realization: he had been excessively naive. War, the most primal and unadulterated aspect of human society, delivered an unprecedented shock and revelation, utterly dismantling his preconceived notions. Is the company propelling this world towards its demise? So be it. Perhaps one day he too shall be annihilated alongside this wretched world, but who would truly care? Observe those who indulge in hedonism, the affluent devoid of compassion, and then gaze upon the masses, muddling through life merely to survive. In contrast, he is far more concerned with how to derive pleasure from his own existence, taking lives, dancing freely, and reveling in wealth and women. These have become his pursuits. As for integrity, well, that concept holds no relevance for him. With his own world left unrescued, he has no inclination to meddle in the affairs of others. After sipping from his glass of tequila, Connor shifted into a comfortable posture and murmured to himself, "Life has left me battered and bruised, thus I shall conquer life." After a moment of bitter laughter, Connor rose and made his way to the room where he kept his arsenal. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by walls adorned with an array of weaponry. From the authentic Armalite to the Malorian Prelude, and the Rostovich Iron Rod, a spectrum of kinetic, technical, and intelligent designs sprawled before him. Handguns, submachine guns, rifles, and shotguns, all varieties of firearms were on display. It appeared that Connor had meticulously collected nearly every firearm available on the market, save for a few obscure models. He casually took down the Armalite HJSH-18, an authentic piece, disregarding its rudimentary 3-round burst design. This assault rifle was, in essence, a work of art. Although it was over 20 years old in the swiftly evolving landscape of 2077, the craftsmanship of the Armalite remained impeccable, constructed from the finest durable materials, making it suitable for a multitude of scenarios. The true measure of a firearm lies in its versatility. The broader the range of applications, the better. Moreover, Its lightweight and user-friendly design meant that even a novice could easily handle it. Naturally, he intended to modify it, as tinkering with small components served as a form of stress relief for him. This pastime also symbolized his ability to navigate the challenges of this world, a means to bolster his confidence. Believe in yourself. You possess the means to thrive. Connor's once formidable metallic right arm began to soften gradually, as if it were succumbing to intense heat. Simultaneously, his 5 fingers underwent a transformation. Delicate and agile strands of data extended from their tips, swiftly inserting themselves into the authentic HJSH-18 assault rifle before him. These data strands appeared almost sentient, automatically entwining around the firearm upon contact, resembling serpents in their fluid movements, closely adhering to the weapon's surface. In the blink of an eye, the entire HJSH-18 was enveloped by this intricate network of data lines, forming a bizarre and enigmatic membrane. This was the cornerstone of Connor's reliance. He recalled the days when he was a mere pawn in Central and South America, trapped amidst enemy forces, subjected to relentless artillery bombardment from local troops. His body had been grotesquely mangled, leaving him in a state of despair, hands off the keyboard, awaiting his demise. At that moment, he had lost all hope of survival, praying for fate to grant him a chance at rebirth. Perhaps fate was not yet finished with its game. Unwilling to allow this piece to exit the board prematurely, a mysterious force descended quietly. Connor beheld a blue light in his near-death state. Subsequently, his body underwent an astonishing transformation. First, the severely damaged half of his body began an irreversible mechanical evolution. In the following time, his internal organs and bones gradually followed suit. Connor referred to this phenomenon as mechanical organs. To this day, apart from his brain, his entire being has been mechanized. After years of relentless validation, Connor has discerned both a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. The good news is that he can almost be regarded as a cybernetic Superman. The modified parts of his body have undergone significant enhancements. In addition to being harder, stronger, and faster, he possesses self-healing abilities and transformative capabilities. The self-healing aspect is straightforward, as it merely enhances his survivability. The bad news is that a portion of his body remains uninfected, and this particular segment comprises the most vulnerable flesh and skin, possessing a defensive capacity akin to that of an ordinary person, unable to withstand even a single bullet. Connor refrains from recklessly experimenting to explore this aspect. If he can manage with what he has, why would he concern himself with unnecessary inquiries? He is not the unfortunate V, who, after surviving a great calamity, discovers that death's arrival has merely been postponed. Over the years of enduring mechanical organ enhancements, Connor finds himself relatively content with his condition. Since it does not adversely affect him, why delve deeper into the matter? Returning to his peculiar transformative ability, it allows him to absorb certain metals and inorganic materials, rearranging them to create new substances with their properties altered in the process, and he can even fashion entirely new objects. This is somewhat reminiscent of the Gomu Gomu no Mi and the Nika Nika no Mi from One Piece. Although Connor's ability is limited to the absorption of specific metals and inorganic materials, and he cannot fuse with the absorbed substances, Connor prefers to refer to it as Super DIY, enabling him to modify anything from bullets to armored vehicles. This is precisely why he can assure John of a steady supply of materials. With his mechanical organs, Connor can almost endlessly produce new materials. What a charming little darling you are, with that clockwork-like head typical of the Japanese design. How did they ever conceive of you in a triple shot mode? Connor swiftly completed the authentic modification of the HJSH-18, its jet black frame now exuding a more menacing aura, appearing slightly larger than before. With its fully automatic mode and an astonishing firing rate that can empty a magazine in just 1.5 seconds, coupled with specially designed armor-piercing rounds. This is the true form you were meant to embody. Connor held a firm confidence in his craftsmanship. Only a minor embellishment was left to attend to. Once I return tonight, I shall adorn you, for you currently lack the flair that befits your stature. With that, he set aside the modified HJSH-18 and drew forth the DR-5 Nova. No, it should be referred to as Trolls. Despite being a revolver, it is, in essence, a shotgun. A true scattergun. The name Trolls carries a double entendre. Now, let me feed you well, for you must deliver a strong performance tonight, Trolls. As Connor tended to Trolls, he spoke, intending to deliver a subtle cyber shock to the scavengers of Night City. In this ecosystem of the strong preying upon the weak, their status would soon diminish another notch. Chapter 7. The Easy Rider. As night fell over Santo Domingo at the Coronado farm, Connor rode swiftly on a makeshift grasshopper and a peacekeeper, racing along the desolate roads near the Coronado farm. Judging by the graffiti adorning the vehicle, it likely belonged to a member of the Tiger Claw gang. Strangely, how did the Tiger Claw gang find their way to the River Valley district? Connor was equally perplexed. However, after a brief glance around, he found a motorcycle that piqued his interest, and he decided not to delve into the convoluted circumstances behind it. Opting instead for a zero-cost acquisition, Connor was misled by the game's design, which suggested that the Tiger Claw gang only operated in Watson and Westbrook, rarely appearing in other areas. In reality, human behavior does not adhere to algorithmic constraints. As the most populous gang in Night City, the Tiger Claw members are ubiquitous, scattered throughout every corner of the metropolis. Thus, it is not surprising that they could be seen meandering in the River Valley district. It would be equally normal for them to engage in illicit transactions with the Maelstrom gang in the Badlands. Coincidentally, the group Connor intended to visit tonight shared a similar prevalence, lurking in the streets and alleys of Night City. It is no wonder that the reputation of middlemen is so dismal. Many individuals would rather seek solutions from gangs than approach them, as their dealings are exceedingly shady. For mere inquiries about scavenger intelligence, they demand a staggering €800, a sum they could easily seize instead. Connor, who had just been swindled by a third-rate middleman, found himself at a loss. He had hoped to casually seek out a scavenger for a no-risk transaction, only to be fleeced by the middleman first. However, he had no choice. Lacking the means to hack into police frequencies to locate these rodents, his only recourse was to consult these middlemen, thereby playing the role of the unsuspecting lamb, waiting for the predator to strike. Being passive was not Connor's style. He preferred to take the initiative, striking hard when the enemy was least prepared. Soon, he arrived at the location provided by the middleman. After securing his motorcycle, Connor surveyed his surroundings. It was an unremarkable abandoned factory, seemingly not neglected for long, as many of the facilities appeared relatively new. Connor observed that the power supply equipment was still functioning properly. This group of scavengers was somewhat competent, even managing to conduct electrical maintenance. Approaching the power equipment, Connor deftly retrieved a timed explosive from his ammunition pouch and affixed it to the device. "I'll treat you to a little fireworks display. Since you prefer to operate in the shadows, let us keep the lights off." After placing the bomb, Connor, though equipped with a detonator, prudently set a self-detonation timer. He was uncertain whether these scavengers had installed signal jammers within, so it was wise to implement a self-destruct protocol. Connor's strategy was straightforward: infiltrate the site, cut off their power, and amidst the ensuing chaos, eliminate the entire group of scavengers. He hoped the foolish informant's intelligence was accurate, estimating the group consisted of only 15 to 17 individuals. Otherwise, if they scattered, capturing them would prove quite challenging. As he spoke, Connor began searching the vicinity for any hidden exits or back doors. Organizations like these, characterized by a lack of discipline, were easily dismantled, yet preventing their escape posed a significant challenge. The scenario of a desperate, unyielding fight, as depicted in games, was nearly impossible here. The gangs of Night City were notorious for their cowardice. Expecting them to stand their ground was as futile as believing the NCPD could truly ensure the safety of its citizens. These fellows are truly like rats, burrowing everywhere. Does this modest workshop really require so many escape routes? Thankfully, I have brought ample explosives today. After toiling for a considerable time, Connor has finally discerned all potential exits of this stronghold. Soon, he shall initiate a decisive strike. He reminisces about the days spent alongside his comrades. Had they still been present, this burden would not have fallen upon him. While reflecting on past missions, he simultaneously identifies a vulnerable point in the factory's defenses. To the left, there lies a dilapidated warehouse, guarded only by a solitary janitor. "You shall be my target then," Connor cautiously maneuvers, positioning himself in the blind spot of the janitor's gaze. He holds his breath, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Just as the janitor lowers his head to light a cigarette, Connor springs into action, akin to a swift cheetah, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed as he darts toward the janitor like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, Connor stands before him, swiftly extending his powerful right hand to firmly grasp the janitor's throat. This series of movements flows seamlessly, a dance of precision and grace. The janitor, caught off guard, finds his balance abruptly compromised. Connor effortlessly hoists him upward, as though he were weightless. Cough, Cough. Cough. The janitor struggles to produce sound. Hush, do not utter a word. With a slight increase in pressure from his right hand, Connor shatters the janitor's throat, concluding this silent confrontation with a definitive thud. Casually discarding the scavenger into the trash bin, Connor pressed onward. Having already squandered considerable time on reconnaissance, he needed to act swiftly now. Upon entering the factory, he discovered that while the exterior appeared modest, the interior had been transformed by these scavengers into a realm of hidden complexities. Observing the slaughterhouse-like layout, Connor couldn't help but scoff. These individuals truly have forsaken their humanity, believing themselves to be butchers. Just as Connor lamented the scavenger's loss of moral integrity, his presence became compromised. It was a simple matter. The biological monitoring signal of the scavenger Connor had dispatched had vanished. Damn it! Someone has infiltrated. Nick's biological signal is gone, shouted the scavenger responsible for surveillance over the public channel. Stand guard. Arm yourselves. Damn it! I was just beginning to feel the rhythm. Another scavenger exclaimed. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Pull him out. Even if you flay him alive, no one will care. The scavengers clamored over the channel, their caution evident. Had they delayed any longer, they might truly have fallen victim to Connor's lethal grasp. A piercing alarm blared throughout the factory, red warning lights flashing incessantly. These scavengers were indeed rather vigilant. Connor found himself somewhat surprised by their alertness. He calmly retrieved a black mask from his pocket and donned it, leaving only his sharp eyes exposed. In that moment, he felt reminiscent of a bandit from a Western film. Immediately, Connor withdrew the trolls and scrutinized the handgun. Just after turning a corner, he encountered a cleaner approaching him with a firearm. Without a moment's hesitation, Connor raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Bang! The muzzle erupted with flames and smoke, and the bullet, mid-flight, divided into 4 projectiles, which struck the cleaner with tremendous force. The impact sent him sprawling to the ground, lifeless and motionless thereafter. Damn! He cursed as he looked at the blood and flesh splattered on him. The power of the trolls is indeed astonishing. Anyone lacking military-grade subdermal armor who receives a direct shot is left in a gruesome state. This gun functions splendidly, though it does ruin clothing. Boom! Connor pressed the detonator, instantly obliterating the external power supply, plunging the factory into darkness. Damn! Who turned off the lights? Shut up, you imbecile! The generator has been destroyed. Hurry and drag everyone out. Then swiftly restore the power, or all the merchandise in the freezer will go to waste. As if I didn't know that. I'm trying to find it. The cleaners in the channel were beginning to panic, not out of fear of an intruder, but from the concern that their harvested cybernetic limbs and organs would spoil if they delayed too long. The fruits of a month's labor cannot be squandered now. However, their worries were unfounded. Today, they were all destined to perish here. Bang! Another scavenger lay defeated, writhing in agony upon the ground. Connor approached, raising his weapon, the trolls, aimed at the scavenger's head. Bang! Brain matter and synthetic lubricant splattered, the skull reduced to a grotesque pulp akin to a smashed watermelon. Boom! The bomb planted in the escape route detonated, suggesting that someone had attempted to flee, but had instead met an untimely demise. The remaining scavengers quickly became aware of Connor's presence, brandishing an array of firearms as they cautiously tightened their encirclement. Suddenly, a gunshot shattered the silence, claiming another scavenger. The remaining foes retaliated, and soon the factory erupted into chaos, the air thick with the sound of gunfire and flames. Bullets danced through the air, accompanied by the clamor of metal clashing and the cacophony of shouts. The fierce skirmish concluded swiftly. In the aftermath of this exhilarating gunfight, the factory was steeped in the acrid scent of gunpowder, strewn with empty shells and remnants of flesh. Connor stood over the fallen scavenger, a foot planted firmly on his chest, and inquired, "Where is your leader?" Coughing, the scavenger stammered, "The one with the Sidara, the one you obliterated. Please, spare me. I know nothing." This scavenger was utterly terrified, paralyzed by the dread of this harbinger of death. All he yearned for was escape. Connor, disheartened by the lack of information that could lead him to further scavengers, retorted, "Since you know nothing, then you shall join your leader. It seems only fitting for your family to be reunited." Having spoken, he raised the trolls, aiming it at the scavenger's head, his finger poised on the trigger, ready to pull. "Don't kill me. Please. I have information about other scavengers. We have a deal with another group tomorrow night. This batch of goods is meant for them. They have connections with cybernetic doctors over in the Japanese district, capable of distributing the merchandise. I swear, I'll tell you everything I know. Connor was taken aback by this unexpected revelation. Bang. I never thought you might still be of some use. Remember, in your next life, choose a better lineage. Ending up as a scavenger is not your fault. The fault lies with this world. With a single shot, he dispatched the scavenger and commenced his own plundering. Soon, he completed the post-battle task, as this band of scavengers provided Connor with his first no-risk venture since arriving in Night City. In addition to firearms and cybernetic parts, there was over 5,000 euros. After neatly packing these items into the scavenger's Columbus van, Connor departed with a sense of accomplishment. With work behind him, it was time to find a bar and enjoy a drink. Chapter 8. Gloria Martinez Valley District, Workshop Warehouse. 2 days had passed since Connor had looted the scavengers, and John had just finished clearing out the warehouse when Connor moved his belongings in. Skillfully and deftly, Connor disassembled and assembled the firearm components, applying paint to these parts. He possessed an intimate understanding of firearm mechanics, striving to achieve perfection in every detail. To him, these machines were as captivating as the most alluring of beauties. And soon the authentic paint job on the HJSH-18 was complete. The gun's body was adorned with a vibrant orange hue, save for the black magazine section, while the remainder was predominantly bright orange, interspersed with black tiger stripes that traversed its surface. Near the muzzle, an artistic depiction of a tiger's head was painted. Oh, what a tantalizing beauty it was. I must seize an opportunity to take you out for some fun. Connor, captivated by this authentic rifle, toyed with it affectionately, repeatedly inserting and removing the magazine, chambering around, and taking aim. He turned and fired at a target nestled in the corner. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed as the dark muzzle belched forth tongues of flame, the bullets cascading from the magazine like a torrential downpour, instantly peppering the target with a multitude of holes. After a brief assessment, Connor was quite pleased with the rifle's performance. It was adequate enough for his purposes, though it could not compare to those high-caliber anti-material rifles. However, it would suffice for dealing with mercenaries and gangsters on the streets. As Connor remarked, this weapon would likely exhibit a more astounding performance in urban skirmishes. With such a high rate of fire and reckless bullet dispersal, coupled with armor-piercing rounds, these mercenaries and gangsters would hesitate to confront Connor directly under such firepower, as their flimsy vehicles certainly wouldn't withstand a barrage of bullets. What shall I name you? Naming is such a conundrum. I shall simply call you Tigers. With the moniker Tigers firmly established, Connor momentarily set aside his urge to continue toying with it, for another formidable piece awaited his attention. Meanwhile, on another platform, a remarkably stylish motorcycle awaited Connor's adept craftsmanship. This was the Grasshopper Peacekeeper, a bike Connor had liberated from the street. To be candid, the Grasshopper's design does not command a large audience in North America. Aside from the rebellious free state of Night City, other regions tend to favor more traditional aesthetics. The Nazar might be more to their liking. Yet such preferences held little significance for Connor. He found no appeal in either. Rather, he harbored a fondness for the classic vintage Zero-style motorcycles. In his view, if riding a motorcycle merely revolved around speed and modernity, one might as well acquire a Hayabusa, which would undoubtedly offer a more exhilarating experience. He sought a more leisurely elegance, and thus neither the Grasshopper nor the Nazar could fulfill his desires. It was clear that one must take matters into their own hands to truly thrive. As Connor spoke, he extended his right hand and activated his mechanical apparatus upon the Peacekeeper. Delicate data lines swiftly enveloped the motorcycle's frame. Connor's eyes shimmered with a soft lavender glow, and the motorcycle, ensnared by the data lines of his mechanical organ, began to undulate rhythmically, as if it were breathing, each subtle quiver resonating with an indescribable sense of rhythm. Soon after, the transformation was complete, and Connor retracted the mechanical apparatus. Gazing at the transformed motorcycle before him, he could not suppress a grin. Cool, a stylish man ought to ride a Zero-style. What lay before him was a Bobber Zero-style motorcycle. Its sleek and fluid lines delineate a unique vintage style, reminiscent of the bygone era of open roads. The body is enveloped in a lustrous metallic paint that gleams with enchanting brilliance, creating a striking contrast with the black frame, thereby accentuating its distinctive charm. The round headlights, low handlebars, and generously cushioned seat coalesce seamlessly, yet the most captivating feature is undoubtedly the elongated fuel tank, whose curves exude a sense of power and stability. The rear exhibits a minimalist design, featuring merely a fender that elegantly showcases the vehicle's refinement and grace. Connor meticulously scrutinizes the contours of the body, contemplating how to achieve the optimal balance between speed and stability. After a moment of reflection, he grasps his tools and begins to adjust the suspension system, replacing it with high-performance components. Once these modifications are complete, he embarks on the task of applying a vibrant graffiti to the body, spraying the number 44 on the fuel tank, a tribute to the last 2 digits of his dog tag, a poignant reminder, as that tag had long accompanied him on his journey to Night City. Damn the new America. After a brief tidying up of his tools, Connor slings his tigers over his shoulder and prepares to return to H4. Tonight promises to be filled with gunfire, horseback riding, and the intricate dance of Watson-esque dragons. Since arriving in Night City, Connor's chief pastime has been indulging in television shows, which, to his surprise, are indeed quite fascinating. He is even tempted to submit his own contributions to the programs, eager to share insights on firearms and vehicles with fellow enthusiasts. Now I find myself back on my feet, a mere man driven by an indomitable will to survive, humming the tune of Eye of the Tiger. Connor emerged from the elevator, only to stumble upon a rather theatrical scene. A young man, garbed in the attire of the Sixth Street's gang, was harassing a lady. Adorned with a Stars and Stripes headband, a tactical vest, cargo pants, and an array of tactical pouches, he boasted a HJK-11 Kasaka smart handgun nestled in his holster. TSK. Just a novice flaunting a smart handgun. The current state of the underworld is truly disheartening, reduced to wielding such weaponry to intimidate married women. Connor paused, unable to suppress his derision as he observed the unfolding drama. As for how he discerned that the lady was married, he possessed a peculiar talent for such judgments. He could ascertain a woman's essence with a mere glance. Though she donned loose work attire, Connor's keen eye detected her subtly rounded waistline, a clear indication of a pelvis that had borne children. If one were to argue that there are means to achieve such pelvic expansion beyond childbirth, some rather perverse methods could yield similar results, then one might concede that the young man had quite the adventurous taste. With no pressing matters at hand, and finding the scene captivating, Connor decided to linger and witness the spectacle. The act of observing such events transcends time and culture. It has always been a universal pastime, as evidenced by the gathering crowd of onlookers. Hey, you insolent wench, do not compel me to resort to punitive measures. Surrender the biotechnology Model 2 Berserk system forthwith for 2,000 credits. Gloria, the lady in question, felt a knot of apprehension tighten within her. Damn it, she mused. I haven't divulged a word to anyone. How did these Sixth Street imbeciles catch wind of it? Despite the turmoil within, she feigned innocence, replying, It's not a matter of finances. I genuinely do not possess the item you seek. The Berserk system is a rarity even among Ripperdocs. How could I possibly have it? The Sixth Street thug, frustrated by Gloria's unyielding stance and the burgeoning crowd of onlookers, began to lose his composure. He leaned in close, whispering, I'll augment the offer by 1,500 credits. Cease your pretense. The provenance of your cyberware is known to both of us. Unnecessary commotion would be detrimental to all parties involved. Gloria's heart skipped a beat. I only deal with trusted Ripperdocs and mercenaries. Who could have betrayed my confidence? Despite her internal turmoil, Gloria remained steadfast, feigning ignorance. I have no comprehension of your words. Cease your harassment, or I shall summon the NCPD. Huh, the NCPD? By all means, summon them now. I eagerly await their arrival. The Sixth Street enforcer, his patience utterly depleted, resolved to teach the obstinate woman the consequences of defying the Sixth Street gang. Vixen, you have been offered a courtesy you do not deserve. As he spoke, he waved his hand towards Gloria's face, startling her to the extent that she momentarily failed to evade the impending slap. Just as the hand was about to make contact with Gloria's cheek, Connor intervened, swiftly blocking the blow and grasping the assailant's hand firmly. Such behavior towards a lady is rather lacking in decorum, Connor remarked, applying slight pressure, causing the member of the Sixth Street gang to howl in distress. Who the hell are you? Do you think you can mess with the Sixth Street gang? The thug, unable to match Connor's strength, resorted to invoking the support of his associates, which aligned perfectly with Connor's perception of such petty criminals. I doubt the Sixth Street gang has the time to concern themselves with the fate of a rookie, wouldn't you agree? The power of words paled in comparison to that of a firearm. After finishing his admonition, Connor casually lifted the tigers hanging at his side, aiming it at the thug. He spoke in a measured tone. Shall we wager whether I pull this trigger, and if you shall walk out of H4 alive today? It seems you might be in greater need of some body armor. The thug's right hand was restrained, and his immediate instinct was to break free. But it was a futile endeavor. The moment Connor's gun pressed against him, terror overwhelmed him. Crap. It's an authentic HJSH-18. As a streetwise youth accustomed to low-grade weapons, he understood the formidable nature of this firearm, especially at such close range. There was no time to retaliate. Let me go? I concede. Let us just let this go for today. When it is time to concede, do not hesitate. Do not maintain a FAAD. For you cannot ascertain whether the individual before you is a cyber lunatic. This is a consensus among all streetwise youths. Connor did not release his grip upon hearing these words. Instead, he coldly remarked, "Oh, is this the matter of today? Does that mean you shall retrieve it tomorrow? Are you engaging in a game of semantics with me?" As he spoke, he tightened his grip further, ultimately fracturing the thug's wrist. The excruciating pain from the broken wrist compelled the thug to cry out in agony. Damn, this person is undoubtedly a lunatic. No, that is not what I meant. I will never harass her again. I promise. Upon hearing this, Connor relinquished his hold. Get lost. If I see you here again, you know what the outcome will be. I understand. I assure you, I will never return, the man declared before hastily fleeing. Casting a venomous glance at Gloria as he departed, "You filthy woman. This is not over. Mark my words." Gloria, seemingly oblivious to this exchange, expressed her gratitude to Connor. "I owe you one today. Thank you so much. We are merely neighbors. It was a trifling matter," he replied. Despite being neighbors, Gloria had never taken notice of the arrival of such a companion next door. Feeling a bit awkward, she initiated the conversation. "I shall take my leave now. We can chat another time." Having recognized her, Connor was not so easily deterred, smiling. "Will you not invite me in for a cup of coffee?" Gloria furrowed her brow, perplexed by the man's inability to comprehend her words. "Madam, you surely do not wish for David to learn that his mother resembles a scavenger, do you?" In an instant, Gloria's composure shattered. Casting a sidelong glance at the handsome man before her, she replied coldly, "Come inside." With that, she entered the house. While Connor observed the alluring curve of Gloria's figure as she turned away, a sly smile creeping across his face. Such splendid lines. Chapter 9. Gloria. "David, call him uncle." Connor followed Gloria into the house, his gaze leisurely sweeping across every corner of the room. Gloria's abode was modest, particularly when compared to Connor's more spacious dwelling. The decor was rather ordinary, adorned with several posters of rock stars, likely not hung by Gloria herself. As she seemed too preoccupied at her age to indulge in celebrity worship, Connor came to a halt in the center of the living room, surveying his surroundings. The sofa was adorned with a few throw pillows that appeared to have been neglected for some time, evidenced by visible stains upon them. On the coffee table lay an open magazine and a cup of coffee that had long since cooled, the magazine discussing cybernetic enhancements. Indeed, Gloria was not the sort to be short-sighted. While engaged in her grim profession, she had evidently made an effort to understand the market. Was it to avoid being deceived? Connor's understanding of Gloria was limited to a brief portrayal in the series, leading him to form a rather one-dimensional impression of her as a hard-working, yet somewhat oblivious mother. However, stepping into her world and observing the traces of her life might offer a deeper insight. At least at this moment, Connor felt a sense of bravery and freedom that surpassed that of most denizens of Night City. True freedom does not manifest in the abandonment of all constraints. Rather, it emerges when all constraints are imposed upon you, and the only choice left is indeed freedom, devoid of alternatives that might lead to unfreedom. Perhaps sacrificing her own well-being to provide for her son's education at the Arasaka Academy, hoping he might secure a future within the corporation, was the only path available to her. She was indeed a pitiable woman, and at this moment, Connor found himself empathizing with the complexities of Chow Chow. The allure of a devoted wife lies in the poignant beauty of her shattered existence, crushed by the weight of life. Gloria gazed at this familiar man, her heart growing increasingly troubled. Having just escaped the clutches of a wolf's den, she now found herself ensnared in a tiger's lair. She could only hope he was not a cybernetic madman, wishing to dismiss him promptly. Steadying her nerves, Gloria poured a cup of coffee for Connor and handed it to him. "Please, state your business quickly. My son will be home shortly. And I would prefer he not know that his mother is engaged in such disreputable affairs, correct?" Connor interrupted her, delivering a cutting remark that pierced her heart. Before Gloria could retort, Connor continued, "It must be quite the ordeal. Once those remains reach the cybernetic surgeon, they must undergo another dissection. If they encounter an unfamiliar model, they must be especially vigilant. A moment's inattention could render their efforts utterly futile, a complete waste of labor. As soon as he finished speaking, Connor raised the cup to his lips and took a sip of the coffee, only to grimace in distaste, his face contorting in revulsion. What kind of dreadful beans are you using? The taste is simply atrocious. Gloria felt on the verge of explosion. This man seemed to have come solely to provoke her limits of patience. It would have been one thing if he were merely clinging to her for no reason, but his incessant nitpicking over her coffee beans was utterly intolerable. The discounted beans from the convenience store downstairs were merely 5 yuan a pack. If he found them unpalatable, he was free to abstain. So, what exactly did he desire? Was he so eager to drive her away? Did he not want his son to know that his mother mingled with those on the fringes of society? Connor leaned in closer, observing the fatigued yet captivating visage of Gloria. Upon closer inspection, you are quite a beauty, you know. I have a penchant for stunning women. In the fervor of passion, they resemble the vibrant blossoms of a tropical rainforest, radiant and resilient, just like you. With that, he reached out and gently grasped Gloria's chin, as though admiring a piece of art. Gloria was momentarily dumbfounded, feeling as if her very essence was about to ignite. Wait, was he actually attracted to her? While she had once been considered a striking beauty in her youth, the passage of 15 or 16 years since giving birth had dulled her former luster. When was the last time a man had teased her? 10 years ago? Perhaps 9? Her long withered body stirred with a flicker of excitement. Shaking her head, she reprimanded herself. No, Gloria, this man is problematic. She could not afford to be swayed by his rhythm. After a brief internal struggle, she extinguished that strange desire and regained her composure. You're not much older than my son. I have no interest in younger men. Gloria pressed on. Faced with her insistence, Connor did not retort. Instead, he audaciously caressed Gloria's cheek and inquired, "Is that so? Might I ask, Ms. Martinez, your age?" 34. Have you investigated me? Upon uttering these words, Gloria's body stiffened immediately. She had no recollection of divulging her surname. This was troubling. He had clearly come prepared. It wasn't difficult for him to discern that she had a son. Anyone with eyes could ascertain the situation in her household. Yet, she had not shared her surname with many. Had a neighbor inadvertently revealed her secret? Nevertheless, Gloria found herself bewildered. Although his attire suggested a lack of decorum, the brands were unmistakably expensive. If he were to stroll down Charter Street, he might easily be mistaken for a rock star. However, here in the valley, there were no gangs resembling his style. Was he a mercenary? The thought of her old acquaintance man and his crew, who bore a similar demeanor, crossed her mind. It seemed likely he was indeed a mercenary. This was manageable, as such individuals sought only one thing. Gaining clarity, Gloria composed herself, determined to discern what this man was truly after. How shall I explain this to you? Would you believe me if I said I already know you? Now, it was Connor's turn to feel the weight of uncertainty. He was hardly adept at spinning tales for women. Surely, he could not claim he had watched her animated performances in a past life. That would undoubtedly earn him the label of a cyber lunatic. Letter, having heard your words, I undoubtedly believe you. Now, may I inquire as to the identity of this gentleman who claims to know me? Gloria gradually regained a semblance of control. Since Connor's entrance, she had felt as though she were being led by the nose, but now she had managed to reclaim some ground. Connor Ridley, is it? Pray tell, Mr. Ridley, what precisely is your purpose in seeking my company? Surely, you do not intend to meander endlessly. Faced with Gloria's sudden shift in demeanor, Connor could not help but admire her resilience. This woman had navigated the situation deftly without faltering, showcasing her adeptness in the face of adversity. The reason for my visit, of course, lies in your possession of certain goods. Upon hearing this, Gloria silently affirmed her earlier suspicions. It was indeed her ability to procure deceased bodies that had piqued his interest. Moreover, he continued, I desire your company in a more intimate sense. What? Connor stepped forward, enveloping Gloria in his embrace and kissing her fervently. Caught off guard, Gloria struggled to break free, yet as moments passed, the tension in her previously rigid form began to dissolve. Perhaps it had been too long since she had experienced a man's affection, or perhaps it was simply the inherent passion of her Latin heritage. Under the fervent intensity of Connor's kiss, her inner resistance gradually waned, and she found herself no longer opposing him, but rather beginning to reciprocate his advances. Gloria instinctively extended her delicate tongue, entwining it with Connor's, while her slender hands began to roam and caress the muscular physique of Connor. David Martinez trudged through the door, weighed down by the burdens of yet another dismal day. only to be confronted with an even more disheartening sight. His mother was engaged in a passionate kiss with a man. Oh, God. Mom. My eyes are going to be blinded. In an instant, Gloria became flustered, hastily pushing Connor away, her face flushed crimson and her eyes brimming with embarrassment and confusion. She stammered to her son, that is, David, this is, Uncle Connor, he is my friend. In uttering these words, Gloria felt a wave of guilt, acutely aware that her explanation was woefully inadequate. David's gaze darted between Gloria and Connor, clearly taken aback by the unexpected scene unfolding before him. His mother was seeing someone. While he had no objections to her pursuing happiness, was this man not a tad too youthful? Is he even 30? Meanwhile, Connor remained unfazed, calmly adjusting his attire before approaching David and giving his shoulder a friendly pat, stating, "Hello, David. Gloria, I won't intrude any longer. I'll take my leave now. You two can have your conversation." After exchanging pleasantries with David, he turned to Gloria, reflecting that their romantic encounter had been interrupted by her son, which was rather unfortunate, and decided it was best to make a swift exit. As Connor departed, he gestured towards Gloria with a phone signal, disregarding her flustered demeanor, and promptly slipped away, leaving behind an awkward exchange between mother and son. Mom, you owe me an explanation. Chapter 10, Mother and Son. David, it's not what you think. Gloria attempted to defend herself, feeling a pang of guilt. It was indeed embarrassing to be caught in such a compromising situation with a man at the door. However, David interrupted her defense, stating, "Mom, I have no objection to you finding a boyfriend. Even if you were to remarry, I wouldn't mind, but is this man dependable?" Gloria was taken aback by David's words. "David, what are you talking about? While relationships among Latinos may be more casual, they still hold family in high regard, and marriage remains a serious matter." David made his way to the sofa, plopping down carelessly and tossing off his shoes. He retrieved a Pokemon headband that had become wedged in the sofa cushions, fiddling with it as he continued, "Mom, you're still young. Having a boyfriend is perfectly normal. You can let me know before your next date, and I'll come home later to give you some space." David. Gloria was at a loss for words, feeling offended. Was she really that kind of person? "Mom, I'm serious. It's been so many years. You've been alone. I'm no longer a child unaware of these things. You need someone to share your burdens with. So, is that man trustworthy?" After expressing these thoughts, David fixed his gaze on Gloria. In truth, David harbored a desire for his mother to find a reliable partner, which would alleviate the intensity of her attention towards him. At the age of 16, he had entered what is often deemed the rebellious phase, a period in which he yearned for greater autonomy to pursue interests that genuinely captivated him. For instance, he found himself drawn to mingling with purveyors of illicit dreams, inciting those exhilarating, adrenaline-pumping experiences that these dreams entailed, filled with elements of eroticism and violence, all of which sparked a sense of novelty and excitement within him. Additionally, frequenting underground boxing venues was another of David's fervent pastimes. The visceral thrill of the raw, unrefined combat and the fighters, meticulously honed for battle, captivated him. To a boy of his age, everything appeared extraordinarily cool. After all, for most boys navigating the tumultuous waters of adolescence, their inclinations often gravitate towards a handful of primal experiences, the exhilaration derived from violence or the impulses ignited by sensuality. These seemingly extreme preferences frequently serve as conduits for releasing inner turmoil and forging a sense of self-identity, particularly for someone like David. Born into poverty in the Valley District and thrust into a prestigious academy that felt foreign to him, he faced the scrutiny of those around him daily, an immense burden for any child. Yet, these escapades provided him with a sanctuary, allowing him to momentarily forget the harshness of his reality. However, before indulging in these fleeting joys, he first needed to devise a means to distract his ever-watchful mother. Upon returning home today, David was taken aback to witness his mother entwined with a stranger, engaged in an intimate display. Initially engulfed by shock, confusion, and embarrassment, he soon found himself secretly amused. Gloria, caught off guard by her son's unexpected words, found herself momentarily at a loss for a response. It dawned on her that the little boy who once trailed behind her, tearfully seeking comfort, had matured and begun to contemplate her well-being. With a gentle sigh, she allowed herself to sink into the plush embrace of the sofa, her gaze reflecting a mixture of resignation and fatigue. Addressing David softly, she attempted to clarify, "David, you truly misunderstand the situation. My relationship with Connor is not as you perceive. He is merely a mercenary, and his visit pertains to a matter requiring my assistance. What you observed was an unfortunate accident, so please refrain from overthinking it." After uttering these words, Gloria felt a slight alleviation of her burden. Yet a subtle anxiety lingered within her, uncertain if David would truly believe her. The nature of her previous interaction with Connor had indeed been rather unorthodox. Noticing Gloria's staunch denial, David chose not to press further. Instead, he headed towards the makeshift bedroom, clutching his dream device, and remarked, "Mom, be cautious when associating with mercenaries. These individuals, who dance on the edge of danger, live precariously. One misstep could provoke a vendetta. You must tread carefully and avoid becoming too entangled." "Where on earth did you hear such things, you little rascal? Does the academy teach these lessons as well?" Seeing her son firmly believing that he had something going on with Connor, and even specifically advising her about it, Gloria felt a mix of amusement and irritation. In response to his mother's probing, David nonchalantly remarked, "Is there really a need to learn about such matters, Mom? Night City is just like this, isn't it?" Gloria was momentarily taken aback, her eyes widening in a mixture of incredulity and confusion. In that instant, she felt as if she were the one in need of education. Too young and too naive. Indeed, had Night City not always been this way? Here, the law of the jungle prevails, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, and the art of deception is ingrained in the very essence of every resident. Burying her head like an ostrich seemed nothing more than self-deception. Gloria couldn't help but chuckle at her own folly. She had yet to see the world through the eyes of a child. How could she forget? After conceiving David, his heartless father had simply vanished, leaving her at the tender age of 18, just a girl, bewildered and helpless in the face of such abrupt upheaval. That was the first lesson Night City imparted to her. In this world, one must learn to clean up after oneself. Here, it is essential to master the art of self-reliance, for one can never predict what calamity may strike in the next moment. From the threat of gang harassment to the perils of street brawls, from the myriad of illicit substances to the suffocating exploitation by corporations, any single one of these tribulations could serve as the final straw that breaks the camel's back. This is precisely why she harbored such fervent hopes for David to join the company and don that tailored suit. To endure a bit of hardship and fatigue is indeed worthwhile. With this thought in mind, Gloria effortlessly shifted the topic. "David, you've been returning home quite late recently. Are you secretly instigating something behind my back?" That is not the case, Mom. You are letting your imagination run wild again. Let us talk about your matters instead. Why drag me into this?" David's heart tightened, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Goodness, is a woman's intuition truly that formidable? I've merely assisted those dream merchants with deliveries a few times, hoping to earn a little extra cash. How could I have been discovered so swiftly? At that moment, Gloria was fixated on David, keenly observing the flicker and uncertainty in his eyes. The embarrassment from being caught in an awkward situation by her son evaporated instantly, replaced by a stormy expression. "David," Gloria exclaimed, her voice laced with fury. "Look me in the eye." Faced with his mother's sudden interrogation, David appeared somewhat flustered. Well, Mom, I've been swamped with assignments lately, so I won't bother you with it. Why don't you go spend time with your boyfriend? Enjoy yourselves, and remember to take precautions." As soon as he uttered those words, he dashed toward his bedroom like an arrow released from a bow. In the blink of an eye, he had bolted into the room, swiftly extending his hand to shut the door. The entire motion was fluid and seamless, devoid of any hint of hesitation. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, effectively blocking Gloria's attempts to pursue her inquiries from crossing the threshold. "David." Gloria softly murmured the name, a profound sense of helplessness washing over her. The once innocent little boy, who always clung to his mother, had grown up. She realized that with the passage of time, her son gradually inhabited his own world, no longer sharing everything with her as he had in his childhood, but beginning to guard some secrets. This shift left her, as a mother, feeling somewhat forlorn. She understood that children inevitably grow, yet when that day truly arrived, Gloria found it challenging to adapt. At that moment, her communication screen lit up with a message. "Connor Radley, come to my house. Let us continue our unfinished conversation." Gloria hesitated for a moment. "Gloria Martinez, what is the address?" Chapter 11. A win-win situation. Standing at Connor's doorstep, Gloria took several deep breaths, attempting to calm her anxious spirit. She couldn't help but question herself. Had she lost her mind? Why had she accepted that man's invitation? It seemed utterly reckless. Gloria muttered to herself, her voice so soft that only she could hear. Perhaps it was the relentless pressure of life that had pushed her to this point. For years, she had single-handedly raised her son, supporting him through his education at the academy, a burden so heavy it felt suffocating. In that moment, Gloria endeavored to persuade herself, thinking, just indulge this once. Just a slight liberation, akin to those women who wander the streets seeking fleeting pleasures. With a gentle push, Gloria opened the door and stepped into Connor's room. The room was suffused with the fragrance of incense, which took her by surprise. She had not anticipated that this seemingly uncouth mercenary possessed a certain romantic flair. Connor sat on the sofa, engrossed in a television show featuring guns and horseback riding. Gloria had observed her colleagues indulging in this program during work hours. Indeed, men seemed to gravitate towards anything that could stir their passions. Be it women or these iron contraptions. You're here. Make yourself comfortable. Would you care for a drink? Beer? Or perhaps whiskey? My tequila is quite good. Would you like to give it a try? Connor looked up at Gloria. Before her arrival, Gloria had taken a moment to enhance her appearance. The vivid red lipstick accentuated her already enticing lips. Her long red hair was elegantly styled into a bun, with a few strands cascading down her cheeks, adding a touch of allure. Having replaced her loose work attire with a fitted jumpsuit, every gesture she made exuded the grace and charm of a mature woman, eliciting an involuntary reaction from Connor. Noticing the heat of Connor's gaze, even though Gloria was mentally prepared, a blush crept across her cheeks as she softly requested, "Could I have a glass of plain water, please?" Connor rose to pour her a glass of water and handed it to Gloria. Just as she was about to grasp the cup, Connor unexpectedly made a bold move, swiftly extending his arm to pull Gloria tightly into his embrace. Gloria was completely taken aback, her body jolting as water from the cup spilled over, drenching her chest. Her eyes widened in astonishment as Connor's strong arms enveloped her, allowing her to feel the warmth of his chest and the rhythm of his heartbeat. The atmosphere grew increasingly intimate. "You're all wet. Would you like me to help you dry off?" Just as Gloria was sinking deeper into this charged ambience, Connor's remark interrupted her thoughts. "Oh, no. Thank you." Realizing the situation, Gloria quickly pushed Connor away, her face flushed with embarrassment. "Have you always been this shy?" Connor teased, no offense intended. "But with a son as old as yours, you seem as bashful as a novice." He had been with more women than he could count over the years. Fully aware of the ways of alluring women, a mere brush of shoulders on the street could lead to an impulsive encounter in a secluded corner. It was indeed rare to find someone as reserved as Gloria. Wait, could she possibly be a religious devotee? Even in this fantastical cyberpunk era, some adherents stubbornly clung to certain doctrines. Can you believe that in an age where cybernetic enhancements are ubiquitous, some religions still proclaim that such augmentations are the gifts of devils, rallying their followers to resist the installation of cybernetics? Gloria, unperturbed by Connor's teasing, calmly replied, "For the better part of my life, I have been relentlessly pursued by the demands of existence. Raising my child over the years has utterly drained my vitality, leaving little room for romantic escapades. Hence, I lack the experience of entanglements between men and women. If such pursuits are to your liking, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to fulfill your desires." Although the prospect of a fleeting encounter with a man she barely knew was enticing, she was resolute in maintaining her remaining principles. "It must be quite arduous to raise a child alone. Looking at your son's tattered school uniform, it seems these years have been anything but easy for you." Connor, shifting the topic, left Gloria perplexed. What is happening? Wasn't the intention to engage intimately? Why has this turned into a heartfelt conversation? This abrupt change in tone was disconcerting, and his veiled sympathy only intensified her desire to flee. "This is my affair. I am not accustomed to sharing. Will you join me or not? If not, I shall take my leave." Rising to depart, she was abruptly ensnared by Connor, who gently encircled her from behind and murmured, "Relax. I merely wish for us to understand one another better. You can trust me." "Oh, the last man who spoke to me in such a manner kicked me to the curb when I was pregnant. In Night City, discussing trust? Are you jesting?" Gloria scoffed. "Trust you? I am well aware of what happens to women like me." Connor turned her to face him, gazing into her eyes as he asserted, "Indeed, it is only through trust that we can engage in meaningful exchanges." "Exchanges? Were you not seeking to seduce me?" "Ha ha ha. Darling, you are truly adorable. Of course, I would be inclined to engage in intimacy with you. However, who says that sharing a bed precludes us from conducting business together?" With a cold smirk, Gloria remarked, The only business I am aware of that involves a bed pertains to casual encounters. Surely, you are not suggesting. Come on. Do I appear to be someone who sells myself? If you have intentions of venturing into such dealings, I would be a frequent patron. Observing Gloria's imminent outburst, Connor decided to no longer indulge her and guided her into his workshop. As she surveyed the walls adorned with an array of weapons and the disassembled cybernetics on the workbench, Gloria realized her previous assumption of him being merely a mercenary was grossly misguided. This individual was evidently a technical virtuoso, a true master in his field. Proficient in kinetic energy, technology, intelligent weaponry, and those disassembled cybernetic bodies. Were those perhaps life support systems? His capabilities were indeed remarkable. Are you a technical expert? She inquired. No. To be precise, I am a supplier of weaponized cybernetics. Huh. So, you are essentially a black market dealer? Gloria thought to herself with a hint of sarcasm. Noting her indifference, Connor presented her with a tablet, stating, "Take a look. This is my product catalog." Gloria took the tablet and began to browse rapidly, item by item, astonished at the level of expertise reflected in his work. Ultimately, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer and posed the most pressing question. How did you manage to bypass the company's software restrictions? Such extensive modifications. No, this cannot merely be termed as modifications. You have essentially upgraded and iterated upon the original version, which is astonishing. While modifying weapons may seem inconsequential, the cybernetic enhancements carry significant risks, especially with their inherent vulnerabilities. Is the company truly indifferent to these actions? Connor chuckled. Of course, the company would not act so benevolently. However, this matter falls under commercial confidentiality. You need only to understand that my capabilities extend thus. What do you think? Is my venture satisfactory? It is indeed promising. Yet I remain perplexed as to why you sought my assistance. Would it not be more prudent to approach weapon shops and cybernetic practitioners directly? As Gloria began to immerse herself in the situation, Connor sensed the moment had arrived for candid discourse. Gloria, you are an untapped reservoir of potential, albeit unaware of your worth. The journey of a product from design to market is fraught with critical stages. You possess the ability to source products and directly sell them to those in need. You can serve as both supplier and distributor. Connor reached out, gently caressing Gloria's exquisite visage, and inquired, "What do you propose I choose?" After a prolonged silence, Gloria finally responded, "I desire a fixed share of the profits." In essence, Connor's model could be described as a classic case of leveraging opportunities without initial investment. However, Gloria remained oblivious to this nuance. Her sole desire was to secure a greater share of the benefits, particularly given the immense pressure of supporting an academically gifted household. That is agreeable. I have always been generous towards women, especially towards a beauty such as yourself. In a moment of boldness, Gloria wrapped her arms around Connor's waist, coiling around him like a serpent. As their bodies drew ever closer, their breaths became increasingly rapid. Connor lowered his head and kissed her, their lips brushing gently, instantly igniting the flames of desire within. Pushing Connor away, Gloria knelt on the sofa, leaning against the backrest, turning to Connor with a teasing glint in her eyes. She provocatively asked, "What are you waiting for?" Without a word, Connor advanced, lifting Gloria's skirt and tearing away the last barrier. A wave of fullness surged through him, electrifying every inch of his being. Connor unleashed his fervor, his explosive muscles illuminated by the light, exuding an intoxicating aura. Gloria felt as though she might unravel. Yet this sensation utterly captivated her. "Let me soar. I see heaven quickly." The flames intensified, consuming their rationality, immersing them in endless ecstasy. Chapter 12. John's scheme. While Connor and Gloria exchanged their essence, the Sixth Street's gang remained restless. In a bar belonging to the gang, several newcomers gathered, laughter erupting intermittently among them. Their gaze fixated on a rookie named Cheney, who wore a mocking smile. "Have you heard? Cheney got taken down at age 4. He tried to play it cool but ended up bested by a pretty boy. Ha ha ha." One of the newcomers exaggeratedly remarked, inciting a chorus of chuckles from the others. "Is that true? How pathetic. What's the background of that pretty boy?" Another newcomer chimed in, his tone rife with schadenfreude. "I don't know. He's a fresh face. It is said that he was confronted with a gun aimed at his most vulnerable point, not daring to utter a single sound. Furthermore, he had his arm twisted, rendering one of his hands useless." Another individual interjected, provoking even greater laughter. Cheney, the rookie from the Sixth Street's gang who had extorted Gloria and had his hand broken by Connor, sat in a nearby corner, his complexion flushed with embarrassment. He attempted to argue, but the derisive laughter of his companions stripped him of any courage to speak. Damn it, you all will pay for this, he thought, overwhelmed by feelings of humiliation and wishing he could vanish into the ground. All right, enough of this. In this line of work, who can guarantee they won't face a downfall? At last, one rookie seemed to recognize Cheney's predicament and stepped in to defuse the situation, suggesting they find other entertainment soon. However, this did little to deter others from continuing their mockery of Cheney, their words growing sharper and more cutting. Cheney's face contorted in rage. You all look down on me, don't you? I'll send you to meet your maker today. Just as Cheney's hand was about to grasp the intelligent pistol, a powerful hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Startled, Cheney looked up to meet the gaze of the newcomer. It was John. John had been quietly observing, having listened to the entire sequence of events, and he had already pieced together the situation. He suspected that the brash young man was none other than Connor. Regarding the informant planted by the CIA, although the individual had promised numerous benefits and assurances, John was acutely aware of the true nature of the new American cohort. They would treat you with kindness and respect while you remained of value. However, once you ceased to serve a purpose, they would unceremoniously cast you aside, akin to discarding a used condom. Thus, John had been quietly seeking opportunities to forge a closer relationship with Connor. He hoped that by establishing a robust line of communication with Connor, he could not only secure special attention but also enhance their interactions, thereby gaining access to a greater wealth of intelligence. After all, an increased understanding equates to enhanced security. With this rookie, he could maneuver adeptly. How could a rookie be manipulated? Although John addressed the same matter as the other new recruits, to Cheney, it resonated with concern. This was the hallmark of seasoned veterans. They possessed the uncanny ability to utter comforting words that would sway these novices, making them feel valued and important, thus encouraging them to open up. It's nothing. Just a minor mishap. I will rectify the situation, Cheney retorted defiantly, unwilling to lose face in front of the elder statesman. John felt a surge of satisfaction, realizing that this individual was indeed a reckless rookie, which would facilitate the execution of his plans. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, revealing a hint of cunning. Indeed, there is a certain bravado to you, but I must admit, it borders on foolishness. What will you employ to subdue your adversary? Mere words? Cheney furrowed his brow, gazing at John with a perplexed expression, and inquired, what should I do then? Should I really don a new set of cybernetic enhancements and then seek out that fellow for retribution? John chuckled. By the time you've outfitted yourself with an impressive array of augmentations, he'll likely have been eliminated by someone else. He continued teasingly. And do you even know what kind of game he plays? John stretched his limbs, settling into the most comfortable position on his chair, then lifted the chilled beer before him, taking a delicate sip. His deep, piercing eyes remained fixed on Cheney as he slowly articulated, listen closely, kid. Vengeance is not something one can afford to delay. If you cannot eliminate the principal target directly, then one must consider how to exploit those in his vicinity. At this juncture, John paused slightly, seemingly allowing Cheney a moment to comprehend and digest his words, before resuming. Remember, no matter how formidable an individual may be, they invariably possess a vulnerability. Once that critical weakness is identified, they can be easily vanquished. Therefore, do not be dogmatic. Learn to adapt and be resourceful. With that, he meaningfully patted Cheney on the shoulder. As Cheney sank into a contemplative silence, John, too, was discreetly probing into Gloria's background. He had some knowledge regarding Gloria, the woman notorious for scavenging cybernetic parts from the deceased, who had carved out a modest reputation within the underground augmentation trade in Santo Domingo. There are indeed many like Gloria who engage in corrupt dealings and trade in cybernetic enhancements. However, few possess her frequency of transactions and the commendable quality of the enhancements she offers. The reason for selecting her for this operation is primarily due to the understanding that she lacks any formidable background or influence. A widowed woman with a child. Rumor has it that her cousin is affiliated with the Valentina gang? Yet, that is of little consequence, as long as she can sway Connor. That suffices. Currently, his task is merely to delve deeper and ascertain whether there exists any substantial connection between her and Connor. Should he misjudge the situation, and Connor were to rebuff his advances, it would render his efforts futile, akin to casting flattery at a blind man. I cannot fathom what that individual is about. Cheney muttered, shaking his head while pondering. This situation is utterly infuriating. Having lost a hand, I remain oblivious to my adversary's true identity. The thought of this ignited a surge of anger within him. Now, even the identity of his foe was uncertain, making any notion of revenge seem absurd. He felt like a fool, a veritable jest. The more he contemplated, the more frustrated he became, his expression darkening. The assertive demeanor he initially intended to project was now replaced by sheer awkwardness. Ha ha ha, do not be hasty. Share the details of this matter with me, and I shall offer you some counsel. John chuckled inwardly as he felt the lure of the situation tighten. Cheney recounted the entirety of events to John in meticulous detail. In the span of a single drink, Cheney succinctly recounted the entire matter, lifting his glass to take a sip of beer, and then, with a hint of unease, inquired, "Brother John, is there any potential in this situation? Dear brother, today you have encountered me. Come, let me enlighten you." John swiftly redirected Cheney's focus towards Gloria. Upon hearing John's words, Cheney experienced a moment of clarity. Indeed, he was unaware of the young man's background, yet he felt confident in his ability to deal with Gloria. After all, that wretched woman had a son. He would first target him, hoping to lure the young man into his trap. If the young man did not bite, it mattered not. Cheney was determined to exact his vengeance on that detestable woman, Gloria. "Brother John, I am grateful for your presence today. Let us toast." "Ha ha. We are all family. Why dwell on such matters? Drink." John chuckled, reveling in the joy of the day. Chapter 13. A busy morning in the River Valley District. At the H4 skyscraper, the Connor residence, Gloria's pent-up desires finally erupted, leading to a fierce confrontation with Connor that lasted until dawn. Years of conditioned habits compelled Connor to rise early, and as he gazed upon the slumbering Gloria, even the seasoned womanizer found himself reflecting. One should never lightly provoke a widow. This woman had been truly wild the previous night. Had it not been for Connor's robust constitution, he would have been the one unable to rise that morning. He playfully pinched the soft, fair mound of Gloria's bosom, appreciating the exquisite sensation it offered. "Let me sleep a little longer. I feel utterly exhausted," murmured Gloria, recalling the previous night's exhausting events, reluctant to even lift a finger. "The early bird catches the worm, and are you truly certain you do not wish to rise?" Connor leaned over Gloria, his hands wandering across her form. "Shouldn't you return home to prepare breakfast for your son?" Instantly, Gloria awoke from her stupor, struggling to respond, "You need to get off me. I must go home." Before she could finish her sentence, Connor silenced her with a kiss, and they indulged in a fervent embrace. After a moment of intimacy, Gloria blushed and said, "I really must return home. I'll come back tonight." Connor remained sprawled over Gloria, his hands growing increasingly mischievous. "It is still early. It's only 5 o'clock. What time does your son need to go to school?" "At 8. Then let us have another round. Be quick about it." Soon, Gloria found herself persuading her own mind that there was ample time for a morning exercise session. "That depends on how fast you wish to proceed, darling. I shall strive for a swift resolution." With that, she rose to present Connor with his desires. "It's up to you now, my dear. Just don't come too quickly." Gloria shot Connor a playful glare before succumbing to him. 40 minutes later, the two lay together in bed, entering a moment of tranquility. "So, when can we commence that business you mentioned?" Gloria finally found the opportunity to inquire about her most pressing concern. "Anytime you wish. If you have the goods on hand, I can take them immediately." Connor was indifferent to the moral implications of his actions, feeling somewhat disheartened by his own choices. He had slept with Gloria, yet he still expected her to retrieve cybernetic components from the deceased, subsequently selling them to the cybernetic physician, a mercenary. After all was said and done, he paid her a mere 1,000 for her efforts. Meanwhile, he merely had to exert a bit of effort and activate his metallic enhancements to reap the lion's share of the profits. The overwhelming disparity was undoubtedly a consequence of the company's influence. It was a sinful existence. Prolonged exposure to this world had darkened his heart. At present, he possessed a high-quality military-grade secondary heart from Zeta Technologies, along with several severely damaged components whose usability was uncertain. He intended to show them to her shortly, inquiring how she planned to proceed. As Gloria stood to dress, having indulged the entire night, she recognized it was time to attend to more pressing matters. Gazing at Gloria's alabaster back, Connor felt an increasing fondness for her. He needed to assess the condition of the parts. If they were too damaged, they would be discarded. But if they were in decent shape, he could endeavor to upgrade them. Ultimately, he acknowledged her expertise in dealing with such individuals. After a moment of contemplation, Gloria formulated a plan in her mind, understanding the kind of advertising language required to effectively sell these cybernetic parts. "How should I introduce you?" she inquired. "You know, The prices differ significantly between experts and novices. It is essential to present a strong front. This inquiry indeed caught Connor off guard. Revealing his true name was out of the question. In a world where anonymity is paramount, who would readily disclose their true identity? In this era of overwhelming information, every action leaves a digital footprint, which could lead to one's exposure, rendering them vulnerable like a lamb awaiting slaughter. Skywalker, Anakin, that shall be your moniker. Connor offered a somewhat nonsensical reply, indulging in his own peculiar sense of humor. The name Skywalker Anakin is certainly well known in America, a name that commands respect, though the citizens of this new America remain blissfully unaware. Skywalker Anakin? What an absurd name. Does someone truly bear the name Skywalker? Well, you're free to choose whatever name you wish. Just say it. This name is undeniably remarkable, trust me. Gloria was indeed rendered speechless by this peculiar title. But at least Skywalker could be considered a legitimate name. After all, she had heard of someone whose nickname was Burger King. In that light, Skywalker wasn't so bad after all, and she quickly convinced herself to accept this bizarre name. Well, as long as you're happy, I shall take my leave. Hey, what time will you arrive tonight? It depends. I'm quite full now, Gloria replied before departing. Connor shook his head. It was clear that one should never feed a woman too well, for a satiated woman is indeed difficult to manage. Time to rise. Another vibrant day awaits. Standing before the window, gazing out at the dawn of the city of dreams, he felt the metropolis awaken. Upon returning home, Gloria noticed that David had yet to rise, and she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, David remained asleep. Mom, you're back. Hurry and prepare breakfast. I'm going to be late. Just as Gloria was secretly rejoicing, David's voice rang out from behind her. When did you get up? What do you mean by I'm back? I've been here all night. Gloria stubbornly defended herself, unable to confess her escapade from the previous night in front of her son. David scratched his head and said, I got up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom and didn't see you. So he shot Gloria a look that seemed to say, Don't try to fool me, making her wish she could sink into the floor out of embarrassment. It was utterly mortifying. Observing his mother's shameful demeanor, David, somewhat unfazed, inquired with curiosity, So, how was it? You took so long to return, you should take it easy. David harbored no ill thoughts regarding his mother's night out. Gloria had sacrificed so much for him to pursue his studies, and she was still in her prime, yet her life had grown monotonous. It was rare for a man to enter her life and bring about some change. David, I think I need to tidy up your collection of Pokemon. Let us see what you've learned. Provoked by his mother's teasing, David, feeling cornered, exclaimed, Come on, Mom. If you keep this up, we really can't have a serious conversation. He reacted as if someone had stepped on his tail, instantly flaring up. Her tactic was utterly shameless. Of course I can. I am your mother. Now, hurry and wash up. After dinner, you must promptly go to school. With that, David, grumbling in complaint, went to freshen up. Gloria, exhaling in relief, was grateful that David did not press her further, fearing she might reveal too much. Yet, the memory of last night's escapade caused a smile to unconsciously grace her lips. The other party was quite agreeable, and perhaps a deeper connection could be explored. This thought served as a silent response to David's earlier inquiry. From Gloria's somewhat limited experience, Connor had provided her with the most delightful encounter, and continuing this relationship seemed plausible. What was his perspective, she wondered. Lost in contemplation, Gloria found herself ensnared in a web of conflicting emotions until David's slightly impatient voice interrupted her reverie. Mom, what's for breakfast? What am I supposed to eat? Gloria looked up, momentarily bewildered. Instinctively, she rummaged through her pocket and produced some change, handing it to him. Here is some money. You can head downstairs and sort out your breakfast. A tinge of embarrassment washed over her, attributing her oversight to Connor's persistent presence that morning, which left her no time to prepare a meal. David regarded her with a look of incredulity, internally lamenting, Great, now that she has a romantic interest. I seem to have vanished from her priorities. Women. Accepting the money from Gloria, he turned towards the door, adding just before his exit, I want to be back for dinner. With that, he slammed the door shut, leaving Gloria standing in a daze, lost in thought. Chapter 14, David in Peril. David stifled a yawn, having just uttered a falsehood. He had not risen in the night. Instead, this lad had been engrossed in watching Ultra Dream throughout the night, which led him to confidently conclude that Gloria had not returned all night. During working hours, a myriad of weary office workers mirrored David's own fatigue. their faces etched with exhaustion. Long accustomed to this sight, David paid little heed as he trudged heavily towards the breakfast cart below. The establishment, adorned with a weathered and inexpensive neon sign, wobbled precariously above what could only be described as an antique breakfast cart. The vehicle itself bore the scars of time. Its once smooth and gleaming paintwork now lay in tatters, with several conspicuous bullet holes marking its surface. The proprietor was a Mexican man in his 40s or 50s, somewhat portly, with sun-kissed skin and a perpetual radiant smile that provoked curiosity about how he managed to maintain such cheerfulness in the dark underbelly of the city. Clad in a yellowed chef's uniform, stained with an array of ingredients, it appeared as though he had not laundered the garment since donning it. He rolled up his sleeves, revealing robust, muscular arms crafted from synthetic materials, and expertly maneuvered about the stove, stirring and flipping with practiced ease. Although his culinary skills were merely adequate, sufficient to be palatable, this was David's assessment of him. "Hey, Carlos." "The usual, a sandwich with fried pork chop," David called out, finding a somewhat cleaner spot to settle into, greeting the proprietor as he did so. "Ah, David, my friend, you are in for a treat today, as I have updated the menu," the owner greeted warmly upon seeing David. David furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Carlos, that old trickster, seldom spoke the truth. "You must waive my bill today, using me as your experimental subject while expecting me to pay? Such fortune is not to be had." Carlos, unfazed by David's retort, chuckled and replied, "You are quite the savvy one. How about I give you a 50% discount today? Do not think you can dine for free." David shrugged in response. What else could he say? Saving a few bucks was still something. Soon, the owner brought out a sandwich and fried pork chop, and David began to eat. However, as soon as he took his first bite, his expression soured. The taste was simply dreadful. He could not help but furrow his brow and looked at Carlos, perplexed. "What is going on? This sandwich tastes so strange. You mentioned a new menu, but did not indicate it would be this unpalatable." Carlos scratched his head sheepishly and explained, It's the new synthetic meat launched by the food company. It's much cheaper now, but I didn't expect the texture to be so poor." Hearing this, David shook his head in resignation, inwardly lamenting his misfortune. He had hoped for a quick breakfast, only to encounter this unfortunate predicament. As for Carlos's cost-cutting measures, David said nothing. Such practices were hardly surprising among the small vendors in Night City. "Forget it, Carlos, just pack it up for me. I'll eat on the way." David glanced at the time and decided to savor his meal slowly while on the road. It was simply too challenging to finish such unpalatable food in just a few bites. "Next time I procure organic ingredients, I shall certainly let you have a taste," Carlos assured him while handing over the packed food, thumping his chest with confidence. "Thanks," David replied curtly, taking the bag and walking away. As for Carlos's claims about organic food, David dismissed them as mere amusement. He suspected that Carlos had never tasted organic food in his life. After all, one must provide a semblance of courtesy, mustn't he one? With the packed bag in hand, David strolled leisurely towards the city rail line, having saved time on breakfast and feeling no urgency to rush. As he took a shortcut through a narrow, secluded alley, three figures suddenly emerged before him, completely blocking his path. Upon closer inspection, David's heart sank. It was the 6th Street Gang. This name was far from unfamiliar to him. No child raised in Santo Domingo was unaware of the 6th Street Gang. Even Gloria, though often oblivious, had advised David to steer clear of them. Judging by their flight jackets and work pants, along with the absence of any insignia, it was evident that these three were likely novices. David internally groaned at the prospect of these lowly thugs targeting him, a mere student, likely seeking money. Perhaps they had mistaken his tattered school uniform for that of a wealthy heir. Such brutes, with their muscle-bound intellect, failed to consider whether a rich kid would walk to school. "Gentlemen," David began, "I regret to inform you that I do not have any money on me today. Would you kindly allow me to pass?" David was the first to break the silence, insisting they should reveal their intentions, for as a mere pauper, he had little to offer. "Boy, do you really think you can just walk away after saying that?" One of the trio stepped forward, and it was Cheney. After being swayed by John's persuasive words the previous night, this fellow had surprisingly agreed to John's plan, targeting Gloria first, believing it wise to seize an easy opportunity. By abducting that wretched woman's child, they could easily extract the cybernetic enhancements she possessed. The root of this predicament lay with her, and by eliminating her, they could acquire these enhancements without bloodshed, thereby somewhat restoring his nearly obliterated reputation and demonstrating to the imbeciles in his gang that Cheney was far from a coward. Once those enhancements were installed, he could seek vengeance against that pretty boy at his leisure. By then, he could rally a few more accomplices, after all. What could one individual do to stir up trouble? However, all of this hinged on one crucial condition: they must first succeed in their current endeavor. Otherwise, shouting empty threats would yield no allies. Cheney had grown through this ordeal, evolving from a mere loudmouth into a calculating individual who understood the importance of crafting his persona to gain attention and influence within the gang. Brother, don't let my appearance fool you. I hail from the Valley District, not far from my home. David continued to plead, striving to convince Cheney and his companions that he was of no value. Yet, Cheney abruptly silenced him with a sharp slap. Snap! Cheney struck David sharply on the head, causing him to stagger. What the hell are you talking about? I have not mistaken my target. Your mother is that wretched Gloria Martinez, isn't she? Cheney's insult towards Gloria incited David's anger. Ignoring the vast disparity in their strengths, he retaliated with a headbutt that sent Cheney reeling. Watch your filthy mouth, you little punk. Don't pretend to be in military garb to intimidate anyone. To Cheney's surprise, David's reaction was fierce. Stumbling back, Cheney clumsily rose from the ground and called to his companions, bellowing, "Damn it, don't just stand there. Teach this brat a lesson." With that, several new recruits from the 6th Street gang began to pummel David mercilessly. Chapter 15. Gloria's Plea for Help. Skyscraper. H4. Gloria's residence. With great care, Gloria retrieved the concealed cybernetic limbs from her home, arranging them meticulously. Faced with the cold metal and intricate wiring, she gazed upon them with fascination. Each piece represented a significant sum of money. She meticulously examined the connections of each limb, categorizing them based on their usability and the necessity for extensive repairs. In the past, she had never paid such attention to these devices, often discarding them to cybernetic doctors, while leaving combat limbs to mercenaries. She could never comprehend their obsession with combat cybernetics. Yet with her limited understanding, she acknowledged one undeniable truth. It is evident that the combat augmentations do not become stronger simply by increasing their number. Rather, an excessive accumulation of such augmentations imposes a significant demand on their internal memory. When numerous augmentations are combined, they can generate a considerable amount of redundant cache. Even when inactive, this unnecessary cache can lead to malfunctions in the augmentations and, in severe cases, provoke cyberpsychosis. Remarkably, there appears to be a substantial amount of this scattered debris, leaving one to wonder how many could be repaired. Upon contemplating Connor's data, Gloria's eyes gleamed with anticipation. If these augmentations could be sold, a preliminary estimate suggested a profit of around 100,000. Even a modest share of 20,000 would represent a commendable income. In truth, this method of operation may not yield as much profit as her previous ventures. Yet a pragmatic reality looms. Many of these dilapidated augmentations are unlikely to find buyers. The value of the augmentations in her possession diminishes significantly, even if they could command a high price. The adage of bird in the hand is worth two in the bush resonates with Gloria's understanding. Just as Gloria was lost in dreams of financial gain and purchasing new attire for David, a text message abruptly shattered her reverie. Cheney, wretched woman, take a good look. Attachment, image. Before her lay a harrowing photograph, revealing David's face marred with bruises and swelling, unmistakably the aftermath of a brutal beating. Gloria's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at the image, an uncontrollable surge of anger and sorrow welling up within her. Her hands clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh, trembling slightly as tears cascaded uncontrollably down her cheeks. Gloria, who are you? What have you done to my son? What do you intend to do? Cheney, can't recall, can you? Let me help you jog your memory. Yesterday, at your doorstep, your father broke a hand. Do you remember now? Gloria, it was you. If you have a grievance, confront me directly. Why abduct my son? A sob escaped Gloria's throat. She could hardly fathom that David would become entangled in her affairs. She struggled to contain her emotions, yet the anguish within her surged like a relentless tide, swiftly overwhelming her. On the other end of the line, Cheney wasted no time and laid out his demands. Cheney, don't you know what I desire? Are you feigning ignorance? The berserk system we discussed yesterday. In addition, I require a set of subdermal armor, a crunch cough, and a blood pump. Prepare these augmentations and meet me at this location. We will exchange goods for your son. Attached address. Cheney, no tricks. Your son's life is not a matter for jest. Cheney's exorbitant demands shattered Gloria's composure. She possessed only a half-functional berserk system and a blood pump. The other two items were entirely out of her reach. However, for the sake of her son's safety. She knew she must first placate this thug and devise a plan. Gloria understood. I currently lack the subdermal armor. You know it requires refrigeration, so I must procure it from the augmentation doctor. Cheney, what do you mean? No tricks. Gloria, what tricks could I possibly employ? The items you request require time to gather. Would you consider an alternative? Chen contemplated for a moment, ultimately choosing to compromise. The subcutaneous armor was non-negotiable. He could afford to wait a few more hours. I demand the subcutaneous armor. I'll give you some extra time, by 5 o'clock this afternoon. If I don't see you, you may as well prepare to collect your son's remains, he asserted. I need to confirm whether my son is still alive. Gloria replied. Having dealt with these individuals for an extended period, Gloria was acutely aware of their schemes. They were capable of reneging on promises before the payment was even made. Damn, this is such a hassle. Just wait, Chen retorted. Soon after, Gloria received a video from Chen. In it, David still exhibited a flicker of life, though the prognosis was grim. In that moment, Gloria's world shattered completely. Her once resilient facade crumbled, replaced by a mother consumed by anxiety and fear. All right, I will gather the necessary components and deliver them to you as swiftly as possible. You must ensure my son remains unharmed, she implored. Having achieved his objective, Chen chose not to respond further. Observing David's labored breaths, Chen coldly remarked, Unharmed? I might just send you both on your way together. Meanwhile, on the other end, Gloria was in a frenzy, desperately needing to devise a plan. Should she seek a middleman? No, that thought was swiftly dismissed. There was no time, and the funds she possessed were insufficient to engage a mediator. What to do? Gloria, you must remain composed. Every second counts. There can be no delays. Gloria forced herself to regain her composure and devise a plan. She attempted to reach out to several familiar mercenaries, but her messages vanished into silence. Damn it, these fools. When it truly matters, they are nowhere to be found. Next time, they can forget about obtaining any cybernetic enhancements from me. After her outburst of anger, Gloria took a deep breath, striving to uplift her spirits. She understood that wallowing in her emotions would not resolve anything. She needed to formulate a strategy. Suddenly, the image of Connor emerged in her mind. The partner with whom she had just shared an intimate evening. Yet, doubts clouded her thoughts. Could he truly handle it? After all, Connor was merely a technician, not a lone wolf. Then, fragments of memories surged forth. She recalled how Connor had effortlessly steadied an authentic rifle with one hand, and how he had easily snapped the wrist of a foe with his bare hands. These visions flickered in Gloria's mind, prompting her to reassess Connor's capabilities. Reflecting on the mercenaries she typically encountered, they hardly seemed superior to Connor. Perhaps, dealing with a few fresh recruits from the 6th Street gang would not pose a significant challenge for him, Gloria pondered, her heart filled with lingering uncertainty. Yet at that moment, she had no alternative but to place her hopes in Connor. Meanwhile, Connor was meticulously polishing his new toy, the Tigers, and had prepared a little surprise for this delightful acquisition, a robust suppressor. Although the foolish individuals from the rogue faction remain irreversibly entrenched in their misguided pursuits, the authentic design and materials of the weapon are undeniably superior. During his tenure in the military, he had a penchant for equipping himself with this renowned model from the manufacturer. In Connor's arsenal, this firearm ranks among the top 3 assault rifles. Particularly after he has implemented a comprehensive upgrade and affixed a silencer, it is poised to facilitate covert operations in urban environments. It is rather vexing. Who could come forth to assist me in testing this weapon? Just as Connor pondered this, a knock echoed through the room. He wondered who could be knocking at his door. Could it be Gloria? Upon opening the door, he indeed found her, but her tear-streaked visage raised his concern. Sweetheart, what has happened? Connor inquired, perplexed. Gloria immediately collapsed into his embrace. Connor, you must save David. Those from the 6th Street gang have taken him hostage. Woe is me. Chapter 16. The hurricane rescue. Connor took a deep breath, striving to regain his composure. It was truly unsettling. He grasped Gloria's hands firmly, offering her solace. Do not worry, we will devise a plan. David will return safely, unscathed, I assure you. Gloria's eyes were filled with terror and helplessness. Yet as she observed Connor's steadfast demeanor, she gradually calmed. Please, tell me what transpired. Connor gently guided Gloria to the sofa, inquiring about the specifics of the situation. It is the rookie from the 6th Street gang who previously harassed us. He has kidnapped David and is now extorting me, demanding I exchange my cybernetic implant for David's release. Connor stroked his chin and mused softly. This fellow is quite persistent, isn't he? Which company produced the cybernetic implant you possess that he is so fixated upon? It's just a rather ordinary berserk system, Gloria pondered, recalling how Cheney had consistently emphasized this particular system. Connor responded, his expression one of incredulity. Was this imbecile from the 6th Street gang on drugs? Judging by his physique, he resembled an ordinary thug from the gang. Did he really intend to confront others head-on with that frail body of his? Utterly foolish. Perhaps it was best not to delve into the depths of such a misguided psyche. Connor reassured Gloria while contemplating a strategy. It would be prudent to gather more intelligence about this petty criminal and ensure all loose ends were tidied up. If the 6th Street gang continued to harass David, it was likely that Gloria would no longer welcome him into her bed. Signaling Gloria to remain calm, Connor dialed John's number. The call connected swiftly, and John's cheerful voice resonated on the other end, revealing his evident delight. Mr. Ridley, you seldom call without purpose. Is it time for my share of the profits? John's greedy demeanor was unmistakable, yet Connor sensed there was more to his inquiry. What could it be? No matter. There was no time to ponder his motives. The priority remained the rescue of David. What was he thinking? When had the upper echelons ever been prompt with their payments? Are you feeling anxious? One cannot express it that way. As I only have you as my sole line of communication, it is only natural for me to inquire about matters frequently. I am reaching out to you regarding a different issue. The son of my companion has been abducted by your associates, a lad named Cheney. Could you intervene and help resolve this situation? You are placing me in a difficult position. I am not a commanding figure, one who can summon countless followers with a mere call. John chuckled, fully aware of Connor's motive for this phone call, which could be accurately described as orchestrated by him. Ever since he established a connection with the CIA, a sense of unease has lingered within him. After all, engaging in covert dealings with intelligence operatives is undeniably perilous. Should things go well, he would emerge as a formidable figure, surrounded by glamorous companions. However, should it collapse, he could very well find himself cemented and cast into Coronado Bay, feeding the sharks. Thus, one must tread carefully while dealing with them, especially since his own contact remains a solitary link, making that relationship particularly vital. Cultivating a good rapport with him is paramount. Consequently, this kidnapping incident arose, and upon hearing of Cheney's plight, John began to entertain ulterior motives. The unscrupulous woman might have connections to Connor. This thought immediately surfaced in his mind. Perhaps he could use this woman to gauge Connor's true character while simultaneously securing a favorable outcome. If Connor were to turn a blind eye to the plight, it would be of little consequence, as he would have discerned the nature of the man. In any scenario, he would not find himself at a loss. As for whether Cheney would reveal his involvement, please, would a rookie truly grasp the intricacies of this situation? If that were the case, the 6th Street's gang would have long since dominated the underbelly of Night City. Enough with the trivialities. Can you handle it? No, that fellow is another sergeant's underling, and I have a conflict with that individual. He will not regard my standing. John, ever slippery, chose to remain noncommittal, eager to observe the extent to which Connor would go for that woman. Should he take matters into his own hands, it would serve as a fine opportunity to gauge his capabilities, while simultaneously uncovering a potential vulnerability. After a moment of contemplation, Connor declared, "That scoundrel who is set against me must perish. Can his superior be persuaded? If negotiations prove difficult, let us eliminate him as well." Goodness, this man truly is a harbinger of doom, John mused inwardly. His superior is not one to be easily swayed, yet if. Enough. I lack the time for convoluted dealings. A sergeant? Let them all perish together. Send me their information. Connor opted for a direct approach. A leader of the 6th Street gang was not worth his time. Very well, I shall forward you the information on Norman and Chun. John wasted no words and promptly transmitted the requested details. All right, we shall be in touch. Connor concluded the call without further ado. Beside him, Gloria hastily inquired, what was said? How did the 6th Street gang respond? A minor issue. This matter cannot be resolved amicably. Are you prepared? Connor replied, gazing intently at Gloria. He left the decision-making space to her, even though there was little room for choice. He merely wished to ascertain her resolve. Should she remain hesitant and indecisive after rescuing David, Connor would need to reevaluate her position in the future. Despite Gloria's somewhat naive nature, she is neither foolish nor a saintly figure. Is there really a need for further deliberation? You will assist me, will you not? The subtext of this statement is abundantly clear. Ensure that these scoundrels face dire consequences. As you wish, madam. Connor wasted no time, armed and ready. He led Gloria out the door. The journey was silent, with Connor at the helm of his powerful Goodera Sport R7, which swiftly carried them to their destination. Had he driven Gloria's dilapidated vehicle, they would surely have encountered numerous delays. Upon arriving at the auto repair shop by the bay, Connor turned off the engine and instructed, "Listen, I will head inside first to locate David. You stay here with the engine running, and when I emerge, be prepared to follow me directly to the cybernetic doctor. Do you have a reliable cyberneticist?" Gloria nodded, affirming, "Yes, there is one near the pumping station. I have long-standing ties with him, and he can be trusted." "All right, then it is settled. Keep your phone on. I am going in." With that, he stealthily approached the entrance. The location of this repair shop was rather unconventional. Situated by the bay, which seemed more like a strategic outpost than a mere auto repair facility. Were these individuals truly treating it as a fortress? Connor, while voicing his skepticism, deftly made his way to a corner of the wall. He surveyed his surroundings and then, with a surge of determination, propelled himself like an arrow towards the wall. In the fleeting moment as he approached the wall, he propelled himself off it with a swift kick, effortlessly vaulting over the barrier. The entire motion flowed seamlessly, and upon landing, he descended as silently as a feather drifting to the ground. Spotting a fire escape ladder in the distance, Connor glanced around and noted the absence of surveillance cameras. With remarkable agility, he ascended the fire escape on the outer side of the wall, swiftly reaching the second floor. Once positioned, Connor cautiously approached the window, peering inside. Activating his ocular implant, he meticulously scanned every detail within the room. Soon, he discerned David, bound in the corner. David's hands were tightly restrained to a dilapidated chair, his mouth sealed with tape, rendering him voiceless. Although he appeared somewhat disheveled, he exhibited no immediate signs of life-threatening distress. "I see David. His condition seems stable, with no severe injuries. I will administer a dose of immediate care shortly, ensuring he will be lively as ever," Connor reassured Gloria, letting her know he was safe and urging her to remain calm. "Oh, thank goodness, thank goodness." Gloria exhaled in relief, unable to contain her emotions as she broke into soft sobs. However, the rescue is only halfway complete. "There remains more to be done," Connor remarked, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes. "Now, you might contemplate a fitting demise for that young man." Chapter 17. The City of Night does not believe in tears. Connor gently reached behind him, grasping the tigers secured to his belt, swiftly removing the tigers. He habitually inspected the rifle in his hands, a routine ingrained in him. After drawing his weapon, he instinctively glanced at the tool of his trade. Perfect. Once assured everything was in order, he methodically retrieved the suppressor and affixed it to the muzzle. From his elevated vantage point, Connor effortlessly surveyed the situation within the repair shop. Activating his ocular implant, he switched to thermal imaging mode, swiftly determining the number of occupants. Inside the facility, there were 3 individuals. 2 were tinkering with car parts on the ground floor, while 1 lounged in the upstairs office, seemingly preoccupied with either daydreaming or engaging in solitary indulgence. Outside, 4 more were present, lacking significant combat augmentations, armed with rather ordinary equipment: a copperhead assault rifle, a revolver, and a tactical shotgun. Remarkably, despite their rudimentary gear, they appeared somewhat formidable, capable of providing suppressive fire from a distance while also prepared for close-quarters combat. After observing the 4 heavily armed members of the 6th Street Gang, Connor mused to himself that the gang had its merits. However, today would mark their end. With a series of soft pops, he squeezed the trigger, and the muzzle emitted a faint flash. The bullets sped forth like lightning, striking the unsuspecting 6th Street recruits within. The Tigers, with their impeccable handling, facilitated rapid-fire execution, smooth and efficient. Thud. The 2 recruits on the ground floor were silently dispatched, the entire operation executed with precision, eliciting no alarms or disturbances. These recruits were still somewhat naive, having neglected to connect their biological monitoring systems, inadvertently granting Connor the opportunity to eliminate them one by one. After Connor's previous experience with the scavengers, he presumed that the integration of biological monitoring into the network was a common practice among the gangs of Night City. In truth, he was somewhat overestimating the situation. Aside from corporations and military organizations, only the scavengers, who possessed a systematic array of cybernetic enhancements and components, could undertake such measures. While biological monitoring is advantageous, how many individuals can truly make use of it? Gangs, brimming with energy and wealth, would rather invest directly in combat augmentations than squander resources on biological monitoring devices, engaging in a precarious trade with no guarantee of longevity. Could one truly expect to live a long life? Afraid of death? Then why venture into this life? They might as well return home for a glass of milk. David struggled to lift his gaze to the two rookies who had been executed. What is happening? Is this a gang conflict? The abruptness of the situation left David bewildered. He never considered that his mother might have sent someone to rescue him. At that moment, a voice pierced through his thoughts. Hey, don't just stand there, kid. Your mom sent me to save you. David focused and recognized his mother's acquaintance, clad in the unmistakable garb of a mercenary. His mother had good taste. Observing David's dazed expression, Connor felt a tinge of confusion. Was the boy dazed from an injury to his head? Are you all right? Connor inquired while activating his cybernetic eye to scan David. David Martinez. Extensive contusions, fractures, no vital signs detected, no criminal record. I'm fine. Is my mother all right? David replied, regaining his composure. She is fine, waiting outside. As long as you're okay. Just hang in there while I deal with this bunch of worthless fools. Seeing that David was fine, Connor felt a sense of reassurance and casually snapped a photo to send to Gloria. Connor, he is all right. Just let me deal with this group inside. Attachment, image. JPG. Gloria, that's wonderful. Please take care of yourself. Connor, haha, are you worried about me? Gloria, raising his hand. Connor skillfully disabled several surveillance cameras and alarms before reaching the office door on the second floor. Pushing the door open, he discovered a rookie completely engrossed in playing a game, utterly oblivious to his presence. Stealthily, Connor approached the rookie from behind, raising his tigers and slowly pressing it against the young man's temple. Lost in the world of the game, the rookie instinctively reached to remove the headband perched atop his head when he sensed something amiss. However, upon seeing the ominous muzzle of the gun before him, his face drained of color, mouth agape in shock, yet unable to utter a single word. Hi, you son of a bitch. With a muted pop, Connor pulled the trigger, and the bullet swiftly pierced through the rookie's skull, splattering blood and brain matter across the room. The rookie's body slumped lifelessly to the floor, still clutching the gaming headband. The last flicker of light shimmering in his cybernetic eye, Connor retracted his tigers and began to search the office. What a load of rubbish. TSK. And those advertisements for large artillery, what a disgrace. Connor rummaged through the drawers, managing to scrounge up only a few €100, leaving him with nothing but disappointment. He had hoped to unearth some intelligence, but alas, it was a futile endeavor. What was I even expecting? Connor murmured to himself. He emerged through the office window, crouching on the corridor outside the second floor. His gaze swiftly scanned the group below. Two new recruits were engaged in idle chatter, their laughter ringing out occasionally. Cheney stood to one side, phone in hand, seemingly engrossed in a conversation. The final individual leaned lazily against the railing, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he exhaled smoke with a sense of nonchalance. Connor quickly adjusted his position, focusing intently as he awaited the opportune moment. As the two chatting recruits drew nearer, he did not hesitate to pull the trigger. The bullet shot forth like a bolt of lightning, striking them with unerring accuracy. In quick succession, the dull thud of gunfire echoed, and the two men collapsed to the ground, blood saturating the surrounding area. Their bodies twitched momentarily before falling still. The sudden chaos left Cheney and the smoking recruit in shock, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they dropped their belongings. Cheney's phone emitted frantic inquiries from the other end. But at that moment, he could only stare, dumbfounded, at the unfolding scene. Peter, respond. Alas, an enemy assault. Rally together. The two began to reach out to others in the channel, but regrettably, no one responded. Cheney, they have all been eliminated. After confirming the demise of their comrades, one new recruit lost control of his emotions and shouted at Cheney. A rookie is indeed a rookie. Giving you time to react, you prove useless. I shall take your head. Bang. This outburst provided Connor an opportunity. He pulled the trigger, swiftly putting an end to the recruit, leaving only Cheney. Connor, how shall you deal with this fellow? Gloria, I wish to gaze into his eyes as he perishes before me. Connor, never underestimate a mother's wrath. As you desire, let it be done. After concluding his text with Gloria, Connor aimed at the fleeing Cheney and fired. Bang. A crisp gunshot rang out, and the bullet sped forth like lightning, piercing through Cheney's shin bone. In an instant, excruciating pain engulfed him, as if 1,000 steel needles had simultaneously pierced his leg, eliciting a heart-wrenching scream. Off balance, Cheney stumbled and fell, his body hitting the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. His injured leg was utterly powerless, unable to support his weight. Gritting his teeth against the agony, he desperately attempted to crawl forward. He pressed his hand tightly against the wound to stem the flow of blood, each movement sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Nevertheless, Cheney resolutely continued to inch away from the danger. At this very moment, Cheney was consumed by a singular thought. He could not perish here, until a figure obstructed his path. It was Gloria, her expression cold and distant as she regarded Cheney, who had, in her eyes, already become a specter of death. You. It's you. Indeed, it is I. Did you ever consider this moment when you threatened my son? Cheney was truly afraid at this instant, as death loomed perilously close, its chilling hands tightening around his throat. It's all a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. At that moment, Connor approached and inquired of Gloria, "Shall I take action on your behalf?" He then placed a foot firmly on Cheney's back, warning that desperation could lead to dire consequences. "No need. I want him to die while gazing into my eyes." "No. Please, no." Connor handed the tigers to Gloria. With no further ado, she executed a clean shot that took Cheney's life. Connor smiled faintly. "You have impressed me. The City of Night does not believe in tears." In that instant, Gloria grasped a vital truth. In the City of Night, one must possess a fist stronger than theirs. Only then will they fear you, and, consequently, respect you. Chapter 18. The captain's concern. Connor and Gloria carefully placed David in the vehicle and closed the door. Turning to the somewhat dazed Gloria, Connor said, "Take good care of David and ensure he sees the cybernetic physician." He then handed her several $1,000s, adding, "Keep this for now. If it proves insufficient, do not hesitate to inform me." His tone conveyed an irresistible authority. Gloria silently nodded, aware that this was not the moment for sentimentality. Connor took a deep breath and continued, "I will resolve matters here as swiftly as possible before rejoining you." His principle had always been to eradicate threats entirely. Regardless of Cheney's motives, the fact remained that a life had been claimed. He did not expect the adversary's superior to disregard this incident. Few individuals in the streets could overlook the demise of their subordinates. If such a thing were to occur, how would the remaining underlings perceive it? Who would dare to align themselves with him afterward? It is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. Since a grudge had been established, it was imperative to uproot it entirely to prevent future repercussions. Gloria gazed at Connor, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes, yet she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She understood Connor's intentions and recognized that his course of action was the most prudent in the current circumstances. Connor gently patted Gloria's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Do not worry, I will be fine." Gloria mustered a smile in response, saying, "Yes, but please take care of yourself." With that, Gloria opened the car door, settled into the driver's seat, started the vehicle, and slowly departed, heading towards the cybernetic doctor with David. Watching the car disappear into the distance, Connor sighed, realizing that a moment of respite was a rare luxury. Indeed, the rhythm of life in a bustling city was distinctly different. He then set off towards the location John had provided. The next destination, the Red Mud Bar. This establishment was the only bar in Santo Domingo that could be deemed respectable. It is rumored that the once renowned Wusher band initially graced this very stage. Yet the veracity of this claim remains an enigma. As time flows inexorably onward, the Red Clay Bar, though it no longer radiates its former glory, continues to host small bands that occasionally perform. Each night, as the darkness descends and the lights begin to twinkle, a sense of nostalgia envelopes the bar, where patrons savor inexpensive whiskey while immersing themselves in invigorating melodies, as if the ambience offers a temporary reprieve from the stifling night of the city. The bar pulsates with a vibrant energy, the exhilarating music resonating like thunder throughout its corners, seemingly inviting all into a frenzied realm. In this atmosphere rife with temptation and indulgence, a myriad of men and women lose themselves in the rhythm, momentarily shedding their worries and constraints. Fully absorbed in this sea of joy, Connor laboriously navigates through the throngs, pushing past several clusters of revelers, until he finally reaches a relatively quiet round table, where he takes a seat. "Who are you?" The sergeant from the 6th Street gang, who had been comfortably enjoying his whiskey, was taken aback by Connor's audacity to sit down unabashedly. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, accompanied by a barely perceptible glimmer of disdain in his eyes. "From the 6th Street gang, are you?" Connor retorted without addressing the question directly. The sergeant furrowed his brow slightly, yet adopted a tone laced with mockery and contempt as he queried Connor, "Hey, so you know I'm from the 6th Street gang, then what do you want?" Having spoken, he provocatively raised his chin, seemingly attempting to overshadow his opponent with sheer force of presence. Connor, however, remained unfazed. He casually continued his narration. There is a rookie by the name of Cheney, somewhat dim-witted, who came to disturb me. I reluctantly taught this lad a lesson, sending him and his companions to seek repentance before the Almighty. I hope he learned some fundamental truths about life in that realm. Yet, upon reflection, if my underlings lack understanding, it must surely be a failure of leadership on my part, leading to such foolishness. Now he realizes his errors. Damn it! Hearing this, the sergeant opposite him was seething with rage, infuriated that this fool had dispatched his own subordinate and yet dared to mock him. But before he could react further, Connor swiftly seized his right hand, pinning it down with a firm grip. Without hesitation, Connor grabbed a dinner knife and drew it across the sergeant's throat. In an instant, blood erupted, and a ghastly wound appeared on the sergeant's neck. Cough, cough. You bastard. The sergeant grimaced in agony, clutching his gushing neck. His eyes wide with desperation as he struggled to reach for the pistol at his waist, intent on delivering a lethal blow to this audacious assailant. Yet, the force Connor exerted felt as unyielding as a mountain, rendering him utterly immobile. As moments ticked by, the sergeant sensed his strength rapidly ebbing away, and the world before him grew increasingly blurred. Connor nonchalantly lifted the whiskey bottle, pouring himself a glass, and remarked with a calm demeanor, "One must accept the consequences of their mistakes, such as the wisdom required in this life." He then pondered, this whiskey tastes rather peculiar. Glancing at the lifeless sergeant, Connor released his grip, shifting his gaze towards the stage, seizing the rare opportunity to appreciate the fresh pulse of rock and roll in Night City. Intending to indulge for just a moment. Meanwhile, none around seemed to notice the death. A group of revelers continued to sway to the rhythm. Perhaps desensitized to such occurrences, merely the passing of one's soul. After finishing his drink and enjoying the music, Connor stretched lazily and prepared to leave. As he stepped out of the dimly lit and cacophonous bar, his phone rang urgently. He paused, glancing at the unfamiliar number flashing on the screen, a flicker of curiosity igniting within him. Who could this be? Without overthinking, he answered, "Who is this?" "Oh, I hear a formidable technical expert has recently arrived in Santo Domingo. I thought I'd come by and say hello." Upon hearing this, Connor's understanding deepened. He reflected, "A middleman? These individuals truly have a knack for infiltrating everywhere. It seems they can always find an opportunity." He couldn't help but admire their cunning and tenacity. Connor was acutely aware that in the underbelly of Night City, middlemen are an indispensable component. They often serve as the connective tissue, orchestrating logistics while simultaneously introducing unpredictability and risk into the equation. Upon contemplating this, Connor resolved to first ascertain the origins of this individual before determining his subsequent course of action. "Well, you wouldn't want my notes on you to be marked as unknown, would you?" The enigmatic intermediary, the voice on the other end, chuckled. "Your tongue is quite relentless. I am Muammar Reyes, known on the streets as the Old Captain, a native of Santo Domingo. If you find the local life overwhelming, feel free to seek me out for a chat." Realization dawned upon Connor with a smile. He recognized this man as an old acquaintance from 2077, reflecting on the various intermediaries he had encountered in the game. The Old Captain seemed to possess the most human touch. He could confidently engage in transactions with him, for his eagerness to contact Connor likely stemmed from motives other than mere benevolence. "So, Old Captain, is there something specific you wish to discuss with me? Let me be clear, my goods are not subject to discounts." Chapter 19. The days and nights of Santo Domingo. After hearing Connor's words, the Old Captain erupted into hearty laughter. Hard goods cannot be discounted. That much I understand. You need not worry. Very well then, let us dispense with the circumlocution. What exactly do you desire? Or what matters require my intervention? Noticing the Old Captain's straightforwardness and reasonableness, Connor chose to forego any further pleasantries and posed his inquiries forthrightly. "I currently possess a batch of water purifiers that exhibit minor malfunctions. They remain functional, yet occasionally falter, which is quite perilous. It is essential to understand that in Santo Domingo, one can forego drinking water, but one cannot possibly be without a water purifier. I trust you comprehend my sentiment." Connor is acutely aware of what the Old Captain intends to convey. In the year 2077, the disparity in technological advancement is strikingly uneven. The military sciences have achieved a level of sophistication that far surpasses the standards of his previous world. Conversely, in the realm of environmental pollution control, the progress is sorely lacking. Various industrial effluents, laden with toxic substances, are recklessly discharged into rivers and lakes, epitomizing a lamentable blend of ignorance and malice. At times, even Connor finds himself engulfed in confusion and helplessness, pondering the nature of these capitalists and elites. What sort of inherently flawed beings are they? The costs of reckless discharge and systematic management are not as disparate as one might think. While indiscriminate dumping may appear to save money, it fundamentally depletes the potential for future development in the region, leading to mutual loss for both the land and its inhabitants. Without workers in arable land, can their wealth endure? Do they envision a future sustained solely by AI and robots? Such folly is astounding. Do they truly believe that sequestering themselves within their crystal palaces will ensure their safety? Could they genuinely think they can completely sever ties with the world around them? This is not the age of interstellar travel. Having ravaged Earth, one cannot simply venture to other planets to indulge in hedonism. Without Earth, the battles in orbit become mere ephemeral struggles, rendering this world a chaotic and polluted battleground. Ultimately, what benefits can they truly reap from such turmoil? Contemplating this, Connor felt a surge of indignation, yet simultaneously a profound sense of helplessness. I understand that the water purifiers in your possession require some repairs, do they not? Connor discerned the old captain's intentions, recalling a mission in the game where the captain conspired with local police in Santo Domingo to hijack a shipment of supplies. This endeavor arose from the irreversible damage inflicted upon local residents by the industrial waste of a certain company, compelling them to risk everything to seize medical supplies. They were fortunate to encounter a mercenary like Fee, who, in his disarray, was willing to take the perilous plunge. Typically, mercenaries would not risk their lives for the sake of a few residents, and engaging with that company was fraught with danger. One misstep could be fatal. Connor was not foolish enough to court disaster without any financial incentive. Indeed, John painted you in an extraordinary light, initially. I was skeptical until I witnessed you handle that genuine threat posed by the Sixth Street Gang. At this point, the old captain could not help but lament the difficulties of the current world. Even technical experts must now wield firearms to navigate through life. From the imagery transmitted by the drone, it is evident that Connor has indeed convinced the old captain of John's claims regarding the authentic modifications. With such alterations and the willingness to utilize the device, it must have undergone the erasure of serial numbers, the cracking of security protocols, and the bypassing of identification systems. Achieving such feats certainly requires a skilled hand. He is welcome to put it to the test. I suspected it was John, that loquacious individual. But how did you witness my act of murder? I am certain there was no one around at that moment. Oh, it must have been the drone. Equipped with its stealth coating, Connor quickly realized that the old captain's drone had been the subject of his numerous taunts during the car theft operation, all due to its real-time video transmission. Such details are trivial. Since you have given your approval, I shall arrange for someone to deliver the items to you shortly. Rest assured, I will settle at a rate 30 above the market price. It seems the old captain harbors a profound affection for this land of Santo Domingo. I recall him not being particularly generous. Given your magnanimity, I cannot be remiss. Grant me a day, and I assure you that I will exceed your expectations, Connor boasted. My word, impressive indeed, Connor. I shall await the outcome with great anticipation. After ending the call with the old captain, Connor gazed at the towering virtual advertisement pillar that reached into the heavens, momentarily lost in thought. All beings suffer, whether in past lives or this one. Humanity exists within a colossal crucible known as the world, enduring endless trials of burning and tempering. No one can escape this harsh fate. They tumble, struggle, and endure various hardships and tests. The powerful have established the rules of the game, shaping their will in an attempt to mold it into a form that aligns with these regulations. In this protracted and arduous tug-of-war, some individuals choose to yield. Allowing themselves to be assimilated, they abandon resistance, lose their sense of self, and become conformists, merely seeking a semblance of security, much like the numbed masses of Santo Domingo. They have had everything taken from them by corporations, yet dare not rebel. Those whose spines have been broken cannot rise again. Conversely, there are others who refuse to be subdued. They grasp fate by the throat, striving to break free from their shackles, choosing to fight to the bitter end. Like the old captain, Connor holds a deep admiration for these individuals, regardless of their stance. The ringing of the phone interrupted Connor's contemplation. It was Gloria calling, heralding a night destined to be restless. Hi, how is David? Without pleasantries, Connor directly inquired about David's condition, knowing Gloria's call was undoubtedly about him. David's situation is better than expected. Observing David, who was stable and had been attended to, Gloria felt a slight relief. But her brow soon furrowed with worry as she continued. He has several fractures, and it seems he will need to rest and recuperate for a while. I am particularly concerned that he won't be able to attend school during this time, which may affect his grades. Upon hearing this, Connor felt a sense of helplessness wash over him. It seemed this woman was blinded by naivety. Given their family's current circumstances, what significance did it hold if David maintained his top grades year after year? After all, the criteria for selecting talent at Arasaka are far from straightforward. They consider much more than mere examination scores. If the Japanese truly possessed the ability to elevate talent based solely on merit, would they still be entangled with the military sciences in Night City? They would have long since toppled New America. Background and connections are their true standards for employment. Even if I were to express these sentiments to her, it is likely that she would not be receptive. With a nonchalant shrug, Connor casually remarked, "Haha, from this perspective, he must indeed be fine. Otherwise, why would you bother concerning yourself with his academic performance?" Gloria, of course, was not oblivious. She keenly detected the sarcasm woven into Connor's words and, with a stiff tone, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Chapter 20. Transformation. Connor replied leisurely, "Gloria, why are you so adamant about sending David to Arasaka Academy? I recall that companies like Military Science and Kanto also have affiliated academies, don't they? Sending children to those institutions would be quite commendable, as Military Science and Kanto are among the top 5 enterprises in Night City." Connor found Gloria's obsessive desire to place David in Arasaka Academy both perplexing and incomprehensible. It was the first time he had encountered a mother so willing to push her son into a perilous situation. Having a Latino work for a Japanese company? The limitations of his future were painfully evident. He would merely become a cog in the machine. After all, he had lived through 2 lifetimes and had extensive dealings with the Japanese, gaining a profound understanding of their character. In his eyes, these individuals are nothing more than the remnants of feudalism in the technological age, mere detritus destined for the refuse heap. While other nations ardently pursue seemingly ethereal, yet progressive ideals such as equity and freedom, they stubbornly cling to their lineage and origins. Bloodline. Connor only pays heed to such matters when acquiring a pet cat. This is the cyberpunk era, not a medieval realm of magic. While one cannot entirely dismiss the significance of bloodlines, to elevate them to paramount importance is sheer folly. Do they truly believe themselves to possess ancient blood? Absurd. The thought of that old coot, Arasaka Saburo, selecting his own son's body as a host in pursuit of immortality is baffling. Aside from bolstering the stock market of the Arasaka Group, bloodline must surely play a pivotal role in his calculations. This old man holds the bloodlines of others in utter disdain, believing only in the supremacy of his own. Connor is entirely convinced that in the aftermath of the demon line, he will conjure up an array of schemes. It is not beyond the realm of possibility that he might even compel Arasaka Haka to bear the next generation of parasites, all in the name of preserving the purity of their lineage. After all, is that not the very essence of their imperial family? Indeed, such machinations seem well within the capabilities of these individuals. Shaking off these thoughts, Connor continued, "Arasaka? Do you know who the heads of the Arasaka Night City branch are?" Seeing Gloria's perplexed expression, Connor decided to unveil the truth without further ado. Without exception, they are either Japanese or of Japanese descent. Does David's father possess Japanese blood? I find myself at a loss. The enterprises of Junki and Kanto and Night City appear to be far less abundant than those of Huangban. Just look around. Factories belonging to Huangban are ubiquitous. I ponder how David, upon graduation, might secure employment among them. Although Gloria has heard of the exclusionary practices prevalent in certain Japanese corporations, such matters feel distant and abstract to her. The more pressing dilemma before her is how to assist her son in successfully entering a company post-graduation. Questions regarding potential promotions and navigating career advancement lie well beyond the scope of her current considerations and planning. This predicament reflects a common struggle faced by those at the lower echelons of society, constrained by limited perspectives and a scarcity of accessible resources. They often find it challenging to formulate long-term and effective life strategies. Instead, they focus on immediate gains, continuously setting various short-term goals to tackle the myriad challenges and adversities of daily life. Much like a third-rate boxer in the ring, survival hinges on the ability to parry each incoming blow, an arduous existence that seems to bind the majority of ordinary individuals in an inescapable fate. Connor has relinquished his attempts to persuade Gloria to abandon her futile obsession, opting instead to address more pragmatic matters. "Ah, my dear, do you know where I acquired my skills?" he inquires, hoping to use his own experiences to counsel Gloria towards a less fervent attachment. "It was in the military. Specifically within the Special Operations Forces of the New America, we often refer to ourselves as the Rangers. In the eyes of the company, the consumables from the academy are indistinguishable. One is merely a knife for cutting, while the other serves as mere toilet paper. People exercise caution with the knife, for it can inflict harm if mishandled, while the toilet paper is destined for the trash bin." Connor paused momentarily before continuing. "If you truly wish for David to thrive within the confines of the company, then allow him to wield the knife, rather than be relegated to the status of mere toilet paper. Moreover, you cannot perpetually shield David. A fledgling hawk must eventually learn to soar on its own. Today, we can address this matter once or twice, but what will happen when David must confront these challenges independently? Will you still be there to catch him? He must learn to wield a weapon for his own protection. I trust you grasp my intent." Gloria was acutely aware that her son would inevitably face the malevolent forces of Night City alone someday. She merely hoped that this day would arrive later rather than sooner. Yet it now appeared that her wish was in vain. "I will discuss this matter with David," she stated, her expression betraying her unease, her words imbued with regret. She understood fully that Connor's insistence stemmed from his willingness to take on the responsibility of guiding David. However, Gloria felt a sense of burden regarding Connor's self-imposed duty. For debts of gratitude are the most difficult to repay. On the other end of the line, Connor's teasing voice emerged. "There's no helping it. After all, I am involved with his mother. I suppose that makes me somewhat of a stepfather. If anything were to happen to that boy, how would I ever find my way back to your bed?" Upon hearing this, Gloria could not help but feel a mix of shame and anger. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is utterly ridiculous." The words spoken by Connor ignited a wave of heat within her, especially with her son nearby. To her dismay, Connor not only refused to temper his words, but became increasingly audacious. "Oh, do you truly wish for me, as your stepfather, to embody my role more authentically? Gloria, you cannot be serious." With that, he abruptly declared, "I cannot continue this conversation. I must tend to David." Gloria, unable to endure any longer, hastily ended the call. She feared that if the conversation persisted, she might lose her composure. After all, her exchanges with Connor had always placed her in a position of vulnerability, making it all too likely for her to commit an embarrassing act. Turning around to face David, who lay on the hospital bed, Gloria resolved firmly within herself. She must ensure that David possesses the ability to safeguard himself. Such an incident must not recur. Slowly, David opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually returning. He gazed around in confusion until his eyes fell upon Gloria, who was anxiously watching him, her expression filled with concern and worry. David struggled to lift his heavy body with his arms, but it felt as though an immense weight was pressing down upon him, rendering him nearly immobile. He gasped for breath, his throat parched to the point of being almost voiceless. After a considerable effort, David managed to sit up. He licked his dry lips and softly asked Gloria, "Mom, when can I go home?" In that moment, the one thing David longed for most was to return home as soon as possible. After all, the cybernetic doctors are not running a charity. Lingering here for even a moment longer incurs additional costs. Soon, the time for tuition payment will arrive, and every penny feels exceedingly precious. It is imperative to avoid any unnecessary expenditures and not to impose any further burdens on the family. Gloria gazed at David's frail form, her heart aching for him, and offered comforting words. "David, do not fret. We will be home soon. The doctor has assured me that your injuries are not severe. You simply need to rest." David nodded, his gaze shifting from Gloria, a hint of evasion in his eyes. "Mom, I've caused you trouble again." Hearing this, Gloria felt a pang of sadness. She suppressed her emotions and gently ruffled David's hair, feigning optimism as she replied, "What nonsense are you saying, you rascal? However, you truly need to train. If you can't handle a few ruffians from the 6th Street gang, how will you ever ascend to the pinnacle of the Wasteland Tower?" Huh. David was taken aback, sensing that something was amiss with his mother today. Chapter 21. Survival Rules of the Night City in Santo Domingo, at the Martinez residence on the H4 skyscraper. The tranquility of the morning was abruptly shattered by the shrill sound of an alarm. David turned over in bed, covering his ears with his hands. Yet the noise stubbornly penetrated his mind. Finally, he could no longer resist the urge to open his eyes, staring at the ceiling in a daze. After what felt like an eternity, He realized it was the alarm he had set. He stretched widely, every joint in his body cracking in protest. Sharp pangs of pain stimulating his nerves as if they were voicing their discontent. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The pain is unbearable. The effects of this analgesic are fleeting. With that thought, David reached for the soothing pain relief injection on his bedside and administered it to himself. As the analgesic took effect, the pain diminished almost instantly. David continued to gaze vacantly at the ceiling, murmuring to himself, "So, today I am to be trained by a mercenary? This is truly akin to filming a surreal dream. It's utterly insane." Recalling what his mother had said 2 days prior, encouraging him to learn a thing or two from Connor, David couldn't help but scratch his head in confusion. While he harbored aspirations of emulating the mercenaries from the movies, boldly conquering foes and departing with nonchalance, he was acutely aware of his own limitations. It dawned on him that his mother must have been shaken by the recent incident, and he resolved to comply with her wishes, merely to placate her. With a sigh, he sat up in bed, tousling his disheveled hair, silently lamenting his predicament. Deep down, David was rather reluctant, after all. It was a rare occasion when he didn't have to attend school, and he yearned to steal a few more moments of slumber. "Why must I always encounter such misfortunes?" he muttered to himself, wishing he could be like the other students at school. Yet, such thoughts remained confined to his mind. After all, he was merely a poor boy from Santo Domingo. As he pondered this, the prospect of the so-called training began to seem less daunting. Who knows? Perhaps he might actually acquire some remarkable skills. When that time comes, he could apply these skills against Tanaka and his gang. Just imagining that scenario filled David with a renewed sense of vigor, particularly when reminiscing about the moment Connor effortlessly dispatched those inexperienced members of the Sixth Streets gang to save him. A surge of warmth ignited within his heart. Upon reflection, it occurred to him that this was indeed quite commendable. Thus, David steeled himself and resolved to rise from his bed. He endured the dull ache coursing through his body, sluggishly dressed himself, and after completing his morning routines, devoured the sandwich left by Gloria, slightly appeasing his hunger before stepping out the door. Before long, David arrived at the entrance of Connor's workshop. He gazed at the sign above the grand door, where a brand-new, resplendent neon sign caught his eye. Shimmering with a lavish and unique Gothic script, "Devil May Cry." What a peculiar name. "Do Demons Weep?" David was unaware of the story behind this phrase. Yet it possessed an undeniable gravitas. In contrast to the graffiti prevalent throughout Night City, this artwork on the door's wall appeared more ancient and distinctive. The lines of the graffiti flowed smoothly, with vibrant colors that, in David's discerning eye, surpassed the aesthetics of the Sixth Streets gang's scribbles, resonating with a similar rhythm to the Valentina gang's style, but imbued with a greater sense of artistry. David pushed open the small door and entered the workshop. The first sight that greeted him was a striking crimson Gudra Sport R7. David had seen this vehicle amidst the gunfire and galloping steeds. Its 480 horsepower engine and rear-wheel design epitomized a certain flair. The book designates it as an archetype of neo-militarism. Yet David discerns nothing in the vehicle that aligns with such a doctrine, preferring to label it as entropyism. Utilitarian above all else, the vehicle presents a minimalist, almost austere aesthetic, yet it exudes an undeniable allure. Juxtaposed with this vehicle, his mother's Galena Rattler pales in comparison, scarcely deserving the appellation of a car. David's gaze meandered momentarily, before being captivated by another spectacle, a vintage motorcycle, its singular design immediately arresting the eye. David had previously encountered this particular model within the annals of the Arasaka Library's compendium of 20th-century mechanical designs. It was none other than the celebrated Bobber motorcycle, a design ethos presently embraced by the highly sought-after Kusake Peacekeeper. As David reveled in the panoply of novel objects, a peremptory summons shattered his reverie. "Hey, kid, you're late." The abruptness of the utterance startled David, who turned to find Connor calibrating an Arasaka Jaki X2 Kenshin technical pistol. At Connor's pronouncement, David experienced a pang of discomfiture, reflexively scratching his head and offering a sheepish grin, stammering, "I did happen to retire rather late last night, and this morning I only." However, his explanation was truncated by Connor's interjection. "Such justifications are superfluous to me, since your mother has entrusted you to my tutelage. The extent of your acquisition is contingent solely upon your own diligence. Your tardiness will invariably result in a diminution of your learning." Connor gently placed the handgun he held on the table, then casually picked up a towel to wipe his hands. After that, he slowly rose and stepped towards David. Upon reaching the young man, Connor halted and gazed at him before calmly inquiring, "Are you prepared, lad?" Uh, I, I am ready, David stammered, uncertain of what he was preparing for, but in light of Connor's question, he opted to respond affirmatively. This marked Connor's first serious appraisal of the boy who would later cause a commotion in the Wasteland Tower a year from now. David's lean physique appeared somewhat vigorous, yet it was unable to conceal the underlying aura of a recluse. If he were to tell others about the events that would transpire in a year's time, most would likely dismiss his claims as mere bravado. Him, a year from now, he LLB in Lizard, indulging in fantasies with a mutuo, they would believe that. But storming the Wasteland Tower? Can this lad even wield a gun? Yet the truth remains that in a timeline devoid of Connor, David indeed accomplished a remarkable feat, all right. This is for the best. It spares us considerable time on psychological preparation, Connor mused, leaning against the workbench with arms crossed, a hint of amusement in his voice. Now, David, let us discuss a matter both fundamental and paramount. What is the primary element for survival in Night City? This question left David momentarily speechless. He was a street kid, yet he had never truly navigated the streets, nor had he ever transported goods for a gang or negotiated with black market traders. He was entirely oblivious to the logic governing the underworld. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and say, I believe. Perhaps it is a matter of how hard the fist is? In David's understanding, as long as one is capable of fighting, all problems cease to exist. It is surprising to see that you are quite straightforward. Having a hard fist is indeed a factor, yet it is not the most crucial one. Look at those intermediaries. Which of them can fight? Yet they flourish effortlessly. Connor did not intend to put David in a difficult position, seeing David's continuous wild guesses. He decided to spare him the trouble and directly revealed the answer. It is awareness. In this line of work, the key is to possess awareness and to be prepared at all times for both killing and being killed. Gazing at David's somewhat naive visage, Connor continued with a profound tone, what does it matter how skilled a fighter one is? A single bullet can take him away, and the one who pulls the trigger can be anyone, a frail woman or perhaps just a young child. David, our first lesson today is to instill in you this very awareness. No sooner had he spoken than Connor tossed the previously adjusted pistol into David's embrace, then turned toward a cage concealed beneath a canvas. Connor ambled to the front of the cage, lifting the canvas that shrouded it, revealing, in an instant, a completely naked scavenger before David's eyes. David, come here. Let me see if you possess this awareness. Shoot and eliminate him, Connor commanded David with an expressionless demeanor. Chapter 22. The Survival Rules of Night City. 2. David stood utterly astounded by the scene before him, paralyzed by uncertainty, unsure of how to respond to such a predicament. Shoot. What a preposterous notion. Despite having experienced countless scenarios of murder within the confines of the super dream, the reality of wielding a firearm and taking a life remained a distant and unattainable concept for him. Observing David's indecisiveness, Connor refrained from hastily urging him to make a choice. Instead, he spoke calmly. Behold, this is the invisible barrier that separates the strong from the weak. His tone was as tranquil as water, as if recounting an utterly commonplace truth. The weak are often ensnared by a multitude of fragile emotional moralities, burdened by thoughts such as, if I kill, I will feel guilt, I will feel remorse. As Connor spoke, he traced his finger along the edge of the cage, his steady voice resonating with an almost magical quality that gradually soothed David's previously tumultuous emotions. Noticing David in contemplation, he continued, however, the strong ponder but one question, whether eliminating this individual is a worthwhile transaction, the most cost-effective choice. In this equation, morality is absent, and notions of right and wrong hold no sway. Only perspective remains. Connor's words struck a significant chord within David's worldview. Though as a native of Night City, he had cultivated some understanding of these concepts and had prepared himself internally. The prospect of allowing such reasoning to guide him, nonchalantly taking a life, still met with a measure of resistance within him. Then, does it mean that everyone's life can be treated as a mere bargaining chip on the table? David murmured to himself. Upon hearing his words, Connor felt a profound sense of hope, realizing that his efforts were not in vain. His perception of David was intricate in his eyes. The young man was a vivid reflection of his own tumultuous adolescence, sensitive, imaginative, and marked by a reckless obsession. Connor understood that these traits were not only integral to David's character, but also formidable obstacles he must confront on his path to maturity. Gazing at David, Connor was reminded of his own youthful self, a spirited yet fragile boy. He wished that through his intervention, David would swiftly mature and confront the grim realities of Night City without sacrificing himself. You are right. This is the law of Night City. Everything is a negotiable commodity, and human life is but a trivial matter. There are even deeper bonds, such as kinship, friendship, and love. Look at this scavenger. He might also be a lad from Santo Domingo. Yet, in his quest for survival, he has chosen this path. And surely he is prepared for the possibility of being eliminated by mercenaries, police, or even trauma teams. After speaking, Connor grasped David's hand, raised his firearm, and aimed it at the scavenger in the cage, offering a blend of temptation and consolation. It is quite simple. Just gently pull the trigger. Meanwhile, the scavenger in the cage had succumbed to despair, his voice rendered mute by Connor's poison, leaving him to futilely shake the cage in a final act of struggle. David felt as though his head was buzzing, and everything before him appeared blurred and indistinct. He attempted to awaken his senses, yet his body trembled uncontrollably. At that moment, his fingers involuntarily twitched, and the trigger was unexpectedly pulled. A dull gunshot reverberated through the air, causing it to seem to freeze in time. In an instant, a bullet hole appeared on the foreman's forehead, blood gushing forth and pooling into a dark crimson stain on the ground. David's eyes widened in disbelief as he witnessed the unfolding chaos. He fought to suppress the fear gnawing at his heart and the discomfort consuming his body, gasping for air as if striving to inhale every ounce of oxygen. At that moment, the expression on the foreman's face, terror, rage, helplessness, was a tumultuous blend of emotions that contorted his features into a grotesque visage. David could scarcely fathom how a single face could convey such a myriad of contrasting expressions. The haunting image was indelibly etched into his mind, perhaps a visage he would never forget. Congratulations, David. Welcome to Night City. Connor's words dripped with irony. A Miami native speaking such a phrase to a denizen of Night City, laced with dark humor. David numbly returned home, his gaze vacant and lost. As though his soul had departed, he stared blankly at the weighty handgun in his hand, a gift from Connor for his coming of age. It was a significant artifact, the first instrument of bloodshed, and if fate allowed, he hoped to wield it for a long time to come. The words of Connor echoed in David's ears, plunging him into deep contemplation. He slowly climbed onto the bed, his body feeling utterly drained of strength. As he absent-mindedly fiddled with the handgun in his hand, he endeavored to recall the day's events. This marked his first act of killing, and initially, a wave of discomfort surged within him, but as time passed, that feeling gradually ebbed away, replaced by an indescribable numbness. The man was merely a janitor. These individuals, whether they lived or died, could be seen as contributing to the safety of Night City. David attempted to console himself in this manner, hoping to alleviate his inner guilt. However, as this thought flickered through his mind, he was immediately overwhelmed by shame. Was human life truly so disposable? Just then, Gloria returned home. David, how did you feel at Connor's today? She casually inquired, noticing him toying with the handgun. Under normal circumstances, she would have erupted in anger, fiddling with a gun. Is that what you, David, should be doing? Yet now, she had come to terms with the fact that David needed to learn some self-defense tactics. This was unrelated to the choices of his life path, merely an essential foundational skill. David? She called out several times, but he remained unresponsive. David, I am speaking to you. Seeing her son disregard her, Gloria felt a surge of irritation, thinking, how dare this little rascal ignore his mother like this? She hastened to the bedside, firmly pushing David's shoulder, raising her voice. You little brat. Are you even listening? At this moment, David finally regained his composure. He lifted his gaze, meeting his mother's eyes, which were filled with confusion. Huh, Mom, did you call me? He asked. Yes, who else could it be speaking? A ghost? Though frustration simmered within her, upon seeing her son's dejected expression, Gloria presumed he had faced some setbacks that day. She encouraged him, saying, It's natural to find these things a bit challenging at first. You'll gradually adapt. Huh. David was brimming with questions. Is it really something one can slowly acclimate to, murder? By the way, what has Connor taught you? How to shoot? Gloria casually inquired. Ah, yes. Just some basics, and he happened to give me a gun. Here it is. He handed over the modest pistol he held. Gloria refrained from taking it, instead gently ruffling David's hair and softly saying, I'm sorry, David, that you have to be exposed to this. Mom, please don't say such things. I'm not one of those pampered rich kids, accustomed to having everything handed to me. I need to have some means of self-defense, don't I? It's a rare opportunity for someone to teach me this. So please stop worrying unnecessarily. David interrupted Gloria, the initial discomfort of contemplating murder dissipating under the weight of his desire not to disappoint her. The mother and son did not delve deeper into this topic. It was evident that both were somewhat resistant to it. Yet, what choice did they have in Night City, where circumstances were beyond their control? The following day, David arrived punctually at Connor's workshop. "Teacher, I'm ready. What shall we learn today?" David, brimming with enthusiasm, posed a question to Connor, causing Connor to regard him with newfound respect. The lad had adapted remarkably well. "Today, we shall embark on our second lesson, delving into the tools at your disposal. However, before we proceed, let us revisit yesterday's assignments." With that, he once again unfurled the canvas, revealing yet another bound scavenger within the cage. Taking a deep breath, David cast aside all distractions and, with a swift motion, drew his weapon, the humble Shinshin. Gone was the discomfort he felt the previous day, and he aimed true, delivering a shot that resulted in a gushing stream of blood from the scavenger's head. Connor observed with a casual glance, remarking, "Your aim is not quite as precise as yesterday. That shot was slightly off. I would rate it an 80. Now, let us commence our second lesson." Chapter 23, The Survival Principles of the City of Night. Connor guided David to a wall adorned with an array of weaponry, each piece more dazzling than the last, showcasing a variety of firearms and uniquely crafted melee weapons. In this line of work, it is imperative to choose the right tools. They may very well save your life in critical moments. David's eyes widened in awe as he gazed at the extensive collection before him. Such a sight is a veritable feast for any man. "Observe," Connor whispered, reaching for a formidable energy katana. "Let us first explore the classifications of these weapons." David nodded, fully engrossed in Connor's elucidation. Melee weapons, while they may prove useful in specific stealth operations, rarely see true combat in the field. Connor continued, wielding the thermal katana in his hand. However, it possesses its own unique advantages. It is convenient to carry, and bringing it along means you need not bear the heavy burden of ammunition. David nodded thoughtfully, signifying his understanding. In close-quarters street combat, choosing it is undoubtedly wise. Yet I would not recommend it, Connor concluded, returning the katana to its place on the wall. David appeared perplexed. "Why not choose the katana? I see those from the Tiger Claw gang using them." Connor, undeterred by David's probing inquiries, patiently elucidated. "This weapon is merely effective against small-time street thugs. When confronted with formidable opponents, it becomes a death sentence." "Do you know why?" David shook his head, clearly unaware. "The reason is simple. The effective attack range of the katana is rather awkward. Against well-trained, well-equipped military or police forces, they can suppress you from a distance. And in close encounters, especially when facing an adversary endowed with the strength of a gorilla's arm and an arsenal of combat skill chips, it lacks the necessary agility and could easily lead to humiliation. Furthermore, let us not forget that some unscrupulous individuals may don ACPA or Centaur-type armor. How long do you think it would take for your katana to breach that?" Connor shook his head, acknowledging that while the time-stopping swordplay style has remained a perennial favorite in the game from version 1.0 to 2.0, it is merely a fantasy. In reality, even the most advanced thermal katana in 2077 could not cleave through ACPA armor. Moreover, it must be emphasized that the might of the swordsmanship is predicated upon the foundation of advanced weaponry. In the realm of martial arts, speed reigns supreme. It is invincible and unassailable. Should one possess such conditions, wielding high-tech firearms, such as the RT-46 Storm or Blizzard, would yield even more terrifying results. Thus, cold weapons may serve as secondary armaments, utilized in exigent circumstances when one's primary weapon is unavailable. Connor, upon concluding his remarks, tossed a commonplace punk knife to David, asserting, "This will suffice." David clumsily accepted the punk knife, scrutinizing it closely, yet found nothing particularly extraordinary. "Stop looking. It is merely a conventional punk knife, albeit crafted from slightly superior materials, featuring a blade forged from space-grade metal," Connor elaborated. "Thus, its capabilities are limited to everyday self-defense and stealth missions." At this juncture, David posed a new inquiry. Teacher, I have seen some flying knife masters in Dreamland. Can I emulate their prowess?" Connor gazed at him with exasperation and replied, "Refrain from indulging in nonsensical fantasies. How many throwing knives can you feasibly carry? Would you like to cram one into your posterior as well? Carrying an excess of throwing knives only serves to attract the attention of the NCBD, especially for a novice like you. How long do you think it would take to master such a skill? It is not something that can be accomplished simply by inserting a skill chip." David, sheepishly smiling, Conceded. So, after all this discussion, the most effective weapon remains the gun, right? Connor nodded in affirmation, stating, "Indeed, beyond 7 paces, the gun is swift, within 7 paces. It is both rapid and precise. What I wish to convey is a sincere hope that you refrain from foolishly wielding a katana or brandishing a mantis knife in a confrontation. Should you find yourself in such a predicament and end up perforated, my reputation would be irrevocably tarnished." Speaking of the mantis knife, Connor finds himself both amused and bewildered. He firmly believes that the individual who conceived of this peculiar weapon must have been under the influence of whiskey, their mind ignited with fervor to devise such a notion. After all, who would design a weapon so ineffectual? Perhaps its initial creation did indeed contemplate the art of assassination. Yet the individual who popularized it was nothing short of audacious. Connor has engaged in combat with numerous wielders of the mantis knife. Gaining first-hand insight into its capabilities, it is suited solely for offense and utterly inept in defense. Moreover, the transition of rhythm is clumsy at best, offering little variation beyond thrusts, sweeps, cuts, charges, holds, presses, flicks, scoops, hangs, and blocks, rendering it rather monotonous. In comparison, one might find a katana far more practical. After all, a katana does not necessitate consideration of nerve compression. Then what firearm should I use? David mused, devoid of any obsession with cold weapons. His youthful desire to appear impressive briefly enticed him, yet when it comes to engaging in actual combat, he would prefer the practicality of a firearm. Hold on. First tell me, what firearms are you acquainted with? This inquiry presents little challenge. After all, one does not need to have eaten pork to recognize a pig running. David responded, "There are 3 categories of firearms: kinetic, technical, and intelligent. Indeed, and what else? Pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and shotguns." Very good. And then? David found himself in a quandary, scratching his head and stammering for some time before finally summoning the courage to speak. I don't know." A subtle hint of embarrassment flickered across his face. Connor, rather than discouraging him, responded, "Though your understanding is quite superficial, it suffices for now. These 3 categories of firearms represent the mainstream of contemporary weaponry. Which type do you prefer?" After a moment of contemplation, David replied, "I believe intelligent weapons are remarkable. I've observed that those who wield them no longer need to aim. Once locked onto a target, they merely pull the trigger. That seems fitting for me." David began to envision himself wielding advanced and classic intelligent weapons, dominating the battlefield. However, his daydream was swiftly shattered by Connor's interjection. Intelligent weapons are not suited for you. They require an intelligent interface system, typically utilized by hackers or those equipped with specialized access augmentations. After voicing this, Connor regarded David, as if to suggest they should move on to another option. Teacher, I think practicing with a handgun would suffice. It feels as though you intend to train me as a lone wolf." David finally articulated his inner turmoil, sensing something amiss. Wasn't this supposed to be about learning self-defense? Instead, there was talk of lethal intent and careful weapon selection. What choices were there? Could he even bring a shotgun to school? Upon perceiving David's realization of his true intentions, Connor smiled enigmatically. "One day, you will find it indispensable. Trust me." David, upon witnessing the situation, chose not to protest. After all, which boy from the valley does not aspire to be a dashing lone wolf? Merely honing his skills with a handgun would not suffice. It was prudent to train in various disciplines, for a plethora of skills is never burdensome. Thus, Connor resolutely decided on David's behalf, seemingly awakening his inner minner. Let us gather these firearms and head to the shooting range. Chapter 24. Business comes knocking. Over the subsequent fortnight, David diligently trained alongside Connor. He had transformed from a complete novice into a budding practitioner, now merely awaiting an opportunity to put his skills to the test. Observing that David's injuries were nearly healed, Gloria sent him back to school. As David departed with a reluctant expression, Connor could only acquiesce, realizing that one cannot overpower authority. He would have to privately address this matter with David's mother upon her return. With David's absence, the workshop fell into an unexpected silence. Having grown accustomed to David's daily chatter, Connor found the sudden quiet unsettling. Am I perhaps growing old? Why do I feel this inexplicable nostalgia? Such absurdity, Connor pondered, bemused by his own sudden sentimentality. Truly, one cannot remain idle. When left to his own thoughts, emotions inevitably surface. Enough of this. Time to work. Determined to dismiss these trivial musings, Connor resolved that no workday should be devoid of music. He turned on the radio, mindlessly flipping through the stations. Moro rock, No. Too noisy. Screaming station? Children's paradise. Pass. Pacific Dream? Ugh. Can't they play a single lyric? The radio station I casually tuned into played music that Connor found rather unappealing. Indeed, it was a sign of his advancing age, as he struggled to embrace the tastes of the younger generation. Ah, but this one is delightful, the Royal Blues. It shall be. He promptly pressed the play button, and a profound current began to flow gently through the air. Chet's You Don't Know What Love Is filled the workshop, echoing like a whisper of the night, imbued with a subtle melancholy and endless contemplation. Jazz was indeed the remedy he sought, and at that moment, Connor yearned for a glass of whiskey. However, he resolved to focus on his work first, promising himself a hearty drink afterward. Shaking his head gently, he dispelled the thought of indulging in alcohol. He took a deep breath and reached into the box, retrieving a battered, grease-stained bullet launcher. My goodness, what a relic this is, an antiquated Viper from 41. No wonder it found its way to me. The person who brought it here is truly despicable. Connor reflected on how intimidating these street thugs could be. They dared to attach any kind of cybernetic enhancements to themselves. And here was this outdated bullet launcher still in use, notorious for its tendency to misfire. Its propulsion system was as unreliable as a middle-aged man refusing to use a sturdy firearm. Malfunctions were the norm. Well, since it's here now, I shall endeavor to enhance it. This launcher had undoubtedly seen better days, and Connor carefully placed it on the workbench, wary of causing it to fall apart with a single misstep. The transformation of the metallic apparatus was initiated, and a faint glimmer flickered. Countless slender metallic data lines emerged, rapidly entangling the entire projectile launcher. In the blink of an eye, the once dilapidated weapon was enveloped by these intricate threads. Subsequently, Connor began to concentrate, wielding control over the metallic data lines to disassemble and reconfigure the launcher. Before long, the Viper launcher, dating back to 2041, had been dismantled to a considerable degree. Connor picked up a chip from the side and gently placed it above the launcher, which was ensconced in the metallic lines. Almost instantaneously, as if drawn by an unseen force, the chip seamlessly integrated into the internal structure of the launcher, swiftly being absorbed. In a short while, Connor completed the repair and upgrade of the launcher. Observing the pristine weapon on the workbench, he stretched lazily and took a sip of coffee, feeling a sense of accomplishment. This should be the last of it. Connor thought it was time to replenish Gloria's protein intake. She had been working exceptionally hard. Over the course of this week, Connor had procured no fewer than 50 cybernetic enhancements. Even he was slightly overwhelmed. How many corpses had this woman scavenged? He sent a text to Gloria. Connor, I've finished this batch. Come by to collect it when you can. Gloria, so soon. Connor, don't casually say those 3 words to a man. Could you please add the subject? Connor, my efficiency is remarkably swift. Now, let's set a time for the pickup. I haven't ventured outside in quite some time. Once I finish this, I intend to enjoy a few drinks in Japan Street. Gloria, all right. I will arrange for some personnel to head over. Are you truly going to Japan Street just for drinks? Connor, what? Are you going to play the overseer and meddle in my private affairs? Gloria, humph. I'm merely concerned that you might indulge excessively and end up in a precarious situation, jeopardizing my financial interests. Connor, woman, your name ought to be stubborn. If you are envious of my enjoyment, just admit it. I wouldn't mind. Gloria, you're overthinking it. By the way, I have a client, an acquaintance of mine, who wishes to upgrade his projectile launcher. I have recommended your workshop to him. Connor, you needn't elaborate. They have already arrived. Having concluded his text exchange with Gloria, Connor turned to face the 2 individuals entering. A pair of imposing figures, unmistakably robust. Yet the slightly shorter, blonde giantess was indeed a woman. Had it not been for Connor's involuntary gaze drawn towards her secondary sexual characteristics, he would scarcely have perceived her femininity. Her jacket was unbuttoned, revealing a bare torso with merely a symbolic bra. Observing her muscular physique, Connor found himself intrigued. Having pumped so much testosterone, her breasts must be nearly flattened. Did she truly require a bra? This woman clearly hailed from a gang background. No ordinary woman would present herself in such a manner. Even the most formidable of women possess an inclination towards beauty, yet those affiliated with gangs are a notable exception. Beside her stood a man of African descent with golden hair, his physique as imposing as a rampart. How many cybernetics had been grafted onto him? A cursory glance confirmed their identities. Maine, Christopher, Stevens, Dorio, and Weist. Individuals who tread the edge, mentors to David in this metropolis of dreams and disillusionment. And also a pair of unfortunate souls bled dry by Night City. It seemed Gloria held them in genuine regard. For despite Connor's instructions to recommend mercenaries for bespoke cybernetic services, she had directed only them his way. As Connor scrutinized Maine and his companion, Maine, in turn, assessed the tech specialist before him. He and Gloria were well acquainted, having procured numerous second-hand cybernetics from her in the past. Recently, she had been circulating exceptionally well-preserved implants. Had he not known her so well, Maine might have suspected she had become entangled with the corporate echelons, engaging in acts of embezzlement. However, after a brief exchange, Maine was astounded to discover the situation was far more extraordinary than he had imagined. Apparently, Gloria had somehow connected with a tech specialist, and these cybernetics were entirely the product of this enigmatic individual. This revelation left Maine utterly bewildered. When had tech specialists become so fiercely competitive as to elevate refurbishment and modification to such an extent? Despite his bewilderment, Maine's unwavering pursuit of superior and more advanced cybernetics compelled him to personally visit this mysterious tech specialist. Thus, after obtaining the workshop's address from Gloria, he and Dorio embarked on their visit. Was he a Skywalker? I am Maine, and this is Dorio. Gloria referred us. He introduced himself to Connor with succinctness, promptly dispelling the silence that had pervaded the room. Connor, already acquainted with the pair, dispensed with superfluous pleasantries. With a dismissive wave, he stated forthrightly, "She has already apprised me of your visit. State your requirements without reservation." He gestured for Maine and Dorio to dispense with formalities and articulate their needs directly, assuring them of equitable dealings and satisfaction. Chapter 25. Maine and Dorio seeing Connor's ready compliance. Maine reciprocated with equal candor. "I wish to procure a replacement projectile launcher. The existing one has become somewhat antiquated." As he spoke, he extended his arm toward Connor, adding, "Gloria avows that you proffer the most exceptional and cost-effective services in Night City." Connor grasped Maine's wrist and rotated it a few times before responding. "She certainly possesses a talent for promotion, a fact I do not dispute. How long have you been employing this contraption?" In Connor's assessment, Maine's projectile launcher was an utter travesty. The foundation of the device was a peacekeeper manufactured by Zeta Technologies in 2056. The individual who modified it had forcibly integrated it with a gorilla arm. While Connor found no inherent fault with this fusion concept, he questioned the compatibility of the Gorilla Arms brand, more Tech TC-03, with the Zeta Technologies platform. Such an incongruous junction would inevitably lead to overheating and potential burnout at the neural interface, effectively rendering it a catalyst for cyberpsychosis. Upon reflecting on man's conclusion in the animation, it seems quite reasonable. After 3 years, the device has been functioning adequately. However, in recent months, it has begun to exhibit some issues, running with a certain sluggishness. Man candidly conveyed the situation to Connor, who merely attributed it to the subpar quality of the launcher, suggesting a replacement was in order. "Do you not feel any discomfort?" Connor inquired. "Discomfort? Not at all. What do you mean?" Man replied, somewhat perplexed, as he had not considered any other implications. Gradually releasing his grip on Man's arm, Connor gestured for them to take a seat, then plopped down in a chair, a playful smirk adorning his face as he remarked, "You must be incredibly lucky, carrying around such a ticking time bomb, and yet you haven't lost your mind. Perhaps you should try your luck with the lottery. You might just win." At that moment, Dorio, standing nearby, could hardly contain her curiosity and interjected, "What? A bomb? Is there something wrong with this shooting launcher?" Coming from the animal gang, Dorio harbored an intrinsic aversion towards such augmentations. In her eyes, equipping one's body with so many prosthetics was akin to self-harm, imposing a significant strain on the nervous system, and who could tell if these augmentations had backdoors installed? Consequently, she had been vigilantly monitoring Man's condition, and upon hearing Connor mention the issue, she immediately felt compelled to inquire further, her anxiety palpable. Man nervously glanced at Connor, for no one desires to experience cyberpsychosis. Although he was confident in his ability to withstand it, it was prudent to heed the counsel of a professional. Connor waved his hand dismissively and remarked, "The individual who installed that transmitter for you is quite incompetent. The platforms of More Technologies and Zeta Technologies are notoriously incompatible. Forcing them together will only exacerbate the burden on your neural interface. Furthermore, I notice you have quite a few augmentations. Even if this device doesn't malfunction, other systems will be affected. Ultimately, it's uncertain which component will falter first and lead to a collapse. Is there any way to remedy this?" Dorio inquired. perhaps more concerned about the matter than Man himself. Connor glanced at her before turning his gaze to the silent man and replied, "The solution is rather straightforward. Remove some of the augmentations, particularly the neural, skeletal, and dermal systems. Those are the most prone to issues. Let us disregard that option." "I want to consider it," Man interjected, finally breaking his silence. This proposal was unacceptable to him. From a nameless individual to a person of modest repute today, he owed his progress to his unwavering tenacity and reliance on his augmentations. To dismantle them would be akin to signing his own death warrant, an impossibility. "Man." Dorio stared at him with concern, her words caught in her throat. Although she typically managed the myriad tasks of the team and Man appeared to cooperate with her, she understood that once Man set his mind on something, her persuasion would be futile. All she could do was accompany him down this reckless path, even if it led straight to perdition. Connor was not surprised by Man's choice. He himself would not have opted for such a path. After all, stepping into the limelight inevitably invites adversaries. The decision to forego certain augmentations is akin to a tiger relinquishing its claws. Does this not present an opportunity for foes? Indeed, this method may not suit you. However, I have a plan B. Would you be interested in hearing it? The previously somber atmosphere was instantly dispelled as Man and Dorio looked at Connor with a glimmer of hope. "Of course, I'm interested. Please go on." A typical cybernetic doctor might advise you to upgrade to an entirely new set of augmentations, ensuring the operating systems remain compatible, a method that is both time-consuming and labor-intensive. A more resourceful cyberneticist would enlist a formidable hacker and technical expert to breach the backdoor of the augmentations and subsequently construct a new operating system. Like the Vortex Gang? Man pondered, recalling the notorious group known for recklessly augmenting themselves, with many members boasting augmentation rates exceeding 60. Yet, a significant number managed to endure, likely due to their use of self-developed systems. Connor nodded in agreement. "Precisely. Those Vortex Gang members are like rabid dogs, yet their wits remain intact. Their approach is indeed worth emulating." Man seemed to grasp Connor's intent, but Dorio, lacking a deeper understanding of cybernetics, inquired with confusion, "What does this have to do with your plan B?" "My plan B is to merge these two approaches." "Merge them?" "Indeed, I possess a comprehensive array of prosthetic systems. Once these are installed, it merely requires the expertise of a hacker to develop the necessary operating program." Connor spoke of it with an air of nonchalance, yet Man, a seasoned veteran, could not help but furrow his brow at the prospect. This plan faces three critical challenges. First, what is the quality of Connor's prosthetics? Can they support the implementation of this scheme? This is paramount. If not, it would be wiser to continue utilizing the current prosthetics, and perhaps enlist a highly skilled hacker to dismantle them one by one. This brings us to the second issue. Where can one find a hacker capable of developing an operating system? While there is a hacker within my own team, and I am acquainted with several, based on my understanding, they are not particularly adept at creating operating systems. The third dilemma is that I lack the financial resources to pursue this. Both of the aforementioned solutions would require a substantial investment, and at present, I am in dire need of funds. Man hesitated, stating, "This approach may hold potential, yet my financial situation is rather constrained." He could request credit from Connor, but given Man's nature, he found it difficult to voice such a plea. After all, the complete set of prosthetics would cost no less than $500,000. If it were a new model, the base price would soar to $2 million. He could scrape together enough for the cheapest option, but it would be futile, as its performance would not meet his needs. However, he could not afford the entirety of new models. Perhaps some components of the prosthetics could be replaced with more affordable alternatives that I can manage, while the rest could be new models. Connor anticipated that he would express such sentiments. Even a mercenary like Man, who has gained some renown and prestige in the field, would struggle to amass such an exorbitant sum. Reflecting on his experiences in the year 2077, he recalled how Night City had pushed him to extremes. Despite embodying the prowess of V, the cybernetic superhero, relentlessly slaughtering gang members and engaging in NCPD incidents, he had barely managed to accumulate 3 to 4 million credits by the end. While this amount may seem substantial within the confines of the game, it was hardly sufficient when faced with the reality of expenditures in Night City. Furthermore, lesser mercenaries than V would find it even more challenging. The maintenance and upgrade of weapons and cyberware demand significant financial resources, not to mention the considerable costs associated with vehicle repairs. Added to this were the daily necessities of life, food, clothing, and other essentials, each requiring its own share of funds. I can offer you these cyberware components free of charge, Connor proposed, recognizing Man's predicament, provided you assist me with a few tasks. Chapter 26. The Deal with Man. Wait. Man interjected suddenly, interrupting Connor's discourse. His sharp gaze, concealed behind his sunglasses, seemed to penetrate Connor's very soul. Isn't it a bit premature to discuss this? Shouldn't we first address the matter of that foolish launcher? One matter at a time, is it not? He continued. If we were merely to persuade Dolio, we would have concluded this transaction today, as concern often leads to distraction. Yet, experience prevails. Man, unlike a headless fly led by Connor, understands that one must assess the veracity of claims before embracing them. It is undeniable that Connor's proposal is indeed enticing, a temptation that would likely ensnare an inexperienced novice. However, Man, shaped by years of trials and tribulations, exercises remarkable caution. Faced with such alluring conditions, he is acutely aware that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. They are often fraught with hidden risks or traps. Observing Man's reluctance, Connor refrains from further persuasion, recognizing that mere words are insufficient for a seasoned individual like Man, especially when he has nothing to fear from scrutiny. Just watch, he declares. It must be fate. I happen to have a projectile launcher at hand, just waiting for you. With that, he presents the newly modified launcher, placing it upon the testing stand. Oh, is that so? My luck seems rather splendid. As for your earlier suggestion about purchasing some lottery tickets, I find it agreeable. Man replies, a smile gracing his face as he engages in casual banter with Connor, yet his gaze remains fixated on the projectile launcher in Connor's grasp. The weapon's design is fluid, its lines exquisite, resembling a fine piece of craftsmanship. Man briefly examines the configuration of the launch chamber and power unit, contemplating. This is substantial. Could it be aiming for a path of sheer power? However, as Connor meticulously connects various power cables and successfully activates the launcher, both Man and Dorian find themselves rendered speechless. They widen their eyes, gazing in disbelief at the unfolding events before them. Connor swiftly typed a series of commands on the computer keyboard, and then, with precision, he unleashed 4 astonishing high-explosive rounds towards the target. Suddenly, a shocking spectacle occurred. The projectile launcher began to transform autonomously. Under the astonished gaze of Man and Dorio, it morphed from a mere projectile launcher into a formidable plasma cannon. In an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted, accompanied by a deafening roar, as a colossal bolt of plasma surged forth like a bolt of lightning, crashing violently into the target ahead. The energy contained within that plasma bolt was terrifyingly potent. Even after striking the target, remnants of its power lingered, flickering and dancing upon the surface as if showcasing the formidable might of this weapon. Dorio, a staunch materialist, found his worldview utterly shattered. Had cybernetic enhancements become this extraordinary? Could I perhaps acquire one of these for myself? Man, equally astounded, found himself at a loss for words. Was this truly a projectile launcher or a plasma cannon? After a moment of contemplation, Man regained his composure and inquired of Connor, is this device feasible for me to install? I mean, can an ordinary person afford such a colossal apparatus? Man's concern was entirely reasonable. Plasma weaponry was not particularly rare. Yet it was typically allocated for Centaur armor and ACPA-type armored suits. As for personal deployment, issues such as size constraints and energy supply posed significant challenges. Connor appears to have addressed all these concerns. Now he is merely curious whether he can install this formidable device. I certainly comprehend your meaning. You may rest easy. For this product boasts an entirely independent and efficient energy operations system, capable of approximately 100 launches per activation, both effective and stable, while minimizing any adverse effects on the user. Thus, the only matter you need to attend to is to remember to perform regular maintenance. By the way, it is not finicky. Standard ethanol will suffice. What do you think? Is it not remarkably simple, convenient, and worry-free? Connor's words completely allayed Man's apprehensions. Are the other cybernetic enhancements you mentioned earlier also of a similar ilk? I mean, do they also evoke such a tightening sensation? You know, this device truly resembles something a certain visionary director might concoct under the influence. That description is quite apt. Trust me, once you install these enhancements, those who face you will indeed find themselves rather tense. Connor presented a tablet before Man, stating, everything you wish to know is contained herein. Take your time to peruse. Upon receiving the tablet, Man's expression grew serious as he began to browse through the various introductions of cybernetic products. He had already resolved to accept Connor's proposal and engage in a transaction with him. Now he needed to select the enhancements he desired. While Man was engrossed in examining the options on the tablet, Connor turned his attention to Dorio. Today, he aims to completely strip the wool, having already ensnared Man. And next in line is Dorio. His intention is quite straightforward, to invest in Man's group and gradually transform them into his own covert operatives. Connor epitomizes the hedonist. Long-term planning is utterly out of character for him. Before arriving in Night City, he had not contemplated his purpose, but now his goal is crystal clear: to amass wealth, to accumulate riches. Indeed, it is all about the money. However, while the idea is appealing, its execution proves challenging for a simple reason: he is alone. Unlike the cleanup crew who operate as a collective, he stands solitary. The greatest advantage of being a traveler lies in the disparity of information, and he intends to amplify this advantage. Whether it involves binding Gloria through allure and profit or investing in Man's entourage, everything hinges on his understanding of these individuals. Should he lack insight into the worldview and narrative of the Edge Runners in 2077, he might hastily enlist a few retired veterans as mere placeholders. Wouldn't it be interesting to try a different cybernetic enhancement? Connor smiled at Dorio. I don't possess many cybernetics. What I have is sufficient, and I currently have no plans for replacement. Dorio quickly declined Connor's suggestion, pondering that Man's venture would likely incur substantial expenses, so he ought to conserve resources. Frankly, I am quite curious about those of you from the animal gang. Really? What do you mean by that? Dorio was perplexed by his statement. Unsure of what was so intriguing about the animal gang, Connor languidly replied, "Is your tolerance for cybernetics really that low? In my opinion, you are the most suitable candidates for the adoption of cybernetic enhancements. Why, then, resist making choices that would be more advantageous for yourselves?" Connor's question indeed perplexed Doria. She understood it to be a commonly accepted notion. As for the extent of agreement regarding this notion, she believed it to be rather limited. As numerous members of the animal assistance team had opted for cybernetic enhancements, herself included, her gorilla arms serving as a prime example. The origin of this belief remains unclear to me. It was initially proposed and subsequently embraced, perhaps out of mere habituation. Haha, do not overthink it. I merely spoke off the cuff. However, truth be told, I find your philosophy quite commendable. In this era, where body parts can be freely replaced, adhering to such a belief allows one to feel fundamentally human. Connor reminisced about his comrades. Recalling the multitude he had encountered on the battlefield, many had succumbed to self-identity crises after being fitted with excessive cybernetics, ultimately leading to madness. "Are you a soldier?" Doria inquired, somewhat surprised as she had assumed Connor was merely a highly skilled technician. Connor raised an eyebrow and smiled. "I am Connor Ridley, Sergeant of the New American Rangers. I even participated in the Unification War. Now I find myself seeking a livelihood in Night City. Fate is indeed curious. Fortunately, many veterans from the New American Forces have retired to Night City." Connor's social skills were exceptional, and within moments, the two had closed the distance between them. Just as their conversation reached a lively crescendo, Man had also settled on the cybernetic upgrade he wished to pursue. "Having finished reading, let us discuss your conditions. What tasks do you require my assistance with?" "Let me clarify from the outset. Matters involving direct confrontation with the company are beyond my capabilities." Man expressed his limits unequivocally, stating that as long as we are not sent to our demise, everything else is negotiable. Connor, naturally understanding, responded with a smile, "Rest assured. Do I appear to be that foolish? You know, our line of work is rather competitive, and at times, we must contend with underhanded tactics from rivals. In such instances, I will need your support to resolve minor inconveniences." As for identifying those rivals and the nature of the troubles, Connor deemed it prudent to retain the final say. Is it truly that simple? Is there nothing more? Indeed, it is that simple. There is nothing else. It's a deal. Chapter 27, David vs. Tanaka Masanobu in Night City, at the municipal center of Aohara Academy. While Connor was negotiating with Man, David was also facing his own challenges. In the past, David had navigated life at Aohara Academy with caution, often avoiding confrontations instigated by the wealthy scions of the school. However, all of this changed after training with Connor for a period of time. During this interval, not only did his physical abilities see significant enhancement, but his mentality also grew increasingly resilient. Particularly after having tasted blood, David began to adopt a more assertive demeanor. Consequently, when faced with bullying, he no longer suppressed his grievances but began to retaliate. Tanaka Masanobu epitomized this bullying. As the head of the research department and the son of a board member at Aohara Academy, he commanded considerable influence within the school. My three favorite pastimes are dining, sleeping, and amusing myself with David. However, of late, he has been somewhat irritable, for his source of entertainment, that scoundrel from the slums, David Martinez, has become increasingly difficult to manipulate. This individual, seemingly endowed with some extraordinary skill chip, has experienced an astounding surge in power, rendering him remarkably formidable. Just the day before yesterday, Tanaka Masaneo and several companions were vanquished by him single-handedly. Such a disgrace could not be easily overlooked. Martinez, I am determined to confront you to the bitter end. We shall see, Tanaka Masaneo vowed silently. Indeed, it has been demonstrated that when a person of considerable influence resolves to undertake a task, their execution is nothing short of astonishing. Tanaka Masaneo swiftly set his plans in motion, leveraging his father's resources and connections. Before long, he procured several of the latest kung fu chips, the K-Bai series. It is rumored that this remarkable technology hails from a prestigious kung fu school in China, developed in collaboration with Kantao, specifically for the use of Kantao's combat units. With this in mind, Tanaka Masaneo inserted the K-Bai chip into the interface at the back of his head. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, flooding every nerve, ending like a relentless tide. Wow, this sensation is quite exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed a flurry of punches, delivering more than a dozen strikes in rapid succession. This unprecedented experience filled him with excitement, as he could almost envision David lying defeated before him. At this very moment, Tanaka Katsuneo brimmed with confidence, secretly pondering, Martinez, it is my turn now. You had better brace yourself, lest I knock you to the ground with a single punch. Accompanied by a sinister chuckle, a fierce glint sparkled in Tanaka's eyes. This time, he intended to utterly crush David, compelling him to kneel at the mere sight of him in the future. The following morning, sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, cascading down to adorn the desolate Academy of Ruins, rendering it extraordinarily beautiful. As David stepped into the school building, he was intercepted by a group of followers led by Tanaka Katsuneo. Tanaka stood at the forefront, radiating arrogance, flanked by several burly, menacing classmates. David could not help but furrow his brow, silently muttering to himself, "Isn't this fellow satisfied after the last beating? Does he dare to provoke me again?" Tanaka swaggered up to David, a disingenuous grin plastered across his face, and remarked, "Ah, look who it is. Our hero from the slums, Mr. David Martinez." As he spoke, he circled around David, then came to a halt, continuing, "Martinez, you certainly are an early bird. No wonder your grades are consistently outstanding. If only I could rise early and study diligently like you, perhaps I too could rank first in every exam." Following this, Tanaka glanced back at his companions, feigning curiosity, and asked, "What do you think, guys?" A chorus of laughter erupted. "Tanaka, when did you start caring about academics? Indeed, what significance does achieving the top rank in the grade hold? Is your need so great for the paltry sum of a scholarship? Humph, Tanaka. Were you to merely curtail your patronage of establishments such as Ember, the savings would eclipse the scholarship's value many times over." The coterie of sycophants echoed in agreement, for in their estimation, academic achievement was of negligible consequence. After all, upon graduation, their prospects would be determined not by scholastic merit, but by the extent of resources their families could furnish. David, suppressing his mounting ire, retorted with glacial intonation, "Oh, does the esteemed young master Tanaka harbor such fanciful notions? I venture to suggest that if you aspire to claim the pinnacle of academic success, mere diligence will prove woefully insufficient." He paused deliberately for effect. Tanaka, piqued with curiosity, pressed what saying. David's lips curled into a scornful smirk as he enunciated, "Ah, yes, I recall. Genius is 1% inspiration and 99% perspiration. Alas, that solitary percentile constitutes an impassable chasm. Tanaka, I implore you to contemplate the profound implications of this maxim, and to cultivate a lucid and precise understanding of your own limitations. Cease chasing after unattainable aspirations, for it is a futile expenditure of time. Instead, perhaps, endeavor to ingratiate yourself with your father." David's words were an unrelenting mockery aimed at Masaneo Tanaka, insinuating that he was nothing more than a mediocre and incompetent individual, insignificant without his father's influence. Tanaka, unable to endure such an affront and provocation, erupted in fury, exclaiming, "Martinez, do you really think you're something special? Well, compared to you, I am indeed impressive." David slightly lifted his chin, his gaze calmly fixed on Tanaka, who towered over him. Yet, within his eyes lay a palpable sense of contempt. As he smirked subtly and remarked, "If you have come merely to discuss this matter with me, then do not squander my precious time, for the answer is abundantly clear." Tanaka scoffed, a glimmer of cunning flashing in his eyes as he sought to wound David's pride with his words. He taunted, "Keep pretending to be tough, Martinez. Your time at the Academy of Night City may well be your only chance. After graduation, where will you go?" Observing David's defiance, Tanaka intended to strike a psychological blow before delivering a physical one. "I had no intention of attending the Academy of Night City. It is a chaotic place, filled with a host of impoverished individuals. I cannot fathom what the principal of the Night City branch was thinking, allowing people like you to study alongside us." Circling David slowly, Tanaka scrutinized him from head to toe, wrinkling his nose in distaste. "Do you know why I harbor such disdain for you? The stench of your poverty is unmistakable, rising from you in waves that make me want to retch. If you possessed an iota of sagacity, you would proactively request a withdrawal from the academy, thus precluding any further inconvenience for all parties involved. Should you persist in your audacious occupation of this institution, heed my prescient warning." Articulated words of insidious malice, strikingly incongruous with his tender years. "I shall commence by inflicting upon you a state of near mortality, whereafter I shall dispatch emissaries to relieve your maternal progenitor of her appendages. Does this proposition meet with your approval? Only through such measures can we dissuade you from your current, unconscionable propinquity to our persons." These utterances ignited an inferno of rage within David's breast. "Dare you make such an attempt?" Chapter 28 David, "I shall vanquish 10 adversaries." Ha ha ha, Martinez, is that the lamentation of a vanquished cur? It is indeed cacophonous. Beholding the incandescent fury of David before him, evinced not a modicum of trepidation, nay, a surge of ineffable exhilaration coursed through his very being. For had David remained impassive, impervious to all stimuli, he would have been at a loss as to how to proceed. To vanquish one who holds naught in regard is no facile task. Sought to utterly crush David, this pauper, ensuring that this cur from the slums would never again dare to intrude upon their sight. He sought to impress upon David the immutable chasm that separated their existences, that a pauper should not presume to encroach upon their sphere, for such an act is an affront to the senses. "I shall execute my desires with impunity. I dare you to impede my progress." Taunted, his countenance a tableau of arrogance and unbridled hubris, David was seething with rage and unable to contain himself any longer. He swung his fist with great force, aiming directly at the loathsome visage of his opponent. His fist, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, seemed intent on shattering Tanaka Masaneo's skull. Yet, Tanaka remained acutely vigilant, meticulously guarding against David's impending strike. As David's fist hurtled towards him with a menacing swiftness, Tanaka did not immediately evade. Instead, he suppressed the instinct to flee and firmly planted his feet, slightly angling his body. With remarkable ease, he dodged David's powerful blow. Seizing the moment of David's brief pause, Tanaka unleashed a flurry of strikes. In an instant, he unleashed over 10 punches in rapid succession, each imbued with tremendous force. The sound of heavy impacts resonated. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow landed on David's body like a hammer, delivering a series of devastating hits. Caught off guard, David had no time to react and could only endure the onslaught, staggering under the weight of the blows. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Yet he gritted his teeth, resolutely standing his ground. "Ha ha ha ha. How's that, Martinez? The latest model of my powerful strikes cost me quite a fortune. You must hold out a bit longer." Tanaka, reveling in his advantage, began to unleash a barrage of taunts. "I'm not done playing yet." David spat out the blood from his mouth and retorted, "Then your money was wasted. This is hardly impressive, merely a trivial annoyance. Don't whimper later, Tianzhong. I still remember your pitiful display last time." The old wound reopened by David's words left Tianzhong shunned and utterly defenseless. He disregarded any notions of mercy. David Martinez must perish today. In that dazed moment, David surged forward. With a flash of movement akin to a tempest, David lunged at Tianzhong Shenan, his posture low and his speed astonishing. He unleashed a powerful hook aimed directly at Tianzhong's face. "Is that all you've got?" Tianzhong scoffed inwardly, seeing David resort to his predictable tactics. Unperturbed, he activated his formidable arm, leaning back to evade the strike, and swiftly countered by gripping David's forearm. Simultaneously, he exerted force from his lower body, adopting a solid horse stance to deliver a crushing blow to David's lower half. David's rhythm was abruptly disrupted. Reluctantly, he withdrew his fist and transformed it into an elbow strike, forcing himself free from Tianzhong's grasp. However, his unsteady center of gravity caused him to wobble. Despite this, he swung his other arm, tracing a sharp arc through the air, attempting yet again to attack. Confronted with David's desperate onslaught, Tianzhong Shengnan dared not show the slightest hesitation. He quickly released his hold and readied himself to defend against a potentially devastating blow. Replace defense with offense is a phrase that Connor often reiterates. One cannot help but commend David's innate talent and perceptiveness, although his fighting prowess is entirely derived from skill chips. His progressively maturing combat awareness adds a certain flair to his performance. In contrast, Tanaka Katsunari possesses a more advanced strength chip but finds himself merely following David's rhythm. Tanaka steps back slightly, applying force through his rear foot, leaning forward slightly while his arms instinctively shield his chest. He endures the blow delivered by David. Failing to land his initial strike, David swiftly pivots and follows up with a whip-like kick to Tanaka's arm. Before Tanaka can react, David drops his shoulder and unleashes a powerful straight punch akin to a cannon strike. Faced with this tempestuous onslaught, Tanaka can only muster a feeble defense. Bang! Another punch lands, causing Tanaka to stagger back a few steps. Huh, Tanaka, are you faltering? If your skills were as formidable as your bravado, I might take you more seriously, David mocks. If it weren't for your background, you would have met your demise in some dark alley. Now you ought to hide in your glass house, enjoying the gifts fate has bestowed upon you. Just make sure to stay inside. Do you know why? Because a waste like you wouldn't even comprehend how you met your end if you ventured out. At this moment, Tanaka Katsunari no longer dwells on whether David has been defeated. He rallies his subordinates nearby, exclaiming, "Let's all go. Let's finish him off." The remaining individuals were inspired by Tianzhong's words. Indeed, there was no need to fear 4 against 1. Just moments ago, Tianzhong had merely been at a slight disadvantage, and thus the others slowly began to encircle him. David cast a glance at them and stepped forward, sprinting towards the nearest adversary. With remarkable agility, he sidestepped, effortlessly evading the opponent's incoming punch. In swift succession, his right hand darted out, precisely seizing the individual's arm. Gripping the opponent's limb firmly, David yanked it forcefully toward himself. A straight punch followed. His right arm shot forward, akin to an unstoppable hammer, crashing down upon the outer elbow of his foe. The sound of a sharp crack resonated as his straightened arm broke inward at the elbow joint. The man clutched his bent arm, arching his back in agony, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. The execution of the move was seamless and fluid. Had Connor been present, he would undoubtedly have awarded David a score of 95. David swiftly retreated a step, this withdrawal perfectly colliding with the lower body of the individual who had maneuvered to his side. A dull thud echoed as the unsuspecting opponent stumbled, losing his balance. In that fleeting moment, David seized the opportunity, locking his hands around the adversary's waist and executing an exquisitely executed shoulder throw. As the unfortunate soul arced through the air, he crashed heavily to the ground, rendered immobile. Meanwhile, the other two, sensing impending doom, attempted to close in for an attack, but David would not grant them the opportunity. He deftly evaded the frontal assault, and with a fluid motion, launched a powerful kick to the chest of one assailant. The forceful blow sent the man careening backward with a pained scream, colliding with another companion. Immediately after, David stepped forward, landing with precision before forcefully stomping downward. His foot came crashing down onto the face of the previously fallen adversary, leaving a ghastly, deep imprint and propelling the unfortunate soul several meters away before he crashed heavily to the ground. "Your face is much more agreeable now," he remarked. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward again, delivering a flying knee strike directly to the face of Tanaka Katsuneo. The impact caused Tanaka's head to strike the wall, fracturing his delicate nasal bone and knocking out a front tooth, splattering crimson blood across his visage. As he observed Tanaka crumple to the ground, emitting pig-like wails of agony, a smirk of disdain curled at the corners of David's lips. He then turned his back, striding away, leaving behind those writhing in pain, groaning incessantly. Chapter 29. Expulsion Order in the City of Night. Within the confines of the Arakaba Tower, the research department was alive with an array of high-tech apparatuses emitting a cold glow. Employees clad in white lab coats navigated the space, engrossed in their various research endeavors. Tanaka sat in his spacious yet stifling office, overwhelmed by a mountain of documents and data reports. His brow furrowed, eyes glued to the screen, fingers flying over the keyboard as he diligently managed his daily responsibilities. Suddenly, the shrill ring of the telephone shattered the tranquility of the room. With a hint of impatience, Tanaka answered the call. Hello, this is Tanaka. State your business promptly. I'm rather occupied at the moment. You have precisely 30 seconds. His tone was detached and devoid of emotion, his countenance betraying no hint of his inner state. As the head of the Research and Development Division of the Night City branch, the weight upon his shoulders was considerable, with a multitude of matters demanding his immediate attention and decisions. Perhaps it was the Arasaka corporate culture that dictated such protocols, but even amidst his frenetic schedule, he was compelled to momentarily suspend his work to answer the call, regardless of the insignificance of the caller. The other party seemed to hesitate for a moment. Before regaining composure, Tanaka-san, my sincerest apologies for intruding upon your invaluable time. The principal of Arasaka Academy spoke with a tone of deference tinged with anxiety. Spare me the pleasantries, and get to the heart of the matter, Tanaka retorted. At this, Tanaka inwardly sighed. It was all but certain that the principal's call pertained to his feckless son's latest transgression, requiring his paternal intervention to mitigate the fallout. Despite his internal displeasure, Tanaka, bound by his role and responsibilities as a member of the Arasaka Academy Board, patiently continued to listen. Well, the matter is this. Your son, Katsuo Koen, was injured by another student at school and is currently hospitalized. Are the injuries severe? What are the medical expenses? I'll cover them. Wait a moment. What did you say? Katsuo was injured. Initially, Tanaka had assumed that his son was once again the instigator of trouble, and as such, had not paid close attention. If someone was injured and hospitalized, then financial compensation was in order. Problems that could be resolved with money were, in his view, not true problems at all. Upon regaining his composure, he realized that it was his own son who had been assaulted. This was simply intolerable. Who was responsible for this? Tanaka's tone was somewhat brusque. This troublesome child had presented him with a dilemma. If it were the offspring of another prominent family, the situation would be considerably more complicated. How could he pretend that nothing had occurred? How would others perceive him in that case? A coward, a failure. What if he insisted relentlessly? That would mean offending someone, which would only lead to further complications. Fortunately, the principal on the other end of the line alleviated his predicament by stating, it was his classmate, David Martinez. David Martinez? Whose child is that? Why do I have no recollection? As an adept corporate maneuverer, Tanaka was well acquainted with the familial backgrounds of his son's classmates, who was affluent, who held influence, whom to curry favor with, and whom to appease. Yet, he had no recollection of this Martinez. Which family bears that surname? Tanaka quickly ran through the list of influential parents in the class in his mind, but could not come up with anything. David Martinez hails from the River Valley District. He gained admission through the entrance examination, and his mother works as a staff member in the health department of the city hall. Upon hearing this, Tanaka was momentarily taken aback, only to be consumed by anger. How dare a nameless commoner lay a hand on his son? Did this individual truly consider himself to be above reproach? Nevertheless, he refrained from displaying his fury. Losing composure in front of others was not in the nature of Minister Tanaka. How do you intend to handle this? I would like to hear the school's proposed course of action. With that, Tanaka deftly returned the ball to the principal, who could not help but feel a surge of trepidation. The cunning fox indeed exhibits no adherence to convention. How will the school address this? They must consider your sentiments. Ensuring your satisfaction is paramount. Historically, the institution's approach to such matters has been to facilitate communication between the parents of both parties involved. Tanaka abruptly interrupted the principal, his impatience palpable. I am quite occupied and have no time to converse with an insignificant individual. I offer a suggestion. Compensate for the medical expenses and proceed with his expulsion. It is as simple as that. What say you? Very well, your attitude suffices. We shall handle the remaining matters. The principal responded with obsequiousness, relieved to finally ascertain Tanaka's stance. To avoid offending anyone, he had certainly borne a heavy burden. Then it is settled. After concluding the call, Tanaka returned to his work. He was indifferent to the potential impact of expelling a child on his future. The fates of these individuals held no significance for him. In stark contrast, Gloria found herself in a different state of mind. Upon learning that David had injured a classmate at school, she set aside her tasks and hurried to the institution. Upon her arrival, she located David sitting outside the principal's office. He bowed his head, his lips pressed tightly together, refusing to utter a word, yet his trembling feet betrayed the turmoil within. Why did you get into a fight with your classmate? Gloria inquired. The silence that followed was David's only response. Speak up. What were you thinking? I should never have allowed you to learn these things from Connor. Now you've landed yourself in trouble. Gloria attributed the cause of the incident directly to Connor's influence, believing that without the ability to resist, one would never court misfortune. Enough. You have no idea what I am facing. The previously silent David was suddenly filled with rage. In his view, his mother was completely oblivious to the situation, only encouraging him to retreat. Had I not emerged victorious today, it might have been I lying in that hospital bed, perhaps not on a sick bed, but in a morgue. David was acutely aware that Tanaka Masaneo had harbored disdain for him for quite some time, and his troubles were not solely a consequence of the beating he had given him a few days prior. His background was a sin in this place. The children of the affluent looked down upon him, perceiving his presence as an affront that tarnished their own records. Which institution did you graduate from? Arawaka Academy. Ah, I know that one. It's the school for the children of the slums, isn't it? This is the twisted logic of Night City, which he had seen through. Absent Connor's guidance, David might have continued to endure, for his mother and for himself. You understand nothing. Every day I spend at Arawaka Academy is a transgression in their eyes. The poor are not entitled to hope, let alone aspire to stand out. After David finished speaking, he fell silent once more, resuming his pose of the silent sufferer, and Gloria chose not to respond further. How could she not comprehend what David was articulating? She simply did not wish to relinquish that last glimmer of hope. As time ticked away, Gloria and David sat quietly, awaiting news from the principal's office. The entire corridor was suffused with a tense atmosphere, as if the very air had solidified. Each time someone passed by her, Gloria's heartbeat would involuntarily quicken, filled with anticipation and anxiety over what might transpire next. Ms. Martinez, please come in. A cold, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly broke through the haze of her thoughts, jolting Gloria back to reality. Bewildered, she lifted her gaze towards the source of the sound, witnessing the office door slowly swing open. Chapter 30. Gloria's Reconciliation with the City of Night. Ms. Martinez, I apologize for summoning you. I believe you are already aware of the circumstances surrounding this matter. As soon as Gloria stepped into the office and had yet to take a seat, the principal spoke directly. The efficiency was striking, yet entirely expected. As Tanaka had long since made a decision regarding the final resolution of this issue, rendering further discussion unnecessary, Gloria appeared troubled. Seeing that the principal had not invited her to sit, she remained standing, inquiring, Yes, David has informed me. How severe are the injuries of the student who was assaulted? Should we visit him in the hospital? She regarded the principal with palpable concern. The principal glanced up at Gloria before lowering his gaze once more to the documents on the desk, replying slowly, The injuries are not particularly severe. It is merely a fractured nasal bone. However, the psychological trauma experienced by Tanaka Kitsuno is quite significant. Following the doctor's assessment, it is advised that we avoid causing him any further distress. Upon hearing this, Gloria was perplexed, and she inquired hesitantly, What does this signify? Does it imply that we are absolved of the responsibility to bring David for an apology? She was genuinely baffled by the principal's true intentions, and her heart grew increasingly uneasy. The principal wondered whether the woman was genuinely naive or merely feigning ignorance. He had articulated his point with such clarity, yet she still seemed unable to grasp it. Ms. Martinez, I must reiterate that David Martinez's assault on 5 students, resulting in their severe hospitalization, has had a profoundly negative impact and has tarnished the reputation of our esteemed institution. Yes, it is all David's fault. I shall certainly ensure he receives proper guidance and discipline upon our return home. I assure you there shall be no recurrence. Recurrence? No, Ms. Martinez. There shall be no recurrence. Following deliberations by the Board of Trustees, we have unanimously resolved to impose the penalty of expulsion upon David Martinez to preclude any future incidents of this nature. Furthermore, you will be held accountable for covering the medical expenses incurred by the injured students. The principal's pronouncement plunged Gloria into despair, shattering her hopes. She had persevered for so long, hoping that David could continue on this path, but now it was all for naught. Unable to reconcile herself to this reality, Gloria exclaimed urgently, Is there truly no recourse, Mr. Principal? We can cover the medical expenses, and we can have David apologize to the injured student, and we can also. The principal interrupted Gloria, feigning regret as he said, Ms. Martinez, please understand the difficulties faced by the school. The repercussions of this incident are quite severe, and we cannot explain to the many parents why such a grave act of violence occurred on school grounds. Yet David claims that those students provoked him first. It is not solely his fault. Both parties share responsibility. Why can't each side take a step back? Gloria argued passionately, as this was her last glimmer of hope. At this moment, the principal seemed somewhat flustered. This woman was truly being obstinate. What does it mean that the other students provoked first? Indeed, setting aside the facts. If your son managed to fight back against 5 classmates, does that mean he bears no blame? The principal cleared his throat a few times, speaking slowly and deliberately. Putting those matters aside, these students will return to school and will not find it easy to coexist with David. As previously mentioned, the doctor advised minimizing any potential provocation towards the injured student. We collectively believe that physical separation is the most effective means to avoid such stimuli. At this point, it would be impolite for Gloria to continue feigning ignorance. Indeed, this path was unyielding. The City of Night does not offer a way out for every member of the lower class. Those who dare to dream of rising above their station can only expect to face exclusion from above. There is a saying, is there not? When you climb upward, all you see are backsides, while looking down reveals only smiling faces. Since the matter has been laid bare, Gloria harbored no intention of passively accepting the grievances inflicted upon her son. Such injustices could not simply be overlooked. The school's indifference towards the bullying incident was unacceptable. The oppressed student retaliated yet bore the consequences. Is this truly the case? Ms. Martinez, what do you mean by that? Night City is a society governed by law, and every accusation necessitates substantiation. You claim that David has been bullied by his peers. Who witnessed it? Who can testify? The principal retorted with an air of righteous indignation. In the face of such penurious individuals, the principal had myriad ways to deal with them. If you wish to reason, I shall reason with you. Should you dare to act unruly, rest assured, I could simply arrange for your demise. You may choose between the literary and the martial. Observing Gloria's mounting frustration, the principal continued, however, many witnessed David's assault on 5 students, and I possess surveillance footage to corroborate this. The school's decision not to involve law enforcement is, in fact, the greatest leniency afforded to you. This behavior constitutes malicious injury. The institution will not obliterate any student's future, yet you, as parents, must comprehend this principle and refrain from being unreasonable. Do not complicate matters for the school. We have already exercised considerable forbearance. Now, I have numerous responsibilities to attend to, so I shall not prolong this conversation. You may take your leave. Upon witnessing the principal's shameless demeanor, Gloria felt utterly disheartened. With a profound glance at the principal, she turned and exited the office. As the last individual departed, the principal immediately shed his pretense, retrieving a glass of brandy from the bookshelf behind him. What a damned headache, he muttered. From now on, I must impose stricter admission standards. I can no longer afford to grant opportunities to these insufferable individuals. That wretched Tianzhong. This time I shall extract some advantage from you, no matter what. Gloria emerged from the dilapidated academy, her steps faltering as if she had lost her spirit. David followed silently behind her, acutely aware of his mother's helplessness, yet unable to find the words to comfort her. They walked in silence until they reached the parking lot, which was vast and quiet, their footsteps echoing in the stillness. Gloria paused, turning to face David, her eyes brimming with anguish and resignation. David, filled with concern for his mother, attempted to articulate his feelings but found himself at a loss. Ultimately, it was Gloria who broke the silence, letting out a soft sigh. Her voice, hoarse, she said to David, "Let us go home." With that, she slowly made her way to the car, opened the door, and settled into the driver's seat. David quietly entered the vehicle, taking his place in the passenger seat. The car roared to life, heading towards Santo Domingo. Throughout the journey, the mother and son remained silent, the atmosphere thick with tension. Gloria gripped the steering wheel tightly, her gaze fixed intently on the road ahead, while David turned his head to gaze out the window, his mind awash with myriad thoughts. I have always hoped that one day you would stand atop the tower of the academy, that you would achieve greatness. Gloria's words shattered the silence within the car, prompting David to look at her with a face full of remorse. I apologize, David. These were merely my unrealistic fantasies, ultimately burdening you with the consequences. No. Mother, the fault lies with me. Tanaka had mentioned wanting to find someone to break your hands and feet, and I could not resist. Upon hearing this, Gloria's eyes moistened. She understood that this could not be blamed on David. What child could endure such provocation? She reached out, ruffling David's hair, and smiled, saying, "Silly boy. What would you like to eat tonight?" David sensed a change in his mother, though he could not quite articulate it. "I want bass chicken." "Very well. I shall prepare that for you." In that moment, whether her son would succeed seemed less significant. Gloria had come to terms with herself, or rather, With this damned night city. If this path proved unfruitful, surely another would present itself. Damn this night city. We have only just begun. Chapter 31. David's first task in the days following David's expulsion from school. He entered an entirely new phase, perhaps the most carefree and joyful time of his life. Each day he awoke naturally, enjoyed his meals, and assisted Connor and Gloria with errands and deliveries. Under Connor's guidance, he had learned to drive and ride a motorcycle. When not occupied, David relished spending time in Connor's workshop, tinkering with the various firearms there. He found immense joy in meticulously studying their structures and mechanisms. Each disassembly and reassembly unveiled a different delight. He was growing in an alternative manner. This period of time is so exquisite that David has long since cast aside the discomfort of his dismissal, immersing himself in this simple yet fulfilling existence. Savoring every moment of tranquility and joy. Perhaps this way of life is quite agreeable, David muses, although David feels relatively content with his current state. The ever-ambitious Gloria remains somewhat dissatisfied. Despite no longer pressuring David to join the corporate world and chase after fame and fortune as a mere company pawn, she harbors her own reservations about him navigating the streets. After all, having grown up in a Hispanic community, she cannot help but notice her son seemingly ensnared in a similar whirlpool of fate. Habitually, she strives for excellence, at the very least. David should not be relegated to the role of a mere errand boy. Thus, the following events unfolded. In the skyscraper H4 at the Connor residence. After concluding an intense session of activity, Connor extricated himself from Gloria. "You seem a bit off today. Don't you usually take the lead?" he remarked playfully. "Why do you seem like a lifeless fish today?" Sensing an unusual demeanor from his partner, Connor, ever attentive, inquired about her emotions, knowing that such concern would yield greater joy. Gloria, upon hearing this, playfully struck Connor with a light punch, retorting, "What nonsense are you spouting? Lifeless fish. I've been rather troubled lately." Connor, taken aback by her response, pondered to himself, "What could this be about now?" He then asked, "Who has upset you? Do share. 2 heads are better than 1. Perhaps I can offer some advice." Gloria furrowed her brows and lamented, "It's all David's fault. He spends his days tinkering with trivial matters and remains cooped up at home playing Pokemon. At this rate, he is bound to become utterly useless." Upon hearing this, Connor felt a sudden wave of headache wash over him, mentally lamenting, "Ah, women, your name is insatiability. It seems nothing can ever truly satisfy them." With a sense of resignation, he gently placed his hand on Gloria's shoulders in a gesture of comfort, saying, "At least David hasn't caused any major disasters, right? Just think, if he were to venture out and associate with gang members, would you truly feel at ease? Dare he? If he mingles with the gangsters, I shall break his legs." Connor, feeling helpless, raised his hands in surrender, responding, "Look, while David may indeed be somewhat aimless at the moment, he has gotten into any trouble. He is not involved with gangs or the like, so you should count your blessings. I'm simply worried that if he continues like this, he'll inevitably fall in with those sorts of people. I want him to find a pursuit of his own to enrich his life." This time, Connor did not counter Gloria's concerns. She was right. A young man of David's age should not remain idle, as boredom often leads to foolishness. And who could be more adept at folly than gangsters or thugs? Indeed, I concur, David must have his own endeavors. Do you have any suggestions? If I had any ideas, would I be so troubled? Well, it seems that in the end, the blame will fall squarely on my shoulders. Connor, feeling somewhat helpless, cautioned the men about the perils of seeking relationships with women who have children, as they often bring complications. He reflected on his inability to control his lower impulses, likening himself to the infamous Chow Chow. What else could he do? When faced with problems, one must simply find solutions. Gently caressing Gloria's soft and fair bosom, Connor spoke soothingly, "Enough of the worries. I shall call the old captain and inquire about any available work for David." The old captain? If I recall correctly, he acts as an intermediary. Does this mean David would need to take on mercenary work? Could that not be too perilous? Gloria began to fret once more. It was understandable, given the inherent risks associated with mercenary life, which was not much safer than engaging with organized crime. Mercenaries have various roles. Some may be tasked with eliminating targets, while others provide security for celebrities. Can you discern which of these carries greater risk? Connor possessed a deeper understanding of mercenaries than most, as many perceived them merely as individuals engaged in violence. However, he viewed them more as public relations consultants available around the clock. Their responsibilities could range from retrieving lost items to rescuing individuals from gangsters. from stealing sensitive information to managing the affairs of the affluent. Some unnamed mercenaries have even been known to clean up after high-profile crime scenes. What risks are truly involved in such tasks? After hearing Connor's reasoning, Gloria felt it prudent to allow David to explore this opportunity, as it could potentially lead to fruitful endeavors. Noticing that Gloria had ceased her worrying, Connor wasted no time and prepared for a second round of discussions. The following day, Connor took a moment to call the old captain. "Ah, Connor, it is indeed a rare occasion for you, a man of such busy pursuits, to grace me with a call. Haha, in Santo Domingo. Who is unaware of the rising star of the intermediary world? I could hardly claim to be as occupied as you." Look at the old captain indulging in this frivolous chatter. Connor, naturally, cannot allow him to take the stage alone. So he joins in the banter. It takes a collective effort to carry the flower-laden sedan chair. The old captain chuckled at Connor. There are many capable individuals, yet few are willing to lower themselves in humility. Well, given our rapport, there is no need for pretense. Do share what's on your mind. I am prepared to face any challenge, no matter how daunting. I still owe you a favor from the last matter regarding the water purifier. Although I am uncertain of Connor's intentions, the old captain resolved to respond affirmatively, for failing to repay that previous kindness would surely strain their relationship. The captain's guiding principle in life is mutual assistance. One must reciprocate favors promptly, for who knows what the morrow may hold for either party. Do you have any lighter tasks available? My apprentice has recently graduated, and I wish to find him some manageable work as a transitional phase. The old captain was slightly bewildered. What does this mean? Your apprentice has graduated, and he can simply take on tasks from you. Why seek my help? He queried, perplexed. Your apprentice has graduated? I do not understand. Can your apprentice not work under your supervision? Are you lacking tasks at the moment? I could certainly refer some to you. Connor recognized the old captain's misunderstanding and clarified. My apprentice is not a technical expert. I have taught him the art of managing people for work in this domain. If not you, old captain, whom else could I possibly turn to? Ah, I comprehend now. Had you mentioned it sooner, I would have understood. Indeed. A rather undemanding occupation has recently presented itself, serving as a bodyguard. A bodyguard, you say? Pray, elaborate. As was his custom, David arrived at the workshop. Upon entering, he espied his mentor, Connor, and offered a greeting. Good morrow, master. You're here betimes today? Betimes? Nay, ere long, we shall be partaking of our evening repast. David, you seem somewhat listless of late. Connor's observation rendered David momentarily speechless. He had fancied himself to be in good spirits, yet his mentor's perception differed. Well, I thought I was doing all right. Connor interjected, forestalling further comment. Your mother disagrees, and I, too, believe that your current ennui is untenable. I have, through an intermediary, procured a task for you. Anon, I shall furnish you with the intermediary's contact information, that you may explore this avenue. Ah? David's mind reeled with questions. When did I become eligible to accept commissions from intermediaries? And was my consent ever sought in this matter? Apprehending David's reluctance and discontent, Connor adopted a rare tone of gravity. David, you are not one to while away your days tinkering with components in a workshop. It is incumbent upon you to contemplate the trajectory of your life. Venture forth and test the waters. It is not imperative that you become a mercenary, but you must, at the very least, familiarize yourself with the nature of the denizens of Night City. Subsequently, you may determine the path your life shall take. Do you comprehend? David appeared to have been awakened, perhaps for the first time considering the matter at hand. He seemed momentarily dazed, hesitating as he replied, all right, I will give it a try. Indeed, here is the intermediary's contact information. Go and have a chat with him. Chapter 32, Traffic 1. Preparations. David took a deep breath and dialed the number Connor had provided. As the phone rang with a series of beeps, an inexplicable tension began to mount within him. At last, after several prompts, the call was answered. Hello, this is the old captain. Who is this? Came a deep, somewhat flamboyant voice from the other end. The old captain's swaggering tone left the inexperienced David somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to navigate this conversation with the intermediary. After a moment's hesitation, David mustered his courage and said, I am David Martinez. Connor is my teacher. However, just as David intended to continue his introduction, the old captain brusquely interrupted him, steering the conversation back on course. I know who you are, and you are aware of what needs to be discussed. Out of respect for your teacher, I am entrusting you with this important task, so do not mess it up. Understood? The old captain's tone carried a certain weight. Despite the nature of their dealings, a proper attitude was paramount. Even if this task seemed trivial, one must still present an appropriate demeanor. In this world, regardless of one's skills, maintaining a proper attitude is essential. Otherwise, how could one persuade those clients? David composed himself and spoke slowly, assuring, "Rest assured, I will not falter and bring shame to my mentor." He understood well that the only reason the other party was willing to employ him was due to Connor's influence. Should he fail, it would reflect poorly on Connor. Therefore, success was his only option. "Haha, you have a bit of flair, quite impressive. Enough of the chit-chat. I have sent you the materials." The old captain forwarded the assignment details to David, then continued, "Let me summarize briefly. The head of the Illicit Drugs Control Commission, Robert Douglas, has recently found himself in a bit of a quandary, having offended numerous individuals right from the outset. There are whispers on the streets about wanting to take out his entire organization." The captain paused momentarily, adopting a more complex tone. "This damn night city is a place where those who are earnest in their endeavors must endure such trials." Despite the captain's reflective lament, David was not as composed. He inquired, "Has he not contacted the NCPD? Threatening government officials is something the NCPD cannot simply overlook, especially since he is the head of the IDC. How can the City Hall allow such matters to unfold?" David's greatest shortcoming lay in his limited interactions with certain societal strata, a deficiency that would eventually diminish with time. Yet there would always be individuals whose worldviews and operational logic would remain beyond his grasp. The old captain, having once been a loyal employee of the company, was acutely aware of the municipal hall's intentions. Despite the adage that it is better to remain silent than to stir up trouble, he understood that a competent intermediary ought to share limited information with the mercenaries. However, owing to David's esteemed mentor, the old captain found himself obliged to patiently elucidate. Robert, formerly a judge in Night City, had recently been reassigned to the IDC. He was notorious for his uncompromising stance, having offended many during his tenure in court. Upon assuming his role at the IDC, he had vigorously initiated a campaign against illicit narcotics, further antagonizing numerous individuals. Logically, one would surmise that those who despised him the most would be the gangsters, given that Robert was infamously dubbed the Gangster Slayer. Yet, the underworld is often intertwined with those in higher echelons. Disrupting their operations could jeopardize the upper echelon's financial interests. The old captain refrained from elaborating further, and David soon grasped the implications. Was this tacitly approved by them? Without police backing, what purpose would hiring mercenaries serve? Observing the situation, it was evident that this was no trivial task. Failure could entail a confrontation with the Gangster Slayer himself. Was he truly prepared for such a challenge? Fortunately, the old captain did not allow his thoughts to spiral into despair, stating, "Naturally, Robert cannot entrust his life and fortune to mere mercenaries. This old fellow has enlisted the services of a security firm, SSI, which has emerged in recent years as a formidable presence. They will oversee the primary security operations. And what role am I to play in this?" David was thoroughly perplexed. It was quite a challenge for a mere high school dropout to untangle such convoluted matters. The old captain sighed inwardly, lamenting the presence of novices. Nevertheless, for Connor's sake, he decided to endure it. "Curse it. I'll go to Connor later and acquire some good items. Do what you can, remain in the shadows, and provide support for the SSI personnel." "Support? I do not comprehend the meaning." As David spoke, his voice dwindled, aware that his words were somewhat inappropriate. "Ah, damn it. Connor, we'll settle the score later." The old captain raged internally. After a moment's adjustment, he resolved to fragment the commission's requirements and relay them to David piece by piece. "You will remain on the periphery, conceal yourself well, and observe for any suspicious individuals. If you spot anyone, report directly to me. Do you understand?" With this clarification, David grasped the instructions and confidently declared, "No problem, Captain. Leave it to me." "When does the commission commence?" "Anytime. The specific location is outlined in the commission document." The call ended abruptly as the old captain hung up, feeling as if he had escaped. He had encountered many rookie mercenaries before, but one as inexperienced as this was truly a first. It was raising his blood pressure. Unbeknownst to David, the old captain was grappling with a complex array of emotions at that moment, while his own mind was filled to the brim with commission tasks. Regardless of the mission, carrying a firearm could never be a poor choice. David turned and returned to the workshop, immediately beginning to meticulously inventory the items he needed to take. David, like a magician, seamlessly stuffed a hand grenade, a tracker, and a timed bomb into his already bulging backpack. "Connor, who stood by and witnessed the entire spectacle, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. What audacious mission had this rascal undertaken to assault the barren tower? When Connor saw that David even intended to take along a scorched earth grenade, he could no longer restrain himself and urgently interjected, "Hey, David, what on earth are you messing around with? Stop this at once. That's a scorched earth grenade. Are you seriously planning to pull that deadly contraption out in the city center? Or do you intend to test the mettle of the riot squad right from the get-go?" Connor halted the mindlessly prepared David and inquired, "First, tell me what task the old captain assigned you." In response to Connor's inquiry, David recounted the details of his mission. Upon hearing David's account, Connor looked utterly incredulous and remarked, "I thought you were going to hijack a corporate convoy, and you're bringing this for mere surveillance?" With that, he handed a revolver to David. David cautiously accepted the revolver, examining it with great care. The unique design of the revolver immediately caught his attention. Its sharply defined contours set it apart from most revolvers he had previously encountered. This rugged yet minimalist style was striking, with a downward barrel that likely suggested minimal recoil. Every line of the gun barrel possessed a fluid and natural elegance. The white steel of the frame, unadorned, exuded a sense of refinement and nobility. The flattened walnut grip fit perfectly in the hand, as if crafted to the precise dimensions of David's palm. "Master, was this prepared specifically for me?" David's affection for the firearm was palpable. Connor, lighting a cigar and inhaling deeply, chuckled, "Is that even a question? Who else would it be for your mother?" A Chiappa White Rhino 60DS. With a 6-inch barrel and a frame constructed from 7075 aluminum alloy, while the barrel, cylinder, and other critical components were fashioned from steel. The entire weapon was lightweight, capable of both single and double-action firing, chambered in .45 Marlorian. It measured 10.5 inches in length and weighed 2.1 pounds. Connor retrieved the White Rhino from David, loaded a round into the cylinder, and fired at the target. Thwack! The report was almost non-existent. It was difficult to believe that a revolver could produce such a suppressed sound. The barrel had undergone specialized sound dampening treatment, and paired with the .45 ACP rounds, it was capable of silent lethality, ideally suited for your current assignment. He then produced a box of ammunition, solemnly handing it to David, and cautioned, "Use these rounds judiciously." Seeing David's perplexed expression, Connor elucidated, "Subsonic rounds, to achieve the suppressed effect, suffer a slight reduction in power. Against adversaries equipped with subcutaneous armor, they may prove inadequate. Therefore, I've augmented them with a little something extra." Augmented. Indeed, I once encountered a Cuban in South America who fatally shot a mercenary clad in heavy subcutaneous armor. I was taken aback, for the bullet did not strike a vital area, yet the mercenary still perished. "Do you know why?" David shook his head, and Connor unveiled the mystery. The Cuban had infused the bullet with a venomous substance. Typically, subsonic rounds increase bullet weight, but he cleverly incorporated a neurotoxin into the projectile, augmenting both its mass and lethality. Connor drew inspiration from Aguilar's death apple. In a previous life, while playing a game, he had been perplexed by the Cuban's incessant flaunting of his dilapidated firearm. The most astonishing part was how those who beheld the death apple would instantly cower in fear, an absurdity that bewildered him. Now, he comprehended that this weapon was indeed synonymous with death. A mere pull of the trigger would unleash a bullet that, upon impact, would deliver a neurotoxic venom capable of snuffing out a life in an instant, rendering any life-supporting system futile. When the death apple was unleashed, not even Jesus could save the unfortunate victim. Emulating this technique, Connor sought to master it himself. Although he was unaware of the specific components of the toxin used in the death apple, he recognized that a plethora of lethal toxins existed in the world. He set his sights on the black mamba, one of the deadliest snakes on the planet, native to Africa. A single dose of its venom can extinguish the lives of 10 adults, and even with the administration of antivenom, the mortality rate remains alarmingly high at 75. I also attempted to incorporate some neurotoxins into the bullets, blending them with circulatory toxins to ensure a swift demise for those struck. David stared in astonishment at his mentor. This firearm was truly diabolical, not only silenced but also laced with poison, a veritable descent into treachery. This is utterly preposterous. Connor glanced at David with a mixture of disappointment and exasperation, remarking, "If it weren't for your lack of skill, would I need to resort to such measures?" Observing David's still youthful visage, Connor couldn't help but adopt a paternal tone, advising, "Listen closely, young man. Bullets do not discriminate. When you lack absolute certainty, refrain from acting. However, Should you choose to engage, you must ensure the elimination of your adversary. This weapon is designed for such a purpose. David nodded, his earlier anxiety gradually dissipating. There was nothing to fear, for he had the support of his mentor. Teacher, I understand. I will carefully gauge the situation. Patting David on the shoulder, Connor smiled. Good. Now go forth, lad, and let the affluent of Charter Mountain become acquainted with David Martinez. David nodded vigorously, then added a remark that nearly exasperated Connor. Teacher, could I borrow your motorcycle for a spin? I wish to avoid the cart crowd. Heh. Get lost. Quickly, was Connor's only retort to David's audacious request. He had already bestowed upon him a firearm. Did David not realize that neither vehicles nor women are lent? All right then, farewell. Teacher. David, having been rejected, chose not to pursue the matter further. He thought to himself that it was no great loss. He could still gaze at the skyline of Night City and indulge in his daydreams. He secured the white Rhino into its holster, donned his bulletproof jacket, and hastily grabbed his tactical waist pouch before stepping out. Fortune smiled upon David today. Upon boarding the cart, he discovered a relatively clean seat, free of needles and various unidentified liquids. A promising omen, he mused, as the opportunity to sit in such cleanliness amidst a train teeming with vagrants and addicts was akin to winning the dead man's lottery. The initial anxiety he felt upon receiving his assignment had gradually faded with time. He no longer felt as lost as he once did. As he observed the scenery racing by outside the train window, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. He had never visited Charter Hill before, and it was surprising that his first venture there would be for a commission. How intriguing. David secretly contemplated that he could take advantage of the free time after completing his task to explore Charter Hill, immersing himself in Westbrook. He had heard tales of the potent allure of the Black Super Dream there, with its restricted offerings of the Skull Moth and Death Angel. Suddenly, a brilliant flash of white light caught his peripheral vision. Driven by curiosity, David turned to see a bobbed-haired figure with white locks stealthily extracting a chip. He watched as several interfaces on the back of the figure's neck flickered with blue light, and chips rapidly ejected from those ports. A girl, clad in light attire and possessing an exquisite figure, skillfully caught the ejected chips and smoothly tucked them into her snug top. The entire operation was executed with remarkable precision, devoid of any hint of hesitation or clumsiness. David was taken aback as he observed the audacious theft of a chip by the girl before him. She seemed to sense a gaze upon her, and, upon following her instincts, locked eyes with David, who was staring intently at her. Initially, she contemplated reprimanding the boy for meddling in her affairs, but upon scrutinizing him further, she noted his form-fitting yet not overly tight rock jacket. With her keen perception, she quickly deduced that the jacket was likely reinforced with ballistic protection. Her gaze drifted downward, revealing a holster and a handgun subtly peeking from within the open jacket, complemented by a bulging tactical pouch strapped to his waist. Was it typical for the youth of Night City to be so formidable? Did they venture out clad in body armor, armed with an arsenal of ammunition? Contemplating this, the girl resolved that it would be wiser to avoid unnecessary complications. After casting a fierce glare at David, she swiftly turned and exited the train car. Is that permissible? David mused, feeling a sense of resignation as he shook his head. Chapter 34. The Price of Justice. Following the instructions provided by the old captain, David finally arrived at the destination of his assignment, the opulent apartment nestled in Charter Hill. As he came to a halt, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the scene before him. This apartment stood amidst the bustling urban landscape, yet it exuded neither a sense of confinement nor haste. The surrounding amenities were abundant and exceedingly vibrant. Shops adorned with a myriad of goods, pedestrians flowing ceaselessly, and vehicles coursing by in an unending stream. However, the most striking feature was undoubtedly the grand and imposing apartment building itself. Truly, it was a locale where various affluent individuals congregated. He couldn't help but compare it to Santo Domingo, recognizing that the latter paled in comparison, rendering it akin to a slum. David involuntarily exclaimed, "Wow, this is absolutely incredible." At that moment, a thought surged within David's mind. Might I ever have the opportunity to reside here? How splendid it would be. The youth are always brimming with vitality and energy, harboring dreams and an infinite sense of anticipation for the future, which is indeed enviable. Yet, David seemed oblivious to the fact that achieving a social ascent in the city of night, particularly moving to a place like Charter Hill, was a daunting challenge, akin to scaling a mountain. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, David took a deep breath and pressed the access button. Before long, A cold and serious male voice echoed through. "Who is it?" The succinctness of the inquiry caused a wave of apprehension to wash over David. It seemed this interlocutor was not one to be trifled with. What was he to do? After all, he was not adept at dealing with such individuals. How would he break the ice upon their meeting? Time was of the essence. Before David could respond, the voice urged again, "Hey, speak up." The voice of urgency jolted David, who had been lost in contemplation, back to reality. He hurriedly responded, "Good day, sir. I am David Martinez, sent by the old captain." Upon hearing this, the man on the other end of the line emitted a dismissive scoff, seemingly harboring discontent towards the old captain, and remarked, "Ah, so you are one of his emissaries. Come in. I've been expecting you." With that, the door mechanism slowly opened. David did not dwell on the peculiarity of the man's tone. Instead, he walked straight into the foyer of the apartment. Upon entering the hall, he was immediately captivated by the immaculate surroundings. The floor gleamed like a mirror, and the walls were pristine white, exuding a refreshing and comfortable ambience. His gaze then fell upon the paintings adorning the walls. Although he was unaware of the artists behind these works, David surmised that they were likely of considerable value, for they certainly did not appear to be mere trinkets. He advanced towards the elevator, casually surveying his surroundings, before pressing the button marked with the number 18. With a soft whir of machinery, the elevator commenced its smooth ascent. Ding! The crisp sound signaled the elevator's arrival at the 18th floor. As the doors opened, a robust man clad in black tactical attire stood resolutely at the entrance. Before David could fully comprehend the situation, the man spoke first. "Come in, Mr. Douglas is awaiting you." David immediately recognized that this was the very individual with whom he had conversed earlier. "Greetings, David Martinez. May I inquire your name?" As David greeted the man before him, he silently speculated about the stranger's identity. Given the circumstances, it was clear that he must indeed be affiliated with SSI. Thus, it would be prudent to establish a rapport and become somewhat acquainted. The man assessed David momentarily before introducing himself. "Michael Keaton. Just call me Mike. Don't keep him waiting. He is quite busy." David saw no reason to object and shrugged lightly, saying, "Well, lead the way." Mike guided David down a lengthy corridor until they reached the drawing room. Turning to David, he instructed, "Please wait here while I inform Mr. Glass of your arrival." After nodding in acknowledgement, David began to survey the luxurious residence of the IDC's head. To his dismay, the interior arrangement felt somewhat underwhelming. It seemed the decor did not befit such an opulent apartment, akin to a mighty engine housed within an unremarkable shell. Perhaps the IDC official was genuinely austere. But who could say for certain? Before long, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and soon a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit and exuding an air of authority, came into view. His strides were steady and powerful, radiating a composed and seasoned demeanor. Upon reaching David, the man smiled warmly, extending his hand in greeting. "Good day, Mr. Martinez. The old captain mentioned that he had arranged for a future star of the mercenary world to come. I'm delighted you could join us." His voice was deep and resonant, imbued with sincerity and friendliness that naturally endeared him to David. David promptly rose to his feet, grasping the outstretched hand of the other party, and replied, "Greetings, Mr. Douglas. It is my honor to serve you as well." David's initial impression of Robert was rather favorable. Compared to the elite he had previously encountered, such as Masaneo Tanaka, this Douglas seemed akin to an angel descended from the heavens, exuding an extraordinary gentleness in his speech and demeanor. Robert chuckled. "You may call me Robert, and I shall refer to you as David, if that is agreeable." "Certainly, Mr. Robert. Address me in whichever manner you find most comfortable," David replied. Robert Douglas appeared to be a manageable employer, and David's apprehensions began to dissipate. Thankfully, he was not like Mike. Otherwise, the situation could have become quite awkward. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Robert delved directly into the matter at hand, inquiring, "David, what are your thoughts regarding this commission? I would value the insights of a professional." "Ah, so it is a test of my capabilities," David thought, steeling himself as he responded, "To be candid, the information I have received is rather scant. The old captain merely instructed me to assist SSI and engage in some cover work. Even as a novice, David discerned that his role in this endeavor was primarily peripheral. The onus would largely rest upon the SSI team. Should he encounter a hired assassin from a gang, he could manage one or two, but facing more than that would be beyond his means. It was unwise to risk his life for a mere trifling task. However, Robert's subsequent statement disrupted David's plans. With a serious expression, he declared, "No, David, your role is not to simply follow an SSI's shadow, performing subordinate tasks. There is a more significant responsibility that I must entrust to you. Mr. Robert, I am perplexed by your meaning. David, do you have any idea how many illicit drugs circulate in the black market of Night City each year? Robert fixed his gaze upon David, deftly steering the conversation elsewhere. David shook his head. These matters were somewhat distant from him, and he had never made a point to delve into the issue, though the numbers were undoubtedly staggering. Approximately 60 of the world's annual drug production finds its way into the new America, with 15 of that influx ending up in Night City. Last year, around 600 individuals succumbed to drug overdoses in Night City, a figure surpassing even the fatalities caused by gun violence and vehicular accidents. As Robert spoke, a sense of discomfort washed over him. He had spent the better part of his life entangled in the sordid affairs of Night City, and the situation appeared stagnant. Do you know why I applied to the IDC from the Night City court? David continued to shake his head in ignorance, expressing, I am equally curious. The IDC may well be the most formidable department to contend with, aside from the ATF. Robert managed a wry smile as he replied, Indeed. Apart from the symbolically significant ATF, the IDC may be the most inconspicuous and least esteemed law enforcement agency in Night City. I recall when I was your age. Many of my friends were destroyed by substances like toluene thiopropionate and cocaine. From that moment, I realized I was destined to wage war against these scourges for the rest of my life. In my previous role at the court, incarcerating these drug dealers was a straightforward task. However, the process was agonizingly slow. Each one I imprisoned seemed to be replaced by two more on the outside. They are like wild grass, constantly sprouting anew after being cut. Since I cannot resolve the issue at the terminal, I decided to approach it from the front, severing them at the root. I have secured a position at the IDC. As he spoke, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared on Robert's face, indicating his contentment with his work there. In a buoyant tone, he remarked, I must say, during my years at the IDC, I have performed admirably. Some of the largest drug lords in Night City have been incarcerated at my hand. Camp, Oskavar, Junichi Kinoshita. These scoundrels have been taken down, leaving only the insignificant petty criminals behind. Upon hearing this, David felt genuine admiration and praised, That's truly remarkable, Mr. Robert. Night City needs individuals like you to instigate change. Do you think my actions are justified? Of course, sir. Someone must stand up to face these challenges, mustn't they? You are correct, but justice comes at a price. The consequence of my actions is that the gangsters want me dead, and those in the city hall wish the same, as I have obstructed their avenues of profit. David found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend the weight of such universal enmity. Robert's tone turned somber. I have long ceased to care about this. But my family, my daughter, cannot bear the brunt of this retribution. Your current mission is not about me. It pertains to my daughter, Nina. Your daughter? With all due respect, sir, shouldn't SSI be able to provide protection for her? Surely they are not lacking personnel. Indeed, the personnel at SSI is ample. Yet Nina is reluctant to accept. My relationship with her has always been strained, especially since her mother's passing. She moved out of the house 2 years ago. Hence a less conspicuous mercenary is required to protect her discreetly? David continued. Robert nodded affirmatively. Precisely, while I search for the individual behind the dark dealings. You must keep a vigilant watch on Nina, ensuring she remains unaware. You are to report to me on her daily whereabouts and acquaintances. Will it involve paparazzi surveillance? It seems manageable. A trivial matter, Mr. Robert. Chapter 35. Traffic. The daring rescue of a fair lady. David was plagued by a nagging suspicion. He sensed that Robert was concealing something from him. Just as he prepared to inquire further, Mike abruptly entered. Sir, your scheduled meeting with the prosecutor is imminent. Mike coldly reminded him. Robert furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. He slowly turned to Mike, nodding to indicate his understanding, and then said, Very well, I comprehend. Please grant me a moment more. Upon uttering these words, Robert redirected his gaze to David, addressing him. David, the remaining matters rest upon your shoulders. I have faith in you. Do not let me down. Finally, Robert gently patted David's shoulder before rising to depart alongside Mike, leaving a perplexed David in their wake. This sensation felt akin to shouldering an enormous burden. It was simply too strange. David was once merely a student, yet this did not imply he was naive. The peculiar demeanor of Mr. Robert, coupled with the odd behavior of the SSI, rendered the situation quite uncomfortable for him. He could not precisely articulate what it was that disturbed him, but ultimately, It was inconsequential as long as he could secure his payment. He just needed to exercise caution to avoid falling into a trap. Subsequently, David did not linger and left Robert's apartment. As he perused the information on Nina Douglas, David began to feel the tangible sense of engaging in work. Name, Nina Douglas. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 173 centimeters. Blood type, O. Criminal record, none. Frequent locations, Japan Street Apartments, Charter Mountain Dark Matter, Chinatown Riot Nightclub, South Coast Plaza Jingu Temple in the city center, and recently added Japan Street Akamara Club, highlighted. She is truly beautiful. I wonder if she has undergone cosmetic surgery? David remarked as he gazed at Nina's photograph on the chip. Her facial contours were delicately sculpted, bestowing her with an exquisite beauty. When she smiled, two charming dimples appeared on her cheeks, evoking a sense of warmth and sweetness. Her large, bright eyes radiated intelligence and vivacity, framed by lush eyelashes. The straightness of her nose enhanced the three-dimensionality of her facial profile, while her well-defined lips, with slightly upturned corners, exuded an effortless charm. From David's limited experience, Nina would undoubtedly rank among the top 5 most beautiful women he had ever encountered, rivaling the female pickpocket he had seen on the express train that very day. It was peculiar how she had suddenly come to mind. Shaking his head, he dispelled the bizarre thoughts swirling in his mind and continued to delve into the information regarding Nina. Having somewhat organized the data, he couldn't help but express his disdain. Is this the daily life of the affluent second generation? It's either drunken revelry or extravagant spending. It truly evokes envy. Although Nina's profile suggested she was either indulging in pleasure or en route to it, David nonetheless stumbled upon a curious detail. What was the story behind that apartment on Japanese Street? Given her apparent affluence, one would assume she could afford better accommodations. Why would she choose to reside in such a place? Was it an act of rebellion, or was there another motive at play? David was left in the dark. He only knew that the chaotic milieu of Japanese Street, teeming with all manner of unsavory characters, was hardly a fitting environment for a young lady of her stature. One could easily imagine trouble brewing there. No wonder Robert specifically sought a mercenary to keep an eye on her. Those from SSI might struggle to navigate such a place. Thus, the pressing question arose: how could this rookie mercenary, embarking on his first assignment, possibly monitor someone in the unfamiliar territory of Japanese Street? The headache. No one had informed him of her current whereabouts. He would have to methodically investigate each potential location. Meanwhile, our subject, Nina, was preoccupied with her own dilemma. Westbrook, Japanese Street Apartment, Nina's home. Emily, what on earth were you thinking? That was Wu Dong's cargo, and you had the audacity to steal it? Yang Yi is doomed this time. Nina erupted in furious tirades directed at her dear friend Emily. Nina unleashed a torrent of fury upon her close friend Emily. And the reason was quite simple. That wretched girl, in a stupor from her drug-induced haze, had brazenly pilfered a kilogram of glimmering narcotics from her boyfriend, Yang Yi. Did she intend to use it for a bath? It is essential to note that the shimmering substance was a recent concoction by Wu Dong, originally intended for market testing. Now, thanks to Emily's reckless antics, it had all gone to waste. Wu Dong was not someone to be trifled with, despite Nina's wild demeanor. She was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. As an accomplice, Yang Yi was also ensnared in this predicament, and his life could very well be at stake. Faced with such a dire scenario, Nina felt a tumult of anger and helplessness. She could hardly fathom that her usually clever friend would engage in such self-destructive behavior. At that moment, her heart brimmed with disappointment and rage, yet an even greater concern loomed ahead. Nina, when did you become so concerned about Yang Yi? Speak up. Do you fancy him? Ha ha ha. The three of us could have some fun together. Emily, somewhat dazed, seemed utterly indifferent to the gravity of the situation, dismissing any thoughts of her boyfriend's potential demise. To her, boyfriends were expendable. One could easily be replaced. She lived by the philosophy of immediate pleasure, oblivious to the looming threat Wu Dong posed. Nina, witnessing Emily's nonchalance, felt a surge of indignation. Bitch, is your mind consumed solely by drugs and casual flings? The crux of this matter is Wu Dong. Once he deals with Yang Yi, we will be next. Emily widened her eyes, staring blankly at the furious Nina before her, momentarily lost in a daze. Her gaze gradually became unfocused, as if she had lost her sense of clarity. After a considerable pause, Emily seemed to awaken from her stupor, gently shaking her head in an attempt to realign her chaotic thoughts. As time trickled by, her mind slowly began to regain its normal function. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, She felt her once muddled thoughts gradually sharpening. Hey, Nina, I admit this situation is indeed rather foolish. But that is an entire kilogram of pristine goods. They haven't even had the chance to adulterate it yet. If we sell it off, it could yield a substantial fortune. Do you know how much a gram of glimmering substance is worth in the current market? For 100 euros per gram. If we mix in a little filler, this could easily amount to at least 1 million. Nina, observing Emily's increasingly frenzied demeanor, felt at a loss for how to respond. This was a complete disaster. She regretted entangling herself with these individuals. Okay, Emily, who is on the verge of making a windfall. You still haven't resolved one critical issue. What about the original owner of this cargo? Is he really going to watch all that money go to waste? Of course not. I know exactly what Wudong is capable of. I've already contacted Helena. She will handle the remaining matters. With her involved, Wudong won't be able to stir up any trouble. Helena? Who on earth is she? Nina felt bewildered, wondering how yet another name had entered the fray. Emily proudly exclaimed, how could I possibly act without considering the consequences? Helena is the woman of Camp, the leader of the Valentino gang. Although Camp is currently incarcerated, the entire Valentino organization still holds Helena in high regard. These individuals are formidable. They will not hesitate to retaliate. Indeed, this entangles us further with the Valentino gang. Proceed at your own peril. One day, you may find yourself in grave danger. After Nina finished speaking, she began to pack her belongings, declaring that she could no longer remain in Westbrook. Chapter 36, Traffic 5. The restless gang in Westbrook, on Japan Street, stood an aging apartment building. Wudong's spirits had been exceptionally low lately, as if the universe conspired against him. Not long ago, he had secured a significant deal. But just as the transaction was about to finalize, an unexpected rival emerged and snatched away his buyer. Damn it, he still had not discovered who was behind this betrayal. Recently, he had finally managed to obtain some shimmering goods from his superiors, intending to distribute them on Japan Street to recover his losses. Yet before he could even warm them, they were stolen. Ah, what a curse! Overwhelmed by anger, Wudong could not contain his frustration and shouted, "Ah, what a curse!" He then violently kicked over the small table before him. Faced with a series of unfortunate events, Wudong began to question his luck. Did he truly need to seek out a monk or a Taoist priest to beseech the divine for protection and a change in fortune? With a resigned shake of his head, he muttered, "What a chaotic mess this all is. Dig a well, dig a well." Wudong glared furiously at the adjacent room, bellowing, "Has that fool confessed yet?" Just then, the door swung open, revealing an extravagantly dressed individual akin to a shammate who poked his head out and replied, "Almost there. This rascal can't hold on much longer. Damn it. Enough of this dilly-dallying. Let me handle it." Wudong's patience had been utterly exhausted. He was determined to pry the truth from the mouth of that fool. He needed to uncover who dared to cause trouble in his territory. Rising, Wudong approached the shammate and forcefully shoved him aside, entering the room. Upon entering, he beheld a naked man bound to a chair. This unfortunate soul was the victim of Emily's deception, the hapless Yoshikazu Chikazaki. Surrounding him were two underlings from the Tiger Claw gang, mercilessly torturing him. The dim light of the room mingled with the thick scent of blood in the air, accompanied by Chikazaki's agonizing moans. Wudong approached Chikazaki, observing the battered visage that was once handsome. Suppressing his rising fury, he realized he needed to ascertain the whereabouts of his valuable stash before this fool met his demise. He casually pulled a chair and placed it before Chikazaki, settling himself down as he spoke with feigned calmness. "Yoshikazu, look at your current state. This once charming face is now unrecognizable. How will our versatile universal plug of Japan attract women in the future? It truly pains me to witness this. Haven't we enjoyed a harmonious relationship over the years?" He then turned to his subordinates and inquired, "Tell me, have I ever mistreated Yoshikazu?" No, the younger brothers all echoed, aware that Wudong was infuriated today. They dared not stoke the flames further. Whatever he said was now law. Cough, cough. Wudong-san, I truly have no idea who took that batch of goods. You must believe me. The battered Chizang Yangi uttered weakly, his face marred by bruises. He felt genuinely wronged. Having risen early, he discovered that the shipment Wudong entrusted to him for reprocessing had vanished without a trace. After being dragged over and beaten, he had divulged everything he could, yet he remained ignorant of who had pilfered the goods. However, Wudong was evidently unconvinced. Such words would hardly fool a child, let alone him. To expect Wudong to believe in his innocence would be foolishness incarnate. Observing Chizang Yangi's feigned ignorance, Wudong understood that he needed to intensify his approach. He gestured to a nearby subordinate, who promptly presented a pair of surgical bone pliers with perfect timing. Yangi-kun, our years of friendship make this quite difficult for me. But if you force my hand, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Wu Dong feigned reluctance, though his subordinate's actions were devoid of hesitation as he clamped the pliers onto Yangi's finger. With a resounding crack, Yangi's finger was severed. The excruciating pain caused him to crumble instantly, unable to suppress his cries. Now tell me, who have you been in contact with recently? Speak, and spare no detail. Wu Dong demanded, his expression as cold as ice. As the moment arrived, the hapless Wu Dong was forced to confront a disheartening reality. This fool truly knew nothing. It was highly probable that the batch had been discreetly pilfered. With events having escalated to this juncture, the situation had spiraled beyond control. Ching Song Yangi stammered as he recounted his recent interactions, while Wu Dong's expression gradually darkened. This imbecile had not engaged in any meaningful activities, spending his days frivolously reveling with women and wandering aimlessly. However, Wu Dong soon discerned a troubling inconsistency. He interrupted Ching Song Yangi, leaning closer and asking, Yangi-kun, could we delve deeper into discussions about Emily and Nina? I find them quite intriguing. Meanwhile, far away in Haywood, Helena was not idle either. Upon receiving a message from Emily, she dispatched her subordinates to investigate the young woman's background. To her surprise, the inquiry yielded unexpected revelations. The young woman's close friend, Nina Douglas, caught Helena's attention. The name Douglas stirred a profound recognition within her, prompting her to silently express her gratitude to Our Lady of Guadalupe. Holy Mother, your compassion and generosity towards your faithful followers are ever so bountiful. I praise you. Helena would never forget the name Douglas, Robert Douglas, the very man who had personally incarcerated her husband, the leader of the Valentino gang, Camp. Despite her meticulous efforts to navigate the connections with the prosecutor and judge, Camp had ultimately been sentenced to 8 years, leaving 5 more years until her husband's release. The reason for her profound hatred towards Robert was not merely due to his role in sending Kemp to prison, but rather the subsequent disarray that befell the Valentino gang in the years that followed, leading to a fragmentation of loyalties and the emergence of rival factions. Once a figure of considerable influence, she now found herself diminished and disregarded. This stark contrast was unbearable for her. She could accept death, but not this current state of affairs. What she had anticipated to be a simple case of black-on-black crime had unexpectedly turned into a fiasco, leaving her with the notion that she could extract some interest from Robert Douglas. However, Helena was still overly optimistic. When she approached the priest with her request, the old fox promptly rebuffed her and subtly advised her to remain compliant. Damn it, with Kemp gone, does everyone now regard me with such contempt? After being denied, Helena's face turned ashen. She had been naive, for Kemp's influence had long since expired. In search of assistance, Helena rifled through her contacts and found a phone number, which she dialed. Moments later, a voice answered. Hello, this is Jack Wells. Indeed, the person Helena sought was none other than Jack, her ally from 2077. Hi, Jack. It's Helena. Big sister? Why are you calling me? Is something wrong? Although he had distanced himself from the gang, Jack still considered the members of the Valentino family as brothers. He had once shielded Kemp from bullets and genuinely regarded him as an older brother. If something had befallen Helena, he felt it was his duty to assist her. It was a matter of principle. Jack, I genuinely don't know whom else to turn to. I'm sorry. I've searched everywhere, and no one is willing to take on this matter. Helena first set the tone, positioning Jack in a manner that left him no room for refusal. Indeed, Jack remained the same Jack, inquiring, sister-in-law, feel free to speak your mind. Kemp has gone in, and it is our duty to look after you. A slight smile graced Helena's lips. There were few like Jack in the city of night. She then recounted the events leading up to the current situation, and upon hearing her, Jack let out a long sigh. So, sister-in-law, my task this time is to eliminate that girl named Emily and retrieve the goods along with the one called Nina, correct? Yes, Jack, I must entrust this to you. I have to avenge Camp. After a moment of silence, Jack replied, no problem, leave it to me. After hanging up the phone, Jack grabbed his sidearm and hurried towards Japanese Street. Chapter 37, Traffic 6. The mantis catches the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits Westbrook, Japanese Street, Nina's apartment. Listen, Emily, I find it hard to believe in this Helena you speak of, but we have no alternative at the moment. As Nina spoke, she secured an M76E Omaha at her lower back, the compact pistol concealed beneath her clothing, easily overlooked at first glance. During her time on Japanese Street, she had learned an invaluable lesson. Always be prepared for the unexpected. One should never underestimate the potential for danger. What distinguishes the Valentino gang from the Tiger Claw gang? There is no difference. Observing Emily still dawdling, Nina felt an overwhelming urge to shoot her in the head. Damn it, bitch, can't you hurry up? Emily shot her a glance and retorted, hey, don't shout at me. What's the rush? Wudong won't figure us out so quickly. And that fool Yongyi won't suspect it was me. By the time they piece everything together, we'll have already left Night City with the money. At this, Emily seemed to ponder something and inquired, once we have the money, where do you plan to go? I recall you always lamenting about wanting to escape Night City. Nina momentarily lost her focus, perpetually yearning to flee from the cesspool of Night City. Anywhere would suffice. Yet, when the moment of choice arrived, she found herself at a loss. Where truly is home? Perhaps I might venture to Europe or East Asia. I have an affinity for Milan and Shanghai. I'm uncertain. We'll see when the time comes. Emily, less conflicted than Nina, remarked with a hint of amusement. Then it seems we shall part ways. I intend to head to Brazil, to Rio, where the handsome men are particularly passionate and spirited. You know what I mean. You wicked temptress. One day you'll reap what you sow. Exercise some restraint, Nina chided. Come on, Nina, you seem so lifeless today. Whatever happened to that wild little kitten? Has she been possessed by a nun from hell? Nina seized Emily's handbag from the side and hurled it at her with the force of a cannonball, shouting in anger. Hurry up, stop dawdling. Is your mind consumed with nothing but pistons? What time is it? Preserving our lives is the utmost priority. Once we get through this, you can have 10 lovers in rotation, and I won't utter a word. Wow, 10? Nina, are you truly certain you can withstand this? Emily teased with a mocking expression. However, before their quarrel could escalate further, a thunderous crash abruptly interrupted their conversation. The apartment door was forcefully breached, and a gaunt, menacing man appeared at the threshold, flanked by 7 or 8 members of the Tiger Claw gang. It was Wudong, his gaze filled with lewd intent and unabashed hostility, fixated on the 2 girls before him. A sinister smile crept across his lips, sending chills down their spines. Hee hee. It seems you 2 lovely ladies are enjoying quite the chat. I wonder if you would mind if I joined? Wudong. Emily immediately froze in terror, her voice trembling uncontrollably. In contrast, Nina maintained a semblance of composure. Had Wudong discovered that Emily had stolen his merchandise? Was there still a chance for redemption? What leverage did she possess to secure their lives? In an instant, numerous thoughts raced through Nina's mind as she found herself confident in devising a plan to safeguard both of them, even though she was reluctant to resort to such measures. Hi, Wudong. Is it really necessary to create such a ruckus just to summon a girl? You've completely destroyed my door, and the cost of repairs won't be trivial. Nina feigned calmness as she voiced her grievances to Wudong. Wudong, observing Nina, did not mind accompanying her in a playful display of flower guns. He glanced at his subordinates and admonished, How have I taught you to conduct yourselves? One must remain principled. We, the Simi-Darin, place great emphasis on courtesy. One must not touch what belongs to others. He then turned his gaze towards Nina and Emily, a mischievous smile creeping onto his face. Should you reach out, you might find your fingers severed. Which one do you think should be severed? Upon hearing this, Emily trembled uncontrollably, realizing that Wudong would not be lenient with them. Nina pinched Emily firmly on the back to instill calmness. They could not show fear at this moment. To display any sign of weakness could determine whether they ended the night in a cage of serpents or on the operating table of a scavenger. It was unnecessary to resort to such brutality. After all, who among us is infallible? To lose a hand over a trivial matter is exceedingly cruel, Wudong. Nina's words were an attempt to persuade Wudong to temper his harshness towards his subordinates, yet they served to plead for Emily's sake. Nina, Wudong mused. Not only do you resemble an angel, but your heart is equally kind. I am utterly enamored with you. How is it that I have only just now recognized your virtues? Wudong regarded Nina with growing interest, pondering to himself, this young woman possesses a certain audacity. Caught red-handed in an act of wrongdoing, she remains composed and boldly negotiates with me. It is worth noting that despite his Korean heritage, Wudong's ascent to a position of prominence within the notoriously exclusionary Japanese gang, the Tiger Claw, was not merely a consequence of brute force. He resembled a concealed viper lurking in the shadows, always contemplating before taking action. This prudence and cunning were the very foundations of his existence within the Tiger Claw gang. Who knows? I too ponder why a virtuous girl like myself consistently encounters misfortune. At that moment, A subordinate accompanying Wudong had already noticed the shimmering package on the table and remarked, "Boss, it seems to be that one." Wudong, having also observed it, was certain that it was the very package he had lost. Gazing at Nina's strikingly beautiful face, he inquired, "Nina, let us not beat around the bush. The goods belong to Emily. I wish to know if you were involved in this matter." Seeing Wudong's directness, Nina dropped her pretense and replied, "Does it truly matter to you whether I was involved? If I claim ignorance, will you merely take the goods and leave with Emily?" "Wudong, I believe there exists a resolution that would benefit us both." As he reached out to take the package of shimmering goods brought by the Tiger Claw Gang's subordinate, Wudong weighed it in his hands. The heft was just right. He smiled at Nina and asked, "What do you propose? Should your solution prove ineffective, then the catalog of the local adult store on Twisting Street shall be updated." Indeed, Wudong was not one to easily let matters slide. If this issue were to be swept under the rug, it would soon be common knowledge that his goods were easy pickings. "Robert Douglas, are you familiar with him? He is my father." Reluctantly, Nina revealed her trump card, invoking her father's name, despite her lifelong desire to sever ties with that man. This was not the moment for obstinacy. Wudong was momentarily taken aback, astonished to find himself entangled with a significant figure, Robert Douglas. It was none other than Douglas who had orchestrated the imprisonment of his former superior, Junichi Munikata, which had ultimately paved the way for Wudong's own ascendance. "Oh, Nina, your connections are quite formidable. To be candid, I am slightly intimidated. Yet, you may be unaware that my boss is the very one your father incarcerated. What do you think I should do? The brothers in my faction are all watching. Now that you have fallen into my grasp, if I do not take some action, how could I ever maintain my standing in the gang?" Wudong's intentions were unmistakable. Robert's reputation alone could not suffice. Tangible benefits were imperative. Nina, perceptive as ever, responded with a smile. In comparison to hollow fame, tangible benefits hold far greater significance. If, while others are ensnared by the IDC, you remain unburdened by such concerns, do you truly believe the leaders of the Tiger Claw Gang will care about your sense of loyalty? Can you truly act on behalf of your father? That is Wudong's final hesitation. He is my only kin. Ha ha, it's a deal. Wudong felt that his visit had not been in vain. As the old Chinese saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Nina also exhaled a silent sigh of relief. Although financial gain had eluded them, at least they had escaped unscathed. Now, it was time to return home and settle matters with her father. Just as they were poised to delve deeper into the particulars of their collaboration, a smoke bomb suddenly soared into the room like a specter, followed by the sharp crack of gunfire that shattered the air. The two Tiger Claw henchmen stationed at the door were caught completely off guard, their lives extinguished in an instant. Chaos erupted throughout the room. Nina grasped Emily's hand without hesitation and swiftly retreated into the kitchen, while Wudong, along with his subordinates, frantically searched for a place to conceal themselves from the impending assault. "Damn it! Which bastard is responsible for this mess?" Wudong cursed, his mind awash with fury and confusion. Chapter 38, Traffic 7. When the clam and the heron struggle, the fisherman benefits. The previously tranquil atmosphere was shattered in an instant, a tense ambience permeating every corner. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and the heartbeat of each individual was distinctly audible. They widened their eyes, vigilantly scanning their surroundings, attempting to discern the enemy's presence amidst the swirling smoke. Wudong's mind raced through the possibilities. Was it he who had inadvertently leaked information? Had someone intended to engage in a treacherous double-cross? His conjecture was close to the truth, but the information leak did not originate from him. It stemmed from Emily's side. The instigator of the assault was none other than Jack Wells. After receiving a message from Helena, he hurriedly made his way, yet arrived just a moment too late, witnessing Wudong and his group entering the building. Although Helena had not disclosed the origin of the goods, Jack's experience in the underworld led him to conclude that they belonged to the Tiger Claw Gang, and now the rightful owner had come knocking. Given Jack's temperament, he would undoubtedly not return empty-handed. Thus, he decided to employ a strategy akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, preparing to teach these little Japanese a lesson. This led to the earlier scene where Jack swiftly incapacitated two adversaries. However, the complication now arose. The opponents had retreated into the apartment, refusing to emerge, and he found himself unable to launch a direct assault. He found himself in dire straits, needing to devise a means to extricate these individuals. Jack was acutely aware that time was of the essence. With every passing minute, the situation became increasingly precarious. After all, Reinforcements from the Tiger Claw gang could arrive at any moment, and if ensnared in a protracted conflict, he might very well meet his end that day. Fortunately, the aging apartment building boasted numerous dilapidated ventilation openings that could be easily pried open. Thus, Jack acted decisively, swiftly locating a suitable spot and unhesitatingly prying the cover off the vent. He was determined to retrieve those troublesome little rascals. With a slight sound, the vent cover was finally dislodged. Without hesitation, Jack leaped and deftly maneuvered himself into the narrow confines of the duct. What is this dreadful odor? I feel nauseous. The dark, cramped passageway, saturated with a variety of foul stenches, nearly overwhelmed Jack. Meanwhile, in the adjacent room, Wudong frantically dialed his phone to summon reinforcements, anxiously issuing commands to his subordinates. Hurry, you two, go see what is happening outside. Following his orders, two members of the Tiger Claw gang cautiously approached the door, their steps as silent as a cat's, fearful that even the slightest noise might betray their presence. Their apprehension was not unfounded, for at that very moment, David had also arrived, lurking outside, waiting for them to reveal themselves. David stumbled upon an unexpected situation, akin to a blind cat inadvertently finding a dead mouse. He was meticulously checking Nina's usual haunts as per the information available, starting with her residence. Fortune smiled upon him as he trailed behind Jack. They even shared the same elevator ride. However, unfamiliarity with the layout led him astray. By the time he regained his bearings and reached the right location, Jack had already deployed a smoke grenade and taken down a member of the Tiger Claw gang at the entrance. What on earth is happening here? David's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the corpses sprawled across the floor and recalled the burly Valentino gang member who had just vanished into the ventilation shaft. His mind was a whirlwind of questions. How could Nina possibly be involved with these gangsters? He had no time to ponder further. He hastily took out his phone, captured photos of the scene, and sent them to Robert along with a brief account of the urgent situation, urging him to dispatch assistance immediately. Yet, as seconds ticked by, Robert remained unresponsive, leaving David increasingly anxious. What should I do? What can I do? Come on, David, think of something. After all, this was his inaugural mission, and facing such a convoluted predicament was undeniably overwhelming. At that moment, two low-ranking members of the Tiger Claw gang cautiously peered around. Confronted with this unexpected turn of events, David could no longer afford to hesitate. He swiftly drew his old pistol, the White Rhino, and decisively aimed at the most exposed enemy, pulling the trigger without a second thought. Bang! As a low, ominous gunshot echoed through the air, a plume of green smoke erupted, and a bullet whistled forth, striking its target with precision. Alas! The unfortunate underling let out a chilling scream, and mere moments later, the venom carried by the white rhinoceros claimed his life. His facial muscles contorted in agony, his eyes wide with terror, fixated on another comrade, as if to convey his last lingering resentment. The surviving underling, momentarily paralyzed by the horrifying scene, quickly regained his composure, for he was no stranger to the brutal realities of gang life. Although puzzled by the inexplicable demise of his companion, who fell to a mere arm injury, he forcefully suppressed his shock and scanned the direction from which the bullet had come. Damn it, it was just a kid. A little brat had ambushed them from the shadows. Though it was but a fleeting glance, he managed to catch sight of David's figure. In that instant, the ruthless nature of the gang member erupted forth. Being outmaneuvered by a mere child was intolerable, and he could not afford to show his face again on the streets. Resolving to act, he unhesitatingly pulled the trigger, and his submachine gun erupted in a blaze, a torrent of bullets raining down upon David. Bang! 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 The bullets struck nearby, forcing David to retreat behind the wall. Inside the room, Wudong and the other members of the Tiger Claw gang turned their attention towards the doorway, following the trajectory of the gunfire. What? It was merely a child? Fury ignited within Wudong's heart, and he could not restrain himself from cursing vehemently. Damn it! Does he think I'm made of clay? Eliminate him! The simmering rage that he had barely managed to suppress moments ago erupted forth like a volcano. Wudong felt as though he were merely a puppet, a jester whose dignity could be trampled by anyone at will. This sensation was unbearable. He resolved to make the insolent brat pay dearly for his arrogance. As the members of the Tiger Claw gang witnessed Wudong's declaration, they approached the entrance without a hint of hesitation, intent on dealing with the audacious youth outside. Suddenly, a dull thud resonated through the air. It was Jack, who had stealthily positioned himself above them, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. Seizing the chance, he leaped down from the vent without a moment's hesitation. With a graceful landing, he swiftly drew his twin pistols, Like a phantom, he deftly maneuvered through the room, evading the bullets that were fired in his direction, while simultaneously unleashing a barrage of gunfire that rained down upon the members of the Tiger Claw gang. In an instant, chaos enveloped the entire room. Bullets flew like rain, whistling through the air, and the items within the room were not spared, shattering under the onslaught. The cacophony of breaking glass, the thunderous crash of toppled furniture, and Emily's terrified screams intertwined, creating a symphony of violent aesthetics. Nina, recognizing the golden opportunity, struck Emily, who was screaming in panic, and said, "Silence. Now, while they're embroiled in chaos, we must make our escape. It matters not who emerges victorious. We will not survive this." Emily was momentarily stunned by Nina's slap, instinctively nodding in response. Nina grasped Emily's hand tightly, desperately evading the crossfire as they sprinted towards the exit. The cacophony of gunfire and explosions filled the air, with bullets whizzing past them like raindrops, leaving them uncertain of when one might strike. Nina's nerves were frayed to their utmost limits. She dared not relax even for a moment, her heart racing as though it might leap from her chest, as if it were on the verge of breaking free from its confines. Her breaths came in rapid succession, each inhalation akin to searing flames, scorching her throat and lungs. Yet, despite her body reaching its limits, Nina pressed on, her clothes drenched in sweat, clinging uncomfortably to her skin. Emily, on the other hand, was enveloped entirely by fear. She squeezed her eyes shut, following Nina's lead without daring to glance up. Her palms were slick with sweat, and her body trembled slightly from the tension, but under Nina's guidance, she managed to maintain a semblance of composure. As they drew nearer to the exit, a flicker of hope surged within Nina. However, at that moment, a bullet suddenly whizzed by, grazing Nina's scalp and eliciting a sharp, stinging pain. It was one of the thugs from the Tiger Claw gang, who had spotted Nina attempting to escape and redirected his weapon towards them. "You filthy bitch. Don't think you can run." His shout immediately filled David, waiting outside in the corridor, with elation. The opportunity had finally arrived. David burst forth from his hiding place with the swiftness of an arrow, darting towards the apartment entrance. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the door, spotting Nina and Emily, and quickly noticing the underling from the Tiger Claw gang, who had his back to him, aiming a gun at Nina. Without a moment's hesitation, David raised his white rhino firearm and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet sliced through the air, striking the gang member squarely in the head. Nina's eyes widened in shock as she witnessed the scene unfold before her, mere feet away. The assailant who had threatened them just moments before now had his head explode like a ripe watermelon, crimson brain matter splattering across the ground and walls. "I am a mercenary sent by Mr. Douglas. Follow me." "Ah, salvation." In that instant, Nina beheld David as a figure illuminated by divine light. Chapter 39. Traffic, a narrow escape from the jaws of danger. Nina wasted no time, immediately seizing Emily's hand and rushing towards David. The chaos within the room caught the attention of the others. Jack, indifferent to the turmoil, welcomed the disruption, seeing it as a boon to their troubles with the Tiger Claw gang. In stark contrast, Wu Dong had lost all sense of reason. Recognizing that these two were not allies, he wondered from where they had emerged. It was bewildering, utterly confounding. Unable to make sense of it, he aimed his gun at Nina and pulled the trigger. Bang! Wu Dong's marksmanship was truly grotesque, absurdly reminiscent of the outrageousness of those from the land of Samida. Aimed at Nina, he inadvertently struck Emily instead. No! Nina let out a piercing scream, helplessly watching as the bullet struck Emily. The sudden pain overwhelmed Emily, rendering her momentarily voiceless, as if all strength had been siphoned from her. Her heart felt as though it might cease beating, incredulous at the unfolding horror. They had been mere steps away from safety, yet now all hope seemed lost. David, equally stunned by this unforeseen turn of events, felt a flicker of relief upon seeing that Nina was unharmed. Yet, in this dire situation, there was no room for hesitation or delay. David dared not gamble on whether Wu Dong's next shot would stray. With little regard for Nina's emotional turmoil, he seized her and sprinted towards the exit. As for Emily, regrettably, she was left to her fate. Such was the reality of Night City. Abandoned, Emily gazed despairingly at the receding figures of Nina and David. Realizing her chances were extinguished, Nina was engulfed in shock and despair, her mind a void as her body instinctively followed David's lead. Tears blurred her vision, filled with worry and guilt for Emily. Had she truly left Emily behind to perish? If only she had run a bit faster, perhaps the outcome would have differed. In that moment, Nina felt as if her soul had been stripped away, allowing David to drag her from this place. As David pulled Nina along in a desperate flight, he remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. He was uncertain whether anyone would pursue him further. He needed to urgently find a secure place to conceal himself. There had been no response from Douglas, and heading towards Charter Mountain now seemed perilous. If the Tiger Claw gang truly intended to pursue him relentlessly, fleeing with Nina towards Charter Mountain without any backup would be tantamount to seeking his demise. Should he contact the old captain? This thought barely crossed his mind before David dismissed it. Intermediaries might not be reliable at such a crucial moment, and he could not gamble with his life on their integrity. He resolved to call Connor instead. It was perfectly acceptable to alert an adult in times of trouble. Without hesitation, David dialed Connor's number. "Hey, kid, aren't you supposed to be tailing me? What prompts you to call?" Connor's voice came through the line. David, foregoing any pleasantries, got straight to the point. "Teacher, the situation is rather complicated. I'll explain later. I need a safe house immediately. Can you arrange that?" "A safe house? Kid, did you install a camera in my place? I just set up a nest, and now you want to crash it." "Haha, so there is one." David felt an overwhelming sense of joy at Connor's words. To him, Connor was omnipotent, capable of resolving any predicament. Without any delay, Connor sent David the location of the safe house, adding, "I've stocked up on food, medicine, and ammunition inside. It should suffice for a few days. If you find yourself in dire straits, let me know." David initially intended to seek Connor's assistance, but the words transformed into, "Rest assured, teacher, I can manage." This is a common affliction among boys of his age, who are reluctant to be regarded as children by their elders, seizing every opportunity to prove their maturity. After ending the call, David turned to the dazed Nina. She was truly beautiful. Her eyes and lips were particularly captivating, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss her. As David gazed at the pitiable Nina, a tremor of emotion coursed through him, shaking his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts. He grasped Nina's shoulders and locked his gaze with her doe-like eyes, saying, "Hey, Miss Douglas, may we converse now? I understand the current situation is somewhat chaotic, but before we proceed, we must share our thoughts. Do you understand?" David's words pulled Nina from her confusion and helplessness, gently reeling her scattered thoughts back to reality. She looked at the boy before her, who appeared to be several years younger, yet at this moment, he exhibited a maturity and composure beyond his years, offering her solace in a feigned adult tone. This incongruity stirred an unfamiliar sensation within Nina. The unique contrast intrigued and amused her, significantly alleviating her previously tense emotions. A subtle smile graced her lips, barely perceptible, as the terror and anxiety in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by curiosity about David and a vague, indescribable feeling. "Just call me Nina. How should I address you?" "David Martinez. I have been entrusted by your father, Mr. Robert, to discreetly protect you. However, as events have unfolded, I find myself rather bewildered. Is the Tiger Claw gang your father's adversary? Did they orchestrate the recent attacks against him? I am uncertain, as we have not been in contact for quite some time. Nevertheless, one thing I can confirm is that Wu Dong is targeting Emily, the woman who was just shot. And what of Valentino's gang? Are you allied with him?" David shook his head, replying, "I do not know him. To be honest, I initially thought he was someone you had sent." Nina shrugged her shoulders and said, "Perhaps he is an enemy of Wu Dong. It is difficult to ascertain." Nina relayed all the information she possessed to David. As for her relationship with her father, it was exceedingly strained. Knowing that she was at risk of being assassinated by Robert's enemies nearly compelled her to voice her frustrations. After listening, David scratched his head, realizing that the situation was more complex than he had anticipated. The Tiger Claw gang was not, in fact, Robert's enemies. It was rather amusing how this father-daughter duo was inadvertently entangled with the underworld in their own ways. "All right then, let us proceed to the safe house I've prepared. I am currently unable to reach your father. Once I receive a response, I will arrange for SSI personnel to come and escort you." Although Nina was particularly reluctant to return to Robert's side, given the current circumstances, she felt there was no alternative. Perhaps she could linger near this young mercenary for a few days and devise a plan for her escape later. "Very well, lead the way." David hurried towards the safe house with Nina, while Jack had just eliminated the last member of the Tiger Claw gang. He picked up the glimmering bag and opened it to examine its contents. These little Japanese had quite the ingenuity. It appeared to be a shipment that had skirted around the IDC's red line. What a windfall! As Jack was counting his spoils, Wu Dong, grievously wounded, struggled to rise. "Who the hell are you?" Jack turned to face him and couldn't help but chuckle. Still putting on a brave face, are we? I am Jack Wells. Now, let's move. Bang. Wudong's head exploded in an instant as Jack sent him on his final journey. After dispatching Wudong, Jack promptly vacated the scene. Jack, big sis. I've secured the goods, but the target has escaped. Attachment, image. JPG. Helena, well done. Jack, bring the goods back first, and then we will discuss our next steps. Jack, SBN. Chapter 40, Traffic 9. An air of ambiguity in Watson District, Chinatown, inside the safe house. The two had finally relaxed for the time being. David was the first to approach the ammunition storage area, meticulously inspecting it. To his astonishment, the situation exceeded his expectations. There were approximately a dozen wooden crates neatly arranged, filled with various types of ammunition, alongside scattered grenades. David immediately recognized several types: flashbangs, smoke grenades, laser-cutting grenades, and fragmentation grenades. However, there were a few new types of grenades he had never encountered before, and he was eager to test them out. Turning his attention to the gun rack, he observed a pristine collection of authentic HJSH 18 rifles, along with several submachine guns and shotguns. David casually picked up a modified BD 2 handsaw by Rostovich. This handsaw had been altered, removing the stock and shortening the barrel travel, resulting in a more lightweight and portable weapon that was exceedingly easy to conceal. Even if tucked directly into his coat, it would be difficult for anyone to notice. True to his teacher's style, he hoped he would not need to use it anytime soon. David inspected the modified handsaw. Today's encounter with the Tiger Claw gang had made him realize the necessity of such a formidable tool for maintaining control. While the White Rhino was undeniably powerful, its advantages were diminished in the chaos of close combat, where a single shot often failed to suppress multiple foes. At times, the line between life and death was merely the distance between one's finger and the trigger. Pulling the trigger even once could mean the difference between survival and demise. This was the advantage of a shotgun. Regardless of the number of adversaries, a single shot to the face would bring them all down. With the handsaw now in his possession, he felt a sense of reassurance. Is there anything to drink? I'm nearly parched to death, Nina called from the living room, fanning herself with her hand. After the earlier ordeal, her throat felt as if it were on fire, and her voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Upon hearing Nina's exclamation, David quickly stowed the weapon and hurried into the living room. He scratched his head and, after a moment of contemplation, replied, "Well, everything should be in the refrigerator. You can take a look and see if there's anything you fancy. I'm not entirely sure what exactly is available." Isn't this your place? How can you be unaware of what lies within?" Nina exclaimed, her eyes widening with curiosity as she regarded David. Silently pondering, why does he seem so oblivious? He is utterly unlike any of the men I have encountered before. David, taken aback by Nina's inquiry, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his cheeks flushing crimson as he sheepishly explained, "Actually, this is my teacher's house. I am merely borrowing it temporarily." As he spoke, his gaze flickered, revealing a hint of discomfort. Nina furrowed her brow slightly, her eyes shimmering with skepticism as she scrutinized David, seemingly attempting to pierce through his facade and discern his true feelings. Her voice laced with a touch of incredulity, she remarked, "Oh, is that so? You must be incredibly fortunate. In this city of shadows, even one's own parents may not be reliable, yet you have such a steadfast teacher. How enviable." Despite Nina's words, David astutely sensed her lingering doubt regarding his explanation. Thus, he hastily added, "It's absolutely true. Perhaps it's due to my mother's reputation that my teacher has always looked out for me." At the mention of mother, Nina's expression suddenly grew distant, as if contemplating how different today might have been had her own mother still been alive. "Indeed, you are fortunate to have a wonderful mother, unlike myself." As this thought crossed her mind, a wave of sorrow washed over Nina, compelling her to murmur softly, I apologize. Did I say something amiss? Why do you seem to have suddenly become somewhat peculiar?" David pondered inwardly, reflecting on whether he had inadvertently misspoken, wondering how things had taken such a turn. Despite being a novice in matters of intimacy, David could still perceive the noticeable shift in Nina's emotions. "No, truly, it's nothing. Please don't overthink it." Nina gently shook her head, her voice tinged with a hint of exhaustion. This facade did not escape David's keen observation. He distinctly noticed a trace of sorrow flickering in Nina's eyes. In that fleeting moment, her vulnerability stirred an instinctive desire within David to embrace her. Losing her interest in continuing the conversation, Nina allowed an unsettling silence to envelop the room. David contemplated several times breaking the awkwardness, yet ultimately refrained. He recognized that perhaps granting Nina some solitude would be more beneficial. They languished in silence for what felt like an eternity. At last, after an excruciatingly long pause, David rose and spoke softly to Nina. "Very well then. Should you wish to converse, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will go prepare something to eat." With that, David made his way to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator, and discovered a selection of frozen meals. He retrieved 2 portions of frozen pasta and inquired of Nina, "How about pasta? I trust that will be acceptable for you." Seeing that Nina did not respond, David paid her no mind and busied himself with cooking pasta. The steam gradually began to rise within the room. Suddenly, Nina spoke up, saying, "I feel as though my entire life has been a dream, utterly devoid of reality." David was uncertain of her intent, but maintained a demeanor of attentive listening. "I am unsure of where my future lies, yet I comprehend that it has already been predetermined. Fate, perhaps?" Though he found himself somewhat lost in her words, David endeavored to keep pace with her conversational rhythm. "Do you believe in such a thing as fate?" Nina inquired as she removed her outerwear. Having emerged from her earlier despondency, she now sought to express herself fully, with the most liberating form of release for her being a vigorous and exhilarating physical activity. David's gaze, as if drawn by an unseen force, fixated upon Nina's alluringly exposed curves. Her figure was nothing short of perfection, her porcelain skin radiating an enchanting glow, delicate as silk. Her waist exhibited a natural elegance. Slender, yet imbued with strength, her rounded hips sculpted a tantalizing silhouette. Her long, straight legs were proportioned to perfection. His eyes grew fervent and entranced, for in that moment, the world faded away, leaving only Nina's heart-stirring presence. Pleased by David's reaction, Nina teasingly remarked, "Let me ask you something. Could it be possible that you like me?" "Perhaps." David replied, "I do not know. How could a novice like him resist such temptation?" "I believe so. You are indeed quite astute. I wonder if you share my sentiments. It appears you are engaging in a game of feigned indifference, which lacks sincerity." At this moment, Nina has approached David, her delicate hands gliding over him. Whispering softly in his ear, "I am already ensnared. What are you waiting for?" Just as David could no longer contain himself and drew Nina close, their lips nearly touching, an explosion erupted. The door to the safe house was blown open with a thunderous bang. Chapter 41, Traffic 10, David versus Jack Dammit. With a furious exclamation, David instinctively tightened his embrace around Nina and swiftly rolled to the side. They narrowly evaded the powerful shockwave generated by the explosion, escaping direct harm. "Couldn't they have arrived a little later?" David muttered under his breath, lamenting the cruel twist of fate. If only they had a mere 10 more minutes. Perhaps today could have marked the end of his untested existence. Yet, reality is often merciless, and plans are perpetually outpaced by unforeseen events. Nina, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, was utterly astonished. Was there truly someone targeting her? Could it be that the old man had unwittingly stirred up a considerable mess? Were they intent on annihilation? "David, are they after the old man as associates?" she inquired anxiously. David held Nina tightly, sheltering them behind a sturdy barricade, cautiously peering out to assess the situation beyond. He shook his head, his tone filled with confusion. "I'm not sure either. Everything is a mess right now. It's possible that the Tiger Claw gang is onto us." As he spoke, his gaze involuntarily fell upon a nearby table where a hand-sawed shotgun lay. Just as David grappled with the dilemma of whether to risk rushing over to retrieve the weapon, a booming voice suddenly echoed throughout the space. "Kid, you took advantage of me last time on Japan Street. Now it's time to return the favor." Upon hearing this, David inwardly cursed his luck. It was that burly man from the Valentino gang. "What favor? What are you talking about?" He turned to Nina, his expression one of bewilderment, as if asking her what they still possessed that could be of interest to this brute. Nina, equally perplexed, realized that the glittering bag had already been left back at the apartment. Apart from her gun, she had nothing on her. She raised her hands in a gesture that conveyed her ignorance, breaking free from David's embrace to draw the Omaha from her waistband. Seeing this, David swiftly snatched the gun from her, whispering, "Leave this to me. I'll hold him off while you slip out through the hidden door. It's in the weapons room. The blue gate. Once you're out, head straight to the H4 in River Valley. There's a workshop called Devil May Cry. My mentor is there, and with him. No one will be able to touch you." David, observing his serious demeanor as he laid out these final instructions, deepened Nina's sorrow. She had already abandoned Emily. Was she to forsake another? Upon observing Nina's hesitant demeanor, David inwardly lamented the situation. This woman had succumbed to her emotions. He reached out to adjust Nina's face and pressed his lips against hers with fervor. The sensation was overwhelming for Nina, nearly melting her resolve, yet David refrained from continuing. After a brief pause, he gazed into her eyes and spoke earnestly. Listen, while you are absent, I still have a chance. The outcome remains uncertain. Even if defeat looms, I can ensure my escape. With you here, my prospects are bleak. Carrying the burden of your presence could lead to ruin. Do you understand? Fortunately, Nina recognized that this was not the moment for indecision and nodded in agreement. David, pleased by her compliance, found an unexpected charm in her and instinctively pinched her delicate cheek, urging her to trust him. He then turned his attention to the entrance and called out with authority. Friends, have you made a mistake? This matter does not concern you. Do not feign ignorance. I am referring to the girl, Nina Douglas. You know precisely whom I mean. The visitor was indeed Jack, who, after delivering the goods to Helena, had anticipated that the matter was nearly resolved. However, Helena, in her fervent state, insisted that Jack bring Nina, wishing to surprise Robert. She had also heard whispers of a plot to eliminate Robert, and seizing this opportune moment, she aimed to exploit the chaos for her own advantage. Upon hearing this, David and Nina exchanged glances, realizing that this individual was not an enemy of Wudong, but rather someone entangled in Robert's clandestine affairs. As Nina adeptly assessed the situation, David emerged from behind his cover and said, Buddy, you must be mistaken. I don't know any Nina Douglas. Listen, I don't wish to cause any trouble. It would be best for you to return whence you came, for everyone's sake. Jack scrutinized the young man before him, his gaze drawn to the Omaha in his hand. At such proximity, a bullet from that little weapon could prove disastrous. Enough of this, kid. Put that away. Today, Nina Douglas must accompany me. Out of the corner of his eye, David noticed Nina had reached the armory, filling him with a sense of assurance that he could now act without restraint. Bang! With a sharp crack of a gunshot, David pulled the trigger towards Jack. But the already prepared Jack swiftly sidestepped, effortlessly evading the shot. What ensued was an intense exchange of gunfire. David relied on the sturdy cover behind him, continuously firing at Jack, while Jack cleverly concealed himself behind the door, seeking an opportunity to retaliate. The two men engaged in a fierce back and forth, neither yielding, as bullets whizzed through the air with a piercing whistle. Before long, their firearms ran out of ammunition. After all, they were merely handguns and could not hold many rounds. The room fell into a momentary silence, only the scent of gunpowder lingering in the air, as both men found themselves in a temporary stalemate. Ha, kid. Your aim is commendable, but unfortunately, you haven't hit a single shot, Jack taunted slyly. Likewise, you aren't faring much better. Are you really going to stand there foolishly at the door until death? Aren't you coming in? David retorted without backing down. I shall not, he replied. The air outside is rather pleasant. As Jack spoke, he retrieved 2 smoke grenades. Although he was uncertain about the extent of this fellow's arsenal, he was determined to launch an assault. David instinctively reached for his white rhino, contemplating delivering a swift blow to this brash individual. However, he quickly realized that his adversary had yet to reveal his position. Even brandishing the white rhino would be futile, merely wasting precious ammunition. Thus, without hesitation, he turned away and seized the handsaw from the table. In such a confined space, armed with a shotgun, victory seemed assured. At that moment, Jack swiftly threw the smoke grenades, utilizing the cover to charge towards David. David, too, gripped the handsaw and took a shot forward. Bang! Instantly, the room was engulfed in a thick haze of smoke and the acrid scent of gunpowder. Damn! A shotgun. Jack had not anticipated that David possessed such a weapon. Yet, with the arrow knocked, it had to be released. Fortunately, David's initial shot went awry, with only a few stray pellets whizzing past Jack. Like a famished tiger pouncing on its prey, Jack lunged at David, delivering a swift kick that sent the handsaw flying from David's grasp. Bang! David's second shot went wide, the pellets ricocheting off the ceiling. Ha! Now you seem to have lost your incantation, don't you? Jack taunted. TCH, with your bare hands, you may not prove victorious. David retorted, immediately charging at Jack and delivering a powerful hook aimed at Jack's head. Jack sensed the force of the incoming punch. This lad had some skill. He ducked and veered to the right, regaining his balance, and unleashed a kick that struck David's shin like a scythe. The impact of the kick was solid, leaving David's calf marked with a significant bruise. Yet, he disregarded the pain, pivoting to deliver another punch at Jack. With no space to evade, Jack quickly shielded his head with both hands, bracing for the blow. David's fist came crashing down with the ferocity of a tempest, but Jack managed to deflect each strike. His muscular physique was not merely for show. As fists flew and kicks soared, the air was filled with piercing whooshes and the heavy, labored breaths of the two combatants. David exerted every ounce of his strength, yet Jack's formidable build and agile prowess began to turn the tide against him. As seconds ticked by, Jack grew increasingly valiant, while David found himself struggling to keep pace. Eventually, David faltered in his movements, providing Jack with an opening. He launched a powerful kick that struck David squarely in the chest. The force behind the blow was immense, causing David to lose his balance. His body hurtling towards the window like a kite severed from its string. With a sharp, shattering sound, the glass exploded into countless fragments as David was propelled outwards. Chapter 42, Traffic 11. Connor strikes suddenly. The sharp, jarring sound of shattering glass pierced the tranquility of the street. Connor, who had hurriedly arrived to intercept Nina, barely had time to catch his breath before he raised his gaze. His eyes widened in astonishment at the scene before him. David was plummeting down from the building in an utterly ridiculous manner. Bang! With a resounding thud, David crashed to the ground like a cannonball, eliciting a collective gasp of concern. Fortunately, the safe house was located on the 3rd floor. Had it been any higher, next year's date could have tragically marked David's demise. Observing David moaning on the floor, Connor and Nina were seized by a wave of trepidation. Connor approached to examine David and, upon confirming that he was relatively unscathed, jested with him. Next time, I'll place the safe house on the 2nd floor. So you won't have to endure so much pain. Teacher, if something were to happen to me, how would you explain it to my mother? Upon seeing Connor, the tension within David dissipated, and he jokingly bantered with him. Connor scoffed. If Gloria knew how reckless you are, don't expect to be the intermediary next time. It was evident that Connor had gleaned the details from Nina, and, regarding his well-meaning apprentice's actions, he felt a strong urge to pry open David's mind to understand his thought process. Why, at such a critical moment, did he choose not to communicate with the intermediary and instead shoulder the burden alone? David recognized his folly and sheepishly scratched his head. I want to do it again. You still hope for a next time? Spare me. I certainly don't have the time to clean up your mess. In response to Connor's words, David readily seized the opportunity to shift the blame, adding, Teacher, that Valentinu fellow is quite formidable, so do exercise caution. David's deftness in deflecting responsibility was truly remarkable, echoing Connor's own finesse. Connor cast a sidelong glance at him, his tone laced with sarcasm. Why mention it only now? Everyone's already arrived, and you choose this moment to remind me? You little rascal, upon your return, I expect you to engage in extra training. As these words left his lips, Jack descended from the upper floor. Upon witnessing the scene below, Jack felt a wave of frustration wash over him. The situation was becoming increasingly convoluted, with more individuals becoming embroiled in the mess. Pray tell, which faction do you represent? Jack boldly inquired. Given the current state of affairs, he was no longer a novice. It would be prudent to ascertain the underlying dynamics before deciding whether to withdraw. Indeed, Jack was contemplating retreat. Having already assisted Helena in acquiring the desired items, he had done his part. The matter of Nina's abduction was merely incidental. To embroil himself in significant trouble over such a triviality would be sheer folly. Initially, Connor did not grasp the subtext of Jack's words. Rather, he was struck by the whimsical nature of fate. Old acquaintances abound. My good brother Jackie, this visit has proven worthwhile. My allegiance is of little consequence. However, dear friend, you have overstepped your bounds. It would be best for you to retrace your steps and return whence you came, allowing us all to coexist peacefully. Oh, what if I insist on proceeding further? Connor's retort ignited a spark of irritation in Jack. The young man was indeed brash, leaving no room for negotiation. Should he heed Connor's words, he would be sacrificing his dignity. Well then, give it a try, Connor replied, flexing his wrists. Since arriving in Night City, he had been preoccupied with his work, and it was high time he stretched his limbs. Jack furrowed his brow. This individual, seemingly amiable, possessed an underlying tenacity that was decidedly formidable. Enough, let's have a match. It's good to have something to report back to Helena. In that case, I shall not hold back. With that, Jack assumed a traditional karate stance. Unlike his previous encounter with David, where the exchange was merely a mindless display of raw power, he sensed a subtle yet palpable pressure emanating from Connor. He realized he would have to give it his all. In an instant, Connor's eyes flashed with a brilliant light. and he moved with a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, closing the distance between him and Jack. He had activated the power limiter of his metallic organs, which he usually employed to alleviate the strain on his body. This limiter was designed to regulate his extraordinary capabilities across his muscular, nervous, endocrine, circulatory, respiratory, and digestive systems. Although this state felt exhilarating, Connor's frail organic tissues could not withstand such high-energy exertion, akin to cramming a powerful V8 engine into the chassis of a wooling vehicle, compelling him to exercise caution in its use. Jack, equipped with a quality prosthetic eye, observed Connor's punch aimed at his upper arm. Unfortunately, his body's reflexes could not keep pace to respond effectively. With a resounding thud, Connor's fist landed squarely on Jack, causing him to stagger. "Big guy, can you handle this? I'm merely warming up. If you can't take it, just say so. I'm not one for violence. Let's all profit amicably." Having gauged Jack's capabilities, Connor promptly deactivated the limiter, intending to prolong the engagement. "TCH," Jack replied, his expression stern, "your speed is commendable, but your strength leaves much to be desired. I am not made of clay." He realized that Connor had shown him mercy this time. Otherwise, had that punch connected with his head, he would now be lying on the ground. Yet, maintaining his dignity, he gritted his teeth and managed to force out a defiant statement through clenched jaws. "Ha ha ha. Still putting on a brave front, are you, Jack Wells? Brace yourself, I'm coming." Just as Jack was taken aback by the opponent's knowledge of his secrets, Connor reappeared before him like a specter. In an instant, he darted forward, his hand striking with the swiftness of lightning at Jack's upper abdomen. A piercing scream erupted from Jack's lips as an overwhelming tide of agony surged through him, engulfing his entire being and leaving him breathless in that fleeting moment. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating torment, and desperately swung his fist at Connor. However, Connor effortlessly sidestepped and seized Jack's fist, executing a swift and forceful twist before delivering another precise blow that struck Jack's armpit. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, like a graceful dance. At that moment, Jack had completely lost the capacity to resist. His body swayed precariously, struggling to maintain its balance. Following Connor's final, ferocious chop, darkness enveloped Jack's vision as he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. David, standing nearby, gazed in astonishment, questioning whether this was the true extent of his mentor's prowess. "Enough of this foolishness, let us move quickly," he urged. David quickly called out to Connor and the others to hasten to the vehicle. Connor hoisted Jack and unceremoniously tossed him into the trunk, planning to dispose of him later when they passed by the wilderness. It was imperative to keep him there, as there was a risk of scavengers discovering him. David and Nina were not idle either, swiftly taking their places in the car. Connor started the engine and instructed David, "Hurry and call the old captain, inform him of the situation. He ought to serve some purpose as our intermediary." "All right," David replied with a nod, promptly retrieving the captain's number and dialing. To his dismay, no sooner had the call connected than the captain delivered grim news. "Kid, this is bad. Something has happened with Robert." "What did you say? Mr. Robert is missing? What is going on?" David exclaimed, unable to contain his alarm. His outburst drew Connor and Nina's attention, both of whom were now focused on him. Nina's face was etched with concern. She had previously been indifferent to Robert's fate. But after the incident with Jack, her unease grew. Surely, the old man couldn't he have met with a dire fate, could he? The captain on the other end of the line wore an expression of helplessness. He too was in the dark regarding Robert's sudden disappearance. Despite his resources, he could not ascertain Robert's whereabouts. However, he could not convey this uncertainty outright, and instead responded ambiguously, "I'm still in touch with the informants at IDC. We should have some leads soon." David's brow furrowed deeply. The captain's lack of concrete information suggested that the situation was more dire than he had anticipated. Could it be that Robert had met a tragic end? "Is Robert's daughter by your side?" the old captain inquired. "Yes, I just repelled a mercenary, and now I'm preparing to move her to a safer location. The MD and all sorts of monsters have emerged." "Very well, ensure her safety on your end, and await my message. How do you intend to handle this?" David's underlying concern was unmistakable. Should Robert truly perish, what then? Yet, out of consideration for Nina's presence, he refrained from articulating his thoughts outright. The old captain pondered for a moment before responding. "Then we must simply accept our fate. The final payment is lost. However, rest assured, your share will remain intact. This job is too critical." "I am not referring to that matter. I am speaking of Nina," David remarked, casting a glance at her before ultimately voicing his concern. Though David had already ventured into the mercenary realm, he was still quite young. And this assignment marked his inaugural foray into such work. His experience was limited, and the nuances of managing the relationship between mercenaries and clients were delicate. In Nina's presence, David found himself unable to maintain the composure and indifference characteristic of seasoned mercenaries. Perhaps it was the faint trace of an ambiguous connection they once shared. Or perhaps it was a burgeoning, special sentiment he harbored for her deep within. Regardless, he was engulfed in worry. He began to contemplate the myriad challenges Nina might face in the future. Would she be able to leave this place safely? Where would her path lead her next? These questions incessantly haunted David's mind, amplifying his anxiety and confusion. This intricate web of emotions left David increasingly indecisive about how to navigate his relationship with Nina. Listen, my boy, I must remind you that you are merely a mercenary. She is your assignment. Focus on your duties and refrain from indulging in thoughts that do not concern you. Await my message. If it becomes clear that Robert has met his demise, you should terminate the assignment immediately. David's expression darkened, taking on an unsettling intensity as he confronted these stark realities, perhaps prematurely. After the assignment concludes, I can do whatever I wish, correct? Of course, that is your prerogative. However, do not act foolishly. I have faith in you. With that, the old captain ended the call. David, however, paid little heed to the captain's words. His mind was consumed with a singular thought: how to ensure Nina emerged unscathed from this predicament. If Robert truly fell, the circumstances Nina would face would be dire. First and foremost were the enemies Robert had accumulated over the years, who might seek to eliminate any remaining threats, particularly those involved in Robert's downfall. Even if Nina managed to evade their assassination attempts, how would she sustain herself thereafter? As a sheltered heiress, stripped of her protection, how could she survive in the Night City? The operating table of a scavenger might become her inevitable fate. Seeing David hang up the phone in silence, Nina grew anxious and reached out to him. David, what is the situation? Did something truly happen to the old man? Although Nina often found herself at odds with Robert, constantly clashing with him, he remained her last living relative in this world. The thought of any misfortune befalling Robert was an unbearable burden for her, forcing her to confront the painful reality of losing a loved one once again. Deep down, Nina understood the multitude of conflicts between them. However, the bond of kinship remained unyieldingly strong. The mere notion of potentially losing Robert filled her heart with a profound sense of helplessness and despair. Beneath her seemingly indifferent exterior lay a deep-seated worry and concern for him. The old captain was also unaware of the precise circumstances, merely stating that he had been unable to make contact, finding the situation peculiar, especially in light of the Dark Flower incident, leading him to suspect an accident might have occurred impossible. With the security team surrounding him, along with the elite trauma unit, nothing could possibly go wrong. Nina interrupted David with an agitated tone. David muttered, "It's not me saying it. It's the old captain. Why are you getting upset with me?" At that moment, Connor recalled another matter, the brainwashing incident involving Perales, which was executed by SSI. He remembered studying this rare political thriller in detail, and applying the logic of who stands to gain the most, he pinpointed the Knight family as the prime suspect. Initially, Connor had entertained the thought that the military might be pulling strings behind the scenes, particularly with the conspicuous death of Lucius Lane. However, upon further reflection, he found this line of reasoning flawed. Perales' campaign slogan was about taxing the giant corporations of the Night City. Was that truly taxation? This is a slap in the face to those colossal enterprises. For years, they have acted with impunity. When have they ever paid taxes? What audacity does a mere legislator possess? The unification war of the military science in 2069 was, in fact, a resounding victory. The Free State ostensibly returned to the new America. The current situation is merely a result of the military science's reluctance to continue a feudal struggle with the wasteland. Both sides sought a graceful exit. Strategically, however, the military science emerged triumphant, allowing places like Night City to be gradually subdued. The wasteland is on the brink of collapse under the blows from Kong Tao in Asia. They cannot afford to concern themselves with North America. What significant impact could they possibly generate there? Conversely, the local enterprises in the Free State tread on thin ice, particularly those like the Yi family, who are entrenched in their territories. If New America desires to reclaim the Free State entirely, it must first dismantle these indigenous enterprises, without addressing them. Any talk of unification is mere illusion. Perhaps, at this moment, the Yi family has already begun their strategic maneuvers. Robert, much like Perales, seems to be a brainwashed bureaucrat. Why not first inquire with SSI and the trauma team? Robert is currently uncontactable. As his daughter, you have every reason to hold them accountable. Connor reminded Nina of this, and she indeed possessed such authority. Without delay, Nina called the customer service of SSI. As Connor had anticipated, the representative confirmed that Robert's security status was normal but was unwilling to divulge further information regarding his whereabouts, citing a breach of their operational confidentiality agreement. So, the old man is unharmed? Nina was utterly bewildered by the bizarre situation before her. If Robert were indeed in peril, there would be no need for SSI to conceal the truth, nor would they bear any responsibility. The City of Night witnesses countless assassinations of influential figures each year. Should they be held accountable for each one, these security firms would inevitably face bankruptcy. There is undoubtedly something amiss here. Try calling Trauma International again and inquire about adjusting Robert's biometric monitoring signals. Connor urged Nina to reach out to Trauma International, as he sought to validate a hypothesis of his own. Following his instructions, Nina contacted the customer service of Trauma International's City of Night branch. As expected, she received the same response. Robert's biometric monitoring signals were entirely normal. However, due to client confidentiality agreements, they could not disclose the signal's location to Nina. Both Nina and David were left in a state of utter confusion. Had Robert intentionally gone into hiding? Connor, however, understood the situation clearly. Indeed, SSI's brainwashing scheme was known to Trauma International. With their expertise, they must have maintained comprehensive records of their clients. Given that those undergoing brainwashing were prominent figures, their files constituted vital commercial secrets. If there were issues with their cognitive memory, they would certainly take notice, yet they remained silent. What did this imply? Connor no longer needed to ponder further. I know a hacker. Provide me with Robert's ID information. Since his biometric monitoring signals remain intact, I will have him track it down. David widened his eyes in astonishment. Teacher, that seems illegal. David, Connor replied, what mercenary action is ever lawful? Chapter 44, Traffic 13. Following the trail outside an abandoned factory in Watson District, NID, a sleek black Curtiss V5000 lay quietly parked in a blind spot of surveillance. Its windows were tinted a deep gray, obscuring the interior from view. Scattered around the tires were small pebbles and dust, suggesting it had only recently come to a halt. Within the vehicle, Connor and David sat, having arrived based on the biological signal coordinates provided by a hacker. One must commend the resourcefulness of the street-savvy hackers in Night City. They had mastered the art of digging up dirt on the elite and conducting surveillance. Connor had supplied only the basic information, yet within half an hour, they had pinpointed Robert's biological signal. After ensuring Nina was settled, Connor had hurriedly brought David along, who remained unaware of the impending situation. Connor, however, was all too aware. He understood that if SSI and their associates were indeed involved, sending David alone would be akin to delivering a lamb to slaughter. The trunk, brimming with weaponry, served as testament to the gravity of their mission. Confronting the company's security team was still premature for David. Is it really necessary to go to such lengths, Professor? David inquired, his voice tinged with hesitation as he glanced at the drone and the advanced sniper rifle nestled in the back seat. On the way, Connor had divulged the unsettling rumors surrounding SSI's brainwashing operations targeting clients. Robert, like others, was likely undergoing a similar procedure in a lab, and their objective was to extricate him from SSI's clutches. David found the notion somewhat far-fetched. Brainwashing? Was it truly aimed at these high-profile individuals? This is utterly absurd. However, he is aware of the old adage, most of the tales you hear about Night City are, more often than not, true. Connor swiftly pulled the drone towards him, making adjustments as he spoke. In the future, refrain from uttering such foolish remarks. After all, I have trained you. Even if there exists merely a 1% chance of a situation occurring, it is prudent to prepare accordingly. To survive longer, one must invest considerable thought. Unsure whether David truly absorbed his words, Connor chose to remain silent. Some lessons cannot be imparted through mere words. Without experiencing the weight of such matters firsthand, they will remain oblivious to their gravity. This is a lamentable aspect of the human condition. Knowledge can be shared, yet the wisdom of survival cannot. David nodded. Now was not the time for obstinacy. Understanding Robert's situation was paramount, and since his mentor had advised this course of action, he would follow it. Once Connor completed the adjustments, he released the drone. Then, he tossed a data cable to David, stating, "You can view the drone's real-time feed as well." Once you've seen it, share your offensive strategy. Huh, what do you mean? You are no longer a student. You are a professional mercenary. A professional must carry themselves accordingly. Do not behave like a novice. Understood. Realizing Connor's point, David recognized that he had yet to fully transition from his student mindset. Accepting the data cable, he plugged it into his interface. The entire factory unfolded before David's eyes, though it appeared relatively small. The drone completed all sampling in just a few circuits. It was precisely due to its modest size that David recognized the gravity of the situation. Perhaps, as Connor suggested, there was indeed something amiss. Who would assign 30 individuals to security in such a compact facility? What did he see? A heavily armed faction of the Vortex Gang, accompanied by a team of SSI security operatives, snipers, hackers, and heavily armed machine gunners. Good heavens! The sheer number of security personnel compelled David to exclaim. Disconnecting the data line, David turned to Connor and said, "Teacher, with so many people, can we manage?" He no longer questioned Connor's earlier assertions. Instead, he was acutely aware that if they were discovered, they would likely be shot to pieces in an instant. Let us omit that. Can we proceed? Share your plan. David observed Connor, noting his seriousness, and after a moment of contemplation, declared, "Let us infiltrate. We are currently unaware of Robert's precise location. Launching an attack recklessly could alert them. If they managed to whisk Robert away, we would be powerless to follow, and everything would revert to square one." Connor nodded in agreement, saying, "Indeed, that shows some thought, albeit limited. On the contrary, we must mount a forceful assault, and it should be grand in scale." Do you understand why? Shaking his head, David conveyed his complete confusion regarding Connor's logic. Those who occupy the battlefield first and await the enemy find ease, while those who arrive later and rush into battle endure toil. Thus, the adept in warfare directs others rather than being directed. Following this statement, Connor elucidated, "Currently, we lack hackers. Without their support for stealth operations, one cannot predict when they might be ensnared, rendering oneself a mere fish in a barrel. Therefore, we must incite movement and chaos in the enemy's ranks, taking the initiative to secure a more advantageous position for assault. Do you see that cat again? Shortly, you shall take it to the water tower across from us, eliminate their sniper first, and then provide me with cover." David was taken aback by Connor's strategy, hesitating. "Teacher, I have no issue acting as a sniper, but will it not be a bit too much for you to go in alone? As long as you can swiftly neutralize their sniper, I shall not encounter difficulties. I possess ample smoke grenades, and I have it." As he spoke, Connor patted his modified sawed-off shotgun, declaring, "Today, let us treat the Hell Baron to a taste of combat." David scrutinized the Hell Baron Connor referred to. It bore a resemblance to the modified saw he had used in the safe house, though it was slightly more slender. The paint job was a rare, all-red hue. Not the common bright red or glossy red, but rather a blood red with a hint of black. "So, you intend to confront over 30 adversaries armed with a short-barreled shotgun?" David suspected that Connor was jesting, convinced that his teacher must be concealing some formidable weaponry, based on his understanding of Connor. "Indeed, that's all it takes. In the past, I merely sowed chaos. The primary obstacles must be addressed by your sniper rifle. Should you falter, it may very well be my last day," Connor remarked with a buoyant tone, utterly devoid of tension, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll in the park. David remained silent, his leg trembling incessantly, revealing his genuine anxiety. With a swift motion, Connor's mechanical right hand pressed firmly against David's thigh, his voice low and steady. "Consider today as your graduation examination. Do not dwell on the consequences of failure. Such thoughts are for the weak. Adhere to the techniques I have imparted to you. This should pose no significant challenge." David offered no reply, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Observing this, Connor affectionately tousled his hair, playfully chiding, "You rascal, hurry and take your position. If you dawdle any longer, your little sweetheart's father may find himself in peril." "I have nothing going on with Nina," David quickly clarified, as adolescent boys often find it particularly difficult to navigate such matters, denying Connor the chance to continue teasing him. David hastily exited the vehicle, retrieving the cat from the back seat, along with spare ammunition and other essential gear, and proceeded to his designated spot. "Humph, the lad is still shy? Well, if you have the chance, seize it." Connor mused to himself as he lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, calculating the time. He realized he could leisurely enjoy his smoke. Moments later, the communication channel crackled to life with David's voice. "Teacher, I have successfully taken my position and have locked onto the target. Okay, now it's my turn. Connor, speaking, picked up the Hell Baron resting on the passenger seat and exited the vehicle. After disembarking, he approached the trunk, opened it, and retrieved a tactical belt, methodically equipping himself. The belt was adorned with several pouches. Connor opened one and extracted 2 red shell shotguns to load into the Hell Baron. David's assumption was indeed correct. Connor was not the type to recklessly confront an adversary wielding a short-barreled shotgun. The true potential of the Hell Baron would be realized only with its accompanying ammunition, the Red's Eye. As for its power, that would soon be revealed. Chapter 45, Traffic 14. Intense combat. SSI once prepared, Connor boldly strode towards the factory's entrance. As he came into the guard's line of sight, the sniper positioned above swiftly focused on him. "Hey, private property, no entry. Step any closer, and we will open fire." Connor raised his hands, signaling his lack of hostile intent. "Don't be alarmed. My car broke down, and I came to inquire if you have any tools for repairs." "Get lost." The guard barked, not bothering to scrutinize further, as he rudely ordered Connor to leave. At Connor's signal, David pulled the trigger. Bang! The force of the cat's paw was undeniable, and the opposing sniper was instantly incapacitated. The guard, startled by the gunfire, was about to draw his weapon when Connor had already thrown a smoke grenade from his waist. Hissing, in an instant, a thick cloud of red mist engulfed the factory. "Teacher, that hacker has vanished. I can no longer see him." Boom. Connor raised the Hell Baroness firearm and swiftly dispatched the guard ahead of him, laughing. "What's the rush? Do not concern yourself with him. Focus your attention on me and eliminate the enemies in my blind spot." "Understood." Connor leaped over the gate, landing to find the guard previously struck by the Hell Baron engulfed in flames. Just then, 2 more guards from the Vortex gang rushed towards him, evidently equipped with Cyanweisten. Their speed astonishing. In the blink of an eye, they stood before Connor. One brandished a machete, its blade glinting menacingly as he swung it down upon Connor. The other raised a formidable shotgun, its dark muzzle aimed directly at him, poised to reduce him to mere shreds with a gentle pull of the trigger. Bang! Connor's speed exceeded theirs, firing the last remaining round from the Hell Baroness weapon. At such close range, the two had no chance to evade, taking the full brunt of the shot. The incendiary round did not immediately disperse into multiple projectiles. Instead, it struck one guard squarely, detonating in an explosion that released countless flaming, gel-like substances. As these materials scattered, they ignited rapidly. The struck man was instantaneously transformed into a flaming figure, his companion caught in the ensuing inferno. Rather than a mere shotgun, the Hell Baron functioned more like a flamethrower of incendiary gel rounds. Indeed, the incendiary round was akin to a Molotov cocktail in a cyberpunk world. In the original world, such weaponry had been prohibited by the United Nations following the Vietnam War, primarily due to its inhumane nature. However, the Americans did not comply until 2009. In this alternate reality, America disintegrated before reaching 2009, naturally resulting in the absence of such prohibitions. Connor had witnessed this devastating weapon employed by troops during the unification wars and subsequent conflicts in Central and South America. With a spirit of eager learning, Connor swiftly developed a micro-incendiary device suitable for individual combat, the Red Bullet. Typically, incendiary rounds cannot penetrate fire-resistant coatings. However, Connor made modifications by incorporating a special mixture within the bullet, enhancing its adhesive properties. Once this substance makes contact, it does not easily extinguish. The agony inflicted by the searing flames is unbearable. Without a pain editor, even with a fire-resistant coating, one would succumb to shock and ultimately asphyxiation. The combination of high explosives and incendiary materials yields effects that are known only to those who have employed them. The 2 members of the Vortex gang before him experienced this firsthand, as the torment from the flames rendered them unconscious almost instantly. "Don't dawdle, swiftly eliminate the targets," Connor urged, noticing that David had yet to fire again. David appeared momentarily stunned by the scene before him. "Teacher, you have this trick as well?" "Oh, right away." With his focus redirected, David quickly targeted an SSI team member attempting to ambush from a blind spot on the second floor. Bang! The exposed SSI operative was taken down with a single shot. Below, Connor charged into the factory, continuously tossing smoke grenades to disrupt the enemy's advance. The crimson mist unfurled like an immense curtain, swiftly enveloping the entire factory. In the blink of an eye, the space transformed into a sea of blood red, rendering anything beyond 5 paces indistinguishable. At this moment, Within SSI's public channel, the conversation unfolded. CP-05235. What is the situation outside? SS-35628. Commander. A group has infiltrated. The sniper has lost contact. SS-35628. We are currently unaware of the enemy's numbers. I recommend the CP prepare for immediate evacuation of the target. CP-05235. Nonsense. The operation is halfway through. How can we evacuate? If the target encounters issues, we will all face dire consequences. Organize the personnel above to consolidate defenses. I will complete my task and join you for support. SS-35628. Understood, Commander. Meanwhile, the hacker, upon concluding the conversation with the commander, swiftly targeted the formidable Connor. Poised to deploy a trifecta of enforcement measures, obstructing movement, rebooting cybernetic vision, and initiating an electromagnetic short circuit. However, he was bound to be disappointed. Connor's ice was exceedingly robust. Good grief. Is this even human IC? At this juncture, the function of the tattooed coating on Connor became evident, as it connected to the server of his former unit. For an ordinary hacker to breach his IC would require considerable effort. He had mastered the art of self-serving exploitation. Amidst this chaos, the sharp, piercing sounds of gunfire and a relentless barrage of bullets resonated throughout the space, intertwined with the anguished cries of the Vortex gang members, creating a macabre symphony of death. The slaughter show of Connor has officially commenced. Each pull of the trigger signifies the extinguishing of a life. He weaves through the thick fog, elusive as a specter, impervious to the attempts of the Vortex gang and SSI to apprehend him. His movements are as swift as lightning, and with the Hell Baron in hand, he accurately strikes target after target, offering no respite to those around him. The eerie crimson mist appears to serve as his most effective guise, facilitating his concealment and enabling him to deliver lethal blows. The carnage persists, the ground strewn with mangled flesh and flickering flames, transforming the factory into what resembles the lair of a fire demon. The ocular implants display indicates a failed upload of the puppet by the adversary. Connor casually dispatches another member of the Vortex gang, muttering in frustration, "Damn these hackers. Always emerging unexpectedly to deliver a crushing blow. David, haven't you located that hacker yet? Apologies, sir. That fellow vanished after retreating to the second floor. TCH, hiding quite well. Keep an eye on my position. I shall seek him out. Provide cover for me." Understood. As David continues to eliminate enemies from the high ground, the pressure on Connor diminishes significantly, and IC countermeasures have pinpointed the hacker's location. A cruel smile curls at the corner of Connor's mouth. "Little mouse, I've caught you." When Mike Keaton emerged from the underground operating room, he was met with a scene of devastation, crumbling walls and charred corpses. The air heavy with the scent of roasted flesh, accompanied by two mercenaries, one of whom he recognized. "David Martinez, you have performed admirably." Mike gritted his teeth, forcing each word out with palpable effort. David shrugged helplessly and replied, "Well, you have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a bystander. The main character is he. Could you inform me of Robert Douglas's whereabouts? I could ensure you remain whole." Connor's eyes gleamed with excitement. The earlier warm-up had invigorated his long, still body, leaving him craving more action. Chapter 46. Traffic 15. The battle continues. Observing Connor's stance, Mike refrained from idle chatter, and with a swift motion, the mantis blade concealed within his arms sprang forth. You mercenaries never learn, thinking that merely augmenting your bodies with cybernetics makes you formidable, only to shatter at the slightest encounter. As he spoke, Mike advanced toward Connor, the mantis blade equipped with a thermal component effortlessly carving a charred, dark line across the wall. The arrogance of corporate hounds. David, take note and witness why the mantis blade is deemed a mere trinket. Connor dismissed Mike's taunts and instead turned to enlighten David. At that moment, Mike suddenly accelerated, charging toward Connor like a ferocious beast. The mantis blade on his arm flickered with a crimson glow, distorting the air around it, as if seeking to rend everything apart. Sensing the impending danger, Connor swiftly sidestepped and raised the Hell Baron to defend himself. Clang! In an instant, the mantis blade struck against the gauntlet of the Hell Baron, producing a clashing sound of metal and a shower of sparks, transforming the scene into one of extraordinary intensity and tension. "You possess speed, albeit limited. Are you not utilizing the Sandway stand?" Connor remarked, discerning that Mike was still holding back. "Humph, there's no need for that," Mike retorted, even as his hands continued their relentless assault, launching a series of strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Clang. Connor deftly parried Mike's attacks with the Hell Baron. All right. After toying with you for so long, here's your chance. Yet you proved to be ineffectual. With a powerful kick, he sent Mike sprawling. Crack. Disengaging from the Hell Baron, 2 spent shells ejected and were seamlessly replaced with 2 ordinary shotgun cartridges, executed with fluid grace. Connor, wielding the Hell Baron, turned to Mike and stated, "Arrogance is an irredeemable flaw of your kind, which is precisely why I have consistently refrained from entangling myself with the company." Boom. A resounding explosion erupted, accompanied by blinding flames and scattering pellets. In that fleeting moment, the immense shockwave from the blast distorted the surrounding air, intertwining searing flames with sharp shrapnel to create a lethal barrage. Mike urgently activated the Sandway Stan. Despite the proximity, his reflexes were remarkably swift. Yet his body felt ensnared by an invisible force, rendering his movement sluggish and arduous. He could even perceive the pellets drawing ever closer, his heart racing. Beads of perspiration forming on his brow. Bang! At this critical juncture, Mike, utilizing his Sandweisten, managed to evade a majority of the lethal attacks. Nevertheless, a few stray bullets unfortunately struck his arm, but fortunately, they resulted in merely superficial wounds. Mike gently moved his injured arm, feeling a slight sting. He silently thanked his earlier decision. He had been overconfident, engaging the mercenary in close combat when he should have activated the Sandweisten from the outset. Hey, what are you pondering? In this moment of distraction, Connor had already closed the distance to Mike. The muzzle of the Hell Baron's gun pressed ominously against his forehead. How is this possible? Mike could hardly believe his eyes. How could this mercenary be so swift? He was certain that the opponent had not equipped the Sandweisten. Could it be that you were simply inept? You damn. Bang. Mike's head was obliterated. Connor wiped the splattered blood and flesh from himself and addressed David. Stop dawdling. Quickly check if he has any access devices on him. All right, okay. David snapped back to reality and hurried over to search the corpse, then inquired. Teacher, I have a question. Speak. How did you manage to be as fast as the Sandweisten? Connor paused his actions and replied solemnly. It is not that I am exceptionally fast. Rather, this individual was simply too slow, failing to comprehend his own advantages. Victory or defeat in battle has never been determined by the number of cybernetic enhancements one possesses or the numerical values displayed on one's interface. Even without augmentations, one can devise appropriate strategies based on the environment. After all, even the formidable Stanislaus cannot evade bullets fired directly at him. One must not engage blindly. This fool is a prime example of such folly. Connor's remarks were utterly nonsensical, for he himself is a mere numerical anomaly, with enhancements to his mechanical organs that are nothing short of substantial. However, such truths must not be divulged to David, for he still possesses potential for growth. Should he adopt cybernetics too early, it would inadvertently stifle his potential. It is only after several more years, when both his physique and experience have matured, that he should consider such modifications. Upon hearing this, David appeared contemplative. Connor observed his pensive demeanor without urging him, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it. Before long, David discovered an access card on Mike. After a meticulous search, they finally unearthed a concealed passageway, ingeniously disguised as an entrance within a shipping container. Following the elevator downward, they swiftly arrived at the 3rd subterranean level. As the elevator doors opened, they were greeted by the sight of a reasonably sized laboratory. The space was replete with a myriad of intricate and sophisticated instruments, while the walls were adorned with dense arrays of data charts and research reports. Well, these individuals are certainly engaged in significant endeavors, Connor remarked, surveying the equipment. Excuse me, what is your purpose here? A staff member, confronted by the 2 unfamiliar faces, promptly stepped forward to obstruct their path. Silence. With a single shot, Connor eliminated the staff member before him and addressed David, saying, "Let's split up and search. We only need to leave one tongue." David nodded in agreement, refraining from unnecessary words, and immediately commenced searching room by room. As Connor fired his weapon, an alarm resonated throughout the laboratory, prompting a wave of panicked researchers to flood out from various rooms. Connor raised the Hell Baron, aiming its muzzle at these individuals, and mercilessly squeezed the trigger. Bang! Bang! Bullets whistled forth, descending upon the crowd like a torrential downpour. In an instant, bloodshed and death intertwined, transforming the once pristine and illuminated laboratory into a slaughterhouse, permeated by the acrid scent of gunpowder and the nauseating stench of blood. Terrified researchers scrambled for safety. Yet faced with Connor's ferocious and brutal assault, these defenseless individuals could only meet their grim fate. Some were struck by bullets, collapsing to the ground in agonizing cries. Others were paralyzed by fear, unable to move, and still others stared wide-eyed in despair, witnessing the unfolding tragedy. While Connor dealt with the researchers, David discovered Robert in an operating room, guarded by two technicians who appeared to be conducting some form of surgery. "Teacher, I found Robert," he reported. "All right, I'm almost finished with my cleanup. Wait for me, I'll be there shortly." Connor swiftly resolved the situation outside, quickly making his way to David. "What is the situation?" Connor inquired, seeking clarity. "I have remained steadfast here, not daring to enter, while those across have shown no intention of emerging. Are we to linger indefinitely? Stand aside." Connor forcefully shoved David aside and strode purposefully towards the door. With a measured grace, he extended his right arm, firmly resting it upon the doorknob. Taking a deep breath, the metal mechanism of his arm tightened with astonishing vigor, unleashing an incredible force in an instant. With a resounding creak, this seemingly impenetrable door was effortlessly wrenched open by Connor. The door frame and panel trembled violently from the immense friction, yet Connor remained undeterred, crossing the threshold with an impassive expression as he entered the room. "Hey, calm down. We can talk." A technician inside attempted to negotiate with Connor. Bang! Connor responded with a bullet. His Hell-Baron pistol was aimed at another individual as he coldly stated, "I ask, you answer, understood?" "Understood, understood. I will tell you everything, just don't shoot." Another researcher trembled in fear, wishing fervently to extract every thought from his mind to present it to Connor. Chapter 47, Traffic 16, Political Show. "Very well, speak. Who do you work for?" This question had long piqued Connor's curiosity. Although his deductions pointed towards the Knight clan orchestrating the machinations, the depths of 2077 were inscrutable, leaving him uncertain when an entirely unfamiliar faction or organization might emerge. Despite being a reincarnator, Connor chose to remain prudent and cautious. The scant information he possessed held little value in this world. The researcher cast a hesitant glance at Connor and, upon noticing the Hell-Baron in his hand, promptly introduced himself. "I am Benny Nelson, a researcher affiliated with Dr. Cassandra's laboratory. All of us here are subordinates of Dr. Cassandra." Dr. Cassandra? Connor had never heard of such a figure, though it was not surprising. A person who developed mind control technology would inevitably remain obscure. Such insidious techniques, if acquired by any major corporation, would be promptly concealed, ensuring that competitors remained unaware. "Very well, Benny. Can you enlighten me about who supports your research institute? Who funds your endeavors?" Connor rephrased his inquiry. Benny shook his head, responding, "I do not know. The details of our investors are only known to Dr. Cassandra. You wouldn't expect a mere assistant to have access to that information, would you?" After speaking, Benny shot a worried glance at Connor, genuinely concerned that this reckless individual might impulsively turn the weapon on himself. Fortunately, the scenario he feared did not unfold. Connor's inquiry stemmed merely from a casual curiosity. "All right then, share what you do know. For instance, the individual lying on the operating table, Robert Douglas. Surely, you are aware of him?" Connor gestured towards Robert with the Hell-Baron. "Indeed, to be precise, I have known him for over a decade. Though he remains unaware of my existence," Benny remarked as he adjusted his glasses. His statement took Connor by surprise. Had this endeavor truly been underway for such a lengthy period? Noticing Connor's silence, Benny continued, "More than 10 years ago, Robert Douglas was merely an inexperienced novice, lacking any support from behind. I still remember the first time I encountered him." As he spoke, Benny's mind drifted back to those bygone years. At that time, Dr. Cassandra, along with myself and a few others, performed a surgical procedure on him. "What kind of surgery?" David inquired, having already pulled Nina into the communication channel. It was a question she was eager to know. What else could it be but cognitive behavioral modification surgery? He was likely spotted by some influential figures who wished to utilize him as a pawn, Benny replied, though Connor interjected, "Surely, that cannot be the case. If they merely sought to exploit him, there are countless ways to do so. It seems excessive to employ such tactics on a political novice." Benny, somewhat helpless and unsure, responded, "The higher-ups issue directives while the rest of us run ourselves ragged. I cannot fathom the reasoning behind such actions. All I know is that this individual began to frequently appear in the news. From the courts of Night City to the IDC, his position has only grown more prominent. Recently, he was tasked with altering his perception of the megacorporations, instilling in him a greater sense of social responsibility. At this juncture, Connor felt a sense of familiarity with this assertion. Wasn't that also the essence of Pereira's later campaign slogan? Wait a moment, I find myself intrigued. Is it not possible for your cognitive behavioral modifications to directly implant a thought into the target's mind? Oh. Cognitive behavioral surgery is not akin to the mind control depicted in mediocre science fiction. It is a meticulous and intricate process, forcibly inserting a cognition that conflicts with an individual's original cognitive logic will only lead the subject into a state of schizophrenia. The brain, in its quest for self-preservation, will generate a new consciousness to accommodate this new behavioral cognition, which diverges entirely from our intended outcome and is precisely what Dr. Cassandra has sought to avoid. At this point, Benny paused, casting a glance at the two silent individuals in the room, and continued, "What we desire is to edit the target's behavioral cognition, not to render them insane." Connor pondered for a moment before responding. "If I am not mistaken, these individuals intend for Robert to run for mayor. Or perhaps they wish to elevate him to that position. Perhaps, though I am uncertain. However, given their financial resources, such an endeavor would pose little difficulty." "Oh, their financial resources? How did you deduce that?" Connor inquired. Benny regarded Connor as if he were a simpleton, gesturing around the room and stating, "Observe everything surrounding us. This laboratory has been operational for numerous years. The annual investment must amount to at least 100 million, not to mention the funding allocated to the Research Institute, which is likely in the tens of billions of euros. Therefore, with such substantial financial backing, it stands to reason that Robert is not the only individual undergoing this procedure." "Is he?" "Indeed, there are others, though they do not fall under my purview. I possess no information regarding them, as my sole responsibility lies with Robert. As for the experimental surgery conducted on Robert, would you deem it a success?" This inquiry came from David. "It appears to be satisfactory, after all. His actions over the years have predominantly adhered to the implanted objectives, serving as an impartial judge, relentlessly confronting the drug traffickers. Generally speaking, imagery can evoke stronger emotions than mere words. Television and social media rely on visuals to stir sentiments, resulting in a confluence of individual and collective emotions that may overshadow the essence of leadership. Social media, in particular, encourages users to cultivate a specific persona to dictate the narrative." At this point, Benny chuckled softly, expressing, at times, "I feel as though I am the director of a grand dream, with him as my leading man, though our cinematic endeavor has extended far longer than anticipated. As it stands now, we can scarcely discern reality from illusion." Connor understood the implications. It was evident that these individuals harbored significant ambitions. The greatest deceit in this world is the belief that one is free, when, in truth, every choice one makes is a result of external manipulation. Robert may still be under the impression that his motivation to combat the criminals of Night City stems from a sense of justice, oblivious to the fact that it is merely a series of codes orchestrated by Benny. Connor had been prepared for such revelations, thus he did not exhibit much surprise. However, David and Nina from the channel were left utterly disillusioned. David lamented that the upright Robert he once admired was nothing more than a fade. The true nature of the man remained a mystery known only to the shadows. Nina, on the other hand, found herself unable to accept this revelation. She could not fathom that everything she believed in was a fabrication. No, this could not be true. Her mother had fallen victim to a gang's retaliatory assassination, the assailants being those whom Robert had offended. Though she had distanced herself from Robert in her struggle to come to terms with this reality, she harbored no genuine animosity towards him. She understood that the pursuit of justice often exacts a heavy toll, and Robert had paid a grievous price. His previous rebellion had been more an act of self-destruction, a manifestation of his impotence in the face of fate. Now, however, someone was asserting that everything she held dear was a lie, that her father was not the valiant knight she had believed him to be, but merely a pawn in the schemes of others, rendering her mother's death meaningless. She found herself unable to bear this truth, and soon her quiet sobs erupted into uncontrollable tears. Connor paid no heed to the cries emanating from the communication channel. Instead, he turned to Benny and remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you have just deleted all the data regarding the experiment, haven't you?" "Indeed," Benny replied, the moment the alarm sounded. "We began to address the situation. However," Connor interrupted, saying, "But you played a clever trick and left a backup, didn't you? In this world, trust is a scarce commodity. Those above disregard the lives of those below, and naturally, the latter must engage in their own schemes." "Precisely. As long as you promise not to kill me, I will hand over the information. I have always held a deep respect for technicians, Benny concluded, sealing the deal. Connor extended his hand to shake Benny's before turning to David and instructing, "You both carry Robert to the car." Observing the array of equipment within the laboratory, Connor felt a twinge of envy and remarked, "Let me see if there are any other intriguing items here." As the vehicle approached Japan Street, Benny called for a stop. "Drop me off here," he said. Connor pulled over to the roadside and inquired, "Have the tails been cleared away? If they know you're still alive, your days ahead will surely be eventful." Benny shrugged nonchalantly, "I'll do my best. I've done all I can. The rest is in God's hands." "Huh. May God bless you then. Farewell." As Benny was left watching them depart, Connor and David continued their journey to Robert's apartment. "Teacher, are we really just going to let that guy go?" David hesitated, feeling that Benny could have been detained a little longer to gauge the reactions of those lurking in the shadows. "What else can we do? Keep him around and wait for them to come knocking?" Connor gazed ahead into the vast, shimmering expanse of neon lights. The neon glow intertwined like colorful ribbons, adorning the night sky of Westbrook in a dazzling display. Yet the fading light cast upon Connor's face did little to warm his icy demeanor. He spoke softly. "Their little tricks have been exposed. They must swiftly suppress the situation, keeping it within their manageable confines. If we possess irrefutable evidence, then there is no room for maneuver in this matter. Only upon our demise will they be completely at ease." In Night City, the notion of mutual well-being is a mere illusion. David had not anticipated such a twisted logic, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Connor continued, stating that even if we were to expose this situation without substantial evidence, it would merely remain one of Night City's many urban legends, at best resulting in a verbal warning. These individuals are astute. They will accomplish their objectives at the minimal cost, never willing to expend a euro more than necessary. Sometimes, the more leverage one holds, the fewer options one has, which implies that one must play to the bitter end. David fell into silence, beginning to digest Connor's words. Ignoring David's contemplation, Connor continued to drive, and upon their arrival at the opulent apartment, Nina was already waiting at the entrance. David cradled Robert, gazing at Nina with a complex expression. Words lingered on his lips, yet he swallowed them back. Connor, finding their poignant exchange somewhat tiresome, interjected, "Stop staring. Let us get him inside. We can discuss matters further once we're settled." Nina nodded. "Let us go up and talk in detail." After placing the still unconscious Robert on the bed, David turned to Nina and inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" To David's surprise, Nina exhibited an unexpected calmness, devoid of the anticipated negative emotions. After greeting David and Connor and inviting them to sit, Nina began, "To be honest, I never anticipated that something like this would occur. At first, my mind was utterly blank. I initially thought he had once again offended some gang or the powerful figures behind them, never imagining that the reality would be so bizarre, akin to a sensationalist story concocted by a third-rate journalist." As she spoke, Nina appeared drained of vitality, as if the tapestry of her previous life had unraveled into a surreal dream woven by others. With the truth unveiled, the turmoil, resentment, and bitterness she once felt toward life evaporated, leaving everything seemingly devoid of meaning. Connor concurred with her sentiments. Recalling his own experiences during the earlier years, an awareness of the disillusionment that permeated his existence, knowing all was ultimately ephemeral. Besides indulging in hedonistic escapades, it seemed there was no other way to confront life. Before that, it would be wise to consider your own future. I have reviewed their files, and I am uncertain whether to deem you fortunate or unfortunate. Your personality memory has not been altered. However, this raises a pressing question. Now that you are aware, we cannot ascertain whether those individuals may strike at you again. The information regarding personality memory procedures is contained here. After reviewing it, you may contemplate your next steps. As Connor spoke, he gently extended a chip towards Nina, which meticulously recorded a series of experimental data concerning Robert. "Thank you," Nina murmured, her voice slightly trembling as she cautiously accepted the chip and securely inserted it into her personal terminal interface. As the chip established a successful connection with the terminal, a bright blue light flickered in her eyes. Subsequently, Nina began to immerse herself in the documents contained within the chip. Each page and every line of text appeared as cryptic as an ancient manuscript, yet she endeavored to decipher the intricate data and information with her limited expertise. The materials pertaining to Robert were numerous. Nina swiftly skimmed through several, gaining a rudimentary understanding of the machinations that occupied her father's mind. This information cannot be exposed to the light of day. If you intend to utilize it for any purpose, I suggest you ponder your decision carefully, Connor remarked. Noticing Nina's confusion, he further elucidated, the enemy operates in shadows while we remain illuminated. Without clear knowledge of who is orchestrating these schemes, hastily revealing them would not create significant upheaval. Instead, it could entrap you in peril. Of course, this is merely my perspective. The choice is ultimately yours. Upon hearing Connor's words, Nina found a sense of calmness and inquired, how can I ensure my safety? According to you, they will assuredly target me next. David interjected, we will do everything in our power to protect you. However, Nina remained unmoved by his assurances. She gently shook her head and softly asked, but you cannot remain by my side indefinitely, can you? Faced with Nina's probing question, David felt a tightening in his chest. He sought to persuade her further. Yet as he glanced into Nina's eyes, an unexpected wave of uncertainty washed over him. Gradually, he began to instinctively avert his gaze from hers, bowing his head in contemplation. She spoke the truth. We cannot remain closely by her side. For this matter to reach a resolution, it must ultimately rely on her own actions. Connor's lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze carrying a hint of mockery as he looked at Nina and softly remarked, if this situation were to be entirely severed at its roots, then there would be no further development. Do you comprehend my meaning? Although his words were succinct, their implication was clear. Should Robert truly perish, the interest in Nina would dissipate. The crux of the matter rests on whether Nina possesses the resolve to become a filial daughter, to take the drastic step of ending her own father's life, thus embracing a rebirth from despair. Persuading someone to commit patricide is an act of unspeakable treachery, and Connor would naturally refrain from stating it outright. He believed that if Nina could discern the intricacies of the situation, she would arrive at her own decision. Conversely, if she failed to grasp it, it would only reveal her folly, a liability in the Night City. Nina's expression fluctuated between hope and despair, clearly understanding Connor's implication. Making a decision would not be an easy task, while David, standing nearby, appeared perplexed and bewildered. Well, I have done all I can. The rest is up to you. By the way, Robert's biological detection signal has been locked, possibly malfunctioning. With that, Connor rose and departed the apartment, leaving David and Nina alone. Hey, it's not as dire as it seems. Perhaps there is still a chance. David, I am not a porcelain doll. I am aware of what will transpire next. Let us not speak of this any longer, shall we? Nina halted David, who was attempting to console her. She required a measure of resolve. Even though her heart had already made a choice. I intend to leave Night City for Shanghai. Her voice was soft, yet it reverberated in David's ears like a thunderclap. Shanghai? What for? It took a considerable moment for David to regain his composure, instinctively probing further. Why would she suddenly mention going to Shanghai? Especially at such a critical juncture? Nina said nothing. She simply approached David silently. She lifted her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with an indescribable emotion. Gently, she caressed his cheek with her hands and then pressed her lips against his. In that instant, as their mouths met, they momentarily forgot the surrounding chaos and turmoil, leaving only each other's presence. A current surged through them, causing them to tremble involuntarily. They slowly closed their eyes, savoring this rare moment of intimacy. When their kiss became breathless, they finally parted, a shy blush gracing Nina's cheeks. Though fleeting, that moment became an everlasting memory, nestled within the softest recesses of her heart. Nina softly spoke to David. If one day you grow weary of life in Night City, come find me in Shanghai. I will wait for you. After uttering these words, Nina gently pushed David away and added with a smile, David, this chapter is concluded. You performed exceptionally well. David felt as though he had been enchanted, utterly unable to think clearly. He wandered out of the apartment in a daze, the echoes of Nina's every word lingering in his mind. What exactly does she intend to do? Chapter 49, A New Day Again. Greetings, everyone. This is Intelligence Insights, and I am your old friend, Rushjung. A significant event occurred last night. Are you aware? The head of IDC, Robert Douglas, was found dead at home. The drug dealers of Night City may indulge in a few extra drinks today, for the persistent nuisance who had been issuing them tickets has finally met his fate. However, one must ponder, has the law enforcement in Night City deteriorated to such an extent? Are public officials constantly at risk of gunfire? Calm down. According to the information currently available, the security situation in Night City has not reached such dire straits. The police report states that this incident was, in fact, a crime of passion stemming from a domestic dispute. Astonishingly, the perpetrator who took Robert Douglas's life was none other than his own daughter, Nina Douglas. This is truly heartbreaking. A father tragically slain by the hand of his own daughter, a veritable human tragedy. It is also understood that their relationship had long been fraught with tension, on the brink of conflict. Thus, the occurrence of such a catastrophe does not seem entirely unexpected. The current youth truly elicits concern. Meanwhile, the television host continues to drone on, while David, glued to the screen, is left speechless. Robert is dead. And the suspect is none other than Nina. The news struck David like a thunderclap, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. He stared at the screen with wide eyes, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Instinctively, he began to thump his head, muttering to himself, "How is this possible? Those bastards, I should never have left last night." Just after warning them, they swiftly eliminated Robert, and the speed of their actions was astonishing. They even pinned the blame on Nina, who now faced grave peril. Damn it. Connor paused his work and glanced at the dazed David, realizing he was still too young to handle such matters. He approached and switched off the television, observing as David's mood darkened. "Don't worry, kid," he said. "That girl is sharp. She is probably lounging on a flight to Shanghai, sipping champagne right now." What? What do you mean? Are you saying she escaped? She didn't fall into their hands?" David exclaimed, springing to his feet and gripping Connor's shoulders, his urgency palpable. Connor's words ignited a spark of hope in David, transforming his expression with uncontainable joy. Connor, amused, thought David might have been secretly practicing the art of Sichuan opera face-changing. Shaking off David's grasp, Connor moved to the sink to wash the grime from his hands. "Think about the unknown call we received after we left the apartment last night. Can you guess why they threatened us over the phone rather than sending a fully armed crew to silence us?" David began to calm down, recalling the events of the previous night. After leaving Robert's apartment, they had not walked far before receiving an unknown call. At that moment, his vision was engulfed in darkness, and he was so startled that he nearly drew his weapon in a panicked frenzy. Ultimately, the other party merely left a tepid threat before hanging up. Observing Connor's lack of reaction, he dismissed it as inconsequential. Yet, deep within, a flicker of concern lingered. How could the company and the influential be so lenient? Thus, upon seeing the news, a realization dawned upon him. Indeed, they had taken action. However, from Connor's perspective, it seemed not to align with his assumptions. "Teacher, I do not comprehend. If it were not them taking action, who else could it be? Surely it cannot be as the news suggests, that Nina has eliminated her own father. Such a notion is utterly absurd." David felt as if his mind was faltering. Was there more to this situation? Connor, casually drying his hands with a towel, remarked indifferently, "You must first ascertain whether they contacted us before or after Robert's demise. Clarifying this sequence is crucial for understanding their behavioral logic. It should be after Robert's death." David pondered for a moment before offering his conclusion. Connor displayed a smile of approval, relieved that his teachings had not been in vain. "Correct? It must have been after Robert's death. Now explain why." "Oh, here we go again. The teacher's surprise quiz," David lamented, scratching his head in frustration. "It pertains to their demeanor. If Robert were still alive, it would imply that the situation had not escalated to a point where it could be managed with leniency. They would undoubtedly eliminate all unstable factors, which means, as you just mentioned, the ones approaching us would be a fully armed corporate task force. It is precisely because Robert has passed away that there is no longer any necessity to squander resources on this matter. A mere warning suffices. With his demise, what tempest can we possibly stir?" As David spoke, the thoughts in his mind began to crystallize, yet there remained one aspect he could not fathom. Nina, with Robert deceased, she ought to be unable to survive as well. So why did the teacher confidently assert that she was currently safe and sound? And what of Nina? Surely those individuals would not spare her, so why attribute Robert's murder to her? Would it not be more prudent to report both of them as victims of a gang assassination? After all, Robert had recently been targeted, and with the cooperation of SSI, it would be quite effortless to substantiate such a claim. Connor extracted a cigar and took a deep drag, exclaiming, "This is precisely the most intriguing point of this affair. For you have been mistaken from the outset. Robert was not killed by those individuals. It was Nina who took action." "What? That is impossible. I mean, Nina is not the type of person to engage in such acts." This was indeed a possibility that David had never contemplated, or rather, it had never even surfaced in his mind. Murdering one's own kin? Such an idea was utterly deranged. Nina was not that kind of person. Humph. What is impossible about it? You fail to see through that young woman. She is astute, always has been. Observe her actions, and you shall comprehend. The smoke from the cigar wove delicately around Connor, resembling a gossamer veil. The subtle aroma of tobacco intertwined with the air, growing denser over time, gradually suffusing the entire workshop. Connor adjusted into a slightly more comfortable position and continued. After our conversation yesterday, she likely began contemplating how to extricate herself following the demise of her father. Although her actions may have cost those individuals a valuable pawn, they also mitigated the risk of exposure, effectively cleaning up their mess. Furthermore, this young woman has even crafted a narrative for them, a daughter killing her father, a headline that undeniably captivates attention. Witness the essence of professionalism. A perceptive individual has already pinned the script. Do you believe they need to intervene? After all, it is her own father. How could she possibly go through with it? David remained somewhat incapable of acceptance. While she possessed valid reasons for her actions, emotionally, he found it intolerable. Faced with the choice between a comfortable yet illusory existence and confronting the harsh realities of life, she chose the latter, exhibiting a clearer understanding of life's true choices than you do. Connor cast a glance at David and remarked, "You ought to learn from her. It is that fierce resolve to embrace life or death circumstances that allows one to stand firm and endure. You still have a long way to go. How fortunate it is now. This young woman has broken free from her confines, soaring towards freedom, while the scheming rodents behind her need not worry about anyone exposing their lair. It is a win-win situation. One must ultimately fulfill oneself. I still struggle to comprehend these individuals' intentions. Shouldn't they strive for a complete eradication, ensuring a permanent solution? If they were truly compelled to take the field, the nature of the situation would shift dramatically. Other companies and politicians are not oblivious. They would certainly catch wind of any developments. Should they genuinely take action, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions, which is not in their character. It is unreasonable to expect a group that only dares to engage in covert tactics to confront matters head-on. They are not violent individuals like the likes of Junkie or Huangban. Connor, however, has no interest in deciphering the thoughts of such individuals. When faced with adversity, one must either confront it or retreat. This world is not like the past, where assertive law enforcement agencies can operate globally. Even if one were to flee to the ends of the earth, they could still be pursued by agents. Here, however, it is a landscape rife with wary factions, each on high alert, with defensive measures calibrated to a wartime state. It is no simple task for different regions and powers to extend their influence over one another. Enough of these ponderings. Come lend a hand swiftly, for someone is about to arrive for the merchandise. Also, you are no longer my apprentice. You needn't call me master anymore. Huh. What should I call you then? David paused, astonished that he was considered an apprentice no longer. Call me whatever you wish, even Dad would suffice. Now, get to work. Connor beckoned David to help push the motorcycle, which had been reserved by a client, off the workbench. Oh, is this the motorcycle? It's so cool. When will I have a motorcycle of my own? David gazed at the modified motorcycle, feeling a surge of excitement within. Ask your mother, as long as she agrees. It will be fine. Upon hearing these words, David's expression instantly darkened, and he muttered, then forget it. Let us pretend I never said anything. Just as he yearned for the moment he could acquire a motorcycle, a voice interrupted his reverie. Is the Skywalker here? I've come to collect the bike. Chapter 50. The unconventional animal gang. David turned to see a towering figure clad in biker attire entering the room. The man was exceptionally tall, leaving David with the overwhelming impression of his height. Surely he stood nearly 2 meters. Upon closer observation, David noted the man's remarkably fit physique, contrasting sharply with the grotesque muscle-bound individuals of the animal gang, who had transformed themselves through reckless hormone injections. The muscles of the man before him appeared neither excessively bulky nor unwieldy. Rather, his broad, solid shoulders seamlessly complemented a slender, flexible waist, exuding an almost flawless aesthetic harmony. He casually donned a leather jacket adorned with large, conspicuous studs on the shoulders, while his lower half was clad in tight leather pants that struggled to encompass the robust, powerful lines of his muscular thighs. David mused that if he could acquire an ensemble like this, paired with a sleek and striking motorcycle, he would undoubtedly be the most dashing figure on Wallerson Street. That evening, he envisioned returning home to persuade his mother to allow him to ride a motorcycle, and then hitting the gym to consume ample protein powder, all while contemplating how to enhance his own height. David had already begun to dream of the sight of himself racing on a motorcycle. Where is Skywalker? Noticing that David had disregarded him, the man did not take offense but instead repeated his inquiry. Oh, The individual who was just here must have stepped out for a moment. You should return shortly. Would you care to wait here? David glanced around, realizing that Connor had departed at some point, and then gestured for the man to take a seat. However, the man chose not to settle down, but began to wander around the workshop. David made no effort to stop him, as there was nothing in the workshop that was off limits. The truly formidable items lay hidden in the basement. Is that the vehicle I ordered? The man inquired suddenly. Pardon? David turned to look at him, only to see the man standing beside the motorcycle that David had just pushed off the modification platform. Of course, are there any other vehicles here besides that one? I'm not certain. You might want to wait for him to confirm that, David replied before rising to head toward the lounge. He had no time to entertain the man's inquiries at the moment, as he needed to send a message to Nina or perhaps make a call to check on the situation over there. The man, undeterred by David's apparent disinterest, continued to inspect the items within the workshop. At that moment, Connor entered from outside, carrying a pizza delivery. Spotting the man, he greeted him. Ah, Jed, you arrived earlier than I anticipated. David must have shown you that little gem. What do you think? Do you like it? Jed shrugged and replied, not at all. Your subordinate seems unclear about which vehicle it is. Although I am somewhat impatient, I suppose I must wait for you to unveil this mystery. Connor set down the pizza and approached, stating, this little rascal isn't particularly bright. Here it is, just as you requested. He walked up to the motorcycle, tapping its frame while introducing, constructed with the grass blade CT 3X as the foundation, the entire layout of the vehicle has been meticulously reconfigured. The seat height has been lowered to accommodate the armor above, allowing you to roam Night City freely, provided you refrain from charging into battle and enduring anti-tank rounds. The rear seat has been outfitted with a 25mm externally mounted cannon, integrated with the control console, boasting 5,000 rounds of ammunition. When the riot squad arrives, you'll possess formidable combat capabilities. Before him stood the grass blade CT-3X, transformed by Connor into a cybernetic marvel, merging elements from Akira's Kaneda motorcycle and the CM-1D combat bike from Acid Rain's Giant Will. Intriguingly, both Kaneda's motorcycle and the Giant Will are powered by electricity. However, Connor's abilities are limited to material manipulation, rendering him powerless over energy sources. Thus, this vehicle can only rely on ethanol. Otherwise, one might as well conjure a portable reactor akin to Iron Man's, propelling cyberpunk directly into the realm of Star Wars. Jade reached out to caress the armored section of the bike, and with his experience, he noted the thickness seemed awry. It was too thin. A mere layer of metal concealed beneath it some unfamiliar materials, which he could crudely categorize as plastic. Hold on, he interjected, with armor this thin. How many bullets can it withstand? I reckon it wouldn't survive even a few rounds from technical weaponry. Connor had anticipated his question long before. Approaching the gun rack, he picked up an Achilles and said to Jed, I knew you would say that. Step aside and behold. With that, Connor raised the Achilles and fired several shots at the armored section of the motorcycle. Bang, bang, bang. The distinctive sound of the charged technological weapon echoed. Yet the bullets struck the armor without leaving a single mark, defying the weapon's renowned penetrating power. After expending an entire magazine, Connor casually rested the Achilles on his shoulder and grinned. Is that satisfactory now? Time to settle the payment. Even Jed, who prided himself on his knowledge, was rendered speechless, circling the motorcycle in awe, exclaiming, good grief. How on earth did you acquire this? Finally, he looked up at Connor, inquiring. Connor flashed a smile. That's a trade secret. Curious? That comes at another price. Forget it, then. I can't indulge my curiosity with the little I have in my pocket. Jed waved his hand dismissively. The bike is fine on my end, but what about the gun? Connor pulled over a box and set it before Jed, asking, are you truly part of the animal gang? Huh? What do you mean? Jed paused, taken aback, unable to comprehend why Connor posed such a question. Though he meant no offense, he was aware of the stereotype. The animal gang often conjured images of muscle-bound, reckless bikers, reminiscent of motorcycle gangs portrayed in films from the last century. The implication is that the animal gang is supporting a group of impoverished individuals, which is rather difficult to believe. Customized modified vehicles and high-powered firearms appearing in the possession of a gang member seems rather incongruous. Connor finds himself genuinely intrigued by Jed, who was introduced to him by Dario. Their previous conversation was brief, merely indicating that he needed some serious goods from Jed, and Connor did not dwell on it further. However, upon encountering the man himself today, Connor senses something amiss. This so-called animal gang, led by Jed, feels distinctly out of place. Aside from the extravagant expenditure on new equipment, there is something indefinable about it. Connor struggles to articulate his feelings, but he perceives that this individual is a far cry from the animal gang he is familiar with. Though this is a tangible reality where human behavior cannot be reduced to mere settings or algorithms, this particular animal gang appears excessively unconventional. In terms of appearance, demeanor, and conduct, he does not resemble the typical member of such a group. With activities involving weaponry and vehicle modifications, he clearly seems poised for something significant. Typically, an animal gang might engage in security work, some peripheral fighting matches, or perhaps dabble in usury, but when did they branch into new ventures? Alternatively, it is plausible that this young man is merely using the guise of the animal gang to create trouble and then shift the blame onto them. Thus, Connor feels compelled to probe into his true nature, driven by curiosity or a desire to avoid future complications. Jade furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice. Since when do technical experts require background checks for human transactions? Knowing too much is of no benefit to you. Connor, however, disregarded Jade's warning. He was but an inconspicuous minion of the animal gang. Even if the king of beasts himself were to appear, the situation would remain unchanged. Spare me the theatrics. Night City may be small, but when trouble arises, none can escape the inevitable consequences. Ignoring Jade's increasingly grim demeanor, Connor took a bite of the still-warm pizza. If you carry these items out of here today, it's possible the NCPD will come knocking on my door tomorrow. This is a modest operation. I cannot afford the turmoil. Jade inwardly cursed Dorio for recommending such individuals. What kind of people had he endorsed? It was infuriating that they had begun to extort him. There was truly no sense of decorum. Jade assumed Connor was attempting to raise the price, preparing to overcharge him. This was against the rules. Suppressing his growing frustration, Jade remarked, at that moment, he wished he could draw his gun and shoot Connor. Rules? Whose rules? My rules are as such. No one is forcing you to comply. Chapter 51. The Great Thief of the City. Jade's expression darkened to the point where it seemed he could weep. He felt cornered. So, how much more do you wish to add? He nearly spat the words through clenched teeth, acknowledging his predicament for today. Once this transaction was concluded, he would certainly confront this unscrupulous technical expert and settle the score. No, this is not merely a matter of money. Connor shook his finger, pointing at him, and declared, I do not require your trifling offerings. In fact, I could bestow these items upon you for free. Indeed, this lad was not short of funds. Thus, his intentions were not merely those of a petty thief or a mere opportunist targeting a few gang members. So, what is it that you desire? Not money. In my lifetime, I have never witnessed such altruism. To seek something without compensation is tantamount to seeking a life. Surely, it cannot be as simple as wishing for friendship. Connor scoffed lightly, his disdain evident as he remarked, What could you possibly offer me? I must ascertain whether your acquisition of these items might stir up trouble or affect me adversely. Upon hearing this, Jed's previously taut nerves began to relax. He was not in a position of abundance. The time had come to act, for if he failed to secure the necessary tools today, they would slip from his grasp. But to truly divulge everything to this fellow? Good heavens! Was he out of his mind? The very notion of revealing his hand was swiftly suppressed. This matter could not escape the confines of secrecy. Even a whisper would be unacceptable. It was merely a minor task, to pilfer a few items. Enough of this nonsense. We were introduced through acquaintances, and I assure you, I would not deceive you. However, I must emphasize that our familiarity is not as deep as one might assume. She is herself, and you are you. In consideration of Dorio's reputation, I might offer you a discount, yet the decision to sell these items remains mine to make. Connor was certain that this fellow was not merely seeking trivial theft. Was he perhaps intent on stealing from a company? Damn it, I've already mentioned that this is a reckless endeavor. I'm willing to offer you an additional 20%. Hurry up, I don't have time to dawdle here. Jet glanced at the time, feeling pressed and unable to squander any more moments. Connor remained unperturbed and warned. I have stated before, this is not merely a matter of money. You may take the items, but remember, should the NCPD or corporate hounds come knocking, I shall not cover for you. With that, he tossed the motorcycle keys to Jet. Jet caught the keys, scrutinizing Connor's ambiguous expression. He was uncertain if the man was simply overly cautious or had ulterior motives. Was it possible that his dealings had been compromised? Unlikely, as the information had been tightly held, and he had acquired it by sheer chance. Was this fellow attempting to deceive him? Noticing Jet's suspicious demeanor, Connor chuckled. What is this? No longer in a hurry? Would you like to test these firearms? There's no need for that. If you can't handle a firearm, you might as well abandon this line of work. After finishing his statement, Jet transferred the payment to Connor, mentally noting this transaction, planning to settle accounts once this job concluded. Account balance, 30,000 euros. Connor offered no further commentary, pressing the button to open the workshop's door, remarking, "Take care. I want to see you off." Jet disregarded Connor, shouldering the weapons crate and mounting his motorcycle before departing. At that moment, David emerged, having overheard part of the conversation, and inquired with confusion, "That guy clearly has issues. Why would you give him the items? Isn't that just asking for trouble? Especially since we are currently burdened with responsibilities. Is this really the time to invite further troubles?" David's concerns are not without merit. The group behind SSI has yet to reveal themselves, and it is indeed wise to exercise caution during this period. To fall victim to a moment of greed and end up in a precarious situation would be utterly foolish. Connor is well aware of the stakes involved, yet he remains indifferent to these potential risks. On the contrary, his yearning for gain has completely obliterated the cautious disposition he cultivated in his previous life. In this world, it seems that fate rewards only the brave. Those who dare to wager everything often reap unexpected rewards. While others are consumed by fear, I embrace greed as the fundamental essence of this realm. Connor sought to reassure David, gesturing for him to calm down. I sensed something amiss within the organization. The multitude of elements involved suggests this is not merely a simple gang conflict. This individual does not strike me as a reckless fool. There is likely corporate intrigue at play. I genuinely hope he escalates the situation. For one, it would serve as a form of advertisement. Having been in Night City for some time now, establishing such an operation entails considerable investment, and after all this effort, there has been little return. One cannot live off past glories indefinitely. It is essential that both the underworld and the legitimate circles in Night City become aware of my presence. Connor's words ring true. Since arriving in Night City, he has secured few contracts and has primarily been spending money. Business at Gloria's has been lukewarm. And that scoundrel John has not brought him many clients, focusing instead on extracting benefits from him. Upon discerning that Jed might be up to something, Connor did not adopt a mindset of avoidance. Rather, he genuinely hoped that Jed would escalate the situation to grand proportions, ideally capturing headlines across major news outlets. If possible, he even entertained the notion of subtly inciting further chaos. However, as Jed remained silent, Connor refrained from pressing the matter. The initial point may have merely been an introduction, but the subsequent point held greater significance. Second, I propose we engage in some underhanded dealings. Hear me out. Connor interjected, halting David, who was poised to speak. Without the night's forage, horses cannot thrive. This principle requires no further elaboration. If he merely seeks to acquire a small sum, then so be it. Consider it a promotional endeavor. I would not mind acquiring additional long-term clients. Yet, if this individual intends to tamper with the company's assets, particularly prototypes and core technologies, then we must not let such an opportunity slip by. These are ventures that yield returns for 3 years after a mere 3 years of dormancy. David, of course, comprehended Connor's meaning and recognized the intrinsic value of such matters. But is it truly ethical to exploit our clients in this manner? I mean, if this becomes public knowledge, could it tarnish your reputation? Reputation? What is that worth? Connor replied nonchalantly, "You are overthinking it. The individuals in this realm are akin to the wild grass beneath our feet. Once one patch is cut, another sprouts forth immediately. Night City is perpetually teeming with fools and imbeciles. Do they truly care about such matters? They have no alternatives. Enough of this fruitless pondering. Let me tell you." Just as Connor and his associates deliberated on their nefarious scheme, Jed had already arrived at the destination in his vehicle. Gazing at the security robots outside the villa and the hovering vehicles parked on the helipad, Jade let out a deep sigh of relief. He had hurried, yet managed to avoid any delays. This was the objective of his visit, the residence of Matthew Turner, the Deputy Director of Biotechnology Research, located in the North Oak District. He opened the Connor weapon case, retrieving a firearm from within. Having had no opportunity to inspect it earlier, he seized the moment to examine it before proceeding. It appeared satisfactory, exceeding his initial expectations. As he fiddled with the weapon, he remarked, "It's merely a modified RT-46 Storm, nothing particularly noteworthy, accompanied by some specialized high-explosive rounds, more than sufficient to handle the villa's security robots." Jade stealthily approached a blind spot in the villa's security system, a location that would be nearly impossible to discern without thorough reconnaissance. yet one he was intimately familiar with. The question arises, how did he possess such intricate knowledge of the terrain? Jade had previously served as a bodyguard for Matthew Turner. The rationale behind a high-ranking biotechnology director hiring someone from an unconventional background as a bodyguard remains elusive. Jade was aware that Matthew had clandestinely connected with Cantow regarding a lucrative deal involving the latest cellular telomere editing technology. Lacking any substantial knowledge in the biological field, Jade understood only that Cantow offered a handsome sum, making this an opportunity not to be squandered, a gamble that could transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Casting a glance at his watch, Jade leaped over the fence into the villa's courtyard. Chapter 52. The Enforcers of Night City in CPD Headquarters, District Office. Damn it. Are you all a bunch of pigs? 15 hours have elapsed since the incident, and the suspect remains unidentified. The furious voice of the assistant director echoed through the phone as Inspector Jim, enduring the discomfort of a ringing in his ears, adjusted the volume downwards. Observing that the assistant director was on the brink of losing control, Jim interjected, "Sir, this situation is beyond our control." The biotechnology department promptly relocated the surveillance files. The crime scene has been compromised, and the victim's information has been sealed off. They are also quite unwilling to cooperate with our investigation. As it stands, we are at a loss regarding the classification of this case. Is it a crime of passion, a vendetta, suicide, or perhaps an act of corporate espionage? We are completely in the dark. So what do you propose? Shall you approach the biotechnology department and say, "Hello, we are currently unable to classify the case and require your cooperation. The victim's information must be made accessible to us"? Well, yes, that is the intention, though we might opt for a more diplomatic phrasing. Have you lost your mind? You imbecile. Is this your first day investigating? Do you really need me to instruct you on how to handle such cases? Jim rolled his eyes. It was merely a matter of crafting a more eloquent report and finding a scapegoat. The objective was to close the case swiftly. No, sir. I know precisely what to do. Meanwhile, outside the office, a group of detectives began to gossip. One detective leaned over to his colleague, teasingly inquiring, "Old Han, how long do you reckon Jim will be reprimanded this time?" "I wager half an hour. Ryan, you ought to channel your penchant for gossip into solving cases. It is you who should be receiving a reprimand now." The speaker was a middle-aged Asian detective in his 40s, bearing the common traits of many men of his age, notably a balding head. Officer Han found his colleague's excessive curiosity rather exasperating. In the city of night, the hallmark of an effective police officer is to refrain from prying into matters that do not concern them. Don't be so dull. Don't let River lead you astray. How about a wager over a cup of coffee? Ryan persisted, refusing to relent. Frustrated by Ryan's persistence, Officer Han felt compelled to join in his little game. Adopting a defeated demeanor, Han declared, "All right, I wager he will be out in 10 minutes. Ryan, incredulous, retorted, 10 minutes? Come on, my friend. Do you know why Jim is being grilled? The deputy director of biotechnology research is in hot water. This is no trivial case. I suspect the biotechnology division has already exerted pressure on the chief, and as it trickles down to Jim, there's no way he will slip away easily. He'll be grilled for at least half an hour." He was convinced that Han's coffee was a foregone conclusion. However, he was swiftly proven wrong when, before the 10 minutes elapsed, Jim swung open the office door and asked Han, "Han, where's River?" Promptly summoned, Han replied, "The prosecutor needed to clarify some details with him. He has gone to interface with them and should return shortly." With that, Jim waved him off, saying, "Forget about waiting for him. Come in. I have matters to discuss with you," and hurried back into the office. Han looked at Ryan, who appeared utterly perplexed, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "I would like a latte with regular milk and 2 packets of sugar, thank you." With that, he strode into Jim's office, leaving the beleaguered Ryan behind. Damn it. When River Ward returned to the precinct, Han, who had already wrapped up his conversation with Jim, called him over. "River, come here. We've got a job from above." River, summoned, wore a resigned expression. Such assigned tasks were typically fraught with peril. Following Officer Han into a conference room, River spoke first. "Go on, Han. What hot potato has Jim tossed our way this time?" "Wow, River, you possess the gift of foresight. When did you transform into a gypsy witch?" Han quipped, "If I truly had that ability, I wouldn't be out on patrol. I'd simply sit in the office. Place a crystal ball before me and divine the whereabouts of criminals." Han raised his hand in a gesture of victory. "All right, Gypsy Warlock. No need for your magic now. I'll get straight to the point. The deputy director of biotechnology's research and development was found dead in his villa last night." "Well, It seems the exorbitant fees for the Platinum Trauma Team and the outrageous security were for naught. Listen to me. The biotechnology department wishes to suppress this incident. While those higher up hope we can provide a plausible written report. After hearing Han's account, River furrowed his brow. If the situation were truly that simple, would they have entrusted the task to the two of them? Suddenly, I posed my question to Han. If I am not mistaken, there are several individuals within the Bureau who are more adept at report writing than us. Walter, Peter, Sasha. Why are we the ones assigned to this task? Well, that is a valid inquiry. We are to collaborate with the ATF to form a special task force for the investigation, which renders the individuals you mentioned unsuitable, Han replied. River was bewildered. The company wished to suppress the matter, yet now they were forming a task force. This seemed entirely contradictory. When others pointed east, why were they compelled to venture west? Han was already accustomed to such absurdities, likely due to the severe repercussions of the situation. The city hall aimed to put on a show, creating a FAAD to silence the wealthy elites, as ultimately, their word would prevail. As for the truth, the biotechnologists would be privy to it, while others would only learn what they desired to know. River, some seek the truth, while others crave good news. The biotechnologists will investigate the truth. We are tasked with uncovering the positive tidings. Despite my younger colleagues' somewhat naive demeanor, Han was still eager to elucidate the intricacies of the matter to River. Having heard Han's explanations before, River had developed a certain immunity to them. Han, share something novel. Otherwise, I shall take my leave, and you can entertain them alone. Han sighed. River was a competent detective, but not a suitable NCPD officer. Do you know what has shaped America, and what has caused it to disintegrate so suddenly? It is the structure, a stable social framework. When such a social structure is established, a nation, tribe, or clan is born. Conversely, when the structure of a nation, tribe, or clan collapses, they vanish into oblivion. Having traversed more than half of life's journey, Han possesses a distinct perspective on this neon refuse. The corporation may certainly dispatch agents to investigate. I am confident they will soon uncover the truth. However, they cannot embody judicial authority, nor can they elucidate these matters to the public, nor fulfill that particular responsibility. We are all ensconced within the structure of Night City. None can replace another. Should such an action be taken, the structure would descend into chaos. Thus, the truth of the case is one matter, while the stability of the judicial framework is another. Do you understand? Han fixed his gaze on River, who raised his hands in surrender. You always have a plethora of grand theories to persuade me. Very well, let us play the role of judicial guardians. By the way, why collaborate with the ATF for law enforcement? When did the law enforcement actions in Night City involve them? More perplexing than the higher-ups' antics is the necessity to collaborate with the ATF, the most inconspicuous law enforcement agency in Night City. The ATF, originally the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, was not abolished after the independence of the Free States. It persists in its original form within the judicial framework of each free state. However, in Night City, no one truly pays them any mind. Just observe the various gangs and the cleaners. Each is equipped with an arsenal of weapons. Recently, Reeve apprehended a weapons dealer from the Sixth Streets gang, uncovering numerous anti-material sniper rifles from the Russian Federation in the man's residence. So, what has the ATF been doing all these years? Han shook his head, remarking, who knows? It's likely just some under-the-table dealings. Moreover, the individual involved this time is someone you know well, Kate Beckett, your old flame. Hey, Han, Kate and I are merely friends, okay? That's not the crux of the matter, Reeve. The key point is that we are collaborating on this case, which helps us avoid any sordid entanglements. You should reach out to her. I'll take care of the matters at hand. With that, he patted Reeve on the shoulder, offering a knowing look before slipping away. What a situation this is, Reeve thought, feeling a bit of a headache. Chapter 53, Open Up, NCP, ATF. After much hesitation, Reeve ultimately dialed Kate's number. Just as Han had suggested, encountering a familiar face during a joint operation was an ideal scenario. It would help circumvent any blame shifting or superficial pleasantries. Even if this task were merely a political performance, saving time and effort was certainly beneficial for him. Hi Kate, long time no see. What have you been up to lately? From Reeve's opening line, it was evident that he had not been in touch with this friend for quite some time, leading to an awkward atmosphere. However, on the other end of the line, Kate exhibited remarkable poise and ease, seemingly unfazed by any discomfort. Perhaps she genuinely regarded River merely as a friend. River, it has indeed been quite a while since we last connected. Must it be that only during joint operations do you recall me as a friend? Upon hearing Kate's forthright inquiry, River silently exhaled in relief. Fortunately, she had broached the matter directly. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have struggled to find the right words. It appears you must have received directives from your superiors by now. So, where are you located? Shall we meet somewhere to discuss the subsequent details? Sure, no problem. Come to my side. We have gathered some intelligence that we need to align with you. River felt that this mission would not consume too much of his time. It was rare for the ATF to be so efficient. As long as Jim did not create unnecessary complications by insisting that the NCPD take the lead, the matter could be resolved decisively. He had resolved that whatever clues the ATF provided, no matter how absurd, he would pursue them diligently. Who cannot perform theatrics? Who dares to look down upon whom? After hanging up the phone, River approached Han, who was engrossed in paperwork. Han, I just finished my conversation with Kate. The ATF has some clues to share with us, and we need to pay them a visit. Damn, can't they just bring the documents over? I have too many reports to write. Upon hearing that Han was to head towards the ATF, a sudden buzz filled his mind, as if it were about to explode. The ATF was quite a distance from their location. Even with the best of efforts, one could easily find themselves in the depths of Chinatown. The round trip would undoubtedly extend today's task. Listen, River, I don't have the luxury of time to traverse from the valley to Berkeley Street. You should go alone and ascertain their intentions. If the execution poses no challenge, let them proceed as they wish. Han had no intention of wasting time at the ATF. He shared River's sentiment. After all, it was merely a task to appease superiors, and whether they adorned it with flair or not, it would earn them no accolades. If the ATF wished to showcase their capabilities, then so be it. River did not contest Han's decision this time. He nodded and replied, I'm inclined to accompany you, given that the ATF is eager to make a name for themselves. I welcome this development and wish to resolve this matter swiftly, as I must attend to the case over at Pellis. Pellis? That notoriously difficult district attorney? What trouble is he stirring up now? Han regarded Pellis much like a viewer would a soap opera's leading man, often exclaiming in disbelief at such absurdity. It was baffling how such a person could exist. He seemed to live outside the norms of Night City. Han would never admit to harboring a sense of envy towards him, for he remained unshackled by this wretched environment, upholding the last vestiges of judicial dignity. He lived like a hero. But wait, had he not stepped down from the district attorney's office to run for office? What connection could there still be? In response to Han's inquiry, River offered an awkward yet courteous smile. Han, you know I must keep my lips sealed. He gestured as if zipping his lips. Han gazed at him in disbelief, thinking him rather thick-headed. But then again, what did it matter to him? Whether he chose to speak or remain silent was of no consequence. He should just be on his way. Hey, don't be upset. Are you really not coming with me? It was hardly a prudent choice to linger in front of Jim, given the risk of verbal barrage. Throwing the documents onto the desk, Han offered River a friendly finger gesture, saying, I still need to pick up my daughter this afternoon. If I leave her waiting due to overtime, my wife will subject me to a week of relentless noise. River was well aware of the nature of Han's wife. He exchanged a look of self-preservation before taking his leave. Half an hour later, River arrived at the ATF Night City branch building on Berkeley Street. Presenting his badge at the front desk, he followed the index to the 13th floor where Kate was located. Ding! The elevator doors slowly opened with a gentle chime. Stepping into the ATF office area, River instinctively scanned his surroundings, his gaze landing on the ATF agents seated at their desks. These agents appeared utterly listless, their eyes vacant. Fingers mindlessly tapping on keyboards, seemingly only to create the day of productivity. The entire office was permeated by an air of lethargy. River couldn't help but furrow his brow, pondering to himself, these individuals seem far too relaxed. It is said that the ATF is the very fringe of law enforcement, either a place for those coasting into retirement or a dumping ground for the displaced. Observing the scene firsthand, he found their claims to be rather accurate. At that moment, a statuesque and graceful female officer approached, greeting, River, what are you gazing at? Have you been enchanted by the relaxed atmosphere of our workplace? Are you contemplating a transfer? River turned to see none other than his old acquaintance, the illustrious Kate Beckett of the ATF, once a distinguished detective in the NCPD homicide unit. She had fallen out of favor with the deputy chief and was ousted from the department, only to seamlessly transition into the ATF. Although Rivert harbored a twinge of envy for the leisurely lives of ATF agents, he had no intention of abandoning his duties for a life of idleness just yet. Spare me, Kate. If I have to sit in an office every day, it would be better to end my misery. You, of all people, are not one to remain idle. Enough of the small talk. Let us proceed to my office. Following Kate to her office, Rivert could not help but inquire. You've only been with the ATF for a few years, and you already have your own office? After inviting Rivert to take a seat, Kate replied with a smile. Gold will shine wherever it is found, won't it? Rivert had no objections to this sentiment. He had witnessed Kate's exceptional abilities during their time in the NCPD. Had she not been dismissed, the position currently held by Jim would undoubtedly be hers. You haven't changed a bit. Now, let us get down to business. What intelligence do you currently possess? With Rivert steering the conversation towards serious matters, Kate set aside her playful banter and turned her monitor towards him. This footage was retrieved from surveillance cameras outside other villas near the crime scene. After cross-referencing, I have identified a suspect. As he spoke, a notification appeared on the monitor displaying information about an individual, none other than Jed. Reeve gazed at Jed's profile for a considerable time before remarking. This individual was previously the security personnel for the victim, hailing from the animal gang. His past records suggest a motive for the crime. But how can you be certain it is him? The surveillance footage shows the motorcycle's substantial armored shield obscuring the rider entirely. Surely, you haven't obtained the surveillance footage from the crime scene, have you? His skepticism was entirely warranted. From the footage provided by Kate, Reeve had only glimpsed the assailant disembarking from the vehicle, and even then, the individual was clad in a helmet. He found it impossible to connect the two individuals, despite numerous overlapping details that failed to convince him. Well, although he casually mentioned cooperating with the ATF to produce a polished report, he nonetheless began to take the matter more seriously. Kate smiled faintly and replied, I lack the capability to procure anything from biotechnology. However, I know a hacker who possesses an image recognition system. To be precise, it scans a person's skeletal points and then matches them against a database. This Jed is the result of that matching process. After thoroughly examining his profile, I must conclude that this member of the animal gang is indeed highly suspicious. So, what will it be? Would you like to take another look or accompany me to meet my informant? Without a moment's hesitation, Reeve replied, let us proceed to your informant. An hour later, they stood before an apartment door in the Kabukicho district. Knock, knock, knock. Kate knocked on the door and called out, Simon, open up, NCP. ATF. Immediately, a flurry of activity erupted from within the room. Damn it, Kate, I've told you countless times not to come looking for me at this hour. Chapter 54. The True Detective. The door swung open to reveal a gaunt man who peered cautiously around the vicinity. Once he confirmed that the coast was clear, he hastily beckoned them inside. Come in quickly. If anyone sees me associating with the likes of you, it could spell trouble. Kate and River wasted no time and stepped into the modest apartment. River's gaze slowly scanned the compact space, which bore a striking resemblance to most standard studio apartments, tight and somewhat claustrophobic, with furniture arranged in a manner that maximized every inch. Clothes were carelessly strewn across the sofa, creating a disheveled appearance, while the floor was littered with various takeout containers, contributing to the chaotic ambience. To make matters worse, a peculiar and unpleasant odor permeated the air, a scent that lingered just at the edge of perception, causing River to furrow his brow in discomfort. In stark contrast, Kate seemed unfazed by the surroundings and remarked upon entering, Come on, Simon, you're not a celebrity. Even if you came out like Chris O'Dowd, it wouldn't garner much attention. Simon flailed his spindly arms in exasperation. Kate, you're acting like a bitter harpy. As your informant, I have my neck on the line. It's one thing not to increase my payment, but to treat me like this? Are you aware of how the gang handles traitors? Kate is well acquainted with her informant, someone who dares to take liberties when given a mere hint of favor. Oh, how do they deal with them? Would they dismember your limbs and sell them to the cleaners for a film? Simon found himself at a loss, feeling the heat from the fiery female agent. He was unable to confront her. He couldn't overpower her, and she had him cornered by his identity. When you catch a glimpse of me in the Black Dream, remember to indulge yourself a little. The films I produce are bound to be extraordinarily intense and alluring. Kate chuckled, presenting an expression that seemed to question his belief. River observed with keen interest as Kate engaged with her informant. Every detective possesses a unique approach to interacting with their sources. He hadn't anticipated Kate's playful banter. Had it been him, he would have resorted to fists. Noticing Simon's inclination to continue, she tossed him a monetary chip, stating, All right, this is the informant fee. I remember. Now, can our star free up some time? Simon grinned, caressing the chip in his hand, and replied with a sycophantic tone, You should have presented it earlier. Do you doubt my capability? I've always delivered results for you. So what is the task this time? Kate tossed another chip, which Simon eagerly caught and inserted into the terminal interface. Kate spoke, "This individual named Jed has stirred up some trouble. The department's database holds scan information about him. Can you procure his details? We wish to have a word with him." Simon swiftly perused the information on the chip, removed it, and poured himself a glass of inferior vodka. "Goodness, this money of yours, Kate, is truly hard-earned," he exclaimed, gulping down the liquor. He felt that this time, Kate's funds were somewhat tainted, and he was already contemplating whether to return the money, for he recognized the individual mentioned in the documents. Jed, a ruthless figure from the animal gang, operated in Dogtown, and frankly, you two have nothing to discuss with him. To be candid, you won't be able to handle him. Capturing him is utterly hopeless with just the two of you. Kate exchanged glances with River, sensing an opportunity. "What do you mean?" Kate inquired, following Simon's lead. "You should know him quite well. Enlighten me. I still have a bounty for information." As she spoke, she retrieved a monetary chip and gave it a slight shake. Simon hesitated momentarily, but ultimately shook his head. No, it's not about the money, you see. I cannot afford to cross this man. Sure, I might slip you some tidbits now and then, tricking a few clueless fools. But those idiots won't survive long enough to matter. Listen, Kate, we've known each other for quite some time. While our connection may not be profound, I certainly do not wish to witness your demise. Jed is unlike those other gangsters. He is a lunatic. Previously, he dominated underground fighting with a record of 27 consecutive victories, reaping a fortune and the affections of many. He was the toast of the town. But do you know how he achieved that? Do tell, Kate responded, realizing that Jed was far more intricate than she had initially perceived. The fool inexplicably lost his mind, clashing with the underworld enforcers and annihilating them all, leaving only his woman behind. When others discovered the scene, she lay stark naked amidst the corpses, utterly ravaged. At the mention of this, Simon licked his lips. The thought of such a sight was electrifying. It was a pity he hadn't achieved something greater. Kate interrupted his reverie, inquiring, what conflict arose between him and that group? What advantage does this bring him? Who the hell knows? I find it baffling as well. Isn't he just destroying his own livelihood? Yet, he proceeded with it. He must be some sort of cyber psychopath. He doesn't possess what you think he does. If he truly committed a crime, I would advise you to contact the Anti-Terrorism Task Force to handle him. It wasn't that Simon looked down on Kate and her team. After all, what level does the ATF operate at? Their presence is even less significant than that of the NCPD. When has law enforcement in Night City ever been entrusted to them? To send an ATF agent like Kate to engage with a lunatic like Jed is simply an invitation for disaster. Where can we find this Jed? Kate realized that further inquiries would yield no valuable intelligence. She would have to take matters into her own hands. Upon hearing this, Simon gazed at her as if she were foolish, shaking his head vigorously. This endeavor was futile, and she shouldn't even consider it. Seeing Simon's strong resistance, Kate refrained from further discussion and produced a monetary chip. These 2 payments for informants are yours. All I require is a location. Understood? Rever stood by, astonished. Wait, is your ATF budget really that ample? Since when has it been necessary to pay informants for information? Is the gun and badge at your waist merely for show? Although Kate's extravagant behavior is somewhat hard to accept, he refrained from interrupting her due to decorum. This case was initiated by Kate's intelligence, and how she chooses to handle it is her prerogative. It is not his place to interject. Add one more, and I'll tell you. Simon hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided that a fool would refuse to profit. As for whether Jet would come after him for this, that could wait. He would enjoy himself first. Kate shook her head and remarked, just 2. If I don't play tricks on you, this is all the funding they allocated. Gazing at the monetary chip in Kate's hand, Simon didn't concern himself with whether she truly had only that amount. After all, it was a no-risk venture. Fine. We'll leave it at that this time. But next time, you'd better don some rubber attire and join me for a round of dreaming. Simon spoke with bravado, yet his speed in accepting the payment was anything but hesitant as he swiftly took the chip from Kate's hand. Kate was unperturbed and casually replied, if you can endure for an hour, I wouldn't mind. I prefer men with lasting stamina. River's eyes widened in surprise. He hadn't anticipated this side of Kate, who appeared so serious in public, yet enjoyed playful banter in private. Now, tell me, where can I find Jet? After the jest, Kate finally posed her most pressing question. Chapter 55. The Wild Wolf Bar. Let us shift our focus to the Wild Wolf Bar on the outskirts of the valley. While Kate and her companions tirelessly pursued Jet's whereabouts, Connor was already a step ahead, preparing to take action. Connor, who had been closely monitoring Jade's movements. Learned from the news after the incident that a biotechnology executive had perished in the North Oak district. He immediately deduced that Jade was behind it. Swiftly, he procured Jade's information from the old captain and discovered the identity of the deceased, the vice president of biotechnology research and development, a title that unmistakably echoed the allure of wealth. Given Jade's capabilities, he could acquire money from anywhere without needing to provoke individuals in the biotechnology sector. Eliminating all improbable scenarios, it became evident that the motivations behind Jade's actions could only stem from a few possibilities. Either the deceased possessed something of great interest to him, or the company was orchestrating malicious schemes from behind the scenes. Regardless of the cause, it was certain that this company had something valuable to tempt them. Otherwise, Jade would not have undertaken such a perilous task. With the individual now deceased, Jade's gains must have been substantial, which, in turn, implied that Connor had the opportunity to profit as well. Connor was in need of an accomplice to ensure his steady engagement with Jade. It was clear that David lacked the capability to handle this matter. If Jade had support from the company, sending David would be tantamount to delivering a meal to the wolves. He needed further honing of his skills. Since David was insufficient, it was time to consult his good friend Jack. Previously, he had knocked Jack unconscious and returned him to the wild wolf, without lingering for long. Now, with a chance to visit, he decided it was appropriate to stop by the wild wolf. As he pushed open the door and stepped into the bar, an extraordinary sensation washed over him, reminiscent of a journey back to an American country bar of the 1970s or 80s. There were no dazzling neon signs, nor was there the ear-splitting, irksome cacophony of music. In its stead, there exists a rustic and authentic atmosphere that inevitably evokes memories of an era steeped in ruggedness and sincerity. Scattered about the bar are members of the Valentino gang, their camaraderie palpable, while the graffiti adorning the wallpaper serves as a warning to any would-be troublemaker. This territory is under the protection of the Valentino gang, so think twice before making a move. Approaching the bar, Connor lightly rapped his knuckles on the counter and addressed the bartender. "A gin and tonic, please." Peppy, engaged in amiable banter with other patrons, promptly approached, grinning, a fresh face. "Already indulging in gin and tonic before nightfall? Why not sample our signature tequila, Wild Wolf?" He continued, "We've crossed paths before. I was the one who brought Jackie back last time. Don't you recall?" Connor welcomed the conversation with this familiar figure, for Peppy was indeed a man with stories to tell. "Ah, it's you. Mrs. Wells mentioned you not long ago, lamenting that we didn't keep you for a drink. She often remarks on how scarce reliable friends like you seem to be nowadays. Look at Jackie, gallivanting outside. At least he's made a few trustworthy acquaintances. By the way, what was your name again?" Peppy's chatter flowed freely as he regaled Connor with amusing anecdotes about Mrs. Wells and her son. It seemed he genuinely considered Connor a friend of Jackie's, given that Connor had been the one to return the unconscious Jackie. And although they had not delved into lengthy conversations, he must have been deemed a reliable companion. Surely, he could not be an adversary, could he? Connor chuckled heartily and replied, "Connor. Ridley, but just call me Connor. Every household has its own burdens to bear, does it not?" Peppy nodded in agreement with Connor's statement, remarking, "Indeed, these two have had their fair share of quarrels over the years, primarily due to Jack's incessant wandering. Would you care for a shot of tequila?" As Peppy spoke, his hands were not idle. He deftly retrieved the base spirit, eagerly recommending the signature tequila from Wild Wolf to Connor. "No. I think I'll opt for a gin and tonic. I prefer the slightly elevated sensation it provides." "In that case, you shall be deprived of a delightful experience today. A gin and tonic will be ready shortly." Just as Peppy concentrated on mixing the drink, the unmistakable boisterous voice of Jack resonated from the entrance. "Hey, Peppy. Whose Vintage Zero is parked out front? Muy de gusto." With that, Jack strode into the bar's main area. As a motorcycle enthusiast, he immediately spotted the classic Zero parked nearby, a genuine relic, one that even the most illustrious motorcycle collectors in Night City might not possess. However, his gaze soon fell upon a rather vexing sight, the individual who had previously sabotaged his business dealings. Their eyes met, and Jack muttered under his breath, "Maldita sea." Connor turned to face the approaching Jack and waved his hand. "Care for a drink? It's on me." Recalling the slightly awkward circumstances of their last encounter, Connor took the initiative to break the ice, indicating that he bore no ill will towards Jack. Jack's once taut nerves began to relax. Surrounded by several brothers from the Valentino gang on his home turf, he surmised that they were not there to cause trouble. He promptly settled down beside Connor and addressed Pepe, saying, "Pepe, could you fetch me a bottle of ginger beer?" "Jackie, can't you see I'm busy? Can't you help yourself?" Pepe retorted, catching Jack off guard. However, Jack took it in good humor, chuckling as he slipped behind the bar to retrieve a bottle of ginger beer. "What did you order?" "It's on me. As a thank you for escorting me home last time," Jack said to Connor. His sincerity was evident. It was also the reason he hadn't lost his temper. Connor was a man of stature, and Jack felt obliged to maintain appearances. As Jack spoke, he raised his beer in a toast, eager to share a drink with Connor. "Jack Wells, you already know me. Perhaps you should introduce yourself?" Before the words had fully left his lips, Jack extended the bottle forward slightly. In response, Connor raised his empty hands and replied, Connor Redley, "You might want to nudge Pepe. If he takes any longer, I won't be able to share this drink with you." "Ha ha, Pepe can be a bit slow. What did you order?" Jack playfully exposed his bartender's shortcomings, prompting Pepe to interject defensively, "This isn't my fault. The ice cubes are a bit larger than usual today. Here you go, your gin and tonic. Enjoy." Accepting the drink handed over by Pepe, Connor clinked his glass with Jack's. "After that single mishap, did the sponsor give you a hard time?" Connor inquired about the kidnapping of Nina, noting that he had disrupted Jack's business dealings, and it was likely that the orchestrators behind the scenes would not easily let the matter slide. Jack chuckled, responding, "Not at all. She asked me to abduct that girl as a mere diversion. Her true priority does not lie with the girl." It was only after fulfilling his duties that he realized Helena was more eloquent with her words than in her actions. Her claims of avenging Camp were mere fabrications to deceive him. She solely coveted the substantial shipment from the Tiger Claw gang. Following the failed attempt to kidnap Nina, her response was rather indifferent, emphasizing that the task had not been carried out satisfactorily and that deductions would be made. "To hell with it. From now on, they can seek whoever they want. I'm no longer at their service." Jack's declaration took Connor by surprise. He had assumed Jack was in league with Robert, but it appeared he had misjudged the situation. This was merely someone attempting to take advantage of chaos. If that is the case, then our misunderstanding is resolved. "I have a proposition. Would you be interested in taking it on?" Chapter 56. Jack joins the crew. Jack was momentarily taken aback by Connor's words. He had envisioned various scenarios in which Connor might seek him out, yet he never anticipated this outcome. With a sly smile, he remarked, "Ah, have we become friends so swiftly?" Jack had no qualms about engaging in a bit of verbal sparring with Connor, while also probing into his true intentions. Connor lifted the glass of gin and tonic before him, taking a sip and smacking his lips, then turned to Jack with a grin, inquiring, "What's the matter? Do you mind that I Haven Tea poured you a drink?" He glanced at Pepe and called out, "Pepe, this. Bring Jack a drink." Never mind. Just prepare what I instructed, a shot of vodka, with ice, lime juice, and ginger beer. Most importantly, add a dash of love, in honor of the son of Haywood." Connor understood Jack well, catering directly to his tastes. "Ah, amigo, you truly know your spirits. I have been contemplating a personalized drink menu myself, you know. Something to carry into the next life." Jack was not speaking falsely. He had long harbored aspirations of thriving in the afterlife. Alas, for a lone wolf, gaining entry to that realm proved exceedingly challenging, and he still lacked a bit of fortune. However, preparation was essential, such as envisioning his drink menu first. Connor's earlier suggestion closely resembled his own design, but the piece de resistance was that final touch of love. Absolutely spot on. It was evident that Jack genuinely relished this concoction. Connor chuckled, "Do you like it? Then let us name it Jack Wells." "Ha ha ha, really? That's splendid. You've done me a great favor. Once I establish myself in the afterlife, I shall certainly treat you to a drink." Regarding Jack's optimism, Connor remained noncommittal. He even believed that relying on mercenary work to rise above was less promising than continuing in the underworld, at least with Jack's connections in Haywood. Achieving a mid-level position would be a breeze. Let us not forget Jack's childhood friend, Gustavo Orta, who is a blood relative of Camp Orta and currently holds a prominent position within the Valentino gang. Upon Camp's release from prison in the future, he will possess greater leverage, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he is undoubtedly a leading candidate for the next generation of gang leaders. Given this connection, Jack's standing is certainly more respectable than that of a mere mercenary, allowing him to earn more. However, it should not be inferred that the ecological hierarchy of mercenaries is inferior to that of gangs. Indeed, one can attain immense power and influence in Night City as a mercenary, akin to figures like Morgan Blackhand, Adam Smasher, and Waylon Oldsnake. Morgan has even ascended to the core echelons of military science. Yet, the pressing question arises, does Jack possess the potential to reach such heights? It seems unlikely. Connor, having engaged in a brief confrontation with Jack, has gained a more direct understanding of his capabilities. Jack is formidable, yet not sufficiently so. The scarcity of combat augmentations on his person makes his achievements all the more impressive, for individuals of Morgan Blackhand's caliber are exceedingly rare. One can observe that even the exceptionally talented Atom Smasher has transformed himself into a machine. Without combat augmentations, it is challenging to progress far. For a lone wolf, the path to the afterlife is fraught with difficulty unless one intends to seek out a formidable intermediary to facilitate entry. Does the Father truly expect you to squander your time in this manner? Connor posed the question that had long troubled him. Logically, the Father is well acquainted with the Wells family and holds sufficient standing in the underworld. Arranging a private room at the afterlife and escorting Jack there should not pose a significant challenge. Yet ultimately, Jack found himself relying on the influence of the deceased rotund figure, Deshawn, to gain access to the afterlife. Jack took the wine from Pepina and eagerly took a sip. With a touch of love, the flavor is indeed quite different. Hey, amigo, you wouldn't understand. There are some petty intrigues among intermediaries. Kings do not meet kings. Figures like the priest and Gezi would never stoop to indulge Rog's foul feet. Even if Rog is a legend among legends. Connor nodded knowingly, realizing he had overlooked a crucial aspect. The priest and Gezi are not traditional intermediaries like Tino or the old captain. They resemble the uncles of a gang. Although they have stepped back, their grip on the gang remains intact, and the means through which they control gang affairs is through intermediary dealings. If they were to negotiate business in the afterlife, it would signify their inability to manage matters, necessitating the use of Rog's name for authority. At that point, losing a client would be trivial compared to the significant loss of the intermediary's influence, rendering them incapable of intervening in gang affairs. Thus they require face, and you, Jack, will bear the brunt of it. By the way, how old are you this year? Connor shifted the conversation to inquire about Jack's age. Jack was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Connor's line of questioning, and replied, 31. Why do you ask? Connor turned to Jack, saying, do you know the average lifespan in Night City? It is 53 years, and that includes data from the affluent class. Discounting them, the average lifespan for the people of Night City drops to 45 years. So, at an age nearing the grave, without having touched the threshold of the afterlife, Jackie, do you still intend to endure this any longer? Jack's expression was somewhat grim. Although Connor's words were harsh, they were undeniably true. In his early years, he enjoyed a modicum of fame, but soon after, he found himself devoid of significant work and rapidly faded into obscurity. Those closest to him understood his plight. He was now desperately accepting any jobs available, rising early and toiling late to manage those tasks as a cleaner, all in hopes of reviving his reputation and securing larger contracts. Alas, what else could he do but grit his teeth and endure? This was Jack's response, pragmatic yet tinged with resignation. Hence, you ought to contemplate the proposition I am putting forth. While there is an element of risk involved, the rewards would undoubtedly surpass those meager earnings from cleaning duties. Having stated my intention so plainly, Connor laid bare his purpose before Jack. Consider this, he said, though I typically refrain from engaging in jobs without a mediator, I find our rapport agreeable, and I am willing to take a chance. Perhaps, as Jack had earlier suggested. Connor's preceding remarks had indeed provoked him to abandon his long-held principle of avoiding unguaranteed jobs, those lacking an intermediary or a trusted acquaintance's endorsement. Such assignments were ones he previously would not have even glanced at. Who could say if payment would ever materialize after the work was completed? Such occurrences were far from rare. Connor raised his glass and smiled, saying, you won't be disappointed. I wonder if you've caught the recent news about a biotechnological firm's canine mascot being eliminated. Coincidentally, I know who the perpetrator is, and, rather unfortunate for him, I am also aware of his whereabouts. Are you suggesting that you want to leverage this information for some advantage with the biotechnological firm? Connor shook his head and replied, I am not interested in trifles. What I desire is the valuable information that he possesses from that company. Jack furrowed his brow and inquired, do you have any idea what that thing he acquired is? A person who dares to target the upper echelons of a company is certainly no ordinary character. Engaging with such individuals demands a substantial gain, and it must be a considerable profit at that. Jack needed to assess the worth of what that person possessed. If I were to say I have absolutely no clue what he has, or even whether he possesses anything at all, It is merely an intuition that suggests there are benefits to be reaped from him. Are you on board? Connor refrained from divulging his deductions. He was not a naive schoolboy believing in a straightforward assessment of whether Jed could yield a windfall. His judgment was solely based on the intelligence he had at hand. Thus, when faced with Jack's inquiry, he opted for candor. If Jack was willing to take a gamble, he would join in. If not, that was perfectly acceptable. You are quite intriguing. If he has nothing at all, wouldn't he that render our efforts futile? No, it would be my futile endeavor. You would not be wasting your time. 30,000 plus that zero outside would all be yours. So why not? Why not, indeed? You are already willing to invest the money. It would be cowardly of me not to engage. Jack estimated that the car could be valued at around 60 to 70,000, which would amount to nearly 100,000 altogether. A fool would refuse such an opportunity. However, one thing puzzled him. What was Connor's motive? If the man had nothing to offer, why would he risk a near 100,000 setback? Connor raised his glass to clink with Jack's, laughing. Who knows? Perhaps I am a cyber psychopath. Haha, then I must keep my distance from you. Cheers. Chapter 57. The Good Citizens of Night City. In the workshop of Connor, located in the River Valley district of Santo Domingo. He hurried back after concluding his conversation with Jack, eager to commence preparations for the next course of action. A prompt sound echoed, and Connor activated the tracking device installed on Jed's motorcycle. Upon gazing at the precise location displayed on the screen, a frown creased his brow, accompanied by a wave of discomfort. The target lay in the vicinity of Westwind Apartments on Pacific Island. Undertaking action in Pacific Island was far from prudent. It was the veritable cesspool of Night City, teeming with criminal factions such as the Animal Gang, the Voodoo Boys, and the Cleaners, not to mention the various spies and informants planted by major corporations. This individual certainly has a knack for selecting locations. I recall that if we venture further towards the Empire Mall, there exists a hidden passage leading directly to Dogtown. Connor's mind wandered to the secret route connecting Dogtown and Pacific Island. Contemplating the worst-case scenario, there was more than one such passage, and Jed was well aware of at least one. Thus, it would be imperative to secure him in the vicinity of the Westwind Apartments during the operation. Should I enlist another ally? Connor pondered, weighing the dynamics of their trio, himself, Jack, and David. Feeling the weight of their undertaking, capturing was invariably more challenging than eliminating. Nevertheless, he soon dismissed the notion. While the pressure of a capture was indeed considerable, it was not insurmountable. It merely required him to put in extra hours to devise a tranquilizer dart. Ding! Just as Connor contemplated the design of an appropriate tranquilizer dart, a message from Jack illuminated his device. Jack, I have found him. The old fellow is having quite a blast. Attachment. Image. JPG Connor. Ha ha ha. Once you're done, you could invite a few ladies to join the revelry. Send me the bill. Jack. Ah, that is a splendid suggestion, but I have a girlfriend. My affection for her is sincere and unwavering, you know. Connor. All right, do as you wish. Just enjoy yourself. Jack, you seem utterly unconcerned about the possibility of my failure. Connor, will you? Jack, naturally, I will not. I possess enough confidence in this regard. Connor, I await your good news. The photograph recently sent by Jack vividly depicts John reveling in a bar, his face radiating joy as he raises a glass and engages in laughter with the ladies beside him. The kaleidoscope of lights accentuates the alluring attire of the women, creating an atmosphere of hedonism. Connor has set Jack a small test, the essence of which is to emulate John's exuberance. After all, one must assess the ingredients before undertaking any task. Jack offered no objections. It was evident that this venture was a lucrative one for Connor. Fortune does not simply fall from the sky, and it is entirely reasonable for Connor to gauge Jack's capabilities. Ah, relish this moment, John, for you are soon to bid farewell to it all. Setting aside his phone, Connor chose not to dwell on the matter any further. After all, John was merely a dead man walking. His fate was sealed the moment he entered into a transaction with Connor. Is anyone there? A woman's voice echoed in Connor's ear. Turning around, he beheld a man and a woman entering the workshop, Kate and River, who had come in pursuit of Jed's whereabouts. I am here. Do you require anything? Connor set down the spent shell and approached, presuming he was meeting a prospective client. As Kate walked towards him, she lifted the hem of her shirt, revealing the badge at her waist. Kate Beckett, ATF. I require your cooperation in an investigation. Connor appraised the female agent before him. What a stunning beauty, precisely his type. Of course, it's no trouble at all. I am a model citizen of Night City, especially when it involves collaborating with someone as lovely as you. May I be so bold as to inquire if all your ATF female agents possess such striking looks? No one could maintain a stoic demeanor in response to someone extolling their own beauty, particularly when such words come from a dashing gentleman. Indeed, upon hearing his compliments, a smile crept onto Kate's lips, her amber eyes twinkling with delight. Oh, why don't you join me at the ATF? You shall witness firsthand just how many beautiful women there are. Kate's words, though sweetly spoken, bore an undertone that was somewhat difficult to withstand. Was this an invitation to admire beauty? It felt more like a sheep entering a lion's den. With such a callous remark wrapped in sugary charm, Connor sensed an intriguing challenge. A sly smile graced his lips as he replied, I must decline, as I fear I may not be well suited to mingle with law enforcement. However, if it merely involves visiting your abode for a casual chat, I would be more than willing to oblige. In the course of their conversation, Connor began to speculate about Kate's true intentions. Typically, matters of concern fall under the jurisdiction of the NCPD. If the situation escalates, the Tactical Response Unit intervenes. And for even more severe issues, the corporate security forces take immediate action. What, then, is the purpose of the ATF? This reflects Connor's cognitive bias. Despite the extreme alienation of capital in the world of 2077 and the fact that many law enforcement agencies have become largely ineffectual, they still exist to shoulder the blame when crises arise. Although the discord between corporations and the populace has reached an irreconcilable level, a buffer still remains. The ATF and several other law enforcement entities serve such a purpose. Kate, having encountered many slippery characters in her experience, did not find Connor's demeanor particularly noteworthy. Since he was unwilling to cooperate, she decided to apply some pressure. It is rather unfortunate, as our ATF coffee is quite delightful. Jed, that individual you are acquainted with, procured some equipment from you and subsequently committed a murder. Wouldn't this classify you as an accomplice? Currently, Jed's culpability appears nearly established. Even though Kate and her team lack sufficient evidence to definitively conclude that he is responsible for the crime, nonetheless, she could leverage this to coerce Connor. Following the lead from Simon, she discovered that Jed had acquired some equipment from Connor shortly before the incident. And surveillance footage from the vicinity indicates that the armed motorcycle was likely sourced from him. She aimed to exploit this avenue to gain an advantage over Connor. Officer, there are numerous gun-related homicides in Night City each year, yet I have not witnessed you confronting the arms dealers to collaborate with your investigation. Connor is not one of those gullible fools easily deceived. They are far from being able to outsmart him. He continued, saying, I have many clients, and I cannot recall each individual who has transacted here. Perhaps you could enlighten me on what this jade purchased, and I might assist you in your inquiries. At this point, River could not contain himself any longer. He flung open his coat and rested his hand upon the weapon at his waist. You choose to drink the toast, but ignore the penalty drink. I could draft a report today that states my firearm accidentally injured a vendor from an illicit workshop. Kate intervened, restraining his hand that rested on the grip. River, we are in the midst of an investigation. Connor, we are aware of your circumstances. The equipment you possess is not merely merchandise that can be displayed on shelves. By chance, we from the ATF hold the authority to seize non-compliant arms workshops. And I believe you would not wish to see a prohibition notice affixed to your establishment's entrance. Though the two officers had little opportunity for collaboration, they managed to synchronize their approach. Applause erupted from Connor as he chuckled. Not only are you physically appealing, but your intellect is also quite nimble. Alas, your tactics hold no sway over me. I have already stated my ignorance, and should you intend to proceed in this manner, I kindly request that you bring a search warrant next time. With just the two of you, to be frank, it is somewhat lacking. Fortunately, I am a law-abiding citizen. Otherwise, today there would be 2 more bodies in Coronado Bay. As the conversation unfolded, a palpable aura of lethal intent emanated from Connor, akin to an unstoppable surge of molten lava. His previously tranquil gaze transformed into a piercing glare, fixated intently on Kate and River. The two felt as though they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, its eyes locked onto its prey, evoking an unsettling chill. Am I to understand that you are threatening us? Kate inquired after subtly signaling River to maintain his composure. Why would I? Connor replied with a nonchalant tone. I am merely a law-abiding citizen, offering a friendly warning. Should there be a way in which I can assist, I shall certainly do my utmost. However, if you insist on imposing unreasonable demands, I can only forewarn you that the outcome will be one neither of us desires. Kate recognized that this encounter was futile. The individual before them was perilous, far from the ordinary expert in illicit enterprises. For a fleeting moment, she truly felt he was capable of ending their lives. Yet, she refused to abandon this lead. There was undoubtedly something amiss between Connor and Jade. Locking eyes with Connor for a brief moment, Kate finally spoke. "Let us depart. Do not revel in your perceived victory. I will keep a watchful eye on you." Connor reined in his menacing aura and jested. "I would much prefer our interactions to be candid. Your figure is quite enticing. Should our next meeting find you in a state of undress, I assure you, I will answer all inquiries without reservation." In response, Kate shot Connor a fierce glare before departing with River, not once looking back. "Do drop by more often. I relish our conversations," Connor called after their retreating figures. Chapter 58. The eve of action. As the two emerged from the workshop, their expressions were somewhat unnatural, revealing an unmistakable tension. The straightforward Reeve did not conceal his thoughts and broke the silence, saying, "Kate, why did you stop me just now? We should have shown that fellow a thing or two." Clearly, Reeve harbored considerable dissatisfaction towards Kate's intervention, for as police officers, they had been intimidated by an underground traitor. If word of this spread, it would be an utter disgrace. Kate rolled her eyes. The previously astute Reeve now seemed to be speaking nonsense. "Reeve, have you only learned to apprehend individuals without gaining any other insights? That man clearly has blood on his hands, and the aura he exuded. If he had more combat augmentations, we would have been done for. Did you even activate your scan?" Reeve shook his head in response, admitting that he had been too preoccupied with playing the tough guy to activate the scanning function of his ocular implant. With a resigned sigh, Kate elaborated. "My ocular implant is the latest model, the Kilwosi 3. It is capable of recognizing most augmentations on the market, yet that man eluded identification even after several scans." Reeve, upon hearing this, recognized the gravity of the situation. Though he was reckless, he was not foolish. The fact that the latest Kilwosi ocular implant could not identify the augmentation meant either that the individual had uploaded a virus to Kate's implant, or his augmentation was an unregistered experimental model. As for your question regarding why this individual is not a mere amateur, let's not engage in frivolities. He is certainly not blind. The absence of significant traces of cybernetic implants on his body indicates something quite telling. The implantation technology utilized by his cybernetic surgeon team is undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Such expertise would never resort to inferior components. What sort of novice could achieve such standards? If that were the case, one might as well provide him with an identical set. Rever, having discerned the crux of the issue, listened as Kate continued. The advanced cybernetics on this person must be numerous. He undoubtedly poses a threat. We must pursue this lead. My intuition suggests that we will soon locate Jed. Rever had little to contribute regarding her intuition, as his primary concern was whether they should call for reinforcements. Perhaps we should summon some backup. If this individual possesses experimental combat implants, then my combat stimulant and adrenaline enhancement would be woefully inadequate. What about you? Similar situation. I have a Crunchikoff installed. Kate's own combat enhancements were minimal, as her meager salary could scarcely cover the maintenance of cybernetic upgrades and flexible stimulants. Regarding support, I strongly advise you to abandon this unrealistic notion. Submitting an application to the ATF will likely yield no results. It would almost certainly vanish into the void. While the NCPD might have the clout to summon them, do you truly wish to test that? Rever recalled Han's earlier remarks, shaking his head as he replied. I find myself in the same predicament. This case is intended to be quietly sidelined. What they truly desire is an impeccable report. They show little interest in uncovering the truth. Will you still pursue this matter? The case has reached a stage where further investigation proves exceedingly challenging. They are unable to summon reinforcements and lack any support from the rear. The two of them are at an impasse with the suspect. Acting recklessly would be tantamount to courting death. Perhaps finding a scapegoat to take the fall would be the optimal solution, yet such tactics are not in his nature. Having embarked on the investigation, he resolves to see it through to the end, as uncovering the truth has always been his guiding principle. However, since the case is under Kate's purview, he decides to gauge her thoughts first. If she hesitates, he will pursue the matter independently. Upon hearing this, Kate playfully punched River and retorted, Do you really think of me as some cowardly weakling? We must investigate thoroughly. However, we need to alter our strategy. While Kate was strategizing on how to apprehend Jed, Connor received a text from Jack. Jack, hey, mission accomplished. Attachment, image. JPG. Connor opened the message to find a photograph of Jack standing triumphantly on John's head. In the image, John lay in a pool of blood. And given the extent of the blood loss, It was evident he had met his demise. Connor, well done, Jackie. What did I tell you? This warm-up before the operation was no challenge for you. Jack, haha, with the generous payment you offered, I had to make it worthwhile. Or else this money would just burn a hole in my pocket. Connor, all right, the task is complete. Come over here. We need to review the plan. We must act swiftly. Jack, no problem, I'm on my way. Connor, great, I've sent you the location. Attachment, location coordinates. Connor subsequently sent a message to David, urging him to arrive promptly. This matter could no longer be delayed. The authorities had already paid them a visit, and it was only a matter of time before they located Jade. They needed to seize the opportunity and apprehend the young man before the law did. Before long, David hastily reached the workshop. Upon entering, he spotted Connor leisurely savoring a cigar. Puzzled, he scratched his head and inquired, "You summoned me in such a rush. Is there a problem? Is it about that fellow from before?" David speculated that Connor's urgency to contact him likely pertained to an imminent action against Jade, especially since there appeared to be no other pressing matters at hand. Simultaneously, a flicker of curiosity ignited within David, compelling him to ponder what significant possession this individual held that could warrant Connor's keen interest. However, he decided not to rush things, reasoning that they should wait until everyone had arrived to discuss further. Connor refrained from answering David's question, choosing instead to wait for Jake's arrival to articulate their plan. Everyone is coming? Are there more people? David noted Connor's words but refrained from probing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. He then turned towards the workbench, retrieving the white rhino from his holster. David gently caressed the firearm's body, opened his toolbox, and extracted a clean cloth, meticulously polishing each component. After completing the initial cleaning, he proceeded to examine the weapon's performance, skillfully disassembling and reassembling its parts. A faint haze of smoke enveloped the workshop, rendering the light somewhat ethereal and elusive. In that moment, the entire workshop seemed to freeze as if time itself had come to a standstill. The only sounds that lingered were the faint, almost imperceptible crackling of the cigar as it burned and the crisp, rhythmic clinking of metal as David meticulously disassembled and reassembled the gun parts. Suddenly, the tranquility of the workshop was shattered by the thunderous roar of a motorcycle engine. Someone has arrived. David, tidy up a bit. Connor recognized it was Jack and urged David to put away his work. David complied swiftly, deftly holstering the white rhino. Hey, amigo, you have quite a lovely place here. Spacious indeed. Once I have the funds, I shall rent a space like this, park my motorcycle inside, and perhaps set up a punching bag to practice some boxing and strength training. Jack's boisterous voice echoed. David's unease grew with each word. That voice sounded eerily familiar. Turning to face the source, he exclaimed, "Damn, it's that big oaf from the Valentino gang. It's you." The white rhino, which had just been holstered, was drawn once more by David, its barrel now aimed directly at Jack. Hey, kid, take it easy. We're on the same side. Chapter 59. A hot potato. Upon hearing Jack's words, David scrutinized him with a hint of skepticism. You'd better be honest, big guy. I won't miss this time like I did before. The white rhino is deadly. Don't say I didn't warn you. With that, David adopted a threatening stance, his finger resting ominously on the trigger. The moment Jack made a move, he would surely create a hole in that big oaf. Connor, don't just stand there. Say something. Jack expressed his bewilderment, commenting on the absurdity of the situation. Connor, intrigued by the unfolding scene, chuckled. Jackie, you must hold on. The white rhino's damage is no trifling matter. David is not exaggerating. A mere touch could send you to meet your maker. Yo hierba. Connor, this is no joke. Upon hearing Connor's words, Jack felt a surge of panic. Was this foolish lad serious? The atmosphere became palpably tense, as if the very air had solidified. Jack could sense the immense pressure emanating from David, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Observing the tension between Jack and David, Connor could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, you two are too much. David, put down the gun. Jack is one of us now. David hesitated, glancing at Connor, yet ultimately lowered the weapon aimed at Jack. With the gun now lowered, Jack breathed a sigh of relief. This situation had become exceedingly precarious. Didn't you clarify everything with him? Jack inquired. Connor extinguished his cigar and replied, time was a bit tight. I didn't get the chance. David. This is Jack Wells, our associate for this venture. After introducing Jack to David, he turned back to Jack, saying, Jackie, this is David Martinez, the one I brought along. David still felt somewhat disoriented, having previously been adversaries now unexpectedly joining forces. He found the shift a bit awkward. In contrast, the seasoned Jack did not share this hesitation. He readily extended an olive branch to David. "My friend, it seems we have reached a mutual understanding through our encounters. Whenever you find yourself in the valley, I shall show you a splendid time." As he spoke, a smirk of a distinctly masculine nature crept across his face, exuding a rather unsavory charm. "Jackie, do take care not to lead him astray," he added. "Now, enough of the pleasantries. Let us focus on this." Connor interrupted Jack, tossing 2 chips towards them, and continued. "Our target this time is none other than Jed Callahan. He is the one responsible for the recent homicide in North Oak District. The authorities have already taken notice of him, and I suspect it won't be long before they catch up with him. We must act swiftly to apprehend him before they do. Here is the information I have compiled. Take a look, and we shall discuss it further." Jack and David received the chips, inserting them into their personal terminals as the blue light flickered in their eyes, quickly scanning through the data Connor had provided. Before long, they had absorbed the contents of the chips. David spoke first, having the least familiarity with the situation, while Jack had previously acquired a general understanding from Connor. The victim was a researcher in biotechnology, suggesting that this individual may currently possess something related to it, perhaps technology or a prototype. Connor nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is highly probable. However, we cannot dismiss the possibility that he may be empty-handed. Our pursuit might lead us to a dead end." "I am ready. I shall follow your lead," David replied, ever the loyal follower of Connor's directives. Regarding Connor's suggestion that there may be a possibility of failure, David chose to disregard this notion. Since they were already prepared to take action, there was no need to dwell on such matters. The focus should be on how to secure the target. If they truly ended up with nothing, it would be Connor who would have cause for concern. "Okay, Jack, what is your perspective?" Jack shrugged indifferently, responding, "Brother, there's one question. Is he alone? 3 against 1 should suffice to subdue him. My concern is whether he has accomplices nearby. Things could easily go awry," Jack added. Connor nodded in agreement with Jack's assessment and replied, "That is precisely why I brought you along. If he is on his own or merely surrounded by a few insignificant lackeys, both David and I can handle it. The worst-case scenario I envision is that he is flanked by company personnel, in which case I would require someone to lend a hand and alleviate some of the pressure. It would be premature for David to confront corporate security alone." Jack was taken aback by Connor's boldness. Corporate security was far more formidable than mere gangsters or enforcers. "Are you certain? I mean, a team of corporate security is not easily dispatched. What do you have at your disposal?" "I only possess 2 small handguns. Moreover, the target is located in Taiping Chow." "Good grief, the cursed place. Without a reliable vehicle, we might enter but never emerge." Jack expounded on his thoughts in one breath, succinctly summing it up. The task was feasible, but adequate equipment was essential. "The vehicle is ready, shortly. I will take you to have a look. As for the equipment, well, everything is over there. Take as much as you require. The barrels are ample." Connor gestured towards the wall adorned with an array of firearms and addressed Jack, stating, "You may also express your needs. I can customize weapons specifically for you. Miss this opportunity, and you may find no other like it." Jack, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together and replied with a grin, "Then I shall not hold back." In a residential area near the West Wind Apartments in Taiping's Hao, under the dim and yellowed light, Jed's visage was shrouded in deep shadows, his countenance dark enough to seem as if it could weep. At that moment, he was embroiled in a fierce internal struggle. Damn it! Eliminating Matthew and seizing the technical documents from him had required minimal effort. The entire process had unfolded surprisingly smoothly. Before the trauma team arrived, he had already made his escape with the materials in hand. By now, he should have been counting his money aboard a flight to Europe, rather than languishing in this rat's nest. The reason was simple. The buyer who had contacted him stood him up, failing to appear at the designated meeting spot. Buzzing just as Jed contemplated seeking another buyer, his phone rang. It was her. Upon seeing the caller ID, Jed felt a surge of anger bubbling to the surface. The caller was indeed the buyer who had failed to show. Without hesitation, he answered the call, saying, "You better have a good explanation, or I believe others would find the information I possess quite intriguing. Apologies, a minor issue arose unexpectedly, but it does not affect our transaction." On the other end of the line, a voice, slightly refined and feminine, disregarded Jed's threats and casually brushed aside the matter of her tardiness. "Get lost. You wretched creature. I demand a double. Without 20 million, I will seek others for this. You can go to hell." Mr. Jed was clearly irate. Indeed, it was our oversight. And as an apology, I am willing to offer you an additional 5%. Upon hearing this, Jed was left speechless, only to be incensed to laughter. 5%? Do you not comprehend human language? I want to double, 10 million to 20 million, or our discussion is for naught. Mr. Jed, if I were you, I would not squander time here. The NCPD has already tracked you down, and they are searching for you far and wide. The item you possess is quite the hot potato. If you do not offload it swiftly, you may lose your chance entirely. Chapter 60. Ready to strike. Stop trying to intimidate me. What are a few NCPD officers? Even if the counterterrorism unit were to arrive, I would still eliminate them without hesitation. Jed was not easily frightened by such words. Given his prowess, it was rather unrealistic for the NCPD's inept officers to apprehend him. As for the counterterrorism unit, he could handle a couple of squads. I have complete faith in your abilities, Mr. Jed. Otherwise, we would not be conversing now. The NCPD may not pose a threat to you, but what about the biotechnology behind them? What do you mean? Although Jed is fierce, he is not a mindless brute. From the implications of this woman, it appears that Biotechnica has already caught on to him. One cannot help but commend Mr. Jed's fortuitous circumstances. The NCPD has already traced you, yet they have yet to report to their superiors. Once they do, Biotechnica will inevitably be informed. You ought to express your gratitude to me. Had it not been for my associates tampering with the surveillance at Matthew's residence, the agents from Biotechnica would likely be knocking on your door by now. With her words, Jet snorted disdainfully. So, you're suggesting that I should thank you for ensnaring me? Why not? I have provided you with an opportunity, have I not? Effortlessly earning 10 million. Mr. Jet, how many underground fights would you need to engage in to amass such wealth? 20 million. Jet insisted vehemently. Too greedy. The maximum is 10.5 million. My associates will visit you shortly. It will be a straightforward exchange, cash for goods. Take the money and enjoy your retirement, while Biotechnica remains unaware of your situation. And if I refuse? Jet's expression darkened further. This woman's demeanor was infuriatingly presumptuous, treating him as a mere plaything to be manipulated at will. Why utter such foolishness? Initially, you betrayed and eliminated your partners because they conspired behind your back, aiming to ruin your career for a hefty profit. I am sincerely considering your best interests. Should you decline, my associates will proceed as planned and sever your head. In that case, I wouldn't need to expend a single dime. Do you not find my sincerity sufficient? The woman spoke with a refined and gentle tone, uttering chilling words that sent shivers down one's spine. Jade chose not to prolong the conversation. Fine, as you wish. I shall wait for you for 3 hours. If, after that time, I do not see the money, let us sever all ties, for I will seek new buyers. Rest assured, this time, no one shall interfere. I will collect the goods punctually. After ending the call, Jade spat disdainfully and muttered to himself, does she truly think me a fool? I want it all. Meanwhile, outside the West Wind apartments, Connor and his companions were crammed into a Thunderbolt Merrimack. Jack, brimming with curiosity, explored every inch of the vehicle. Incredible, Mano. Has the armor been reinforced? And, is that a cannon? In Night City, many mercenaries specialized in modifying armed vehicles, yet this was the first time Connor had seen a cannon mounted on a truck. A single round from such a beast could obliterate a month's worth of rations. A 20mm caliber with a firing rate of 600 rounds per minute. Specifically designed to counter the tactical teams of the company. If the opportunity arises, we shall have a round of aerial target practice. As Connor explained to Jack, he organized his tactical bag, having brought along additional tranquilizer rounds. Although he planned to confront the company, he preferred a subtle approach to avoid unnecessary waste of ammunition and notoriety. Ideally, they would infiltrate quietly, without drawing attention to their firearms. The desolate landscape of Taiping Island is undeniably ambiguous, teeming with A.M. Lang of characters. At the slightest disturbance, the seasoned veterans of the Night City are quick to discern the underlying truths. My frail constitution cannot endure such tumult. I lack both the time and the energy to engage in their machinations. Your words have stirred a flicker of anticipation within me regarding an encounter with the corporate hounds. After all, this precious treasure ought not to be paraded without a little display of prowess. Jack, brimming with excitement, rubbed his hands together. No man can resist the allure of a 20mm cannon. David, however, felt a twinge of anxiety. The thought of confronting the corporation was exhilarating in theory, yet the reality of it made him tremble. Connor and Jack observed David's unease, yet Connor refrained from offering solace. In this operation, David serves merely as a tool. His psychological fluctuations would not impede his ability to fulfill his designated tasks. He is no delicate flower sheltered in a greenhouse, having embarked on this journey. There is no need to coddle him at every turn. He must learn to regulate himself. Hey, kid, feeling nervous? If I were in your shoes, I'd be trembling too. At your age, I was merely following the older brothers in our gang to confront the 6th Street gang. Connor's silence did not hinder Jack. He patted David's shoulder reassuringly. You are far more capable than I was back then. Just keep your hands steady. Don't let your aim stray and hit me. Jack's light-hearted jest successfully diverted David's attention. How could that be? My marksmanship is solid. Hitting a teammate would be utterly disgraceful. He then patted the cat-shaped charm on his gun belt, earnestly assuring, rest assured, every shot will find its mark. Observing David's unwavering confidence, Connor could not resist teasing him, saying, oh really? How about we ramp up the intensity this time? 3,000 meters. If you can achieve a perfect score, I wager a motorcycle. If you fail, I'll make sure you owe me big time. Really? Then it's settled. David's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. He had long coveted that motorcycle. Not a chance. 3,000 meters? Let's see if you can even hit the mark at 2,000 before you boast. And as for that launcher, if you truly set it at 3,000 meters, what good would it be? Connor rolled his eyes, bemused by the boy's fanciful aspirations. If he were to actually win a motorcycle, Gloria would surely have a field day with him. Remember your mission. Prioritize launching that smart missile, followed by sniper cover. Don't mix up the order. Concerned that David's excessive focus on the sniper distance might lead him to overexert himself, Connor felt compelled to reiterate the mission's priorities. David nodded in understanding, but posed a question. I have one query. Does this device truly differentiate between friend and foe? I wouldn't want to accidentally target you all. That would be a disaster. I might as well use a cat to take them out one by one. Noticing Jack's equally doubtful expression, Connor silently thanked his foresight in discussing this before the operation. With both of them in such a mindset, coordination could easily falter. The missile's power was not as exaggerated as it seemed. Its explosive impact radius was merely 4 to 5 meters, primarily inflicting penetrating damage. Therefore, its deployment was of utmost priority, to minimize enemy numbers at the earliest opportunity. This entity operates on a similar logic to conventional intelligent weaponry, equipped with the capability to recognize friendly signals, thereby eliminating the possibility of mistakenly targeting allies. As long as the ICE on your person remains unbreached and the signal is not locked, it shall not harm you. Jack immediately inquired, what if an extraordinarily rare situation arises? What should we do? Connor tossed him a concealable mask and replied, in that case, wear this. It serves as a signal source and will automatically evade missile targeting systems. If you truly find yourself in a dire predicament, inadvertently positioning yourself near the enemy at the moment of missile launch, then I am afraid there is little I can do. Observing that they were prepared, Connor clapped his hands and stated, all right, all set. Let us proceed swiftly and decisively. With that, he and Jack exited the vehicle, making their way toward the apartment where Jade was hiding. Chapter 61. The arrival of Kong Tao. The surroundings of the West Wind apartment are dismal and inhospitable. The homeless either lie sprawled or sit, their expressions vacant and their demeanor as lifeless as that of the undead. Addicts huddle in corners, lost in the ephemeral euphoria brought on by drugs and hallucinations. The ground is littered with tattered tents, precariously swaying like flickering candles in the wind, offering scant shelter yet failing to protect against noxious fumes and acid rain. Surrounding these tents, mountains of refuse emit a foul stench, breeding swarms of mosquitoes and flies that provoke nausea. An overwhelming atmosphere of despair and desolation permeates the area, as though time has come to a standstill here for an eternity. The Virgin is above, and the atmosphere here is quite intense. The meager sustenance I had consumed earlier was on the verge of being expelled from my system. Jack is evidently suffering. He previously thought that the Kabukic area was chaotic enough, but little did he know that there were greater experts in disarray. You are rather oblivious, aren't you? The mask has an air filtration function. Once activated, everything will be fine. Are you not paying attention? Connor felt a bit exasperated with this new gadget. You could at least familiarize yourself with its functions. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward as Jack sheepishly scratched his head and stammered, I didn't notice. What a surprise. Phew. This feels much better. After activating the filtration feature, Jack felt revitalized. Connor ignored him and turned his attention to David in the channel. David, how are things on your end? David glanced at the thermal imaging surveillance and noted that Jed appeared normal, yet he observed a convoy approaching in the distance. Everything seemed routine for the target. However, what? There's a piece of good news and a piece of bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? If you keep joking around, I'll make you train extra tomorrow. Well, your intuition was correct. Our target indeed possesses valuable information. A convoy from Kanto is heading this way, and the glaring logo on the vehicle is quite conspicuous. Upon hearing this, Connor and Jack exchanged knowing smiles. Indeed, this was promising news, ensuring that their efforts would not be in vain. Connor then inquired, "What do you mean by the bad news? There are many people coming from the other side?" "Indeed. 5 Chevrolet Emperors and 8 pterodactyl drones are accompanying them. I have just conducted a scan and detected signals from security robots, indicating the presence of the Kanto Special Operations Team." Connor assessed the situation. The original plan was now in ruins. The notion of capturing Jed without confrontation was no longer feasible. Now, the objective was to seize individuals from the Kanto Special Operations Team. And with only 3 of us on our side, including Jack and David, it was evident that he would not be able to exert his full strength. Engaging in a head-on clash was undoubtedly futile. If brute force was not an option, then a more cunning approach would be necessary. After analyzing the current circumstances, Connor promptly made a decision and instructed David. "David, set up the missile launcher immediately. Wait for my signal to act. We shall take them all at once." Jack, standing nearby, was taken aback, realizing that his brother was not merely contemplating the feasibility of their actions, but was indeed planning to take everything in one fell swoop. What kind of Night City marauder is this? Mano, are we truly going to confront the Kanto Special Operations Team head-on? I mean, is what they possess worth the risk? David remained silent, sharing Jack's sentiments. Given the limited intelligence available, was it truly wise to make such a perilous choice? The adage, "When others are greedy, I am fearful. When others are fearful, I am greedy," spoken by a shrewd old man, resonated deeply with him. If Kanto had only sent 3 or 4 individuals, then perhaps he would consider joining in. However, the current situation demonstrated that they had mobilized the maximum possible manpower without attracting the attention of other companies. Observing Jack's bewildered expression, Connor continued, "Kong Tao exudes an air of inevitability. This treasure, if not priceless, is certainly worth a fortune. Gentlemen, we have struck gold. I shall allocate each of you a 10% share." Jack, upon hearing this, felt a surge of indignation and retorted, "Why merely 10%? You're pocketing 80%. Aren't you being a tad greedy?" It would be unfair to label Jack as avaricious. Rather, when it comes to the distribution of profits, it is only natural for individuals to instinctively desire a larger portion, such as human nature. When the final yield was uncertain, negotiations were more amicable. Now that it is evident this item could fetch a handsome sum, meticulous bargaining is hardly surprising. David remained silent, yet he harbored his own thoughts. Typically, he toiled in the workshop without monetary compensation, but now that the stakes had risen, it seemed only reasonable to demand a greater share. Connor had anticipated this very scenario. With time still on his side, he was willing to engage in further discourse. The objective was mine to uncover, the strategy mine to devise, the equipment mine to supply. And I will also be the one to locate the future buyer. Hence, claiming 80% is not unreasonable, is it? Furthermore, do you truly believe this is a one-time endeavor? At this proclamation, both David and Jack were taken aback. What did he mean by that? There could be more opportunities? I have several lucrative deals in the pipeline. Should we successfully secure them, you two will find yourselves deliberating whether to purchase a villa in North Oak District or settle in Charter Hill. Your descendants will live in comfort. That is the real fortune. What we have here is but a trifle. Connor spoke of a series of crises that would beset Night City in the future. Whether it was the demise of Sandlang or Miles' entrapment in Dogtown, these circumstances presented rare opportunities. Mano, if that's the case, then it poses no issue. You consume the meat while we savor the broth. Upon hearing Connor's words, any lingering discontent in Jack and David's hearts dissipated. There is indeed a distinction between risking it all and merely indulging in a feast. Noticing their agreement, Connor refrained from elaborating further, deciding to clarify his plans with them at a later time. For now, it was imperative to avoid any missteps. Within the convoy, a man resembling a commander was engaged in a phone conversation. Although the words on the other end were inaudible, he nodded repeatedly. "Yes, I understand. I assure you there will be no loose ends. Should we also eliminate those in the vicinity?" "Understood, you are correct. It is better to err on the side of caution than to let anyone escape. I comprehend. After concluding the call, the man's expression darkened, and he inwardly cursed. That wretched woman. Has she lost her mind? Does she truly believe she can do as she pleases in Pacifica? He then silently prayed that there would be few people present tonight. Otherwise, the situation could spiral out of control, leaving him to bear the brunt of the repercussions. How long until we reach the target site? 5 minutes, sir. The man contemplated for a moment and instructed, disperse now. Units 4 and 5, remove all perimeter stakes. Remember, leave no survivors. Upon hearing his orders, the subordinate momentarily appeared dazed before inquiring, Commander, isn't this range a bit extensive? Silence. Follow my instructions. Are you questioning the orders from above? No, Commander. After arranging for the cleanup crew, the commander perused Jade's dossier once more, muttering to himself, I hope you understand your place and do not complicate my work. Chapter 62, a free-for-all inside the room. Jade was lost in reverie, envisioning a life of ease after acquiring the money, blissfully unaware that danger was stealthily encroaching. However, even if he were aware, it would matter little, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his own abilities. Gently parting the blinds, Jade cast his gaze out the window, where the convoy of Kong Tao appeared, approaching in grand procession. TCH, these fools are so ostentatious, as if they wish to announce their arrival to the world, utterly brainless. Muttering to himself, Jade deftly disabled the anti-infantry mines strategically concealed throughout the apartment complex. His caution was not unwarranted, as he harbored no trust whatsoever in the company's lackeys. Engaging in business with them required utmost preparedness. Jade could only discern 3 vehicles, having failed to notice the 2 other vehicles responsible for the cleanup operation. Had he seen them, he would have undoubtedly fled at once, for such a blatant display resembled not a business transaction, but rather a prelude to bloodshed and pillaging. At that moment, the Kong Tao convoy had come to a steady halt before the apartment building. A group of operatives clad in distinctive orange and black tactical gear, fully armed and prepared for combat, swiftly disembarked from the vehicles. The commander, standing at the forefront of the formation, scanned the surroundings with vigilance, meticulously observing the environment to ensure no potential sniper hideouts were overlooked. However, after a thorough search, he found no conspicuous sniper positions. A slight sense of relief washed over him, yet he understood this did not warrant complacency. The mission had emphasized that the target was a dangerous individual, and any misstep could lead them into a precarious situation. You all keep watch from below, look for any other exits, and seal off every escape route. Maintain constant communication on the channels. Understood. Let's proceed, he said, leading a team into the apartment building. From a distance, David observed their movements clearly and commented over the channel. It seems these corporate lackeys aren't up to any good. They've locked down the entrances of the apartment building, making it impossible for even a fly to enter. Their demeanor suggests this isn't merely a routine clearance. It resembles the creation of a cage, complete with a lock. Unsurprisingly, when dealing with the corporation, one must be prepared to be thoroughly exploited. Connor chuckled lightly, unfazed by this revelation, as he had previously engaged in similar unsavory tasks for the higher-ups. These scoundrels are unwilling to reveal any benefits, Jack lamented, recalling a friend who worked in a similar capacity but exhibited a greater sense of decency. The company has always pursued a win-win scenario, but they are the type to win twice. Well, David, prepare yourself and bring forth the fervor of Night City for our Eastern friends. Despite having been from a nation of profound Eastern mystique in a past life, Connor is acutely aware that this group is not aligned with his great Eastern homeland. Their cunning maneuvers are numerous, and over the years they have adeptly navigated the international stage, exchanging glances with the rogue AIs. While battling in Asia, they have simultaneously established branches in North America, clearly with grand ambitions. Let the chaos ensue. The more tumultuous the world becomes, the better. Understood? Do you want me to launch the missiles? David inquired, glancing at the launcher and the 6 missiles, somewhat pained. Of course, once we have them, we must use them. Do you intend to take them back? I plan to exhaust all the ammunition we've brought. Very well, it's in your hands now, just watch. No sooner had David spoken than he resolutely began to operate the controls. He decisively pressed the activation button, and the once dormant launcher seemed to come alive. In the blink of an eye, from the base of the unassuming metallic box, 4 stout and agile supports emerged. These supports, akin to the powerful legs of a spider, extended with astonishing speed, swiftly adjusting to the most optimal angle of balance. Each support gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, providing unwavering stability to the entire launcher. David retrieved 2 missiles from the ammunition box and loaded them onto the launch platform. After connecting to his prosthetic eye, the control interface materialized before him. As he observed the cursor on the control panel begin its search for targets, David exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Wow, this feels just like a game. Cool. Enough dawdling. What we really need is a hacker. Their control speed would be exponentially quicker." Hearing Connor's remark, Jack interjected, "I happen to know a hacker, but she operates in the underbelly of society. I'm not sure if she takes on freelance work." Connor seemed to have an inkling of whom Jack was referring to, pondering whether the V from this world was indeed a hacker in the employ of a corporate entity. No matter. He thought it wise to inquire when the opportunity arose. After all, a horse cannot thrive without fodder, can it? As they conversed, David completed the target acquisition and promptly pressed the launch button. Woohoo, liftoff. 2 brilliant beams of white light shot forth like lightning, aimed directly at Connor's special operations team. They sliced through the air with a piercing, ear-splitting whistle, as if intent on tearing the very fabric of the world asunder. However, as the 2 beams reached their midpoint, the missiles astonishingly split into 4 smaller missiles in an instant. They plunged downwards with remarkable speed, forming a tight and orderly attack formation. A total of 8 smaller missiles rained down like a deluge, unleashing a rapid barrage. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions and tremors left Jade and Commander Kong Tao, who were engaged in transactions upstairs, utterly bewildered. What in the world was happening? As Commander Kantao busied himself in the channel, inquiring about the situation, Jed had already drawn forth his RT-46 Storm. "Damn it, are you playing tricks?" He fired a shot directly at Commander Kantao. Bang! In a critical moment, the commander of Cyan Wiston narrowly evaded the bullet, yet those beside him were not so fortunate. A member of Kantao's special forces had his upper body obliterated, with flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Damn, what on earth is happening? Commander Kantao paid no heed to why those in the channel had fallen silent. His immediate concern was to eliminate the fool before him. He unslung his standard-issue smart submachine gun, pressed the identification button, and extended the stock. C formation, fire. The remaining combat personnel from Kantao swiftly brandished their weapons, unleashing a barrage of gunfire at Jed. The advantage of smart weaponry lies in its ability to quickly establish suppressive fire once unleashed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, various intelligent bullets filled the air, forcing Jed to retreat. Damn it, let us see how you like this. Jed activated the anti-infantry mines. Boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire apartment hallway erupted in explosions, sending Kantao's personnel tumbling in disarray. These mines had been procured from Connor earlier. The upgraded versions boasted greater concealment, and Kantao's forces had initially overlooked them, now suffering a significant surprise. While the battle raged above, the chaos below was equally intense. After David's first round of missiles struck their target, Connor and Jack surged forward, initiating a harvesting mode against the remaining Kantao special forces. Connor held the Tigers, the muzzle belching flames as bullets cascaded forth like raindrops. Meanwhile, Jack wielded his newly acquired Sadera, shattering the skull of a Kanto Special Forces operative with a single shot. Huh. Who would have thought that one day we'd be hunting down the company hounds? Come, little pups, feast upon your father's mighty weapon. He was utterly exhilarated. But at that moment, David's voice crackled over the channel. Something's amiss. There are 2 unidentified targets at your 8 o'clock position. Be cautious. In the split second following David's warning, Connor swiftly pivoted his firearm, unleashing a barrage toward the location David had indicated. Who dares to show themselves? Bang! A bullet responded to Connor's challenge. I told you they must have hacker support. You didn't believe me. A chorus of complaints arose nearby, a sound Connor found eerily familiar. Chapter 63. Playing with fire. Connor gazed at the 2 figures who dared to return fire, a bemused smile spreading across his face. When did the officers of Night City become so audacious? How much do they earn in a month to be this reckless? Do they truly believe themselves to be seasoned detectives, brandishing mere handguns for attention? Without a hint of evasion, Connor allowed their bullets to whiz past his cheek, standing resolute as the Tigers unleashed a relentless torrent of fire upon the duo. Rat-a-tat-tat. Kate, it seems we might meet our end here today. This lunatic is relentless. River had barely peered out to return fire with 2 shots before being forced to retreat, resorting to a martial arts shooting technique. Bang! The individuals in question were none other than Kate and Reifer, who had been relentlessly pursuing the lead on Connor. Unfortunately, they did not encounter Jed. Instead, they became embroiled in a fierce confrontation with Connor's faction. Kate fired a few shots haphazardly ahead, only to retreat almost immediately. The precision of her Lexington was commendable, yet when it struck Connor's bulletproof vest, it felt akin to mere tickling. Damn it, I'll report this to the higher-ups when I get back. These law enforcement weapons are utterly subpar. As Connor finished a magazine, he swiftly activated a flashbang, declaring, I'll give you both one chance. Leave from whence you came and pretend this never happened. In your dreams. You foolish idiot, NCPD reinforcements are on their way, along with the anti-terror task force. Just wait to pick up soap in prison. The hot-tempered Kate could not tolerate Connor's bravado and retorted immediately. Reifer, witnessing the exchange, could not help but facepalm sister. Don't provoke them. If reinforcements arrive, we'll be the ones in trouble first. Connor, unperturbed, chuckled, You've got spirit. Little lady. I like your fiery attitude. Let us see if your words hold true. He hurled the flashbang towards them. Reifer glanced up just in time to see the flashbang hurtling their way, shouting, Flashbang. Take cover. Unfortunately, neither of them had equipped any protective gear. Kate's Kalashnikov provided her with a moment to react. With a blinding flash and a deafening noise, Reifer found himself engulfed in a void, as if his eardrums had been pierced. Having run a considerable distance, Kate was not significantly affected. Observing River swaying in place, she anxiously called out, River, are you still concerned for others while your own situation is dire? Unbeknownst to her, Connor had already appeared behind her, raising the butt of a tiger's rifle to bring it crashing down upon the back of Kate's head. Bang! Caught off guard, Kate stumbled forward after the heavy blow. Despite the harsh impact, she swiftly retaliated with a kick aimed at Connor's groin, demonstrating her remarkable reflexes. There was no better course of action at that moment. Clang! Oh! Kate felt as though she had struck an iron plate, a surge of excruciating pain emanating from her toes. Haha, I anticipated that move. Are you familiar with the Golden Bell cover and ironcloth shirt? Connor laughed heartily, patting the armor covering his lower body. Now lie down quietly. A sweeping kick sent Kate crashing to the ground, and Connor took advantage of his weight to subdue her resistance. He raised his fist to deliver 2 punches to Kate's beautiful face, striking symmetrically. After enduring the blows, Kate's consciousness was shattered, and she fainted. Wow, really? I thought you were faking it. Connor mused, squeezing Kate's pectoral muscle to confirm his suspicion. At that moment, River finally recovered from her earlier dizziness, shook her head, and beheld Connor straddling Kate. Fuck, get off her. Raising the true detective in his hand, he endeavored to aim, yet his hand and eyes seemed to have parted ways, failing to align. Rest a while, novice. There is no need for this, he mused. Connor withdrew the Hell Baron and fired a shot directly at River. Bang! River collapsed in response, the tranquilizer prepared for Jade being prematurely administered to him. Connor's fondness for the shotgun stemmed from its remarkable versatility. It could accommodate virtually anything as ammunition, thus alleviating many of his burdens. Observing the 2 unconscious figures, Connor did not linger, instead turning his gaze toward Jack, who was engaged in a fierce struggle with the Kanto Special Forces. David, can you locate the Kanto Special Forces that have split off? Direct the remaining missiles toward them. Understood. By the way, how is the situation upstairs? David maneuvered the drone to focus its camera on the room where Jade resided. A fierce altercation ensued. This individual proved to be quite formidable, and Kanto's ranks were already thinning. These fellows were too preoccupied with their own squabbles, lacking sufficient intelligence while daring to venture into such confined terrain, seeking their own demise. Noticing that Jade was unlikely to perish imminently, Connor chose to disregard him for the moment, instead raising his tigers and reloading the magazine before pulling the trigger at a nearby Kanto soldier. Jackie, leave the reinforcements to David. Let us swiftly eliminate the remaining adversaries below. The longer we linger, the more perilous it becomes. The authorities are already on our heels, and with such a commotion, the rapid response team will likely arrive shortly. Haha, understood. Man, this mission is exhilarating. It would be a pity if you did not pursue a career as a mercenary. Jack swiftly dispatched a specialized agent with a single shot, the force of his weapon fully charged, rendering the agent's bulletproof vest and subdermal armor as ineffective as mere paper against such advanced technology. The team previously dispatched to secure the area hastily made their way to the apartment building, the commander frantically berating them over the comms. They had no choice but to rush over for support, hoping to mitigate any potential reprimands upon their return. Their frantic demeanor did not go unnoticed by David, who observed from a distance. The more they hurried, the more disorganized they became. Mistakes would inevitably arise in the chaos. "Take your time, darling, take your time," David murmured softly, deftly operating the missile launch system, locking onto the two Chevrolet Imperials. With a sharp whistle, two missiles shot forth like lightning. The unsuspecting Chevrolet Imperials were struck by the missiles, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that reverberated through the air, flames soaring skyward. The vehicles were obliterated, debris scattering in all directions as the remnants of the Chevrolet rained down like metal confetti. It was as if a spectacular fireworks display erupted in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings with its brilliant radiance. "Damn it, GTMD." The commander, engaged in a struggle with Jed, cursed under his breath as a cacophony of noise filled the channel, indicating that the team was likely facing dire consequences. With few personnel remaining on their side, they could no longer afford to squander time battling this muscular adversary. A strategy was imperative to break the deadlock. "Hi, shall we converse? You have seen the current predicament. My people are under attack outside, and the adversary is undoubtedly targeting that object. We must unite our efforts. To hell with parley. Today is your day to die?" Jed's response to the commander was the roar of his RT-46 Storm. With a deafening blast, another Kong Tao operative bit the dust. Jed was no fool. Whether these mercenaries were after his merchandise or not, they were effectively thinning out the Kong Tao ranks. Alone, he would have been devoured by a full Kong Tao Spec Ops team. Now, all he had to do was eliminate the commander, grab the cash and goods, and slip out the back door. It was a lucrative deal. Team up? To be cannon fodder? Not a chance. Chapter 64, Telomere Editing Technology. The commander regretted not bringing a Netrunner. This predicament was the result of his own foolishness. "Does anyone have smoke grenades? We need to flush this guy out." The remaining two team members exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. "Damn it, how could you forget essential gear? What good are you?" The commander felt a surge of helplessness. Incompetent superiors and idiotic subordinates, a recipe for disaster. As if the cybernetic gods had answered his plea, two biochemical grenades sailed through the air, courtesy of Jed. The grenades landed with a crisp clink, a sound that echoed in the commander's ears like the whisper of death. A cloud of eerie green gas erupted, rapidly engulfing the corridor like a swarm of locusts. The already stale air was instantly replaced by a choking, toxic fog. Fortunately, the commander and his men were equipped with state-of-the-art Kong Tao tactical helmets, featuring a built-in anti-toxin mode, offering temporary respite from the poisonous fumes. However, this is merely a temporary measure, unable to endure. The energy supply of the cybernetic life support system is finite and cannot sustain them in high-intensity combat. Of course, he is acutely aware that they are unlikely to engage in such fierce battles at the moment. It is evident that Jed is attempting to seize the opportunity to make his escape. Fortunately, he has already reported the situation to his superiors. If he can just hold on for another 10 minutes, reinforcements will swiftly arrive in the city center. Casting a glance at his subordinates, he pulled down the corners of his mouth, revealing a somewhat furious expression, yet his eyes betrayed a glimmer of cunning and malice. "Fools. The target has likely slipped away. This gas grenade is merely a ruse. You too, investigate the situation." The pair exchanged glances, inwardly grumbling. "Why don't you go in? Aren't you sending us to our deaths?" Nevertheless, despite their grievances, they complied with the commander's orders, for military orders are as unyielding as mountains. The two special agents cautiously advanced, step by step, towards the direction where Jed had been. Where is Jed at this moment? He had no intention of escaping. Rather, he had no plans to do so under the commander's watchful eye. After all, the money was still with him, and he would not leave without it. Earlier, he had discovered a hollow passage that ran through the room, and at this moment, he had maneuvered his way down through this opening, positioning himself behind the commander and his men. As the two special agents entered the room, he pressed the detonator in his hand. Boom! A deafening explosion ensued, and the two special agents were obliterated by the landmine Jed had previously planted, their remains scattered. The commander, hiding behind, was left dumbfounded. No one is inside. That rascal has escaped. Alas, the commander believed that Jed had slipped away, exclaiming in dismay. Suddenly, the voice of Jed echoed from behind. "Indeed a calamity. Farewell, bang." Before the commander could even turn around, Jed had shot him, exploding his head. Heaven itself could not bear to see my poverty. This fortune presented on a silver platter should not be squandered. Jed rummaged through the commander's pockets and unearthed a monetary chip, a substantial sum typically encrypted, especially in their line of illicit dealings where the counterpart would undoubtedly have taken precautions. He would seek out a hacker to decrypt it, and then he too would find himself a wealthy man. With a triumphant smile, Jed heard sporadic gunfire from below the apartment building. Estimating that the skirmish downstairs was nearly concluded, he needed to make his escape swiftly. As he turned to descend, a large foot came crashing towards him. Jed instinctively raised his left arm to block the kick, only to discover it was Connor. The individuals below had been entrusted to Jack and David. While Connor had come to confront Jed, "I knew you were up to no good, spinning tales and fabricating stories, intending to double-cross." Reflecting on Connor's unusual behavior during their transaction, Jed realized that this scoundrel had plotted treachery from the very start. "Have you been tailing me all along? Or is there a tracker in your gear?" Connor, resigned, replied, "Must you pry into every detail? It can be quite advantageous to play the fool. With the likes of you in Night City, it can never flourish." The thought of having spent money only to encounter such misery ignited a spark of anger within Jed. Perfectly, the grievances from earlier could now be unleashed. "You fool, brace yourself." A colossal fist, imbued with the ferocity of its wielder, descended upon Connor's head with tremendous force. Truly, the king of underground boxing displayed remarkable speed and precision. Connor, without activating his limiter, barely evaded the blow. Bang! The fist struck the wall, creating a substantial dent in an instant. "Impressive strength," remarked Jade, rubbing his joints dismissively. "How much effort did you expend on them? You are no different." Before Jade could finish his retort, he launched another attack, this time synchronizing his steps, clearly intent on a more serious confrontation. Unfazed, Connor retaliated with a punch. In an instant, they were engulfed in a flurry of blows, the sound of their fists colliding echoing around them. As the skirmish progressed, Connor had to concede that Jade possessed genuine skill. At least while Connor refrained from using his limiter, subduing Jade would prove quite challenging. Jade's punches were both swift and powerful, his body exhibiting an extraordinary resilience to impact. Connor's strikes landed upon him as though striking a tire. On the other hand, Jade silently lamented his underestimation of this opponent. Connor's fists felt as hard as a gorilla's arms. Was he unwell? Who engages in boxing with a sheer force approach? Shouldn't one evade and strike strategically? No, this could not continue. He had to find a way out. Jade deflected Connor's punch, taking a moment to breathe. "Wait. We don't need to fight to the death. Support from Kintao could arrive at any moment. So 64. Bang. A hole appeared on Jade's forehead. "You son of a..." His words trailed off as he collapsed. Connor holstered his Prelude revolver with a smirk, declaring, "Allow me to introduce you to American Aido. This technique is seldom unleashed by me, yet you seem ready for it." This particular maneuver, known as the American Aido reverse gunshot, was Connor's ultimate secret weapon. Meticulously crafted for individuals like Jed. In his previous life, he had encountered the legendary sharpshooter Bob Mondin, the record holder for the fastest draw in the world at an astonishing 0.0175 seconds, capable of firing 2 shots from a revolver in the blink of an eye, achieving a 100 accuracy at close range. Mondin's hand speed was more preposterous than that of any known gunslinger. And it was from him that Connor grasped the essence of the adage. In the realm of martial arts, speed is invincible. With the enhancement of metallic appendages, Connor's dexterity could barely match that of Mondin, particularly when paired with his modified Prelude revolver. Regardless of whether one was a street legend or a corporate agent, it all came down to a single shot, extracting a monetary chip and a tightly sealed chip box from Jed. It appeared that this was the item he had pilfered from Matthew, precisely what Connor had sought. With the objective accomplished, it was time to retreat. "I'm all set here." Connor communicated via the channel. "I've wrapped up the final tasks. You can come at any moment, and we shall depart." David responded, having already programmed the launcher with a self-destruct sequence. Shortly thereafter, Jack chimed in, "I'm ready on my end as well. These corporate hounds are quite a challenge. But once Old Wells makes his move, they'll all be subdued. All right, ease off. We shall celebrate back home. I'm on my way down now." Connor swiftly joined Jack, who had been waiting downstairs. As David, already prepared, drove up to collect them, he immediately accelerated away from the now battered apartment buildings, reduced to a mere shell of its former self. Throughout the journey, Jack was in high spirits, having successfully closed a significant deal today, with substantial profits beckoning him. Mano, quickly show me our harvest. Connor exclaimed, retrieving the chip box. Calm down. The situation was rather hurried earlier, and I didn't have the chance to examine it. Let me see what this is first. After inserting the chip and examining its contents, Connor couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness gracious. We've struck gold this time." The reason was simple. Matthew's chip contained records of cellular telomere editing technology, and Connor felt that the project he had once shelved could now be revived. Chapter 65. Discussing business with Connor's cellular telomere editing technology, a cutting-edge advancement that had previously existed only in the realm of imagination in Connor's past life, remained a mere fantasy. However, he was astonished to discover that a group of fervent scientists in the field of biotechnology had indeed succeeded in its development. It was hardly surprising, though. If there were any company in the world that had a vested interest in this technology, it would undoubtedly be them. The advent of this technology would undoubtedly further enhance and refine their android system. Androids had existed in this world for quite some time, but due to technological limitations, these creations suffered from the rapid depletion of cellular telomeres, resulting in a significantly shortened lifespan. Similarly, artificial organs faced this issue. The path of attempting to sustain life through continual organ replacement was futile. No matter how advanced or proficient the medical team, it was impossible to consistently and frequently replace organs for patients. The crux of these issues lies in the accelerated depletion of cellular telomeres. If one could manipulate the length of telomeres, perhaps the outcome would be markedly different. At the very least, the notion of relics might be set aside, prompting Sanlang's urgent endeavors in the research and application of soul reapers. This could signify that the path to prolonging life is no longer viable, necessitating a shift in perspective towards cybernetic possession. However, the act of usurping one's own son carries inherent dangers, despite Sanlang's formidable control over the Aohong board. One must ponder if he, clad in the guise of his son, remains the same Sanlang. Will those beneath him still heed his authority? From both legal and moral standpoints, this presents considerable risks. Legally, Sanlang faces a daunting dilemma. How does one substantiate their identity? After all, human understanding of the soul lacks precision. What is termed a soul may merely be perceived as a rogue AI by regulatory authorities, who would adamantly oppose the entry of any AI into their domain. Regardless of Sanlang's ingenuity and adeptness, these challenges are formidable and are likely to incite discontent among certain factions. To them, this notion of immortality appears to be a mere charade, a ruse to deceive oneself. Should he dare to treat them as fools, it would undoubtedly provoke their ire. The second issue pertains to the frailty of human nature. Those within the Aohong board who once submitted to Sanlang's dominion may have only done so out of fear of his power, concealing their dissent. With Sanlang achieving immortality through such means, it would signify an unyielding grip on power, leaving them with a sense of perpetual subjugation. Even in death, transforming into an AI to dominate them inevitably leads to increasing discontent. Thus, an eventual implosion within the chaotic board is entirely foreseeable. For Sanlang, the choice to seize a relic is the most desperate of options. Should Connor bestow the cellular telomere editing technology upon the chaotic Sanlang, he could acquire Night City by tomorrow. This is no jest. Setting aside distant aspirations, the regeneration cradle he currently possesses urgently requires this technology for completion. Indeed, Connor has persistently sought to restrain and ultimately escape the confines of metallic organs. To this end, he has meticulously crafted a device known as the regeneration cradle, specifically designed for the replacement of bodily tissues. Like the bionic beings from biotechnological advancements and the artificial organs available on the market, his regeneration cradle cannot resolve the issue of rapidly depleting telomeres. Now that everything appears to be falling into place, Connor feels he has bet wisely. Fate, that fickle mistress, indeed favors the audacious, while those who plot with ulterior motives are destined to be toyed with by her whims. Connor glanced at Jack and David, who were fixated on him, and chuckled. You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. Just know that you are about to become millionaires. God, millionaires, what an old-fashioned term. Oh, Jack exclaimed, pulling David, who was still driving, into a high five. Mano, I don't find that word outdated. I relish the mundane, the greenbacks. David's grin stretched from ear to ear, overwhelmed with excitement and at a loss for words, simply reveling in the moment. Look at you two. Is it really that significant? Mano, when it comes to showing off, you take the cake. Jack gave Connor a thumbs up. Connor is not easily satisfied like them. This meager amount of money cannot satiate his appetite. He is contemplating how to achieve a dual advantage and maximize his profits. Selling this item to the company? That does not seem to be an optimal choice, as there may not be many who would partake in such a transaction. Perhaps he could explore a route akin to Roger's? However, that thought was swiftly quelled. Following Roger's path would merely benefit Erenban. She and Erenban Mizuko are inextricably linked, so how could such a matter remain concealed from her? What about offering it to Kanto, having just seized their money and possessions? Turning around to engage in a deal with them would indeed be rather unscrupulous. Yet, one can be certain that Kanto would not haggle, as they genuinely desire this item. Since they have already parted with their funds once, they would not hesitate to do so again. Can a problem truly be considered a problem if it can be resolved with money? And as for the military science division, come on. Connor would have to be utterly foolish to ensnare himself in a negotiation with them, as the outcome would invariably lead to their dominance over him. In Night City, he can collaborate with Kanto, Zeta, Petro, and even Su Shihua or Erenban. But partnering with the military science division is out of the question due to their overwhelming advantage here. The armed soldiers of the military science division in the wasteland are not mere decorations. Should they decide to turn the tables, no one could stand in their way. Connor has never engaged in perilous ventures, and allying with the strongest will ultimately lead to his own consumption. Resolute in his decision, Connor resumed his banter with Jack. David's driving skills were commendable, and before long, they found themselves back at Devil May Cry. Jack, would you like to stay here for the night? Tonight. The situation with Kanto and the NCPD will certainly be tumultuous. They might block the roads, and returning now seems rather precarious. Jack mounted the Zero bike that Connor had lent him, patting the fuel tank with a grin. It's all trivial matters. There are no men in Haywood who don't return home. My girlfriend is waiting for me. All right then, if you insist, I won't say more. Be careful on the road, and call me if anything comes up. No worries, just let me know when that thing is off your hands. I await good news. With a wave, Jack bid farewell to Connor and the others, and with a graceful drift, the Zero bike sped away from the workshop. After Jack's figure had completely vanished from sight, David inquired, "Aren't you spending the night with my mom? I can sleep in the workshop." Connor, with an exasperated expression, replied, "You truly are your mother's favorite son, aren't you? Afraid she might starve? Not at all, I simply. You just want to indulge in your dreams of Night City here, don't you? Be honest and return home to rest. Lay low for a few days and avoid the chaos." "Understood, I shall take my leave." After sending David off, Connor exhaled a sigh of relief. As if all his strength had been sapped away, slumping onto the sofa, he tightly closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples. After a considerable while, Connor slowly opened his eyes, reached for the glass on the table, filled it with whiskey, and brought it to his lips for a sip. The intense flavor of the whiskey instantly filled Connor's mouth, sliding down his throat and warming his belly with a fiery sensation. As Connor indulged in a moment of relaxation, the phone rang. "This is Connor. It is currently a break time, and I refuse to conduct business." Having just eliminated my assailant, they also stole my belongings. "You truly are quite industrious, Mr. Ridley." A refined female voice emerged from the other end of the line, unmistakably the same woman who had conversed with Jed earlier. Have you found me so swiftly?" Connor couldn't help but commend her speed. Such efficiency is commendable, even with the company controlling everything. Locating him in such a short span was no trivial feat as long as I wish. I can. Mr. Ridley seemed rather unfazed. "I mentioned that I have been anticipating your call. Your early outreach is quite pleasing. Do you believe that, Miss Cantow?" Chapter 66. The Essence of Kate. The woman on the other end appeared taken aback by Connor's unexpected reaction, momentarily at a loss for words. "Hello, are you there?" Noticing her silence, Connor grew somewhat anxious, repeatedly inquiring in Chinese. Of course, he was merely surprised at Mr. Ridley's fluency in Mandarin. Connor displayed a disdainful expression. Her words seemed overly contrived. Nevertheless, considering her status as a benefactor, he tolerated it. Surely, she did not call in the dead of night merely to discuss his proficiency in Mandarin. Let us speak candidly. "Well, Mr. Ridley, you are indeed forthright. I assume you have acquired that monetary chip. Hand it over, and I shall provide you with the code." It appears that the woman possesses an abundance of time, as she immediately presented a condition that Connor would undoubtedly reject, thereby creating ample space for the ensuing negotiation. Connor, reclining comfortably with his feet propped on the ottoman, chuckled and remarked, "My dear unknown lady, is there a flaw in my Chinese expression? Let us speak frankly. Is my intention not clear enough? You are of Han descent, are you not? At this very moment, atop the majestic Charter Mountain Hotel, a tall and slender beauty clutched her phone tightly, as though she might crush it in her grasp, utterly infuriated by Connor's words. This enchanting woman exuded an elegant and ethereal aura. Her features were not the meticulously sculpted perfection often sought after. Yet their imperfect harmony birthed an ineffable allure, an allure that emanated naturally. The artificial beauties of the present day pale in comparison to her. Her greatest misstep lay in reaching out to Connor. Had she simply appeared before him without uttering a word, they might have reached an understanding immediately, and he might even have invited her to partake in a friendly match. Despite the urge to confront Connor, the woman restrained herself, for she needed to secure the telomere editing technology, which was crucial for her subsequent influence in the realm of Kanto. It was well known that Kanto had long been in contact with Matthew, with another senior official managing the liaison. A pity, as that individual was not aligned with her faction. Fortunately, this person lacked efficiency, allowing her to gather intelligence, leading to the dramatic incident involving Jade and the illicit dealings. Originally, after Jed achieved success, he was supposed to coordinate with her. As she anxiously navigated the upper echelons over this matter, she stepped forward to take responsibility, intending to delay the release of the items for a few days. By then, even if the higher-ups discovered her involvement, they would be powerless to act against her. However, to her dismay, that unfortunate senior executive initiated an internal investigation upon learning of Matthew's demise, which completely disrupted her plans. This delay in delivering to Jed subsequently allowed Connor to seize the advantage. Now, she found herself in a position where she must secure the items. Otherwise, despite her affiliation with the Yi family, she would inevitably face accountability and marginalization. Thus, it was imperative to resolve matters with Connor and reclaim the technology from him. Mr. Ridley, that chip contains 5 million euros. One must not be overly greedy. You could certainly attempt to forcibly decrypt it, but believe me, the moment you do, you will attract the scrutiny of the cyber regulators. Connor had to concede that the woman was correct. High-value monetary chips typically linked to bank accounts. And the Commercial Crime Investigation Division under cyber regulators specifically monitored such transactions. Any hint of irregularity would alert them like hyenas catching a whiff of prey. I am in no rush. If necessary, I can forego this money. I trust that this technology, if offered, will attract high bids. 20 million is not excessive for those fearful old-timers. Connor was quite satisfied with the price of 5 million, yet he desired more. The woman pondered briefly. She could indeed muster 20 million, but this transaction must remain discreet. At least, the funds could not be traced back to her account. After making up her mind, she spoke. All right, I shall add 5 million to your offer, but this money cannot pass through the accounts. I will provide you with cash. Let us arrange another time to meet, shall we? Splendid. I appreciate your astuteness. One must give to gain. You may choose the time and place, and I shall await your message. It seems there is no longer a need to scour the world for buyers. The issue has been resolved, and Connor can enjoy a restful night's sleep. In the following days, Connor received no word from the woman. Yet he was not concerned that she might be playing tricks or that any unforeseen circumstances might arise. His intuition urged him to wait patiently, promising unexpected rewards. Sure enough, an unanticipated visitor arrived at his doorstep. May I come in? The visitor was Kate Beckett, who had been subdued by Connor and subsequently taken away with River by NCPD reinforcements. After lying in the hospital for several days, she had finally escaped the clutches of the unscrupulous doctor. However, if she stayed any longer, her salary for the month would be forfeited. Surprisingly, upon her discharge, she hurried straight to Connor's devil-may-cry. If you were to ask her why, she could hardly articulate the reason. It was perhaps the allure of truth that propelled her to this place. The scene, with its well-organized SWAT teams and the barrage of missiles, left her convinced that there was a hidden agenda at play. Logic dictated that entangling herself in this matter would yield no benefits, yet she could not suppress her curiosity. Perhaps that bothersome arms dealer could provide the answers she sought. Connor glanced up at Kate, whose face bore remnants of bruises. This woman was intriguing. She had the audacity to seek him out. With legs long enough to stride in, why bother with pretense? Would he devour her? Kate regarded Connor's demeanor with a sense of calm, releasing a breath of relief before gracefully striding into the space. Ignoring her presence, Connor turned his attention to his motorcycle. He had given the previous Zero model to Jack and needed to acquire a new one. He had had his fill of the zero bobber and yearned for a change of pace. This time, he would indulge in a chopper. Kate surveyed her surroundings, feeling a tinge of boredom, until her gaze landed on Connor, who was fine-tuning the motorcycle. Being a motorcycle enthusiast herself, she recognized an opportunity for conversation. "This bike is truly magnificent. I remember seeing a collector's piece like it in magazines during my childhood. Is it a chopper?" Kate leaned forward, resting her hands on her knees, exhibiting genuine interest. Connor instinctively turned to look at her, nearly colliding with her chest. "Keep your distance. I feel nauseous," he retorted. A blush crept onto Kate's cheeks as she leaned back slightly. It was peculiar. Usually so bold, she found herself feeling shy in this moment. "Shall we take a ride together?" she inquired. Connor was disinterested in her motives for visiting, but since they both shared a passion for motorcycles, he decided to indulge her with a spin. Kate glanced at the chopper and then back at Connor, hesitating momentarily before asking, "Where's the helmet?" Connor smiled as he picked up a helmet adorned with striking graffiti and handed it to her. Kate received the helmet, deftly placing it upon her head, and then gracefully leapt onto the motorcycle, settling firmly in place. As the engine roared to life, Connor sped down the treacherous Route 101 towards the wasteland, with Kate by his side. The wind howled past her ears, her hair dancing wildly. In that moment, Kate seemed to forget everything, reveling in the sheer thrill of the ride. Chapter 68. She hails from Shanghai. "You certainly are a significant player, Connor. Ridley, you seem to have uncovered all my secrets. Shall we dispense with the formalities? Have you brought what was agreed upon?" Connor waved a chip in his hand. "Here it is. Now, where's the money?" Yi Xingxia lifted a box from beside her feet, placing it on the table. Upon opening it, it revealed a treasure trove of cash. "It's all here. Feel free to count it." She pushed the box towards Connor. Connor did not bother to inspect the money. Miss Yi was unlikely to jeopardize her dignity for such a trivial sum. He handed the chip to her, saying, "Would you like to verify it?" I Haven T kept a backup. Yi Xingxiao regarded the chip he offered. Unlike Connor, she could not afford any missteps. This device was of utmost importance. After apologizing, she inserted the chip into the terminal interface. Connor watched her with keen interest. There was no denying that this woman possessed an allure that men found captivating. He suspected she might have employed some substance to enhance her femininity, as her complexion was astonishingly flawless, almost ethereal in its perfection. Sipping on exquisite brandy while admiring the lovely lady before him, Connor felt that today was indeed a fortunate day. He wished for such moments to become a daily affair. Before long, Yi Xingxia had perused the information contained within the chip. Mr. Ridley was trustworthy, yet it appeared that the data could sometimes be less reliable. To Connor's surprise, he was quite disciplined. Over the past few days, Yi Xingxia had thoroughly unearthed his secrets. She had gathered a general understanding of his past endeavors, and it could be said that the man before her embodied the essence of extreme self-interest. Anything that fell into his hands would be squeezed for its utmost value. He would not relinquish it easily. Prior to this visit, she had prepared herself for the possibility of Connor trying to take advantage of her, and she was also ready to employ seduction if necessary. Now, everything was proceeding so smoothly that she could hardly believe it. Was this truly not a dream? "What have you discovered? How does your intelligence department evaluate me?" Connor was genuinely curious. He had garnered some renown within the new American military, having performed numerous unsavory tasks for them, so it was natural for large corporations to take notice. However, he was intrigued by how other companies perceived him. Yi Xingxia carefully chose her words and replied, "Well, rather unmanageable, an exceptionally skilled and dangerous egoist." "That sounds like a compliment to me. Here's to a pleasant collaboration," she added, raising her glass of brandy. "To a fruitful partnership." The weight that had burdened Yi Xingxia's heart was finally lifted, and her tone brightened considerably. "Mr. Ridley," Connor interrupted her, "just call me Connor. You resemble a corporate dog more than the actual corporate dogs do, if I may say so. Some matters have become exaggerated. This is Night City, not Shanghai. Perhaps you should temper your approach. How long have you been in Night City? Have you yet to acclimate?" At this moment, Yi Xingxia's spirits were high, and upon witnessing Connor's demeanor, she felt inclined to engage in conversation. Fortunately, the city matched her expectations: chaotic, filthy, with deplorable security, a situation utterly abysmal. With this thought, Yi Xingxia sighed. Were it not for her pursuit of greater influence within the Kong Tao hierarchy, she would never have ventured into this forsaken place. Night City holds immense strategic significance, as its trajectory could potentially sway the future dynamics of the Pacific. Her presence here was purely a matter of securing a position and enhancing her reputation. Over the past decade, Kong Tao's strategy has focused on encircling the wild board, striving to capture its market share globally, from finance to technology, engaging in multifaceted competition, edging ever closer to open confrontation. While the wild board's Saburo may endure, Kong Tao's threats loom large, yet he remains unflappable. However, Su Shiming would not let him evade accountability. The branch office of Kong Tao in Night City is primarily tasked with monitoring the wild board, and when necessary, they might collaborate with the Military Science Division to eliminate this thorn in their side. It is high time to settle the debts from over a century ago. A sentiment shared by all. Kong Tao truly is relentless. It appears they have no intention of sparing the wild board. Connor contemplated this and quickly grasped the situation. This young lady had come to enhance her standing, while Kong Tao's encirclement of the wild board was a relatively simple endeavor. The equilibrium of this world is quite comprehensible, even though the timeline has shifted and the geopolitical landscape has undergone significant transformations. Certain fundamental logics remain unchanged. In an era marked by nuclear conflict, nations characterized by vast territories, robust industrial chains, and substantial populations are destined to rise. These nations possess all the favorable conditions for success. In contrast, companies akin to Arakawa and those in Europe have been persistently challenged by emerging powerhouses such as Su Petrochemical and Kanto, experiencing rather difficult times. It is somewhat amusing to reflect on the original triumvirate, now entrenched in the same trench, facing adversaries in the form of European and Japanese enterprises. Judging by Kanto's experiences over the years, it is merely a matter of time before these three reclaim their dominance. Even though the European Space Agency wields formidable weaponry like the Quality Accelerator, Arakawa has clandestinely constructed one on the moon. It may seem as though these entities have a firm grip on everyone's throats, yet unraveling their strategies is not insurmountable. Kanto possesses several countermeasures against such technologies, and it is likely that the others have devised their own responses as well. However, none are eager to expose their intentions, fearing that others may seize the opportunity for gain. Whether it be the fragile individuals lurking in space, the opportunistic Europeans and Japanese from the previous iteration, or the AI entities huddled within cyberspace, each harbors inherent flaws that ultimately undermine their long-term momentum. Ironically, these three factions are unable to unite, their conflicts with one another surpassing those with the original triumvirate. If it can be said that the three nations of this world might unite for the sake of mutual interests, then the High Knights, Europeans, and AI are irreparably at odds, with no possibility of alliance. Have you conspired with the Military Science Department? What? Yi Xingxia paused momentarily, then chuckled, saying what? Just because you are at odds with Huangban, you must now collaborate with the Military Science Department? Wouldn't it be more direct and effective to work with Su Shihua instead? Su Shihua does not possess the determination to fiercely oppose Huangban. It could be said that the Russians will only clarify their interests when they are pushed to the brink of life and death. You are indeed correct. But you seem rather concerned about the movements of the Military Science Department. Are you afraid they might come knocking one day? Connor chuckled awkwardly. The account between us will eventually need to be settled. I merely wish to know if I might gain some advantage from you. Yi Xingxia was taken aback by his audacity. Where did he find the audacity to utter such words? You certainly know how to seize an opportunity. Are you looking to resume your old profession? I wouldn't mind extending you an offer from the Kong Tao Special Operations. Spare me. To be shackled like a dog would be worse than death. I merely wish to establish a long-term cooperative intention with you. Flattery without cause is often a sign of ulterior motives. At that moment, Yi Xingxiao indeed had few capable individuals at her disposal. Yet she was hesitant to use Connor indiscriminately, for his background was far from clean. Yi Xingxiao looked at Connor with suspicion. When did the merciless change his ways and become so eager to lend a helping hand? As she called out the nickname from her past, Connor stretched lazily and remarked, "Do not misconstrue my intentions. I harbor no plans for altruism, nor do I find displeasure in the desolation of the wasteland. I merely revel in the unraveling of order. Matthew is but one of many targets you have encountered, is he not? Beyond biotechnology, where else have you directed your efforts? Petrochemical interests? Jarafa? Or perhaps the wasteland itself? Given your furtive demeanor, it seems unrest brews within your ranks. How long do you anticipate it will take to achieve your objectives?" Leaning closer to Yi Xingxia, Connor revealed a mischievous grin. Why not hasten the pace? Chapter 69. An olive branch extended to Kantao Connor's words left Yi Xingxia momentarily speechless. Indeed, he bore the hallmarks of sociopathic tendencies. However, regaining her composure, she replied, I could enlist mercenaries. With sufficient funds, one can procure any type of mercenary, can't they? Connor erupted into raucous laughter, only pausing when breath escaped him, then mockingly retorted, surely you're aware of ROG's affiliations? To suggest employing mercenaries for such tasks? You would be better off sending your operatives to assault the Kajira. Such actions would only render you a fool. Perhaps even the denizens of the wasteland would find amusement in it, remarking, look, Kantao is comprised of such ilk. They can even find their own subordinates. How utterly ridiculous. The more he spoke, the more laughter bubbled within him, while Yi Shengxia's expression darkened with each passing moment. She was no fool. She understood the implications of Connor's words. ROG had allied himself with the wasteland. It is not entirely her fault. ROG's entanglement with Mizuko Areba is indeed a matter obscured by the shadows, easily overlooked. How could she dare to confront this reality? Although she has mentally come to terms with it, she cannot help but voice her disbelief. Why would she lack the courage? Aren't these intermediaries all duplicitous fence-sitters? They align themselves with whoever possesses wealth, and they support the victor. Connor speaks a truth. The intermediaries V encounters within the game, from the lowest to the highest echelons, represent a comprehensive cross-section. Whether it be the inept low-tier intermediary Jason Foreman, Kirk, or the slightly more reputable Deshawn, none of these lower-tier intermediaries can be deemed trustworthy, aside from a select few at the very top. Surely, it cannot be that V's misfortune lies solely in encountering incompetent intermediaries? On the contrary, these individuals epitomize the majority of intermediaries. Intermediaries like Old Captain and Regina could be likened to Robin Hood. As for the likes of Mr. Hans, the priest, and Kazu, they are merely powerful figures utilizing the guise of intermediaries for their own ends. Their objectives diverge significantly from those of the upper echelons. And therein lies the crux of the issue. When seeking a capable intermediary for assistance, one must ascertain their allegiances. Otherwise, before any action is taken, the opposing party is already aware of your plans, which is utterly absurd. So, you expect me to hire you? Do you intend to become an intermediary? Yi Xingxia cast a puzzled glance at Connor, finding his words to sound suspiciously like a rivalry among peers. Me, an intermediary? Overthinking, I find myself fundamentally opposed to them. They seek a semblance of chaos with instability to reap their benefits. In contrast, I yearn to witness a world ablaze. Humanity's obsession with order is a malady. Such order can ultimately give birth only to silence and extinction. At this juncture, an unprecedented brilliance illuminated Connor's countenance, transforming him into someone almost unrecognizable, radiating a unique charisma that evoked a sense of unease. It is within a chaotic world that hope can flourish. For the brilliance of humanity can only germinate in such fertile soil. Do you comprehend? Observing the astonishment on Yi Xingxia's face, Connor felt a pang of disappointment akin to playing a lute to a cow. Look at this meticulously organized world. From the outside, it appears exquisite, yet within, it lies desolate. Love, trust, hope, all have seemingly been cast aside. This world is hurtling towards demise. It is time for a shift. Yi Xingxia remained impervious to Connor's rhetoric, finding it rather intimidating, yet questioning his true intentions. So what will you do? After much circumlocution, they finally approached the crux of the matter, with Connor leaning slightly closer to Yi Xingxia. It is not about what I wish to do, but rather what you desire. Do you merely wish to muddle through unscathed until your term concludes and return to Huaxia? Or do you aspire to achieve something in Night City that will showcase your worth to those old-timers up top, Miss Yi? Connor then recalled that this was indeed the one he recognized. If so, the game was afoot. He inquired further, you are the Yi from Guangzhou, aren't you? What difference does it make, whether it is or isn't? If it is, I shall reconsider our collaboration. If it isn't, then our discourse must come to an end, and the choice lies with you. If it is indeed the Yi family that Connor is aware of, then he must demonstrate some genuine prowess, for they are not lacking in the talent of the dark arts. However, they would undoubtedly be intrigued by the cradle of rebirth. Yi Xingxia is unaware of the ulterior motives lurking behind Connor's intentions, yet she harbors a nagging suspicion that he has something sinister in store, a contingency waiting for her. Nevertheless, regarding her own family, she too must shroud her truths, and she candidly admits, yes, it is the Yi family you know. I comprehend why you have come to Night City. It is indeed the optimal choice for you. After all, your family is a stakeholder in military science, capable of mobilizing the resources of two companies simultaneously. Can there be a more advantageous hand to play? Indeed, among the principal stakeholders in military technology, there exists a Chinese entity, the Yi family, whose representatives were notably active during the Fourth Corporate War. However, for reasons unknown, they have gradually receded from the limelight. Yet their shares in military science have remained unaffected. They must have redirected their focus towards Connor Tao. After contending with Erishur Saburo, they are now set to engage with Su Shiming. They certainly cannot remain idle. The original Taiwanese enterprise has been acquired by individuals promoted from the north, transforming into Fengtian Enterprises. The original management, along with the Yi family, has become intertwined, rendering the north-south conflict seemingly inevitable. So be it. We cannot expect any substantial assistance from them. Mere verbal sparring will have to suffice. Family members understand their own affairs. The assistance that the military department could offer her is not entirely absent, yet it is nearly negligible. The Yi family's control over the military affairs has gradually diminished over time. Such is the nature of power games. Once you vacate your seat, there will invariably be someone ready to usurp your position. There exists no period of vacuum. Connor smiled faintly. Indeed, when one departs, the warmth dissipates. Now, he would provide her with a means to re-enter the game. Behold the frigid reality of the ordered world, so devoid of human sentiment. It is not individuals engaging with one another, but rather individuals engaging with wealth. Observe this. Perhaps it is a lever to facilitate her return to the arena. Receiving the chip that Connor extended, Yi Xingxiao felt a twinge of skepticism. What could this possibly be? Yet, driven by curiosity, she chose not to refuse. Today, Yi Xingxiao had presented herself with numerous surprises, and Connor resolved to utilize her as a springboard to undertake endeavors he had long contemplated but found challenging to actualize. For instance, to stoke the embers of this somewhat stifled situation and ignite it prematurely. To what extent has this progressed? After perusing the information, Yi Xingxia turned to Connor with a glimmer of excitement in her eyes. She had stumbled upon a treasure. Chapter 70. Persuading Jack. Connor's lips curled into a subtle smile, revealing a hint of satisfaction as he savored a sip of brandy. Indeed, this was the very scene he had yearned to witness. If the counterpart remained entirely unmoved, he would be unable to force them to the negotiation table. Experience has shown that the most effective approach to dealing with those who prioritize self-interest is to kindle the insatiable greed that lies within them. Connor was acutely aware of this. Thus, he emphasized that the current technology had reached a level of remarkable maturity and sophistication. However, the only missing element was the resources necessary to integrate these disparate technologies. You must also understand that bioprinting is not a trivial endeavor. It demands substantial financial backing. Presently, biotechnology has presented us with the final piece of the puzzle. If we can incorporate their technology, the subsequent maintenance and investment requirements will be significantly reduced. He paused for a moment before continuing, stating that this would eliminate any issues regarding production. All that remains is to find an angel investor willing to take the stage. With that, Connor raised his glass, gazing through the crystal at the exquisite visage of Yi Xingxia, awaiting her response. What are your terms? After a brief contemplation, Yi Xingxia ultimately decided to take the bait that Connor had cast. I have no other demands. I merely wish to see how high you can ascend with this venture. Once you reach your limit, I shall seek a new partner. At this juncture, Connor appeared to recall something. You should know what becomes of partners I have discarded, right? Do you intend to create chaos with my assistance? Humph, yet another ambitious soul. Upon hearing Yi Xingxia's words, Connor could not suppress a chuckle. Do not compare me to those individuals. I am not as mundane as they are. They simply chase power, while I derive exhilaration from witnessing the moment when order is annihilated. I despise convoluted paths. Given the choice, I would prefer to sit within an ACPA, watching everything before me succumb to gunfire. Yi Xingxia chose not to continue indulging Connor's erratic behavior, instead turning her thoughts to the framework of their collaboration. I understand, but allow me to contemplate this matter further, she said. Sensing Connor's potential misinterpretation, she added, I am not dismissing you. Recently, there has been an internal upheaval, a thorough investigation, and I cannot afford to act impulsively. Connor's eyes flickered with intrigue. Yet another internal struggle? Is it that some short-sighted individual has stirred the pot? Do you require my assistance to eliminate them? Do not cause turmoil. If that person were to perish at this juncture, it would only suggest foul play. We must avoid complicating matters, Yi Xingxia cautioned, nearly exasperated by his reckless suggestions. These sociopathic zealots. You individuals seem to revel in convoluted schemes and underhanded tactics. What would be the harm in presenting things openly? Have some decency. If one were to resort to assassination, it must be done discreetly. Your brazen approach would only cast a shadow over my reputation. Let us not forget, I am merely an executive director. Even if I were to ascend to the chairmanship, I could not act with such impunity. Assassination is the most primitive of methods. Should the need arise, one must leave no trace. You cannot act, nor can your associates. Do you comprehend? Do you perceive me as a comrade in the trenches? Of course, she replied, her gaze narrowing at Connor. Once you present such a notion, we are bound by it. Do you truly think I would allow something so precarious to slip through my fingers? Though Connor was somewhat uncontrollable, he possessed undeniable talent. Collaborating with him seemed to bring her closer to achieving her own aspirations, which no longer appeared beyond reach. Let us raise our glasses to our collaboration. Connor was the first to lift his wine glass. Cheers. I shall promptly send you the encryption code on that chip. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Mano, are you out of your mind? Collaborating with Kanto? Upon returning home, Connor summoned Jack and David to share the outcome of his dealings with Kanto. As anticipated, Jack erupted in anger. He had witnessed too many individuals become unrecognizable after entangling themselves with the company. His own friend had succumbed to such a fate. Listen to me, Mano. We have money now. Why not enjoy life to the fullest instead of getting entangled in their sordid affairs? David was still young, lacking much understanding of these matters. But seeing Jack's fervor, he felt compelled to intervene. Hey, big brother Jack, the boss must have his reasons for this. There's no need for such agitation. His words, however, only served to incite Jack further. Do you understand, kid? Engaging in trade with the company is akin to making a pact with the devil. They will offer you a taste of benefits, only to gradually push you into a quagmire. Jack mimicked a pushing gesture, exclaiming thud. Once you fall in, they will toss you a rope, tighten it around your neck, and when they need you, they will pull you up, yet they will never allow you to escape. Is this the kind of life you desire? I must express my discontent, Connor, if you truly intend to proceed in this manner. Jack, casting a glance at the emotionally detached Connor, declared with conviction, then I shall withdraw, return my funds to me, and you may continue without my participation. David, observing Jack's sudden outburst, felt a surge of panic. How had the conversation spiraled so dramatically? Jackie, burying your head in the sand will not resolve your dilemmas. Avoiding confrontation does not render your problems non-existent. What do you mean? Jack found himself perplexed by Connor's words. Connor, maintaining an impassive demeanor as he meticulously cleaned his weapon, spoke in a steady tone. I merely wish to impart a harsh truth. Do you believe that a mere sum of money affords you immunity from consequences? You are mistaken. Night City is akin to a chessboard, and whether one desires to partake or not, everyone is inevitably drawn into the game. Here, your choices are limited, to be a pawn, a player, or, lamentably, the board itself. As the two men succumbed to introspection, Connor shifted the subject. How much did you both earn from this endeavor? 2 million each. It seems a substantial amount. But tell me, how long can you truly sustain yourselves on such a sum? We, who dance on the edge of danger, spend money as if it flows like water. Though it may appear glamorous, such glory is fleeting. Have you not aspired to become a legend? Consider how many legends have ever achieved notoriety through a single venture. Morgan, the Hand, Wayland, the Old Snake, Adam, the Heavy Hammer. These street legends are all entwined with corporate machinations. Connor rose and approached Jack, resting a hand on his shoulder as he spoke slowly. We are merely utilizing each other. We require her financial backing and project support. Let us employ Kong Tao's resources to sustain our own team. She needs our expertise and manpower to resolve certain troubles. I assure you, the situation you described will not come to pass. Should it ever reach that point, I will personally take care of her without your prompting. No one in this world can deceive me into being a fool. Chapter 71. Man's Operation, requesting continued reading. Jack fell silent, uncertain whether he had been swayed by Connor or had simply given up on arguing with him. David, sensing the tension in the air, quickly interjected to ease the situation. Brother Jack, I believe work is work, regardless of whom we are doing it for. As long as they are willing to pay generously, what does it matter? Jack shook his head in exasperation. It was futile to explain anything to this naive young man, who was oblivious to the nature of his dispute with Connor. This was not merely about money or the quantity of work. It was a matter of whether they could retain their individuality once entangled with the company. Everyone understood that following the company would yield rewards. Yet the idea of wearing a metaphorical dog collar was something Jack vehemently rejected. To put it bluntly, Jack desired to earn his keep while standing tall. Connor, this is no jest. Are you truly confident? I mean, you must reveal your trump cards. The company's watchdogs are not easily misled. A friend of mine works in the counterintelligence department at the Baron Board. Her abilities are beyond reproach. Yet what is her current situation? She moves each day like a hound on a leash, tackling competitors today and plotting the downfall of government officials tomorrow. I refuse to be treated like a mere puppet. Do you understand? To speak candidly, your skills are beyond reproach, yet I harbor doubts regarding your ability to thrive within the company. To this day, Jack remains apprehensive about Connor's choices, especially with Valerie's previous missteps serving as a cautionary tale. Observing Jack's evident resistance towards the company, Connor decides not to press him further. He might as well consider him an external contractor. Emulating Barney's daring approach, Connor plans to secure jobs himself and then distribute the workload among his subordinates. He does not expect Jack to blindly support him. Jack is not David. He possesses his own discernment. These ingrained habits will compel him to cling to his beliefs, and altering this perspective is no trivial endeavor. However, as long as he does not resist working for him, and as long as there are profits to be made, Jack's apprehensions will eventually dissipate. Since discussions on this front seem futile for now, Connor resolves to engage with Man instead. All right, I want to pressure you into binding yourself to us. You may take on work here if you have the time. If not, I want to insist. With Connor's concession, Jack exhales in relief. If he were to compel himself into a decision, it would only lead to a parting of ways. It is rare to find a compatible partner, and it would be a pity to dissolve this partnership. Fortunately, Connor is willing to compromise, and Jack swiftly decides to go along with it. All right, if you need anything, just let me know. I will not hesitate to take on what I can, Jack assures Connor, patting his chest. Connor was not one to hold back in his response. Having made his point, he expected nothing less than an acknowledgement. As fortune would have it, he was in need of a trustworthy cybernetic doctor, and he requested Jack's assistance in locating one. Connor possessed unwavering confidence in subduing the Man team, for individuals like Man, driven by obsession, were the easiest to manipulate. Greater strength, elevated status, and increased wealth were all enticing bait to ensnare him. The plan he had previously discussed was now ripe for implementation. Are you considering an upgrade for your cybernetics? Jack inquired with curiosity, realizing that he had yet to discern the extent of Connor's augmentations. On one hand, he refrained from asking outright, as their relationship had been amicable thus far, and a hasty question could jeopardize the fragile bond they had formed. On the other hand, Jack's ocular implant was of a lower grade and could not adequately scan Connor's cybernetic information. Connor's mention of an upgrade piqued his curiosity further. No, it's not for me, Connor clarified. I recently accepted a job to upgrade a mercenary cybernetics. All the components are ready, but I require the assistance of a skilled cybernetic doctor. Jack nodded in understanding. Leave it to me. I know a reliable one. I'll check with him to see if he is interested in taking on your project, and we'll get back to you once I have an answer. Great. I will await your update. The three conversed idly for a while longer before dispersing to attend to their respective tasks. Connor sent a message to Man, informing him that preparations were complete. Connor, the cybernetics are ready. When do you have time on your end? Man, I have been eagerly awaiting your message. If you don't respond soon, I might think you've forgotten about me. Connor, how could that be? I am a man of my word, and I have recently cleared my schedule. Connor, once I have arranged for the cybernetic surgeon, you should come over to prepare for the operation. Man, cybernetic surgeon? I have a few trusted ones I usually collaborate with. Are they not suitable? Connor, oh, are you attempting to instruct me on how to proceed? If you are unconcerned about those mediocre surgeons creating a complete mess, I have no objection to letting them take the lead. Connor, care to wager on it? Man, haha. Don't take it to heart. I am quite unfamiliar with the intricacies involved. Connor, it is best to keep it that way. Await my updates. As Man glanced at Connor's text, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He truly was a challenging individual to deal with. At that moment, Doryu, lying beside him, sat up and embraced him, inquiring, "What is troubling you? You seem quite conflicted. Do you recall that technical expert, the one who mentioned replacing my cybernetics?" "Yes, I remember him. After our last conversation, he has been silent. I initially thought he was merely speaking empty words." Doryu recalled their verbal agreement with Connor from some time ago, and was surprised that he still intended to reach out. Man nodded and said, I didn't expect him to contact me again. He has prepared the cybernetics, and now I am organizing the surgeon for the operation. I estimate the procedure will be scheduled in a few days. That sounds promising. What are you troubled about? Dolio, filled with a hint of confusion, remarked that Man's reaction did not seem to convey happiness. It's nothing. What matters do we have pending? He suggested, indicating a desire to postpone matters slightly. Man, burying his earlier slight discomfort deep within, refrained from voicing it to Dolio, perhaps believing himself overly sensitive. Observing Man's reluctance to elaborate, Dolio chose not to press further, saying, Very well, I will inform Pyrrha and Sasha to let everyone rest for a few days. Man nodded in understanding. 2 days later, in the Watson district, at the intersection of Bradbury Street and Brand Street in Little Chinatown, Man and Dolio exchanged glances as they stood before a spiritual shop. This must be the place, right? Goodness, are we lost? Surely this isn't some scam concocted by those street gypsy charlatans? Man grumbled, adjusting his forehead with the prosthetic arm he had acquired from Connor. Dolio appeared equally perplexed, insisting, That can't be right. We Haven T made a mistake. The location given in the text message is indeed this. Let us just go inside and inquire, Man decided, dismissing his doubts as he entered the spiritual shop. To his surprise, there were no eccentric gypsies within, but rather a man and a woman. The robust man exuded an air of affiliation with the Valentino gang, clad in ostentatious gold. A clear display of the sort typical of those from Haywood. The woman with the voluminous hair, presumably the proprietor, was engaged in what could be described as spiritual cleansing. Excuse me, is this Dr. Victor's clinic? I have an appointment for surgery. The burly figure known as Jack was indeed the one referred to as Valeni, while the woman with the explosive hairstyle was Misty. Jack propped himself slightly and glanced at Man, exclaiming, Goodness, how many cybernetic enhancements has this fellow undergone? He gestured toward the entrance, indicating, Once you step inside, Old Way's clinic lies just beyond. Connor and the others are eagerly awaiting your arrival. Chapter 72, Transcendence. Please continue reading. Following Jack's guidance, Man and Dorio descended into the basement. Is this the place? Dorio inquired, eyeing the staircase that led into the depths. This cybernetic doctor certainly has a unique approach, establishing the operating room underground. Man scratched his head, though it seemed an inopportune moment to dwell on such matters. Without responding to Dorio's musings, he proceeded down the stairs. Upon opening the gate, they were greeted by 3 individuals already awaiting their arrival. Ah, you've made it. Allow me to introduce you. This is Old Way, the cybernetic surgeon, and this is Yi, the hacker. They are both instrumental in assisting me. Connor promptly acknowledged Man and Dorio, directing their attention to the respective individuals. Man took note of the robust middle-aged man, who bore more resemblance to a boxer than a cybernetic doctor, musing to himself, Indeed, living long enough allows one to witness a myriad of experiences. As for the elegantly attired, tall woman, Man sensed something was amiss, yet he could not quite articulate the source of his discomfort. While it was entirely reasonable for Old Wei to be present as the lead surgeon, the appearance of Yi Shengxia raised questions in his mind. Indeed, the tall female hacker whom Man encountered was Yi Shengxia. Her presence was a result of Connor's earnest invitation. The purpose, of course, was to showcase his prowess, demonstrating that he could not only take lives, but also create machines of death. Greetings, I am Man. He introduced himself to the two, subsequently falling silent. Connor patted his shoulder and chuckled. Do not be so reserved. Come and see the treasures I have prepared for you. I am certain you will find them to your liking. With that, he led Man to the warehouse area behind the clinic. Before Man lay 3 refrigerated containers. Connor gave one a light tap, saying, Here they are. Open and take a look. Perhaps not. I still possess a modicum of trust. Where shall we commence? Man expressed his trust in Connor, fully aware that Connor's cybernetic enhancements were reliable. The projectile launcher he had previously acquired from him had become a favorite, having already claimed the lives of numerous gang members. Thus, he was filled with anticipation for what other enhancements Connor might offer, curious about the surprises that awaited him. Seeing Man's demeanor, Connor did not hesitate to hand him a tablet. Select the Berserk operating system, then proceed with Self-IC, the path of the Wayward Eye Type 2. Blood pump, adrenaline enhancer, biometric monitoring, pain editor, Krinkov, subcutaneous armor, grounding coating. This is merely the preliminary outline. A 6-month observation period will precede the second upgrade. Man scrutinized the surgical plan displayed on the tablet, his brow furrowing, while Dorio, standing nearby, appeared somewhat apprehensive. Isn't it too much to change all at once? Can he really handle it? Her concerns are not without merit. These prosthetics encompass several systems within the body. To replace so many at once is rather excessive. And Man is not one of those crazed members of the Vortex gang. Dorioyu. Seeing her beloved's discontent, Man felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Although he too believed that such a drastic change was somewhat unreasonable, that was not the crux of his concern, at least not the aspect he was most focused on. Rest assured, Connor's prosthetics have been specially tailored for you, and the burden is not as great as you might imagine. There are complementary systems in place. Everything will be fine. The voice belonged to Old Wei, who had been in the prosthetic medicine field for several years. Yet this was his first time handling a case like Connor's. As for this plan, he could only describe it as whimsical. The most crucial factor was the exceptional quality of the prosthetics, and who knows how he managed to acquire them. Man shook his head and said, "What I wish to address is not this. Why is the operating system a Berserk system instead of a Sonweisten? I believe the latter would be of greater assistance to me. In truth, if possible, I wouldn't even want to install the Berserk system for you. However, your original prosthetics were far too eclectic, necessitating a complete reevaluation of the enhancement route. Sonweisten, just look at your cumbersome physique. Surely you jest?" Noting Man's lingering defiance, Connor continued, "The purpose of prosthetics is always enhancement, and this objective premise must align with your inherent physical condition. It is not a matter of simply augmenting as you please. In summary, your enhancement path is incompatible with Stanislas's. I can only reinforce within the existing framework while considering your combat habits. Asking a 200-plus pound behemoth to sprint like the Flash is beyond my capabilities. I am no sorcerer." Upon Connor's words, a profound silence enveloped the clinic. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Your rage system is not some commercialized energy booster, is it? If it were, I would rather forego the operating system altogether. Man's disdain for the rage system is well-founded. For the real-world counterparts differ vastly from the game's miraculous damage immune rage. Typically, they enhance strength and endurance, utilized by the grunts on the battlefield. As a mercenary, he seldom encounters such intense combat, with battles lasting merely an hour or two at most. Rest assured, my rage system is more than sufficient, especially when combined with the blood pump, adrenaline enhancers, biological monitors, pain editors, and subcutaneous armor. Once activated, it significantly boosts your functional attributes." Connor gestured on the tablet, elucidating his design to Man. Upon activation, the reinforced subcutaneous armor will render you as resilient as a turtle shell for 10 seconds, rendering most small to medium caliber bullets ineffective against you. Moreover, Connor had not mentioned that he had studied Man's team. Their firepower appeared somewhat lacking, as both he and Rebecca seemed insufficient for the task at hand. Consequently, he planned to enlist Man's squad for more unsavory duties, necessitating their enhancement. Regarding the direction of enhancement, naturally, it should adhere to one's own plans, for they are unaware of the kind of adversaries they may soon confront. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. Man ultimately acquiesced to Connor's proposal, as the prior results were undeniably evident. After all, he is a professional. Connor turned to Old Wei and inquired, "Old Wei, are you ready on your end?" Old Wei administered a shot to himself, flexed his palm, and replied with a smile, "I've been prepared all along. Come and take your place." As he spoke, he gestured for Man to recline on the surgical chair. At that moment, Yi Xingxia, who had been an observer all along, leaned closer to Connor and whispered, "You sly devil. You have me merely spectating while also expecting me to create the system for him. What does that imply?" Connor did not turn around, focusing intently as he retrieved the prosthetic from the cold storage. He replied softly, "It means precisely what you suspect. Half of the control over this blade rests in your hands. Might that be somewhat touching?" "Huh, how very heartwarming of you," Yi Xingxia retorted, trusting not a word of Connor's declaration. This was not the time for such discussions. Your hacking skills are up to par, right? Ensure you refrain from crafting a mountain of garbage code that might ensnare him. Get lost. Do you take me for one of those streetwise tricksters? Connor appraised her from head to toe and nodded. There's a fair chance of that. I've certainly not seen many standard hacker prosthetics on you. Humph, country bumpkin. Allow me to demonstrate the prowess of my skills. Step aside. Pushing aside Connor, Yi Xingxia approached the computer near the surgical chair, nodding to Old Wei to indicate that she was ready on her end. Connor, unperturbed, continued to organize the cybernetic implants he had handed to Old Wei. Time swiftly passed, and evening descended. The surgery had been ongoing for 7 or 8 hours. At this moment, Dorio, who was waiting for Misty, became increasingly restless, pacing back and forth. Sister, your incessant pacing is making my head spin. Calm down. Old Way's expertise is impeccable, and Connor's implants are among the most reliable in Night City. Everything will be fine. Jack interjected, attempting to soothe Dorio's nerves. I know. It's just that I can't help but worry. Ha ha ha, he's absolutely right. You are worrying excessively. Man's robust voice resonated. Dorio turned to him, noticing Man standing there, invigorated. Ha ha, come and see my new cybernetic implant. Jesus. I feel like I could take on the entire anti-terrorist task force single-handedly. Man, exhilarated from his recent implant upgrade, was brimming with excitement. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever experienced before. The world felt vibrant, and the weight he had carried previously had vanished. It was as if he had been reborn. Chapter 73. Equipping the beast with a muzzle. Seeking continued reading. Man, are you really all right? Dorio inquired, astonished by his demeanor. Under normal circumstances, most individuals who had just undergone a cybernetic enhancement would be disoriented and uncomfortable. Yet, Man's current state was entirely contrary to her expectations. As Dorio looked on skeptically, Man struck a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder and chuckled. It couldn't be better. He then suggested calling on Pyrrha and the others, declaring that tonight would end only when they were thoroughly inebriated. At that moment, Connor, who had been trailing behind, interrupted him, cautioning, if you wish to avoid returning to the surgical chair immediately after your recent procedure, you should exercise some restraint. Excessive drinking will only exacerbate the strain on your nerves. What you truly need now is a quiet place to recuperate for a few days, allowing yourself to adjust to the new cybernetic enhancements. Connor felt a twinge of exasperation towards Man, who had a tendency for reckless indulgence. Yet, this behavior was typical for many in this world, where a lack of prudence regarding health was commonplace, and the prevailing mindset leaned more towards seizing the day and reveling in the moment. A perfect embodiment of living in the now. Man sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. Just a couple of beers. I assure you it won't hinder your plans. Earlier, after the operation, Connor had reminded Man to fulfill their agreement, which involved addressing some minor issues on his behalf. Upon hearing Connor's request, Man would have scoffed in the past. Have you no shame? You expect me to enlist these people for such tasks? What difference does that make from courting death? The specifics of the matter were momentarily set aside as Dorio, upon hearing this exchange, immediately grasped Man's arm. What have you promised him? Why wasn't he informed? Although unaware of the details, Man's silent acceptance of responsibility was utterly unacceptable. Such a precedent must not be encouraged. It was akin to trifling with the lives of fellow team members. Dorio, we can discuss this later. It's not as grave as you perceive. Dorio released Man's hand and spoke in a low voice. Do not attempt to deceive. Everyone is present, so clarify your intentions. This statement was less directed at Man than it was a reminder to Connor that Man was not the sole authority in this matter. She would not relent, and without her consent, no actions could be taken. Man glanced awkwardly at Connor, surprised by Dorio's blatant disregard for his authority. Connor, perceptive as ever, could see through Dorio's little ruse. It was akin to a veiled admonition. Very well, he thought. He would indulge her in this charade. Why has it escalated into a quarrel? Dorio, have you forgotten our previous agreement? As Connor spoke, Dorio ceased her pretense of stubbornness. Of course I remember. But I remain in the dark regarding your true intentions. What is it that you wish us to do? Initially, she had underestimated the significance of the cybernetic enhancements Connor possessed, believing they were merely required for trivial tasks. However, it soon became evident that the situation was far more complex. Such an extravagant array of enhancements surely cost a fortune, certainly not less than $1 million or $2 million. With such substantial funds at stake, they could not simply be dispatched to eliminate a few gang members and corporate lackeys. Man's earlier hesitance was also quite unusual, indicating a desire to gloss over the details, ultimately executing a fait accompli. Surely, they did not intend to orchestrate something grander, did they? One must concede that Dorio's astuteness was decidedly atypical for someone from the animal gang. She had almost accurately deduced the unfolding events. What Connor required of them was to launch an assault on the transport convoy of Kanto. Yes, indeed, Kanto's convoy. At this moment, Yi Xingxiao requires external forces to disrupt the equilibrium of the Kanto Night City branch. She aims to create chaos in order to seize power legitimately. In the absence of the marauders, she must fabricate her own. Previously, She was unfamiliar with the terrain and lacked trustworthy subordinates. However, the situation has transformed. With Connor as her ally, the possibilities before her have expanded greatly. Connor did not respond to Dorio's inquiry, but instead suggested, "Let Man discuss this with you in detail later, Man. I await your news." He then exchanged farewells with Jack and Misty before departing the cybernetic clinic with Yi Xingxia. Dorio, having encountered a setback, cast an unfriendly glance at Man and stated in a low voice, "Man, we need to have a serious discussion." Man glanced at the onlookers, Jack and Misty, and quickly pulled Dorio aside, pleading softly, "Let us discuss this at home. Do me this favor." "Fine, we shall converse at our leisure upon our return. Dolly, you are the best." Noticing Dorio's softened demeanor, Man turned to Jack and remarked, "Brother, do come by Japan Street sometime. I shall treat you to a drink." "Haha, sounds good. We shall talk later." Man and Dorio then departed as well. "Jackie, your friend poses a significant threat. I sense disaster, turmoil, abrupt change, and revelation in him." Misty's vision revealed unsettling truths within Connor, including towers and judgment. Misty, do not overthink it. I understand your concerns. I assure you that I will endeavor to minimize my involvement in Connor's affairs." Despite Jack's reassurances, Misty's unease only intensified as she perceived the life force emanating from Jack, now tainted by Connor's essence. One can only hope that this time will prove to be different. Connor effortlessly navigated his Gudra Sport R7 amidst the bustling traffic. With each deft turn of the steering wheel and the rhythmic dance of acceleration and braking, the Gudra Sport R7 glided through the congested thoroughfare as if it were an uncharted realm, weaving left and right with remarkable ease. Each thrilling lane change sent a thrill of anxiety through Yi Xingxia, seated in the passenger seat, yet Connor maintained a serene smile, seemingly unfazed by the exhilarating chaos. Sunlight bathed the car, reflecting a dazzling brilliance, while a gentle breeze caressed their faces, offering a refreshing solace. "I'm in no rush to return home. You may drive more steadily," Yi Xingxiao implored, having grown weary of Connor's reckless driving style. "Apologies, but you must acclimate to the American style. It's exhilarating." "I assent it," Connor replied, extending his hand out of the window, as if grasping the wind itself. "To be honest, it is only in this moment that I can truly feel a sense of freedom." Intrigued by Connor's rare expression of sentiment, Yi Xingxia couldn't help but engage in conversation. "Oh, and what does this freedom you seek entail?" "Freedom. I yearn for a road that stretches endlessly, where I can drive without cessation. When boredom strikes, I shall pause to quench my thirst, bask in the sun, savor a glass of whiskey, and then continue my journey." Yi Xingxia is somewhat surprised. Beneath her coarse and uncouth exterior lies a poetic heart. Such a carefree manner, yet to me, it resembles Sisyphus pushing his stone. I do not relish endeavors without an end in sight. This world is indeed plagued by individuals like you, who insist on imbuing everything with significance, rendering existence utterly mundane. Connor speaks from the heart, adopting a critical stance towards utilitarianism. Yi Xingxia lets out a slight snort, choosing not to engage him further. In her eyes, Connor's chaotic anarchism is not devoid of its own afflictions. And what of man? Does he truly warrant such an investment of resources? Reflecting on man's various data, Yi Xingxia cannot help but question Connor's choice. "This burden is not yours to bear. I am not anxious, so why should you be?" Chapter 74, 11 Thieves, Seeking Continuation. Connor's words have indeed provoked Yi Xingxia's ire. Is it a case of a dog biting El Dongbin? Very well. Yet I must caution you. The security force of that transport team is formidable. Should they falter and ultimately expose you, do not blame me for my ruthless turn. It is truly disheartening. Women can turn against you faster than one can flip a book. The saying from your Huaxiao that only women and petty men are difficult to nurture rings painfully true. I merely offer you this warning, trusting you will not place me in a difficult position. Rest assured, even if they falter, those within your ranks will not manage to ensnare me. I possess a modicum of confidence in that regard. Your words carry a hint of arrogance. Do you truly regard the company's special operations as mere trinkets? Connor pondered for a moment before nodding, acknowledging, "Indeed, I have a certain disdain for the limited personnel you have in Night City. If we were discussing East Asia, I might feel a twinge of apprehension. However, as for North America, I scarcely regard the incompetent individuals there, let alone you. You will need to exert yourselves more earnestly. It is not my intention to boast, but perhaps it is time to reflect on one's own shortcomings after all these years." Connor has witnessed the same dismal state in Night City. Have you truly committed to your work? Yi Xingxiao appeared perplexed, questioning whether this constituted coherent discourse. Would you care to reconsider the nonsense you were spouting? Choosing not to provoke Yi Xingxiao further, Connor wisely opted for silence, whistling softly as his gaze drifted to the scenery outside. How tiresome. Noticing Connor's disregard, Yi Xingxiao refrained from pressing him. After approximately 30 minutes of travel, they arrived at the hotel where she was staying. After parking the car, Connor turned to Yi Xingxiao and said, "Here we are. Please send the materials over as soon as possible, so I can arrange for their operational preparations." With a somewhat serious expression, Yi Xingxiao acknowledged the importance of this mission. "Understood, I will expedite that. Do you require my assistance with anything else?" Connor contemplated for a moment before responding, "Not at the moment. I shall inform you should anything arise." Without further words, Yi Xingxia exited the vehicle and made her way towards the hotel lobby. As she gradually vanished from view, Connor murmured to himself, "The grand performance is about to commence. How intriguing, truly captivating." A few days later, on a street in Japan, at the Cherry Blossom Market, Turbo Man's squad was summoned early by Dorio, as Connor had arranged a meeting with Man and the others for that day. The lively siblings, Pyrrha and Rebecca, circled around Man, eagerly observing his new cybernetic enhancements. Meanwhile, Falco stood aside, feeling a sense of unease. Prior to this, he had already conferred with Dorio and was somewhat privy to the unfolding events. "Must we really circumvent Faraday for this job, Dorio?" he pondered. Considering the implications of undertaking clandestine work behind the intermediary's back, Falco was acutely aware of their superior's character, narrow-minded, vengeful, and thoroughly despicable. This thought caused him to furrow his brow, revealing his growing concern. Dorio shared a hint of worry as well, yet, as the team's mediator, she refrained from displaying any actions that might dampen morale. "What can we do? We haven't signed a blood oath, after all. It may only lead to some dissatisfaction. If he's capable, he might deprive us of all future work." Reassured, she added, "The client this time wields considerable influence. I can only divulge so much." Dorio's final words were indeed truthful. When she had previously spoken with Man and learned that Connor intended for them to ambush Kanto's convoy, she nearly lost her temper. Seeking death was not a matter to be taken lightly. If one must perish, let it be by a different means. However, upon learning that Connor could provide more intelligence, the seasoned veteran realized that it was likely that the company was backing Connor. Otherwise, where would he have obtained such information? It couldn't be that he had bribed an internal employee, as that wouldn't make sense. They were instructed to destroy the cargo of the Kantao fleet, not to seize it. This situation resembled not an act of theft, but rather a straightforward business conflict. Falco nodded. With Dorio saying as much, he felt reassured. "Man, come. Let us test your Krunchikov and see how strong it is," spoke the Team S technician, Pyrrha, as he drew his Lexington from his waist, preparing to fire several shots at Man to gauge the strength of his cybernetic body. Bang! "You crazy bastard, don't go wild. There's no way to test the strength of a cybernetic body like this. Use a throwing knife instead. Even if you miss, it won't be fatal." The large lowly, Rebecca, delivered a punch to Pyrrha, dismissing his idea and offering her own suggestion. Hey, enough of that. You should at least ask me, the person involved, if I'm willing." Man looked exasperated at the antics of the two. You don't want to give it a try?" Rebecca paused her assault on Pyrrha, looking incredulously at Man. Just then, Dorio intervened to put an end to their antics, saying, "All right, let us calm down for a moment. The client will be arriving soon." Dorio's authority within the team was still respected, and upon hearing her words, Pyrrha and Rebecca ceased their shenanigans and obediently listened to their leader's admonishment. "Dial, what is the background of this client? Typically, you would coordinate with Man for such tasks. Why have we all been summoned?" Pyrrha expressed his confusion to Dial. Dial gestured towards Man and replied, "You will understand once he arrives." With her remark, the others fell silent, returning to their drinks and casual chatter. They did not have to wait long before the roar of an engine pierced the air. The group looked up to see a Gadila Sport R7 approaching. "Quite an impressive show," Pyrrha murmured. Upon Connor's arrival, he surveyed Man's team, noting the presence of Pyrrha, Rebecca, Falco, and Sasha. At this moment, Sasha was still with them. It was still early for Chiwe's joining, let alone Lucy's. David also followed Connor, ready to participate in this mission. "Hey man, how have you been these past few days? How is the new cybernetic enhancement treating you?" Connor exclaimed, extending his arms towards Man for an embrace as he approached. Thanks to you, it's been fantastic, unprecedentedly exhilarating. I can hardly wait to test their strength, Man replied, not only complimenting Connor's enhancements, but also subtly indicating to Diol and the rest of the team his eagerness to collaborate with Connor. Connor, perceiving the underlying message, flashed a satisfied smile. They will not disappoint. Now, introduce me to your team. We need to establish a rapport for this assignment and lay a solid foundation for our future collaboration. Have you arrived? Is the dagger revealed at last? Upon hearing these words, Dorio furrowed his brow, contemplating the scalding bite of Connor's pastry, hoping that all would proceed smoothly. Chapter 75. The list for Man's team. Man chuckled heartily. That's splendid. As long as there is profit to be made, I welcome all opportunities. Despite Man's outward demeanor of carefree nonchalance, he possessed an astute clarity of mind, entirely unconfused. It was evident that Connor had secured a commission related to the company, indicating some connection with it. One must recognize that Faraday, who often strutted about with an air of superiority, was merely a contractor in military technology. Given this, whether one sheep or two were let loose, having an additional avenue could only be advantageous. As for the potential ire of Faraday, Man dismissed such concerns entirely. After all, they were all individuals navigating the same treacherous waters, living day by day. Thus, when opportunities for profit arise, one must seize them. Who could guarantee the arrival of the next commission? It was prudent to focus on the present moment. Very well, let us discuss the matter at hand. Have you communicated the details of this commission to them? Not yet. I was waiting for your arrival to proceed with that. Connor, slightly taken aback by Man's maneuvering, recognized the old rogue's deftness in orchestrating the situation. All right then, I shall take the lead. Stepping into the midst of the gathering, Connor began with a succinct introduction. I am Connor Ridley, the client for this commission. Please, do not feel constrained. I am not merely a middleman. I have but a small task to entrust to you all. I shall provide the funds, and I hope everyone will contribute their efforts in harmonious collaboration. Rebecca cast a discontented glance at Connor. Despite his seemingly amiable demeanor, there lingered an undercurrent of arrogance within him. Some corporate sycophants exude a similar air. Yet those individuals often rely on their connections, lacking genuine capability, merely making a ruckus. However, the arrogance emanating from the man before her resembled the condescension one might witness when confronting a street thug or a scavenger, a palpable sense of superiority. Regardless of the task's magnitude, it was unnecessary to resort to pompous rhetoric. Known for her forthrightness, she thought this internally, and her tongue did not hold back. Dolio interjected, his voice cutting through the tension. Rebecca, refrain from speaking out of turn. Dolio, do not be so stern. One must exercise a touch more patience when dealing with youngsters. Connor offered a diplomatic reprieve, having encountered Rebecca's fiery temperament numerous times before, rendering him unfazed. Who are you calling a child, you insufferable pretty boy? Connor had inadvertently trespassed into Rebecca's sensitive territory. The term youngster shattered her composure, prompting her to draw her omaha and aim it at Connor's head. Nearby, David also brandished his white rhino, directing it toward Rebecca. With tensions escalating, Man had no choice but to intervene. Rebecca, lower your weapon. He then turned to Connor, adding, I apologize. This young lady has a rather volatile nature. She does not intend to provoke. Connor waved dismissively and said, It's all right. I have always been quite patient with my own people. David, put the gun away. Observing Connor's words, David reluctantly lowered his weapon, yet his gaze remained fixated on Rebecca. Connor couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the sight of David's wary demeanor. The young lad was finally exhibiting a semblance of streetwise bravado. Dorio stepped forward to pull Rebecca aside, as the tension from their first encounter left her feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Now, to the matter at hand. The task at hand is not overly complicated. Recently, Kanto has established a substantial weapons manufacturing line in Santo Domingo, specifically for the production of various intelligent weaponry. Once these weapons are produced, they will be dispatched to different regions of New America. So our target is Kanto? Sasha, who had remained silent until now, interjected, clearly harboring doubts. After all, it is well known that Kanto's network defense system is akin to an impregnable fortress, exceedingly difficult to breach. Connor gestured for Sasha to remain calm and proceeded to explain, Rest assured, I am not instructing you to directly assault Kanto. Your actual target is the convoy responsible for transporting the raw materials. What? The raw materials convoy? Man questioned with a skeptical expression. The other companions, upon hearing this, also displayed looks of confusion, struggling to comprehend why the focus should be on these seemingly insignificant convoys. Noticing their bewilderment, Connor sighed and remarked, "Do you not follow the news? The City Hall has recently imposed additional docking fees on merchant ships docking in Night City, and many businesses are protesting this decision. How does this relate to the current commission?" Rebecca inquired. "It is of great significance. Due to the dock fees, numerous enterprises have augmented their transportation routes. This predicament primarily stems from Argon's actions. In an effort to impede Kongtao's expansion within the North American market, they have imposed direct restrictions, intending to escalate their production costs and thereby compel Kongtao to shoulder greater operational expenses. Consequently, the prices of intelligent weaponry will inevitably rise. Once the prices of Kongtao's intelligent weapons increase, there will be negligible distinction between them and Argon's offerings. What if their performance is subpar? They are more affordable. After all, a gun merely needs to discharge bullets and be lethal. In such circumstances, why would one concern themselves with which model performs better? It must be admitted that Argon's strategy is rather insidious. Leveraging the Kagura to dominate Coronado Bay, they have inflated prices, forcing other companies to endure this silent loss. According to Yi Xingxia, the head of Kongtao and Night City has already contemplated raising product prices to counterbalance the additional operational costs incurred. Presently, the terrestrial transportation routes are barely sufficient. Should further complications arise, it would indeed be adding insult to injury, and the headquarters would undoubtedly come to hold them accountable. This is precisely what Yi Xingxiao wishes to witness. She aims to demonstrate to the headquarters the inefficacy of the local branch, thereby creating opportunities for her faction to ascend. Should issues arise in the transportation of raw materials, a crisis of production shortages will ensue, which is precisely what the investors hope to witness. Although this strategy may seem rather simplistic, it is commendably reliable. The personnel at the headquarters of Kongtao, as well as the leaders of its branches, perceive this as a crucial element in a series of targeted actions. After a brief explanation from Connor, the members of Team Man comprehended the essence of their mission. "So, we are required to persistently harass and assault Kongtao's convoy, correct?" Dorio pinpointed the crux of the commission. This is not a one-off transaction, but rather a task that necessitates their repeated involvement. The duration of this endeavor is the pivotal question. How long must we engage in this assignment? You know we cannot remain focused on a single task indefinitely. Our manpower is insufficient. Naturally, Connor would not permit them to launch prolonged assaults on the convoy. He wished to do so, yet Yi Xingxia would not allow it either. Excessive actions would inevitably lead to their exposure. 2 months. You are required to consistently harass the convoy within this time frame. Chapter 76. Strategic Planning. Request for continued reading. 2 months? That is far too long. Man exclaimed, his voice brimming with disbelief and dissatisfaction. He stared wide-eyed at his counterpart, as though finding the request utterly preposterous. Man was acutely aware of his team's limitations. Their personnel was scarce, and even with relentless effort, they could not achieve the effects Connor had described. Man, think outside the box. Not every task requires your direct involvement. Connor sighed, shaking his head in exasperation, a look of despair evident on his face. He felt a tinge of disappointment at Man's reaction. Realizing why Man was so easily manipulated by Faraday, his mindset was far too rigid. In contrast, Dorio's contemplation of the issue appeared to be more profound and comprehensive. She seemed to grasp the underlying intricacies and interjected, "Are you suggesting that we fashion it into a bait to entice other factions or individuals to participate?" A flicker of admiration crossed Connor's eyes as he nodded in affirmation, responding, "Astute observation. The wasteland is rife with wanderers, the ransacked blades, and those gang members fleeing the city to escape trouble. If we provide them with a lucrative opportunity, I am confident they will flock to it. Thus, it is imperative that you learn to share the spoils and collaborate with others to achieve grander aspirations." Dorio shook her head, retorting, "Those individuals are driven solely by profit. They are unlikely to be interested in pilfering raw materials. They would much prefer to seize finished goods such as firearms and ammunition. What purpose would raw materials serve? They lack the production lines. I believe it would be quite challenging to command their allegiance." Connor remained non-committal, suggesting, "Then we must offer tangible incentives that they can perceive and grasp. Such as, for instance, you could allocate a portion of funds to engage these individuals, while inadvertently hinting at a significant buyer in the city who is eager to acquire such goods in abundance. Furthermore, you could casually disclose my contact information. implying the existence of such a buyer. As you are already inundated with tasks, the necessity for assistance will arise. Do you not think these individuals will become envious and contemplate usurping your position to claim the lion's share? Understanding Connor's intent, Dorio nodded and remarked, "They will undoubtedly do so. Thus we merely need to showcase a few successful cases in advance to bait these fellows, correct?" "Precisely. Having just your small team undertake this task would not only be inefficient, but would also make you vulnerable to scrutiny. We require some decoys to draw attention away from you," Connor replied. Nearby, Rebecca, overhearing Connor, muttered, "What a devious individual. Little girl, I can hear you. If you keep gossiping, I shall strip you and swing you from the lamppost," Connor teased, indulging in his dark sense of humor. As anticipated, Rebecca exploded in response. "You pervert. Are you insane?" Although infuriated, she refrained from drawing her weapon this time. Sensing her imminent outburst, Sasha, standing beside her, quickly intervened. "Please, don't escalate the situation." Ignoring Rebecca's agitated state, Connor turned his gaze to Falco and inquired, "You hail from the Nomads, correct?" With all eyes now fixed upon him, Falco, unaccustomed to such attention, felt slightly uncomfortable. "Yes, but I have no intention of betraying my clan, so." Falco knew that Connor's machinations would ultimately result in the Nomads bearing the brunt of his wrath. They would make their exit while those struggling in the wasteland would be left to fend for themselves. "So you intend to watch them squander this lucrative opportunity?" Connor pressed. In his plan, it was imperative that the Nomads be involved, even if only a few small clans. The muddier the waters, the better. "I was quite serious earlier. I intend to procure these raw materials at 70 of the market price, acquiring as much as I can." Falco appeared somewhat amenable and continued, "The Wanderers have had a tough few years, haven't they? The new America is akin to boiling frogs in warm water. The ones suffering the most are undoubtedly them. Now, with soldiers from the military scattered across the wasteland, their living space has been nearly suffocated. I possess the supplies they desperately seek: firearms, ammunition, medical supplies, survival gear, armed vehicles. This transaction seems advantageous to them in every regard. Why not give it a try?" At this point, Falco felt no need to maintain his composure and nodded. "Very well. I shall reach out to them and inform them that the seized raw materials will be delivered directly to you, correct?" "Naturally. Whether they prefer monetary compensation or goods is entirely up to them. I have no preference." "Indeed, Falco, Connor is trustworthy. Do not compare him to those intermediaries," Man asserted, wrapping an arm around Falco's shoulder and vouching for Connor. He was no fool. He welcomed the prospect of enlisting additional assistance. Since Man had taken it upon himself to persuade Falco, Connor refrained from further verbosity and merely inclined his head slightly towards David. Upon receiving the cue, David promptly turned and headed towards the vehicle. Upon reaching the rear, he skillfully opened the trunk and retrieved 2 heavy weapon cases from within. "These are the tools I have prepared for you. Do they suit your needs?" "No need for that. We are quite accustomed to our own equipment. Transitioning to new gear may not yield the desired results." Man's concerns are not without merit. He is not one to sharpen his blade at the last moment. What was he thinking? Does he really believe that I need to make special preparations for a firearm? It is other matters that require attention. In Connor's mind, Man's team is merely a tool, an investment that should be judiciously managed. Should they wish for comprehensive support, they would need to present him with a token of allegiance. Upon hearing Connor's words, the others gathered eagerly to witness the spectacle, directing their gaze towards the weapon cache. With widened eyes, they scrutinized the contents of the box. Several compact missiles were neatly arranged on one side, while on the other lay a square object, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. Additionally, a few larger anti-armor mines were scattered in the corners. "Connor, you have certainly invested heavily here," Dorio remarked first, recognizing the rarity of the items within. "You must ensure that your inaugural shot hits its mark. The potential profits thereafter will depend on your performance." "Haha, rest assured, we shall handle it," Man replied in affirmation. "Oh, by the way, David will be joining you on this mission." That kid? He is Gloria's son, isn't he?" Man scrutinized David, a hint of skepticism in his gaze. "What? Do you not trust us? How can such a boy contribute?" Man assumed that Connor doubted their capabilities, and a flicker of dissatisfaction crossed his features. "He has his own responsibilities, and you have yours. They do not conflict. However, should your team find itself short-handed during the operation, David may lend a temporary hand, provided it does not interfere with his duties." "What does he intend to do?" Connor replied with a mysterious smile, "It's a secret." Chapter 77, Live broadcast 3 days later at Charter Mountain, Garden Mansion Hotel. After several days of preparation, Man and his group were set to launch their assault on the transport team led by Connor today. Connor arrived at the luxurious suite of Yixingxia, where they would watch the live broadcast of Man's operations together. While petting Yixingxia's cat, Connor couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. Sometimes wealth alone is insufficient. One must also possess power. In Night City, owning a hairless cat is already a rarity, yet this young lady had the privilege of nurturing a Maine Coon, its silky fur suggesting it was well cared for. Based on Connor's experiences in this world over the years, maintaining a long-haired cat is considerably more challenging than caring for a hairless one. From which laboratory did your cat come? Are there any available on the market? I would like to have one too. As he continued to stroke the cat, Connor's desire intensified. Anything he wished for, he must possess. And the inability to acquire it gnawed at him. Yixingxia looked at him in surprise, not expecting Connor to have such an affection for cats. She was genuinely taken aback by this softer side of him, realizing he wasn't entirely cold-hearted. I despise humanity, yet I have an affinity for animals. Cats possess an inherent charm that elicits compassion. Even demons cannot resist their allure, Connor remarked, a certain red monkey demon flashing through his mind, prompting a smile. Huh. Yixingxia was slightly puzzled by Connor's current demeanor. All right, if you like, I can help you find one. What color do you prefer? Tomcat or queen cat? Upon hearing her words, Connor's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you serious? Why would I deceive you? Speak up, your mother will buy it for you. Yixingxia couldn't help but remarked how Connor resembled a child yearning for a toy. In an instant, Connor's expression fell, and he gestured with an international sign of camaraderie. Are you taking advantage of me? If so, then this favor cannot go unrewarded. I demand a brown tabby with white markings, a tomcat. You really are quite demanding. Of course, a mother must not be taken for granted. By the way, do they truly possess the capability? Are they so confident in their modifications? After a playful exchange, Yixingxia redirected her gaze to the large screen before her, where the image was crystal clear. Man and his subordinates had already secured their positions in the target area, awaiting the arrival of the Connor convoy. Yixingxia had initially anticipated Connor would personally engage, yet he merely sent his subordinates to handle the task. Man's enhancements were executed right beneath her nose, and she possessed the key to disable Man's cybernetic enhancements. Relieved, she thought, this time is primarily to showcase the results. After all, no matter how formidable I am, I remain but one individual, and my influence on the situation is negligible. However, if I can mass-produce a group of exceptionally powerful individuals, then your hand will be transformed. Yixingxia's interest was piqued. Who would ever disdain having a stronger hand? Connor gently placed the Maine Coon he had been cradling onto the floor, brushing away any lingering cat hairs from his person. Naturally, I intend to evaluate your capabilities as well, he stated, betraying a hint of skepticism, to ascertain whether your intelligence is indeed reliable. Charging in without foresight would be imprudent, potentially leading to an unfavorable encirclement. That would be quite amusing, wouldn't it? He made no attempt to conceal his reservations regarding Yixingxia's competence. Foreseasoned adversaries are always prudent. How disheartening, he mused. Were we not just moments ago engaged in a display of maternal affection? And now the charade is over? Spare me. Are you enjoying this? Connor inwardly acknowledged her adroitness. The woman was a master of deflection, rendering it difficult for him to persist with his harsh words. Observe, she said, the spectacle is about to commence. While Connor and his cohorts luxuriated on a plush sofa, sipping champagne, Man and his crew were enduring the harsh elements, their mouths filled with sand. As the convoy remained conspicuously absent, Rebecca's volatile temper began to fray. At that moment, a tempestuous sandstorm arose from the Badlands, forming an all-encompassing, obscuring curtain of sand. As the sandstorm ascended, it gradually merged with the clouds above, casting a jaundiced hue across the entire firmament. The wind intensified, and the sand grew denser, colliding and grinding against itself, producing a grating, rasping sound. Paw, paw, Rebecca exclaimed, spitting out the sand that had been swept into her mouth. Man, we haven't even caught a glimpse of a feather. Is that pretty boy taking you for a fool? She cast aspersions on Connor's integrity. Man's countenance darkened, the prospect of their inaugural venture descending into chaos looming large. It was then that Pilar displayed an uncharacteristic composure, extending his massive hand to gently press down on Rebecca's head, giving it a playful tousle. If you said a few less words, you wouldn't be caught in the sand. This dreadful weather makes it quite normal to be delayed on the road. As a seasoned member of the team, he understood Man's character all too well. Complaints at this juncture would only exacerbate tensions. In any case, they had all arrived, so waiting a little longer was inconsequential. If they ended up with nothing, that would be the client's issue, and they could address it later. Man nodded, remaining silent, merely glancing at his watch. There were still 5 minutes until the scheduled time. Hey, can you spot the target from your end? Time is running short. Man inquired of David, who had opted for a more open location away from them. David was fiddling with a cylindrical metallic object, seemingly calibrating the signal connection, as the control panel in his hand displayed a message indicating that the signal was being established. Upon hearing Man's question, he raised his wrist to check the time. What's the rush? There's still 5 minutes left. A good show is worth the wait. And by the way, I have a name, David Martinez. Ha ha ha. Young one, are you still a rookie? Who goes around using their real name in this line of work? Aren't you afraid that someone seeking revenge might have trouble finding you? David appeared to have never contemplated such a dilemma. As he reflected on the street legends who seemingly all operated under aliases: Morgan the Hand, Adam the Hammer, Wayland the Old Snake, Johnny the Silver Hand. What normal person would possess surnames like Hand, Silver, or Old Snake? Perhaps he, too, ought to adopt a nickname or alias. What should it be? Should I adopt a name that is more striking, one that lingers in the minds of those who hear it? Perhaps a humorous nickname that could evoke laughter even in the most tense moments? Alternatively, I might simply choose to name myself after a particular trait or skill, showcasing my individuality and prowess. With this thought, David found himself ensnared in an endless quandary. As he pondered deeply, Man caught sight of the distant silhouette of the Kanto convoy, faintly discernible amidst the swirling dust. Ah, those rascals have finally arrived. Everyone, get ready. Hey, Kid David, snap out of it. Are they coming first, or shall we? David, roused by Man's call, noticed the approaching Kanto transport team and remarked, "You go ahead. If I take the initiative, we might lose this batch of goods. Perhaps you wouldn't mind earning a little extra?" Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Of course, I want to make that extra coin. All right, everyone, prepare for action. Boom. Chapter 78, a perfect debut boom. As the Kanto convoy entered the encirclement, Pila unhesitatingly pressed the button on his remote control. In an instant, the anti-tank mines, previously buried, detonated with a thunderous roar. A deafening explosion echoed, flames shot skyward, and a cloud of dust enveloped the scene, as if an unseen force had upended the entire convoy. Vehicles were shattered into fragments, some igniting into blazing fireballs, while others were hurled into the air, crashing heavily to the ground. The windows shattered into countless shards, scattering like raindrops in a tempest. The soldiers within the vehicle were utterly unprepared, swiftly consumed by the powerful shockwave and flames. In an instant, the air was filled with anguished cries and desperate shouts, plunging the scene into chaos and panic. Observing this harrowing spectacle, Man and his companions wasted no time, rushing forward to claim their trophies. Meanwhile, in the presidential suite of the Garden Mansion Hotel, Connor and Yi Xingxiao watched the unfolding events in silence. A subtle smile graced Yi Xingxiao's lips, hinting at a sense of satisfaction. "It appears that the individual you enlisted possesses quite remarkable skills," she noted. Connor responded nonchalantly, "With your intelligence backing this operation, any failure would indeed warrant their demise. They ought not to linger in Night City any longer." How harshly critical, he mused, regarding the man named Man, who exhibited a commendable compatibility with cybernetics. I wonder how he would perform with others? Yi Xingxiao inquired, her gaze fixed on Man's ruthless display of prowess on the screen. "I am aware of your implication. Man is not one with a high tolerance for cybernetic enhancements. You have seen his previous assessment reports. He is but a step away from cyberpsychosis. What is it? Has he faltered at the critical moment?" Connor's words were a pointed jab at her. Such corporate hounds are always calculating, forever anxious about missteps leading them into the abyss. Perhaps this encapsulates the workplace pressure of the cyberpunk era, which is why Connor resolutely refrains from entering the corporate sphere where alliances are forged for fleeting gains. However, to alter oneself for the sake of collaboration with them? To hell with that. I hope for your sake that the situation is as you suggest. Something seems amiss, and it appears they have encountered difficulties. Upon hearing this, Connor turned his gaze towards the large screen, where several drones accompanied a military-grade Scorpion Lion, a clear indication that support from Kanto had arrived. "You didn't mention that these guys were trailing the transport team. Connor exclaimed, directing his ire at Yashinxia. The equipment he had provided to man was ill-suited for engaging aerial targets. In the presence of the scorpion lion, they were mere sitting ducks. Unexpected. Don't look at me like that. Mistakes happen, just as horses may stumble. Yashinxia shrugged, expressing her own helplessness, as this was an unforeseen circumstance. Whether it was intentional or accidental, Connor had no desire to delve into it. If looks could kill, Yashinxia would already be riddled with wounds. Ignoring her, Connor refocused on the large screen. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening sound of gunfire erupted as the machine guns mounted on the scorpion lion unleashed a torrent of fiery projectiles, with bullets raining down upon man and his team like a relentless storm. Damn it! Scatter! Man cursed, nimbly darting aside to narrowly evade the initial barrage. He shouted for his teammates while swiftly scanning for suitable cover in the vicinity. Despite the ferocity of the enemy's firepower, the squad members remained undaunted. After all, they were seasoned veterans of the battlefield. Although the current situation was somewhat precarious, it was by no means insurmountable. They quickly dispersed, each seeking appropriate cover to prepare for a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, bullets were flying, and both sides engaged in a vigorous exchange of fire. Dolio, wielding his technological rifle, barely managed to disable a pterosaur drone. Man, think of something. This armored beast is too resilient. Its position is too fortified. Our shots merely tickle it. As he spoke, he raised his rifle again and fired several shots at the scorpion-tailed lion. The charged technical bullets merely left a few dents on its exterior. Man lifted his left hand, aiming at the scorpion-tailed lion in midair, activating the second mode of the projectile launcher, the plasma cannon mode. After a series of swift and intricate transformations, the launcher morphed into a miniature plasma cannon. Come on. Get a little closer, savor daddy's ice cream. Man muttered, his cybernetic eyes screen continuously refreshing the distance data to the target, each number pulsing like a heartbeat. As man whispered, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly tense, as if the very air had solidified. Beep, with the sound of an alert. The scorpion-tailed lion entered the plasma cannon's firing range. Buzz. With a low hum, a sphere of yellow light struck the scorpion-tailed lion in midair. Waha! Man, show them what you're made of. Piro was the first to exclaim, fully aware of the power of man's prized weapon. This was a secure victory. Dolio and the others exhaled in relief, realizing that the metal behemoth had been subdued. Meanwhile, inside the hovering vehicle, the driver and co-pilot were frantically attempting to stabilize the descending craft. What on earth is that? A plasma cannon? Don't ask me. I have no time for this. Hurry, pull up. We cannot afford to falter. One more hit, and we shall meet our maker. Are you blind? I have exerted every ounce of strength I possess. Then shove another effort into it. The scene anticipated by man and his comrades did not unfold as expected. The scorpion-tailed lion was struck, a gaping hole torn into its fuselage. After a brief descent, the pilot managed to regain control. Blast it! Man swung his fist in frustration, vexed by their current predicament. They had learned their lesson and would not reveal any vulnerabilities again. Presently, they found themselves at a loss against this hovering vehicle, should it ensnare them. The arrival of Kontau's reinforcements would spell their doom. David, are there any formidable assets left on Connor's side? Hurry, bring them forth. If we delay, the next time it encounters us, we may end up in an urn. He was at his wit's end and could only place his hopes on David. Connor had previously claimed that David had his own tasks, yet now he could only pray that the lad could manage the situation. In the distance, David had activated the earlier metallic column, steeling himself. Today, he would not meet his end. Do you still desire that shipment? Within the metallic column, like a hive, lay countless metallic bees, and David pressed the activation button on the control panel. These metallic bees unfurled their delicate wings and soared towards the hovering vehicle. If all goes well, it would indeed be splendid. After all, this was Connor's inaugural assignment for him, and it must be executed flawlessly. Indeed, leave it to me. Watch closely, for I am no mere child. Call me the beekeeper. As David's words fell, the metallic bees that had already approached the hovering vehicle grew increasingly agitated. Suddenly, a series of earth-shattering explosions erupted, as if the very fabric of the world were being torn asunder. The airborne vehicle, which had just steadied itself to retaliate, now found itself engulfed in a sea of flames. The fierce inferno swiftly enveloped the entire craft, wrapping it tightly in its fiery embrace. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle transformed into a colossal fireball, billowing thick smoke that soared skyward. This unforeseen turn of events left Man and his companions utterly stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the scene before them, struggling to comprehend the reality of what they were witnessing. What the hell? When did the little demons of Night City become so formidable? Like Man, Yi Xingxia, who was hiding behind a screen, stared at the unfolding spectacle in astonishment. Are you kidding me? What is happening? Connor leisurely rose to his feet, approached her, and gently pinched her delicate face. You are astute, and I am not foolish either. So, what do you think of the surprise I have prepared for you? Chapter 79. The daily life of Night City in the blink of an eye. It had been a full month since the heist on the Kaintao transport team. Yet, Night City showed no signs of disturbance, as if nothing had transpired at all. Only the Badlands seemed to have grown even more boisterous and bustling than before. After being subdued by Connor, Yi Xingxiao refrained from any further antics and began to cooperate with Connor's actions. David's bomb attack astonished her. Such a contraption defied logic. How could something so diminutive create such an extensive explosion? Upon realizing that Connor possessed unknown advanced technology, she relinquished her intentions to suppress him. Initially, she had aimed to sabotage the attack and then intimidate Connor into working for her clandestinely. However, faced with the reality of the situation, she had no choice but to reluctantly acknowledge this truth and regard Connor as her equal. As long as Connor's hidden cards remained undisclosed, they were comrades in the same trench. Connor, aware of Yi Xingxia's subtle thoughts, chose not to dwell on them. He had encountered many like her before. One more individual of her ilk was inconsequential. He had ample strategies to manage such individuals. Man, we recently made contact with the people from Mikado, but they seem somewhat apprehensive about the matter, Man's message read. Connor pondered. Had Soul's faction from Mikado finally arrived in Night City after 75 years? Given Soul's conservative views, Man would likely encounter resistance. Conversing with them would be a mere waste of time. However, the management of the nomad tribes was typically lax, and it was possible that a few mavericks might clandestinely take on jobs without their leader's knowledge. Speaking of which, Panin. Indeed. You might also consider reaching out to the Serpent clan. They are generally open to newcomers. I have also heard that the Buckler family is embroiled in internal strife, which presents an opportunity. Connor, the list you have in hand is far too much for you all to consume. Seize this opportunity to cultivate more subordinates. Man, so, are we to engage in a long-term partnership with Kanto? Man harbored no such resistance towards collaborating with the company as Jack did. His previous dealings with Faraday predominantly revolved around military technology contracts. Regardless of the nature of the work, as long as the remuneration was satisfactory, he was willing to proceed. His primary concern lay with the relationship between Connor and Kanto. If this were to evolve into a long-term partnership, it was imperative to secure that connection. Connor, rest assured, there is ample work here to sustain you for quite some time. You may even earn enough for your retirement. Man, if you say it that way, I feel reassured and understand how to proceed. Man resolved to push aside the commission just granted by Faraday. Compared to the scattered contracts, this long-term project was far more enticing, especially after receiving Connor's affirmation. Connor, do well in this endeavor. It presents a significant opportunity for both of us. Man, haha, I shall not disappoint you. Man and his group were leading a band of wanderers in guerrilla tactics against Kanto, while Connor found himself idly restless in the city. He sent a message to Kate, suggesting another friendly match. Unexpectedly, Kate called him directly, questioning why she should seek him out instead of accompanying his red-haired companion. It appeared that Kate had not been idle during this period, discreetly investigating Connor. What is this? Are you feeling jealous? Connor teased. Refrain from being overly arrogant. It is merely curiosity. Moreover, please avoid answering questions with rhetorical inquiries, as shifting topics often reveals a sense of insecurity. She is preoccupied with acquiring clients. One wonders how this woman possesses such a formidable ambition. The days of solitary sleeplessness must be arduous, no? Indeed, otherwise, I would not be calling you. When do you finish work? I shall come to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Kate on the other end of the line curtly replied to Connor with a single word, scram. There is a significant case that requires my attention, and I have been working overtime for the past 2 weeks. Connor, intrigued by her words, inquired, what case has landed on your plate? Do share. Huh? Do you wish for me to act improperly? Discussing such matters over the phone could lead to my unemployment, and then I'd be forced to rely on you for sustenance. Connor, undeterred, responded, very well, I shall support you. Trust you? I genuinely lack the time to accompany you. Why not seek some amusement over in Japan Street? With a sense of resignation, Connor hung up the phone. It was not his desire to venture there, but his companions were otherwise occupied. After a simple yet elegant preparation, he departed. In the eyes of many, Westbrook is regarded as the most habitable and pleasurable area within the Night City. Gazing across the entirety of Night City, it seems unlikely that any other locale boasts the grandeur of Westbrook, where the mansions of the affluent are nestled upon the gentle hills of North Oak District, exuding a poetic tranquility. Following this is Charter Hill, a haven for all ambitious middle-class corporate employees, and lastly, Japan Street, the entertainment epicenter of Night City. However, 50 years ago, it was an entirely different scene. In 2023, the area of Westbrook near the city center suffered severe devastation due to a nuclear incident, with the high-rises on Japan Street being the first to confront the shockwave of the explosion. For the subsequent 2 decades, these precarious skyscrapers, with their crumbling facades reduced to mere skeletons, haunted the once thriving neighborhood. By 2040, reconstruction efforts commenced. The old structures were razed to the ground, their remnants utilized to fill the gaping crater left by the nuclear blast in the heart of the city. Asian enterprises began erecting new superstructures and skyscrapers. And over the next 30 years, Japan Street was restored to its former glory. By day, Japan Street bustled with tourists who flocked to its bars, upscale restaurants, arcades, cherry blossom department stores, and Shinto shrines, all essential destinations in the Night City. The area remained clean and safe during daylight hours. As night fell, Japan Street transformed into a vibrant gathering place for visitors and the affluent, weary white-collar workers seeking relaxation after a grueling day at the office. Both groups indulged in the pleasures of nightlife, lavishly spending at the gaming tables. When darkness enveloped the street, they flocked to love hotels, Japanese nightclubs, and entertainment establishments, their lights casting a shimmering glow over Japan Street. Those unable to afford the luxury of Westbrook's plush hotel rooms also surrendered their evenings to this locale. To Japan Street, the pinnacle of nightlife entertainment, Yunding. Connor gazed at the entrance of Yunding, contemplating. This time he was not here to stir up trouble. But if they dared to recommend something akin to what the angels offered, he would certainly bring Yunding to its knees. No one could save it from his wrath. Good evening. How may I assist you? The hostess, adorned with Japanese tattoos that enhanced her allure, gazed at Connor and inquired, "What else can one do at Cloudtop?" "Naturally. One comes here for amusement," he replied. "Precisely. Please connect your personal terminal here, and we shall calculate the most suitable companion for you." Connor waved his hand dismissively, rejecting the hostess's offer. "Spare me that routine. I am not a novice who can be easily deceived. I know precisely what I desire." That seems somewhat against the rules." Connor produced a bundle of neatly tied cash, discreetly waving it before her in a corner away from the cameras. "If the rules do not serve our interests, then they must be altered, wouldn't you agree?" The hostess hesitated for a few moments, then covered the cash with her notepad and smiled brightly. "You certainly leave me no choice. Please, tell me which companion you desire to serve you. If Blue Sky is unavailable, kindly summon Evelyn. Since I am here, I wish to experience the most intriguing Blue Sky. However, I would not mind the widely recommended Evelyn. Judy speaks highly of her, and Lai Xian ardently orders her services. You have arrived at an opportune moment. Both of them are currently available. Which one do you choose?" "I shall take both. It is merely 2, and I can manage." Chapter 80. A side story. Villains of the wasteland. The wasteland stretched out before him, a broad road winding and twisting into the distance. A crimson canali viper sped past, its windows tightly sealed, preventing the intrusion of the swirling winds and dust from the outside. Yet, through the darkened glass, one could faintly discern a figure seated in the driver's seat. As the viper raced forward, it kicked up a cloud of dust, leaving behind a long, trailing wake. "Metal burns beneath my skin. I'm chipping in, chipping in. Chips are bashing in my head." A slightly jarring voice emerged, seemingly attempting to compete with the melody of the radio, softly humming along. Though the voice could hardly be deemed melodious, it was more akin to a howling lament, a rare instance of the band's brass being rendered in such a manner. "Hey, if you don't shut your mouth, I'll shove the barrel right into that foul mouth of yours. Don't say I didn't warn you." A disheveled young man bellowed fiercely. He sported an extremely short buzz cut, the most practical hairstyle for a life of hardship. At around 26 or 27, his face bore the weight of experiences that belied his years. Clad in a tattered jacket paired with stained jeans, he epitomized the image of a vagabond. At this moment, the young man in the passenger seat, with a somewhat frivolous tone, remarked, "Why so serious?" He nonchalantly propped his legs against the air conditioning vent by the window. "Oh, this is bliss. My singing is hardly inferior to that of Chris Jericho." With the monotonous driving accompanied by a 360-degree surround sound system, you're in for a treat. "Get your filthy foot off that," exclaimed the driver. "Jesus, have you not washed your feet in days?" The young man, known as Vincent, was not merely engaging in idle chatter. He drew his newly acquired revolver from its holster and aimed it at his companion. I want to repeat myself. K, clearly well acquainted with Vincent's temperament, awkwardly lowered his foot from the window and attempted to explain. "Vincent, we've been on the road for half a month. This infernal heat is unbearable. It feels like I'm being roasted alive. My feet truly need some air." Vincent, with an air of seriousness, replied, "We'll soon reach a rest area. I recall there's an inn nearby where we can take a break. And call me V. How many times must I remind you? When we're out, use code names." K raised his hands in surrender. Okay, V. Just drive faster. I can hardly wait for a cold beer." Now it was V's turn to be speechless, exasperatedly stating, "This wretched car is barely responsive. If only you had saved more money, we could have upgraded to a Thunderbolt by now and wouldn't be in such a predicament." K, recognizing his shortcomings, quickly added, "The Canaries are not bad either. Though the space is limited and the speed lacking, it excels in stability and does not consume ethanol. As for the gluttonous Thunder, it is ill-suited for us." He chuckled. "When it comes to you, there seems to be no end to your repartee. You always manage to spin it your way." V, having no further words for his lifelong companion, reflected on how he had always been this way, his words always more melodious than his actions. If they hadn't grown up together in such close proximity, V would have surely distanced himself from this tiresome individual. "V, is that rest area you mentioned the one up ahead? I see the bar's sign." K pointed towards the silhouette of the sign in the distance. V glanced over and nodded. "Indeed, that's the one. I've been here before with family. Let us indulge in some foot oil and ice-cold beer. I have arrived." This was a solitary bar nestled in the wilderness, accompanied by an ethanol fueling station, a common sight in this desolate region. The bar appeared dilapidated, its paint peeling, with walls bearing the scars of erratic gunfire. The door hung ajar, seemingly beckoning weary travelers to enter. As K and V stepped inside, they were greeted by an amalgamation of dust and alcohol wafting through the air. Under the dim lighting, a few rickety tables and chairs were scattered about, while the walls were adorned with tattered posters, including some of scantily clad women that seemed older than time itself. The bar's proprietor was diligently polishing glasses behind a counter, casting glances at the patrons scattered throughout the establishment, engaged in drinking and card games. The atmosphere was surprisingly pleasant. K hurriedly approached the bar, greeted the owner, and requested a bottle of ice-cold beer, urging him to be swift as his throat felt parched. The owner scrutinized the two newcomers, retrieved a chilled bottle from the refrigerator, and handed it to K, inquiring about their unfamiliarity with the establishment. K seized the frosty beer, clutching the neck tightly, relishing the cool sensation coursing through his fingertips. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly twisted off the cap, releasing a delicate aroma of malt that wafted through the air. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the bottle to his lips and took a generous swig, the icy beer cascading down his throat like a refreshing stream, bringing forth an exhilarating sense of satisfaction. He closed his eyes, savoring the moment, allowing the beer to trickle down the corners of his mouth and splatter onto his shirt. "Ah, splendid. What were you saying?" The bar owner shook his head and remarked, "You must have come here in search of fortune too, right? Lately, there has been a steady influx of unfamiliar wanderers like yourselves." "Fortune?" K exchanged puzzled glances with V, having never heard of such a thing. K continued in response to the owner's words, "My brother and I have traveled from New Mexico, delivering goods to the city of night. Are you implying there are lucrative opportunities here?" The bar owner remained silent, casting a knowing look that suggested they should discern the truth for themselves. K understood his implication and nodded at V, indicating he should pay. With a resigned sigh, V produced a wad of cash from his pocket and tossed it across the bar. The bar owner accepted the cash and began to count it. K, unable to bear the delay, interjected, "Stop counting. Once you've finished, you can take as long as you like." "Quickly, what's the situation?" "Well," he chuckled, "there's been a major player in the underworld recently. They seem to have some grievances with the Kong Tao and have announced high prices for the cargo of the Kong Tao transport team." V, who had remained silent until now, queried, It can't be that simple. Where would they find the routes of the Kong Tao transport team? Just by speaking, these people would rush over without a second thought? Furthermore, once they acquire the goods, who would they sell them to? The bar owner looked at V with exasperation, complaining, "Listen to me finish. We're just getting to the crux of the matter." He continued, "Their people are somewhat elusive, but if you head over to Shirji Mountain, you're likely to encounter them. You can then procure intelligence on the transport routes, and once the job is done, they will reach out to you for the goods. Indeed, the drifters in this area have congregated here. I've heard that those from Southern California have made their way over as well." K nudged V with his elbow, whispering, "What do you think? Should we consider getting involved?" V pondered for a moment before responding. "This situation seems quite precarious. The two of us might not be able to handle it. One could earn a fortune but lose their life in the process. Who said we were going to target the Kong Tao? Have you lost your mind? We're after those who have already acquired the goods. There is plenty of profit to be made there." K had never intended to go after the Kong Tao. It was a time-consuming and risky endeavor that could easily backfire. A splendid notion indeed. With so many individuals gathered, it is undeniably an opportune moment to take action. It has been decided, a division of 64-6. With you receiving the latter. Upon receiving affirmation from his confidant regarding his scheme, K smiled with satisfaction. "No problem. Once our finances are more accommodating, we shall acquire a thunder." V chuckled at his jest and replied, "Didn't you just say the thunder was unworthy? Let bygones be bygones. I have endured enough of this wretched canali." The bar owner, observing the two engaged in hushed conversation, called out, "What are you two whispering about?" K turned to the proprietor, a smile gracing his lips, which unnerved the owner. "What are you staring at? Your head does not quite match your body. It looks rather odd." With that, he swiftly grasped the owner's throat, and as blood erupted, he delivered a punch that sent the owner's head spinning. In an instant, the clamor of the bar fell silent, patrons gazing in shock at the unfolding chaos, caught off guard and unable to react. V moved with lightning speed, drawing a new star from his waist. Bang, bang, accompanied by two sharp gunshots. Bullets sliced through the air, striking the foreheads of two patrons with unerring accuracy. In that fleeting moment, blood sprayed, and two lives were extinguished. Simultaneously, K launched himself into the throng with astonishing agility. His movements were lithe and swift. Each punch and kick carried a fierce intensity, and those who dared to resist were swiftly brought to the ground, writhing in agony. In the blink of an eye, the bar was suffused with a pungent scent of blood, and the floor was strewn with lifeless bodies. The entire process unfolded in but a fleeting minute. As the last adversary succumbed, V and K exchanged a glance before turning to commence the cleanup. Retrieving the tip he had just given from the bar owner's pocket, K jestingly remarked, "This is mine again." As the duo exited the bar, a sudden cacophony erupted behind them, followed swiftly by the emergence of fierce flames within the establishment, the fire rapidly engulfing the entire bar. "Let us go, V, and seize a grand fortune," K exclaimed. "Which unfortunate soul do you intend to target?" K's laughter echoed amidst the roaring inferno, a sound reminiscent of a demon from the depths of hell. V sped away in the dilapidated canary, racing towards the Stone Ridge Mountain. Chapter 81. The Humiliation of Faraday Westbrook, Charter Hill, Faraday Apartment. Recently, Faraday had been riding high on a wave of success, clinching 3 military technology contracts in succession. Not only had he made a name for himself there, but he had also amassed considerable wealth. Perhaps in a few days, if someone were to inquire about the intermediary in Santo Domingo, Faraday's name would be the first to spring to mind. One step further for Faraday, and he could almost glimpse the dawn of a promising future. Just as Faraday indulged in his dreams of prosperity, the shrill ring of a telephone shattered his reverie. An image adorned with a military technology logo suddenly popped up on his ocular implant. Could this signify a new contract? Faraday mused internally, simultaneously marveling at the extraordinary fortune that had recently befallen him. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions, swiftly answering the phone, clearing his throat. He spoke in a calm, yet confident tone. "Good day, this is Faraday. How may I assist you?" However, the voice on the other end seemed uninterested in pleasantries, exuding an air of seriousness, even a hint of melancholy. The individual gravely stated, "Do not play games with me, Faraday. The situation in the wasteland is escalating, and I have yet to receive your intelligence." At these words, Faraday was momentarily taken aback, utterly bewildered by the implications. What intelligence? Does the military not possess its own dedicated intelligence department? Why then, do they seek information from him? Furthermore, What exactly was the nature of this intelligence? A cascade of questions flooded his mind, leaving him in profound confusion. He inwardly cursed, wondering how this individual had so inexplicably shifted the burden of responsibility onto him. He resolved to remain calm and ascertain the true intentions of the caller. Thus, he endeavored to keep his voice steady and inquired, "I apologize, but I may not fully grasp your meaning. What precisely do you refer to when you mention intelligence? Additionally, how did you come to the conclusion that I should provide this information?" As Faraday struggled to comprehend the situation, the military liaison erupted with fury. "Oh, really? You claim ignorance? I find that hard to believe. Surely, as an intermediary, you must be aware that Kong Tao's convoy has been under continuous attack in the wasteland recently." Upon hearing his words, Faraday understood immediately and smiled. "Ah, you are referring to this matter. I have heard whispers of it. But the plight of the victims lies with Kantao. I have no desire to get involved and risk becoming ensnared in the chaos. Hence I refrained from probing further." His words bore a semblance of truth. The vagrants in the wretched lands were causing quite a ruckus, attacking Kantao's convoys with reckless abandon, a situation that reeked of intrigue. First and foremost, how did they acquire the transportation routes? The wretched lands are not limited to a mere handful of paths. How is it that they consistently encountered them? Furthermore, he had heard that Kantao suffered significant losses of raw materials. Good grief! What could a band of vagrants possess other than a few pickup trucks? What purpose would they have in seizing raw materials? They were incapable of processing or producing anything. They were not Meta. Was it possible that Meta was inciting this chaos from behind the scenes? A disquieting thought crossed Faraday's mind. Humph, you wish to avoid becoming entangled in the mess. Surely, you do not believe you can remain an outsider? The reality was harsh. As the voice on the other end of the line tore apart any remaining vestiges of hope Faraday harbored, he silently lamented his misfortune. Fully aware of the complexities at play, the wretched lands fell within the sphere of military science's influence. And such disturbances occurring on their turf without being suppressed meant the head of intelligence at the Night City branch should be prepared to resign. His mind raced with possibilities. If they were now seeking intelligence from him, did that imply the intelligence chief had already been dismissed? Current military technology resembled a blind man flailing about, desperately seeking solutions, leading them to this intermediary. Indeed, the situation had escalated to a serious degree. Although Faraday was inclined to fawn over the company and even believe that serving it like a loyal dog was inconsequential, the gravity of this situation was markedly different. A single misstep could lead to fatal consequences. You jest, yet I genuinely find myself powerless in this matter. I lack any informants in the treacherous terrain, making my reach limited. Regardless of what the other party claims, I must not take on this hazardous burden. It is imperative that I distance myself from it as swiftly and as far as possible. You intermediaries are like adhesive plasters, clinging on when there is benefit to be gained, yet the moment trouble arises, you are the first to flee. That individual seemed to have anticipated Faraday's underhanded tactics, cornering him with a decisive maneuver. You are familiar with this person, are you not? He has been quite active in the treacherous lands of late. As he spoke, he sent a photograph to Faraday. In the image was someone whom Faraday not only recognized, but was also well acquainted with. Man, good grief. How did this become entangled with them? This was dire. Instantly, Faraday's foremost thought was to dissociate himself from them, regardless of their involvement in this affair. He absolutely could not be linked to them. Mr. Ethan, this individual has merely carried out a few tasks for me. Our relationship is strictly that of an intermediary and mercenary. I am entirely unaware of how they became involved in this matter. I swear, such a desperate plea for survival, if witnessed by his mercenaries, would surely leave them astounded. Is this truly the same Faraday, who once held himself with such arrogance and disdain? It is indeed fascinating how the dynamics of Night City operate. Look at your disgraceful demeanor. It's evident you lack the courage. If the military authorities suspected you, I wouldn't be the one seeking you out now. After briefly soothing his dog, the man continued, This man is a breakthrough. You know him well. So probe for information. If you can discern who is orchestrating things from behind the scenes, that would be ideal. If not, find a way to infiltrate your informant and see if you can flush out those hidden in the shadows. Do you understand? Upon hearing this, Faraday felt a sense of relief, though walking a tightrope was never a pleasant experience. Rest assured, I shall handle it with utmost finesse, Faraday assured confidently. It better be so. My tolerance for ineptitude has always been low. Do not disappoint me. With that, he ended the call. Damn it. Faraday erupted after a moment of silence. kicking over the wine set on the coffee table in frustration. His unusually modified face, with its 4 eyes, suddenly radiated a chilling, serpent-like glare that was both ominous and unsettling. After a brief respite to regain his composure, he dialed Man. "Hello, Faraday. Do you have work for us?" Man, puzzled by the call after not hearing from Faraday in quite some time, wondered if the 4-eyed fellow was indeed seeking their assistance. Could Man still be interested in my services? Man furrowed his brow, sensing that Faraday might be looking for trouble. He chose to ignore Faraday's sardonic tone. After all, the 4-eyed man had gained some arrogance lately due to a few jobs he had done for the military, and it was unnecessary to provoke him at this juncture. Where has this conversation gone? You are the intermediary, and I am the mercenary. You issue the orders, and if there is profit, I will naturally accept. Implicitly, it suggests that if it is trivial work not worthy of attention, it should not be presented. Man has recently become quite formidable, both in reputation and substance. He possesses both. Having upgraded his cybernetics from mere trinkets to formidable tools, he now qualifies as a skilled individual. This is his reputation. Moreover, Connor has granted him the authority to expand his network through outsourcing, which he has seized upon. Now, his name resonates throughout the wasteland. And now, regarding Faraday, the bespectacled fellow, one can only hope he has good fortune seeking him out. Is that so? I have heard you are thriving in the wasteland and have accrued quite a fortune, haven't you? Man was uncertain how Faraday had learned about his crew's dealings in the wasteland, but prudence is the mother of safety. It is wise to remain vigilant. After all, the transactions between them and Connor are shrouded in secrecy, and if exposed, it would spell doom for one party or the other. The wasteland? What brings that up? Man chuckled. Unable to ascertain the extent of Faraday's knowledge, Man decided to take him for a stroll in the garden, hoping to extract some useful intelligence from him in the process. Both parties harbored ulterior motives, each calculating how to ensnare the other in their respective traps. Faraday, meanwhile, remained unhurried. Man's demeanor indicated that he surely had something to hide, and it seemed necessary to devise a strategy to loosen his grip. "Haha, man. We are old acquaintances. There is no need for such pretense, is there? Jesus, Faraday, when did you begin to play the riddle maker? What on earth are you talking about? Man, your manner of speaking has become rather dull. I am utterly perplexed by your words." Man intends to feign ignorance, determined to remain tight-lipped today. Faraday won't extract any information from him. Faraday regards Man with newfound respect. This brutish fellow has begun to play mind games with him. How intriguing. Come now, Man. Let us be candid. Our previous collaborations were quite pleasant, were they not? You've struck a lucrative deal. Surely you wouldn't hoard it all for yourself. Faraday, no longer wishing to beat around the bush, directly addressed the matter at hand, confident he could coax Man into revealing who was assigning him tasks. "You know, I've recently found myself lacking in substantial work. I was wondering if you could facilitate a connection on your end, as I too wish to partake in the spoils." It is evident that Faraday is spinning a web of deceit. Having recently profited immensely from military technology, he shamelessly claims to have no promising assignments. Man does not believe a single word of Faraday's claims. Their long-standing acquaintance has made him well aware of Faraday's true dealings with military tech. While other intermediaries might find themselves without substantial work for a time, Faraday is certainly not among them. Reflecting on their past, their small team frequently engaged in minor contracts with military science, and he had not heard whispers of Faraday losing favor in that arena. What am I even saying? It's merely that Farco has a lead on some vagabonds. I've picked up a job to intercept a few of the convoy's transports. We all came here with the intention of making a quick profit and then departing. As for this task, I plan to conclude it in a few days, after which I will require some new assignments from you. Man is quite adept at spinning lies, effortlessly weaving falsehoods. Does he think he can share in the spoils? How unfortunate it is that such a promising venture cannot continue. Faraday clearly does not believe Man's words. One cannot articulate it this way. Kong Tao is no fool, and would not permit his convoy to be continually plundered. Once the subsequent security forces arrive, what chaos can a ragtag bunch possibly incite? Man's statements are a blend of truth and deception, primarily intended to placate Faraday. Connor has briefed him, emphasizing the need to amplify their presence. Their team will have limited opportunities to be in the limelight moving forward, yet their operations will not cease. They will merely transition from the public eye to the shadows. Recently, they have established connections with several clans of wanderers who are exceedingly reckless, raiding supplies only to exchange them for weapons with Connor. The equipment these wanderers possess makes man envious: smart missiles, suicide bomb motorcycles, and freeze-ray weapons. These individuals are armed to the teeth. It must be said that conventional corporate security would struggle to subdue them. Kong Tao seeks to extricate himself from the current predicament. He could either exert pressure on Night City to bolster border defenses or lobby the city council to augment armed forces in Night City. However, both of these options present significant challenges and resistance. This was precisely what Yi Xingxiao wished to witness. Only such a chaotic situation could compel the headquarters to pay heed, and only then could her people confront the adversary. Faraday pondered and found merit in man's words. In his view, the apex of the food chain was the corporation. What could the wanderers possibly wield against them? The current turmoil stemmed from the fact that Cantao lacked substantial military strength in Night City, and the personnel from the Military Science Division were utterly ineffectual, allowing the wanderers to proliferate unchecked in the vicinity. If force was futile, then a more subtle approach would suffice. Very well, I shan't make it difficult for you. Can you spare some surplus on your end? I have a considerable number of mercenaries in dire need of sustenance, and with your assistance, perhaps I could procure them some work. As you mentioned, before Cantao takes definitive action, we should seize whatever opportunities present themselves. Faraday's request was not unreasonable. Intermediaries often garnered commissions from mercenaries, although they typically lacked the audacity to make such demands. In 2077, Mr. Hans had similarly conveyed sentiments to V, but while he merely spoke, Faraday intended to take tangible action. Of course, we recognize that his true aim was to plant spies among the wanderers to investigate the puppet masters behind the scenes. Yet man remained oblivious to this. He only felt a swell of pride, as the once haughty intermediary had now bowed to him. What did this signify? Man was indeed embarking on the path of a leader. Haha, since you've put it that way, what more can I say? Ultimately, man could not resist Faraday's persuasion and acquiesced. Let them come to Shirji Mountain to seek me out. I shall make arrangements for them. Haha, splendid. Once you return to the city, I shall organize a gathering for everyone to revel in the delights of dark matter. Faraday, when did you become so generous? Faraday offered no reply, merely responding with a few murmurs to man. Foolish fool. Once I deal with the people from the Military Science Division. Just wait and see how I will handle you. Man's words and actions undoubtedly provoked Faraday, a mere foot soldier daring to impose upon him. The frustration he had just endured from the military liaison had yet to dissipate, and this only added fuel to the fire. He needed to devise a careful plan to gradually undermine man. He was well aware of the fate that awaited mercenaries who chose to bypass intermediaries and act independently. Chapter 82. Connor's 3 calls. This past week, Connor had taken on the persona of Zhao Zilong at Cloudtop, entering and exiting with great revelry. Monday, he repaired several generators for the Wanderers, then headed to Cloudtop for a game of cards. Tuesday, another game of cards at Cloudtop. Wednesday, worked on repairing filters for the Wanderers, then returned to Cloudtop for more card games. Thursday, yet another game at Cloudtop. Friday, Connor, oh Connor, how can you allow yourself to descend so low? Even the strongest constitution cannot withstand such relentless card playing. Saturday, off to Cloudtop for more cards. Sunday, yet again to Cloudtop for card games. Emerging from the embrace of several alluring partners, Connor stumbled as he got out of bed. After a week of intense card playing, even a man of iron could not endure. His legs began to weaken. Alcohol is a poison that courses through the veins, and lust is a blade that cuts to the bone. From today onwards, I shall abstain from drink, Connor muttered to himself. Awakened by Connor's movements, Evelyn rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at him. Honey, aren't you going to sleep a little longer? These past few days, she had been thoroughly exhausted by Connor's antics. Becoming accustomed to the rhythm of eating, working, and sleeping, Connor was searching for his shoes while holding up his trousers. No, I have other matters to attend to today. You all should sleep a bit longer. Yesterday's activities exhausted you. Once you're up, let us head to Jingong Temple to treat ourselves. He then transferred 20,000 euros to Evelyn, as a token of appreciation for their companionship over the past few days. Upon seeing the increase in his account, Evelyn immediately bestowed a kiss upon Connor. Clinging to him like an octopus, she cooed, Honey, I want to do it again. Come on. Connor playfully pinched her soft dairy and teased, You insatiable temptress, it's not that I don't want to, but today is not feasible. Next time, let us invite your girlfriends and try something new. Among Connor's companions, Gloria was the most passionate, Kate the wildest, while Evelyn was the most inventive. Otherwise, he wouldn't have indulged in such frivolities for an entire week. Evelyn gave him a fierce kiss on the lips and declared, "I have another friend with a stunning figure. I'll bring her along next time." Haha, it's a deal then. Rest well. Goodbye. Remember to call me later. After bidding farewell to Evelyn, Connor finally extricated himself from that pink skull heap. He took out his phone to check his inbox, which was overflowing with unread emails. He couldn't help but lament once more, indulgence leads to trouble. Now, he had to tackle the accumulated tasks, starting with Gloria's message. For some reason, seeing Gloria's name made Connor feel a twinge of guilt. Perhaps due to recent indulgences, he had inadvertently neglected her. Upon seeing her messages, a pang of guilt washed over him. Yet, this feeling of remorse was fleeting, dissipating within a mere second. Connor extended his finger to tap the screen, and as he scrolled, a cascade of text messages unfurled before him. He scrutinized each message with care. As time trickled by, his expression grew increasingly grave, and his brow furrowed slightly. The once carefree demeanor gradually faded, supplanted by a weighty and contemplative air. Ultimately, he lifted his gaze and inhaled deeply. Gloria had delivered a plethora of good news. The cybernetic limbs flowing from her had become highly coveted in the underground market. However, numerous hidden issues loomed, as the Sixth Streets gang had also set their sights on her, causing her considerable distress of late. Furthermore, intermediaries had begun to approach her, including familiar faces such as Old Captain, the Priest, and the seasoned intermediary Okada Wakako. Faced with this overwhelming deluge of events, Gloria found herself struggling to cope. The joyous interlude of leisure had come to an end. It was time to return to work. Connor stretched, easing his stiffened body, and summoned a Delamain to return to Santo Domingo. "You still remember how to come back? I thought you had forgotten in your revelry." While a mountain of tasks awaited you at home. Upon his return, Gloria promptly reprimanded him. "Relax, the sky hasn't fallen yet. It's just that recently, I've had to delegate a bit more work to you, but you've managed to shoulder it all. Haven't you?" Connor's words were not merely a compliment to Gloria. The fact that she had managed to avoid creating chaos in his absence was commendable enough. Noticing that Gloria's demeanor had improved somewhat, Connor seized the opportunity to address the matter at hand. "Well, let us discuss the pertinent issues. Recently, the pace of shipments has significantly accelerated, and numerous wanderers have been referred by Mann and his associates. This fellow seems quite adept at navigating the situation, not unworthy of the resources we have allocated to him." As Connor spoke, he perused the sales data, but soon his cheerful expression began to fade. Something was amiss, and he needed to clarify. The desk was cluttered with various documents, and both of their expressions grew serious. Connor furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, while Gloria remained engrossed in the data, unaware of Connor's discontent. Why is the proportion of projectile launchers so alarmingly high? If these become ubiquitous, what will happen to ammunition sales? And as for subdermal armor, we cannot supply that without restrictions. Connor succinctly pointed out several discrepancies he perceived within the sales data. Looking at the live goods she had procured, he questioned the wisdom of her business practices. This approach is akin to racing headlong into a one-time transaction. We must refrain from distributing these items. Let's just say they are out of stock. If everyone possesses durable projectile launchers, who will require weapons and ammunition? How will I sustain my arms trade? Gloria, having never engaged in such work before, was accustomed to dealing in second-hand cybernetics, selling whatever inventory she had available. Concerning the management of supply, there exists a complete lack of understanding, as well as an ignorance of the impact that the proliferation of similar prosthetics might have on the market. You must alter your perspective. Conducting business is not akin to forging friendships. One cannot approach issues solely from the client's viewpoint. Connor's words struck Gloria with significant force, challenging her previous perceptions. "How should I think?" Gloria instinctively inquired. "First, you ought to consider which of your products yields the highest profit," Connor replied, glancing at her. "What is it?" "Our flagship products are various firearms and ammunition. Therefore, by indiscriminately selling them projectile launchers, you inadvertently encroach upon the sales of firearms and ammunition. We cannot alleviate their burdens too much. We must ensure they return to us for continued patronage." Gloria, somewhat perplexed, responded, "Then wouldn't it suffice to sell them inferior products? This way, they would continually return for repairs." Connor regarded her with an air of disappointment. His previous admonitions appeared to have been in vain. "What is our foundation? Is it not the quality of your products? If they are lacking, customers will seek alternatives elsewhere. What reason would they have to return to us?" Connor felt that further education for Gloria was necessary. Earning money requires a method, and an unseemly approach will only hasten one's demise. Gloria nodded, committing Connor's words to memory. Just as Connor intended to impart another lesson to Gloria, David's phone call interrupted, and Connor surmised that the young rascal, having consumed too much of the harsh terrain, was eager to return to the city. "Hello, why did you call me? Shouldn't you be out there in the wasteland, spreading the renown of your beekeeping skills?" Connor jested as he approached. He intended to turn this foolish nickname his dim-witted apprentice had acquired into a source of embarrassment that would follow David for a lifetime. David couldn't help but facepalm. The title of beekeeper was rather cool, wasn't it? Why did Connor always bring it up during their conversations? Surely, his taste wasn't that poor. Shaking his head to dispel these chaotic thoughts, David spoke earnestly. "Boss, I suspect trouble is brewing over at Mann's." Connor's interest was piqued by David's words. What sort of trouble could Mann's people be in? Confident in his grasp of the situation, Connor inquired, "Go on, what's the issue?" He didn't pay much heed to David's concerns initially. "I've brought in a few mercenaries from the city, but I sense something amiss about them. I can't quite pinpoint what it is, yet they feel different from the others." David candidly expressed his intuition, lacking concrete evidence to substantiate his feelings. It was merely a good instinct. Connor was not one to be blindly arrogant. If he had previously dismissed David's concerns as trivial, the moment David voiced his unease, he began to pay attention. This was not mere talk of trust, but rather a reflection of years of experience. In this world, evidence and logic were not always necessary. When something felt off, it was likely that trouble was afoot. Connor had validated this perspective through years of both deception and being deceived. He suddenly adopted a more serious tone and remarked, "Let us discuss their affairs." After a moment of contemplation, David replied, "There are 3 individuals, purportedly mercenaries from Santo Domingo, who have some acquaintance with Mann and have come to procure funds for their needs." If Mann were to hear David's assertion, he would certainly protest vehemently, for he had merely extended a favor to Faraday, and who could have anticipated that these individuals would tarnish his reputation? Typically, vagabonds or mercenaries arriving for work would hastily prepare after acquiring information about the route. Yet, these men were strikingly different. They languidly squandered time on Churgy Mountain, exhibiting no urgency to earn money as they had previously claimed. Connor did not respond to David's remarks. Instead, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and perched it between his lips. He began to idly manipulate his lighter, the metallic casing producing a crisp sound as it clattered against his fingertips. Ultimately, he chose to trust David's judgment and said, "I understand. Please send me the details of those individuals. I shall investigate their backgrounds." He then added a cautionary note. "Moreover, keep a close watch on them. Should they exhibit any suspicious behavior, eliminate them immediately." "Understood. I know what to do," came the reply. After ending the call with David, Connor dialed the old captain. Since they were speaking of mercenaries from Santo Domingo, it seemed prudent to consult the old captain, the local authority of that region. "Ah, Connor. What brings you to seek my counsel? You seem to be thriving lately. Do you still have time for idle chatter?" The old captain began with a sarcastic tone, sharing what he had gleaned about recent events. The impoverished brethren from the wasteland had struck it rich, and Connor had seized their ill-gotten gains, which was indeed a source of envy. However, he was merely an observer. To truly involve himself would require a courage he did not possess, especially in the face of Connor's wrath. "Damn you, old captain, can you not speak without a hint of sarcasm?" Connor retorted, their relationship allowing for such candor. Indeed, having recently amassed a fortune, he felt emboldened enough to challenge Connor, but he made it clear that his services came at a premium. Connor understood the old captain's intent. While their camaraderie was solid, the business at hand was undeniably perilous. Getting entangled would be detrimental, and though the old captain was willing to take a risk for him, it would come at a cost. It must be said, the old captain possessed a keen intuition. Even before Connor spoke, he could surmise the situation. "You truly are a cunning old fox. Very well, I shall not beat around the bush. You are aware that I have been conducting business with individuals from the wasteland. Indeed, it seems the underworld believes you have lost your wits." Openly antagonizing Connor, the old captain replied, "They lack the courage to provoke Connor, yet are bold enough to scheme against me. Consequently, I have managed to catch a few small rats and would appreciate your keen eye on the matter." Upon hearing Connor's words, the old captain became intrigued, fully aware that many in the underworld were eavesdropping on Connor's dealings. Everyone was harboring ill intentions, preparing for a potential double-cross. Yet none anticipated that someone would act so swiftly. Well, that was swift action. Hand it over. I wish to see who has acted so quickly. You have no idea how many inquiries about you have been made daily. I have already dispatched several waves of foolish members from the Sixth Streets gang. Connor was well prepared for this. He shamelessly peddles stolen goods to the vagabonds, and it is evident to anyone with eyes. The reason they have yet to knock on the door is merely to gather intelligence, assessing whether there is anyone behind them. If they are merely the puppets of a certain power, they would not dare to utter a word, feigning ignorance of this matter. However, should they discover that there is no one supporting them, the few individuals infiltrating Stone Ridge Mountain would merely be an appetizer. I understand your predicament. I am not devoid of loyalty. This matter pertains to internal strife within the company. All you need to know is this, and I need not instruct you further. Connor's words were not born out of camaraderie for the old captain. Rather, he sought to ensure a semblance of tranquility on his side. Moreover, it serves to add a bit of vexation to you, Xinxia. After all, aren't partners meant to shoulder the burdens? Quite the loyal one. I knew you were a person of principles. Without wasting any time, Connor sent the old captain photographs of those individuals. Take a look. These are the very people. I did not inquire about their names, for even if I did, they would be fictitious. Strangely enough, I do recall these individuals. The old captain did not disappoint Connor, immediately recognizing them. I knew you could do it. Whose men are they? Faraday, also an intermediary from Santo Domingo. That bespectacled fellow is quite cunning. And this situation is precisely within his capabilities. Despite the old captain's reluctance to divulge the details, merely knowing a name was sufficient for Connor. As for why Faraday had fixated on him, Connor surmised it was likely due to the recent erratic behavior observed from Man's side. It mattered little. Let Man handle the situation as he saw fit. Thank you, old captain. Do visit me when you have the time. No sooner had Connor hung up than he received another call from Yi Xingxia. You're being monitored by the military science personnel. You'd best clean up your act. Yi Xingxia delivered this bombshell without preamble. He had expected it to rattle Connor, but regrettably, the news was a tad too late. Your information comes rather slowly. I'm already aware of who they VE dispatched to address this matter, and I will manage it. You needn't worry. Connor did not afford Yi Xingxia the opportunity to boast, and promptly ended the call. The series of 3 calls had left him somewhat irked. Faraday, was it? If he sought his own demise, he would not blame Connor for the darkness of his hand. Chapter 83, Cyber Mission Impossible. A few days later, in the wasteland. At Stone Ridge Mountain, Hal sidled up to his old partner boss and whispered, Dante just messaged me, saying he got something from a small fry. Shut your mouth. Are you trying to get us killed? Boss interrupted Hal, glancing at Rebecca, who was practicing her marksmanship not far away. There are too many ears around. Let us speak elsewhere. With that, he turned and headed toward a nearby cluster of shipping containers. Thanks to Connor's influence, this desolate town of Stone Ridge Mountain, once forsaken, had begun to attract a semblance of a crowd, welcoming a multitude of wanderers seeking their fortunes. The undulating sea of containers, artfully stacked like Lego bricks, forms an array of uniquely shaped structures. These constructions vary in height and width, arranged in a charmingly haphazard manner, reminiscent of a child's playful assembly of building blocks. Each container boasts its distinctive hue and markings, interlocking and intertwining in a vivid mosaic. Under the blazing sun, these containers present a striking visual spectacle. Upon entering the interiors of these structures, one finds a plethora of facilities. Some have been transformed into hacker sanctuaries, with an eclectic assortment of tables, chairs, and computers, scattered amid an array of half-eaten takeout boxes. Who knows how far they traveled to procure these meals? Certainly not from the convenience store in the vicinity of Shijishin. Others have been converted into dormitories, crammed with military-style cots, accommodating an indeterminate number of inhabitants. Still, others serve as warehouses, overflowing with stolen raw materials, awaiting shipment to the urban black market. The once desolate Shijishin has been revitalized through the creative ingenuity of wanderers, breathing new life and vigor into the area. The promises once made by real estate developers have, in their hands, materialized into reality. As for the notion that this is merely a den of thieves, lacking the essence of a community, it suffices that individuals gather together, regardless of their pursuits. Boss and his companion returned to their container, ensuring no one was tailing them before shutting the door. So what does Dante manage to procure? Boss inquired first. He was well aware of Dante's character, a smooth-talking individual capable of spinning tales so vivid, even the deceased would seem alive. It was hardly surprising that he could gather intelligence. However, he also understood that Hal was utterly unreliable. Even the simplest of statements could be convoluted beyond recognition. The most frustrating aspect was that Dante placed his complete trust in this fool, often discussing matters with him first, leaving himself in a difficult position. Ironically, He was the one interfacing with Faraday, and every time, they were compelled to engage in this game of telephone. It left him utterly exhausted, and on numerous occasions, he had contemplated putting an end to the two of them, but had refrained, knowing full well he lacked the strength to overpower them. Otherwise, they would have met their demise many times over. Hal, on the other hand, was oblivious to the turmoil. Repeating his earlier statement, he claimed to have connected with a young informant who could provide access to the puppeteers behind the scenes. Boss regarded him with skepticism, questioning, "Are you certain that Dante conveyed it this way? Did he not omit any crucial information? Show me the text message." It was understandable why Boss reacted so vehemently. Hal had deceived him too many times, resulting in a conditioned response. "For goodness sake, do not judge me through the lens of past mistakes," Hal retorted. "That's exactly what he said. Your distrust is an affront to my intelligence." Boss inwardly cursed, realizing that this fool was beyond reproach. "Mate, you're overthinking this. I have no intention of belittling you. I merely wish to ascertain the situation on Dante's end swiftly." Years of experience in dealing with such fools had taught Boss that engaging in argument was futile. Once drawn into their rhythm, the dispute would never cease. The wisest course of action was to align with their narrative. "Allow me to inform you about the situation with Dante. I am not merely a conduit for your messages. If all you intend to share is a mere screenshot, what purpose do I serve?" "Ah, you are aware," Boss is internally lamenting. "All right, take your time," he said nonchalantly. "The longer this drags on, the later we receive our payment. Does it truly matter?" With a feigned air of ease, Boss shrugged. "It's merely a matter of tightening our belts for a while." Indeed, upon hearing this, Hal promptly shifted his focus. "You're absolutely right. I need to step up my efforts. My mortgage is nearing its deadline." "What did you purchase with your mortgage?" Boss, despite repeatedly reminding himself to steer Hal towards the main topic, could not resist inquiring, curious about what this fool could possibly be financing. Perhaps a heavy artillery piece or some secondhand cybernetic enhancement. "It's the merchandise from Licky Wiz. I've collected the entire set." "Jesus, these trinkets are exorbitantly priced." Boss immediately regretted posing that question. It was undeniably foolish, and merely hearing about it felt utterly ridiculous. The realization that the person engaging in such absurdity was a teammate only deepened his dismay. Let us return to the matter concerning Dante, Boss thought. Convinced that if he had to endure more of Hal's rambling, he would surely lose his sanity. "Oh yes, Dante. The individual he is in contact with is no ordinary kid," Hal insisted with an air of mystery. "Stick to the point." Boss felt an overwhelming urge to slap this fool. "What was with the theatrics?" "I am referring precisely to the matter at hand." "That kid is a beekeeper," Hal retorted, clearly dissatisfied. He felt that Boss always regarded him as a fool, incessantly interrupting him before he could complete his thoughts. What was wrong with this person? He was capable of contacting the client. This was what Dante had mentioned. Only then did Boss attentively listen to Hal's words. "Damn it. Why didn't you say that sooner? You've been denying me the chance to speak." Hal shouted angrily. Boss raised his hands in a gesture of remorse. "My apologies. Please continue. What else has Dante discovered about the beekeeper?" Recently, David had been making quite a name for himself in the wasteland. Known for being someone who could take control of hovering vehicles. In this territory, those who survive do so by virtue of their strength. Adhering to a creed of pure martial admiration, Boss was aware of the beekeeper's reputation. Yet he had not anticipated that this individual could be entangled with the mastermind orchestrating everything behind the scenes. He urgently required more intelligence to ascertain whether Faraday had indeed dragged him into a quagmire. Over the past few days, Dante had been orbiting around that fellow. Primarily because he had inadvertently spotted the small gadgets in the latter's possession, microscopic drone bombs. Hal felt somewhat embarrassed discussing this, noticing that Boss had overlooked his moment of awkwardness. He continued, "I wanted to acquire some of those for myself. Whether for personal use or resale, it would be a worthwhile endeavor. However, he had yet to find the opportunity, yet this very circumstance had allowed them to become more acquainted. This time, Boss refrained from interrupting Hal. He was contemplating a crucial matter, the beekeeper's renowned skill of overpowering hovering vehicles. Could it be those microscopic drone bombs? Had anyone else taken note of this intelligence? Regardless of the multitude of concerns, let us first commit this to memory, to be meticulously organized upon our return to the city. Hal continued, "Last night, Dante invited the beekeeper for drinks. The lad cannot hold his liquor and was utterly incapacitated after just a few cups, thoroughly inebriated. In his drunken stupor, he lamented about his employer's unscrupulousness, lamenting his assignment to this desolate place to oversee the affairs of Stone Spine Mountain." Boss interjected, Who can tolerate this accursed land? Did he divulge any further intelligence? Chapter 84. A complete sweep. Hal shook his head and replied, Dante did not disclose much. He merely mentioned that the lad serves as a potential breakthrough. Boss contemplated silently, realizing that they had not been at Stone Spine Mountain for long. And yet a breakthrough had emerged so swiftly. This development seemed rather fortuitous. Could there be deception at play? Rather than feeling exhilarated by the lead on the assignment, Boss found himself questioning its authenticity. After a moment's reflection, he inquired, what are Dante's intentions? What are the subsequent plans? Hal shook his head, saying, he did not elaborate much on that, only expressing a desire to extract more information from the lad, likely by continuing to ply him with drink. Within their trio, Boss was always the one responsible for strategizing. Hal and Dante were merely instruments to execute the tasks. The fact that Dante had stumbled upon a potential breakthrough was merely serendipitous. To expect him to formulate a plan was a fanciful notion. He likely awaited Boss's response regarding their next steps. Convey to Dante that he should keep the lad steady, preferably intoxicate him, and when the moment is right, transport him to a secluded location to carefully extract the necessary information. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, I possess a lie detection software that we could employ to assess his veracity. Upon hearing this, Hal's eyes sparkled with interest, and he inquired, are there any limitations to this device? Why do you ask? Came the response. Just answer the question. Does it have any? Indeed. It proves ineffective against individuals with strong willpower and rigorous ICE defenses, or so the vendor has claimed. Hal inwardly lamented this unfortunate limitation, as he had wished to test it on his acquaintance from Twisting Street, curious to discern whether she had genuinely offered him a discount. Following Boss's instructions, Hal sent a message to Dante. Hal, bro, Boss has spoken. He wants you to find a way to take that kid down and bring him out for questioning when the time comes. Dante, huh? What nonsense is he spouting? Taking that kid down and then dragging him out in such a public setting could easily attract man and his crew's attention. Dante, what then? If we get caught, we're all finished. Hal, when did you become so timid? This is hardly a daunting task. Let's employ our previous tactics. Dante, fine. I'll figure out a way to deal with the kid. You two should come over shortly. Dante, since we can't take him out, let's resolve this here. Hal, understood. I'll inform Boss. Having concluded the message, Hal relayed Dante's words to Boss, who, without further contemplation, simply instructed Hal to stay vigilant for any updates. Once Dante had succeeded, they would proceed. As the scene shifts, we find ourselves inside another shipping container. The container was suffused with a pungent odor, evoking a sense of suffocation and depression. Under the dim light, one could discern a figure akin to a mercenary, suspended from the ceiling. His body swayed slightly, as if he might plummet at any moment. His complexion was as pale as parchment, his lips cracked, and his eyes reflected a haunting mixture of numbness and fear. At the back of his head, a data cable was quietly inserted, seemingly fused with his very being. Following the path of this cable, one could see a female hacker, adorned with charming cat ear headphones, intently seated before her computer. Her fingers danced upon the keyboard with the grace of butterflies, each keystroke resembling a note in a wondrous symphony. As her rhythmic tapping resonated, data flowed across the screen like a cascading stream. David, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction before glancing at Man and Dorio. This hacker was quite adept. The bait had been cast, and now they awaited the adversary's bite. Man's expression darkened. He recognized the mercenary dangling from the ceiling. This individual had been sent by Faraday. Initially thought to be an opportunity for profit through his connections, but now it seemed the other party had ulterior motives. The situation was not merely unfortunate. The real predicament lay in the fact that David had caught them red-handed. If David was aware, it was inevitable that Connor would be informed as well. Man could not dismiss the possibility that Connor might harbor unfavorable thoughts towards him because of this incident. To claim otherwise would be sheer folly. Now, he could only hope that these individuals would not stir up any trouble, allowing for some semblance of recovery with Connor. My apologies. This time, the fault lies with me. Man did not assert himself against David. This young man now represents Connor, and his submission to David is, in essence, submission to Connor. David nonchalantly waved his hand and remarked, "It is inevitable to misjudge at times. Now, we must swiftly neutralize the remaining two individuals. As for your inquiry, Connor will speak with you privately." Upon hearing David's words, Man maintained a stoic expression, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Dorio and Sasha exchanged glances filled with concern, both exhibiting a hint of anxiety towards Man. Given the troublesome situation they had created, it was evident that Connor would not simply overlook the matter. Fortunately, the situation had not escalated beyond control. I had just examined the individual's emails, and they had failed to provide Faraday with any useful intelligence. Sasha, who shared a close bond with Man, could not bear to see him in distress and spoke up in defense. It matters not. We are already entangled in this. Their knowledge is inconsequential. Will Connor abandon this venture simply due to this incident? They have not gleaned anything substantial. Eliminating the three of them later will not impede our operations. Dorio found it difficult to accept. Such an advantageous opportunity was not something she wished to relinquish. Man remained silent, yet his expression suggested he shared Dorio's sentiment. Do not involve me in this. I am not the one to make such decisions. Noting David's indifference, the group ceased their discussion. Half an hour later, following David's instructions, Sasha, disguised as Dante, sent a message to Hal. Shortly thereafter, Hal and his companion stealthily approached the door. Knock, knock. Come in. The voice of Dante echoed within the room. Hal, with a brusque manner, pushed the door open, glancing around to ensure no one was present before stepping inside. However, the moment he entered, regret washed over him. What greeted his eyes was Dante, lifeless and suspended from the ceiling, and Hal, under the control of Man. Alongside them were Dario and the hacker Sasha from Man's team, as well as the recently prominent beekeeper. David scrutinized the mercenaries before him, pointing at the hanging Dante with his white rhino gun. Shall we have a chat? It would indeed be quite rude of us, as your hosts, to remain silent despite your long journey. Bang! The dark muzzle of the white rhino still emitted wisps of smoke as Dante's eyes closed for eternity. The expression of unwillingness on his face, coupled with the bullet hole on his forehead, sent Boss's heart plummeting. Upon witnessing his partner's tragic demise, Hal erupted with agitation. Man, eliminate him. He is too loud. As David's words echoed, Man's powerful hand swiftly snapped Hal's neck. David then turned his gun towards Boss, stating, Speak or remain silent. The choice is yours. Boss inhaled deeply and slowly inquired, What difference does it make if I speak or if I do not? David flashed a grin, revealing a sunny smile. If you confess sincerely, I might be inclined to spare your life. If you choose silence, then death awaits you. Boss, in despair, uttered, Do I even have a choice? I will speak. Chapter 85, The Choice Made by Man. Just as Boss began to divulge everything he knew, the words poured forth like beans from a bamboo tube. Man and his companions were expressions of shock, realizing that Faraday had orchestrated this entire scheme from the outset. They had almost fallen into his trap. Damn it, Faraday, you scoundrel. Man seethed, feeling utterly played. Both Dorio and Sasha shared his indignation should Faraday succeed. Their fate would be grim. I've said all I needed to say. Do as you will, kill me or maim me, but I have but one request. Grant me a swift end. Boss, having resigned himself to his fate after witnessing the slaughter of Hal and others, no longer harbored any illusions of escaping alive. His compliance was merely an attempt to shield his comrades from Faraday's wrath. If death awaited them, let it be shared among them all. David nodded in acknowledgement. A true man. Remember to possess some discernment in your next life. Farewell. With a gunshot, Boss's life was abruptly extinguished. Turning to Man and his companions, David remarked, Well, his affairs are concluded. Now it is time to address yours. David sent the video of the recent interrogation of Boss to Connor, seeking his guidance on the matter. To his surprise, Connor delegated the authority to resolve the situation to him. In David's eyes, the transgressions of Man and the others were hardly monumental, yet they could not simply be overlooked. It would be most fitting for David to admonish them, striking the right balance. I will speak with Connor. You need not concern yourself with this, Man replied, his countenance darkened. He believed David lacked the standing to engage him on such matters. I too would prefer not to discuss this with you, but it has been entrusted to me for resolution. Sensing Man's simmering discontent, David stated, You might as well confront him directly. We shall see if he pays heed to your trifling concerns. Man, Connor is deeply disappointed in you. Are you truly willing to exacerbate his disappointment? Dorio promptly intervened, stating that Connor did not mean it that way. He merely sought to ascertain Connor's perspective. As you are aware, the situation has grown rather intricate. A single misstep could lead to significant trouble, thus we must tread with caution. Dorio was also attempting to counter David's assertions. For if Faraday were to learn of the affairs in the underbelly, Connor would find himself in a precarious position as well. Well then, David retorted, Since you put it that way, why not directly call Connor and see if he answers your call? Connor possesses the least patience for ineptitude. You must consider this carefully and not squander the chance for remedy. After delivering his remarks, David adopted a posture reminiscent of an onlooker at a play. Connor had already articulated his position clearly. Pressure must be applied to man's group, and once they are suitably chastened, they ought to proceed with their tasks. If this group remains obstinate, it is imperative to impose some discipline upon them, ensuring they comprehend who the true authority is and for whom they are laboring.